After being defeated and captured, the dragon slayer Leon became a captive of the Silver Dragon Queen. With the awareness of death, he used forbidden magic to curse the queen, but unexpectedly, the queen lost control. He thought that this would make the queen live with shame for the rest of her life, and it would be worthy of the dragon slayer's mission. But 2 years later, when Leon awakens in an unknown but luxurious room, beside a child who calls him dad and a very unfamiliar dragon cub. Now, with enemies closing in and unresolved feelings bubbling beneath the surface, Leon must face the one thing he never trained for: fatherhood. General audiences. Long before kingdoms had names, before swords were forged or crowns were worn, the skies of the Samuel continent belonged to dragons. Born from the heart of creation, they were the first sovereigns of the world, immortal, radiant, and merciless. Their wings cast shadows over mountains, their roars shaped storms, and their fire carved rivers of molten stone. For thousands of years, dragons ruled every land, every race, every breath that dared to rise beneath them. They saw themselves as gods, and perhaps they were. Mankind, in those early ages, were nothing more than frail creatures crawling beneath the ashes of dragonkind. Their bones broke easily, their lives ended swiftly, and their prayers vanished beneath the roar of draconic thunder. Yet in that weakness, something awakened: a hunger, a will, an unyielding spark to survive. While dragons hoarded power, humans learned. They learned to shape steel from ore, to weave runes from stars, and to turn their short lives into weapons sharper than dragon claws. They studied the enemy that ruled them, watched how they flew, breathed, and bled. Each generation built upon the scars of the last, until knowledge itself became their weapon. Thus began the 30-Year War, when men dared to challenge the heavens. At first, humanity was slaughtered, cities burned, armies turned to ash. But they adapted. With every defeat, they grew stronger, swifter, more cunning. Dragons ruled with might, humans rose with evolution. And from the chaos of blood and smoke, a single warrior rose who would change history forever. He was called Leon Cosmodius, the man in black armor. A child of no noble blood, a survivor of dragonfire, he became the Empire's greatest weapon. He learned the ancient arts forbidden to mortals, and within his soul awoke the storm itself. When Leon entered battle, thunder followed. The sky screamed with Chidori, the thousand birds, lightning that split the heavens and sang like 10,000 cries of vengeance. Dragons who once mocked humanity fell silent when they heard that sound. Even the dragon kings, ancient and proud, trembled at its echo. Under his command, the dragon-slaying army carved its path through the age of fire. Temples fell, skies burned, and for the first time in millennia, dragons began to fear the ground they once ruled. But every legend has its shadow. When the war reached its final chapter, Leon led his army to the Silver Dragon Temple, home of the last and purest dragon line. His mission: to slay the Silver Queen, Roswise Melfe, the radiant ruler who commanded storms of her own. Yet before he reached the temple's heart, betrayal struck. A blade from the shadows, one of his own, pierced his chest. His army scattered, crushed by dragons who had been forewarned. Leon was captured, bound in enchanted chains deep beneath the temple, while the Silver Queen celebrated her divine victory. The Dragon Slayer's final revenge. Leon sat in the cold, damp dungeon, trapped by unbreakable, enchanted chains. They held him tightly, refusing to yield. His old armor was battered and hung loosely on his thin frame, covered in the scratches and dents of countless battles. Angry red burns circled his wrists from his struggles, but no matter how hard he pulled, the chains remained solid. 3 days ago, he had led the Empire's dragon-slaying army to the Silver Dragon Temple. His mission was simple: kill the evil dragon bringing chaos to the land. But then came the betrayal, sharp and sudden as a knife to the chest. Someone had stabbed him and revealed his army's position to the Silver Dragon clan. Without their leader, his soldiers were defeated and scattered. The dragons captured Leon alive and threw him into this dark, lonely cell. For 3 days, he had no food or water. Weakness consumed him, and death felt like a welcome release. The torture and the dragon's mocking laughter were a fate worse than death, yet the enchanted chains even prevented him from ending his own suffering. From outside, he could hear the loud noises of a great celebration. His jailer had explained it was a week-long feast. The dragons were rejoicing because they had defeated Leon Cosmodius, the Empire's greatest dragon slayer. Leon thought they were wasteful and arrogant, but he was too exhausted to care. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Water dripped from the ceiling, splashing onto his chains. The steady sound was like a clock counting down the final moments of his life, deepening his hopelessness. After what felt like an eternity, the heavy dungeon door creaked open. "You may leave," a voice commanded. "I wish to speak with our great hero alone." "Yes, Your Majesty," the guards replied with respect. The door shut with a heavy, echoing thud. Then came the sharp click of high heels on the stone floor. The steps grew louder, closer, until they stopped directly in front of his cell. Leon lifted his heavy head with great effort. Before him stood a stunning figure. Her silver hair glowed like starlight in the dim cell, flowing down like a gentle river. But the dragon tail swishing beneath her skirt made him tense immediately. Silver hair, a dragon tail, and the title Your Majesty could only mean one person, Roswise Melfe, the Queen of the Silver Dragons. Roswise unlocked the cell door and stepped inside confidently. The faint scent of wine clung to her, and her cheeks were flushed from the festivities. She had clearly been enjoying her victory. They stood close, yet worlds apart. Leon was clad in torn, dirty rags, his once proud armor now dull and broken. Roswise wore a beautiful, shimmering gown, her silver hair perfectly neat, her eyes sharp with mockery and triumph. A thin beam of light from a high window fell on Roswise's face, making her look almost holy. But to Leon, she was no saint, she was a cruel victor coming to gloat over her defeated enemy. A deep, familiar anger burned in his chest, mixing with the pain of his wounds. Her dragon tail swayed slowly behind her like a restless snake. She used its tip to lift his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. "You are a strong, handsome man," she said, her voice smooth and teasing. "Those scars suit your face well." Roswise did not give compliments lightly, but Leon did not care. He shook his head violently, pushing her tail away. Her expression darkened instantly, like a storm cloud. Her tail shot out and wrapped around his neck, tightening like a vice. "How dare you disrespect me," she said, her voice cold and sharp with royal authority. The tail squeezed, cutting off his air. Leon's face turned red as he fought for breath. His body, already weak from starvation, could not take much more. Yet he glared at her with fierce eyes, refusing to show any fear. He would not break. They were locked in a silent battle of wills. Just as Leon's vision began to blur at the edges, Roswise loosened her grip slightly. "You are stubborn," she sighed. "But it does not matter. You will be dead soon anyway. Then kill me or torture me, but be quick about it," Leon snapped back, his voice hoarse. Roswise smirked, her lips curling in amusement. "Is that all the great dragon slayer has to say before he dies? How disappointing." She leaned closer, her tone dripping with mockery. "Tell me, do you have a wife? Children? If not, your family line ends with you, does it not? No one will remember you." Her words were meant to humiliate him, to make the fallen hero feel his complete loss. Leon thought of his lonely life as a slayer, always fighting, never settling down. The truth of her words cut deeper than he expected. "When a dragon slayer falls, new heroes rise," she continued, her voice full of fake sympathy. "But for you? It seems no one will carry on your name. What a waste." She reached out and her fingers lightly brushed the fresh wounds on his face. Her touch was gentle, but her voice was filled with pretend pity. "It is a shame. If you had not been betrayed, you could have done great things. Your children would have lived in wealth and honor. You could have been a legend, loved by all in the Empire." She paused, smiling cruelly. Her eyes sparkled with triumph. "But instead, you will die here, forgotten in this dark hole." Click! Her sharp nail scratched his cheek, drawing a single drop of blood. She did not wipe it away. Instead, she brought her finger to her lips and slowly licked the blood away, her eyes locked on his the entire time. She savored the metallic taste like a prized wine. Leon stared at her smug smile and the blood on her lips. A sudden, vengeful idea sparked in his mind like a flame in the darkness. He remembered a rare magic he had learned long ago during his training, the blood enchantment. It was a forbidden art, a spell that could only be used once in a lifetime. Now, in his final moments, it was the perfect weapon for revenge. A surge of dark determination pushed his pain aside. "Your Majesty," Leon said, his voice rough but steady. Roswise raised a curious eyebrow. "What is it? Begging for mercy now? I will not let you off easily. You deserve to suffer." "You asked about my descendants, did you not?" he asked, his tone calm. She tilted her head, intrigued. "What, do you actually have some hidden away?" "Not yet," Leon replied, a faint smile touching his lips for the first time. "But soon." "What do you mean?" she started, confusion halting her words. Before she could finish, Leon locked eyes with her. His gaze held a strange, powerful energy, like ripples spreading across still water. Roswise's body suddenly felt heavy and weak, her mind growing foggy. Unthinking, she stepped closer to him. Her hands moved on their own, pulling him into a tight embrace. Then, completely against her will, she kissed him passionately. Leon hated dragons with every fiber of his being. They had murdered his family years ago, fueling his life's purpose. But he forced himself to endure this. This was his revenge, his final act against the Silver Dragon Queen. He poured all his remaining strength into the spell, feeling the magic flow through his blood. The kiss lasted several intense seconds. Roswise's face, already flushed from wine, grew hotter. Her breathing became fast and uneven, her heart racing. An hour later, she woke slowly. Her body felt sore and heavy, her gown messy and wrinkled. Faint bloodstains marked her skin from the scratches. She looked at Leon, her eyes filled with confusion and rising fury. "You're awake, Your Majesty," Leon said, smirking weakly. "Or should I call you Mother Dragon now?" Roswise's eyes widened in shock. She saw that the enchanted chains around Leon were broken, undone by the spell's power. Yet he had not tried to escape. Perhaps he knew his dying body would not get far in a temple full of dragons. She stood up quickly, fixing her clothes with trembling hands, and grabbed his collar roughly. "What did you do to me?" she demanded, her voice shaking with rage. Leon remained calm despite the pain. "You made two mistakes, Your Majesty," he said. "First, a dragon should never be alone with a trained dragon slayer. We know secrets you do not. Second, you should never have tasted my blood. That was your greatest error." Panic flashed in Roswise's eyes, her dragon pupils trembling. What had this human done? She felt a strange warmth inside her, a change she could not deny. "The blood enchantment," Leon explained slowly. "A spell used only once in a lifetime. When someone drinks your blood, it bends their will, making them act willingly. It forges a bond that cannot be broken. I did not want to use such a dirty trick," he continued, his voice a mix of regret and triumph. "But you mocked me and toyed with my mind. So I fought back, my dear queen. This is my victory." Leon's plan had worked. He had humiliated Roswise in a way she would never forget, turning her arrogance against her. But as a dragon slayer, being tied to a dragon like this felt like a stain on his honor. Still, the revenge gave him a bitter satisfaction. "You asked about my child. Well, they are in your belly now," he said, pointing to her stomach. Roswise's face burned with rage and deep shame. How could she, the mighty Silver Dragon Queen, be tricked by a dying man? She felt violated, her pride shattered. Leon kept speaking, his voice growing weaker. "You feel it, do you not? The changes in your body. The life growing inside you. Dragon Law says I am now your only mate. If you kill our child, you will never have another, not after I am gone. Your royal line ends with you." His words were sharp blades, each one striking her pride. She imagined the horror her clan would feel, but Leon's body was failing. His vision blurred, his eyelids grew heavy. He could feel his life slipping away. "You want to kill me for this, do you not?" he whispered, his voice faint. "You will not need to. I am already." His breathing slowed, then stopped. His heart gave a few final, weak beats. The last piece of his broken armor clattered to the floor, the sound echoing a final goodbye in the silent dungeon. Leon Cosmodius, the great dragon slayer, was dead. His body slumped against the wall, finally at peace. Roswise stood frozen for a long moment, her own heart pounding wildly. Slowly, she straightened her back, composing herself into the queen she was. Her dragon eyes burned with a fierce, unyielding fire, a mix of pure anger and a new, deep determination. "You think you can die and escape me," she whispered to his lifeless form. "Not so easily, Leon Cosmodius. Our child will not grow up without a father. I will find a way to bring you back, even if I must bend the laws of life and death themselves." She placed a hand on her belly, feeling the faint spark of new life. The celebration outside continued, but inside the dungeon, a new storm was brewing. Revenge had bound them together forever, and their story was far from over. A life remembered, a life reborn. Leon looked back on his life as the Empire's strongest dragon slayer. It had been short, filled with both glory and pain. Now, he could even see a strange, funny side to all the hardship. His path began at just 5 years old. He fought off a neighbor's vicious dog with his bare hands, saving a young girl from being mauled. This act of bravery caught the attention of a passing master dragon slayer, who immediately took Leon on as his apprentice. By age 6, Leon was found to have special dragon slayer bones, making him a natural prodigy. His master began training him in a harsh technique known as the indestructible body, meant to make his body unbreakable. By 10, he was hailed as a genius and entered the Empire's Dragon Slayer Academy. What happened between 7 and 9? Those years were spent in a hospital bed. During a lesson, his overenthusiastic master had struck Leon's chest with a massive stone, shattering his bones. Anyone else might have quit, but Leon's master nursed him back to health with painstaking care. When Leon recovered, his body was stronger and tougher than ever. On his 10th birthday, his master sent him to the Dragon Slayer Academy. At the time, Leon was just relieved to escape his master's brutal training, hoping for a safer, more normal education. He graduated as the youngest in the academy's history, earning the highest honors. At 15, he entered the dragon-slaying battlefield. His team won victory after victory, reclaiming lost lands for the Empire with stunning ease. Leon's name spread across the kingdom. People called him a hero, a once-in-a-century genius, and the Empire's only hope for peace. But Leon was an orphan with no family or political connections. He never should have risen so high. At the peak of his fame, the royal family sent him to the most brutal front, the war against the Silver Dragon clan. The fighting dragged on for years, a bloody, endless conflict that cost countless lives. In his 20s, during the final major assault, Leon nearly broke into the Silver Dragon Temple. But one of his own betrayed him, stabbing him in the back and revealing his position to the enemy. The dragons captured him alive. He never discovered the traitor's identity, and now he never would. Yet, in his final moments, he had made the Empire's greatest enemy pay a deep, personal price. He had wounded the Silver Dragon Queen in a way she would never forget. As for that bold, sneaky spell, Leon had found it in an old, tattered book. After reading it, he decided it was evil and lustful magic that had no right to exist. He burned the book immediately, intending to destroy it for good. He never planned to use it. But Roswise had given him the perfect opportunity. If any other slayer had been captured, they might have just cursed their fate and died. At least Leon had made the queen feel the same sickness and shame she had forced upon him. He saw it as a final, bitter victory. He believed his life was good enough to earn him a place in heaven. Despite all the legendary stories, he mostly just felt an overwhelming tiredness. His life, though short, had worn him out completely. Leon had always dreamed of a simple life after the war. He wanted to leave the army, move to a quiet, faraway town, and buy a small farm. There, he would marry a kind, ordinary girl, not a great beauty, and they would have a cute daughter. He would spend his days milking cows and growing old peacefully. Milking cows seemed far safer than fighting dragons. Not getting that peaceful life was one of his biggest regrets. It left a hollow sadness in his heart that all his battles and glory could never fill. But regrets are a part of every life, from beginning to end. That is what makes it real. A sudden buzzing sound filled Leon's mind, cutting his thoughts short. But in his mind? Wasn't he just a spirit now, nothing but thoughts? Why did the buzz feel like it was inside his own head? Before he could question it further, his vision returned. Pieces of his life flashed before him like a fast-paced movie. His birth as an orphan, his early struggles to survive, his time at the Dragon Slayer Academy. It all played out until the very end, trapped in the Silver Dragon Clan's dungeon. He remembered the sunlight streaming through the small window. He was chained to an iron rack, locking eyes with the Silver Dragon Queen. It was the stare of a loser at his victor, but it also felt like a lost believer pleading with a holy statue for mercy. Then, the memory shattered. A brilliant, sword-like light cut through the empty space of his mind. Leon's eyes fluttered open. His senses returned to him one by one. He felt his body's warmth, the rhythm of his breathing, the steady beat of his heart. I didn't die, did I? He whispered, utterly shocked. He tried to move his fingers. They were numb and weak, but they obeyed. Pushing himself up, he found he was in a warm, lavishly decorated room. The room was mostly pink. The walls were painted with simple drawings of the sun, fluffy clouds, and angels. The angels were abstract, like stick figures with halos and rough wings, but their identity was clear. Wait a second. Angels? Had his soul actually reached heaven? If so, he could finally rest. There would be no more honor or shame. He could be reunited with his old friends who had fallen in battle. Leon gathered his strength and stood from the bed. His body felt heavy and weary as he walked to the window. Outside, the sky was a clear, perfect blue. Birds sang cheerful songs, and the air was sweet with the scent of flowers. I must be in heaven, he said aloud, a wave of joy washing over him. His short life had found a perfect ending. Hey, you're awake, a child's voice called out from behind him. The voice was soft and cute. Leon turned and saw a little girl who perfectly matched the voice. She looked about 3 or 4 years old. Her face was adorable, with soft, chubby cheeks that hinted at the beauty she would become. She fit Leon's ideal of a little angel. But her hair was strange. It was mostly a deep black, with silver streaks running through it like crescent moons against a night sky. The mix of silver and black was striking, but it was an odd style for such a young girl. Would heaven really use children as attendants? And why give her such wild hair? Leon wondered to himself, a faint complaint forming in his mind. He walked slowly to the girl, knelt down to her level, and asked gently, "Hello, what's your name?" "Mune," the girl replied seriously. "That's a lovely name. It means moon. Who gave you such a pretty name?" "My mother did," she answered. Leon paused, surprised. No offense, but do angels have mothers? He thought God created them directly. "I'm Leon. Leon Cosmodius," he said politely. "Yeah, I know. It sounds like lion," she said. "Who told you that?" "My mother said." A cold chill of dread ran down Leon's spine. He stood up slowly, looking at Mune with growing fear. "Can I ask? Who is your mother?" "It's Roswise." "Roswise Melkve," she replied. Mune came closer, wrapped her small arms around Leon's legs, looked up with a bright, happy face, and said, "Daddy, you finally woke up." Leon froze solid, his mind reeling with shock and confusion. How was this possible? He remembered dying in that dungeon, casting his revenge spell on the queen. Now, years had apparently passed. He was alive, and this child was his. The warm, pink room suddenly felt less like heaven and more like a new, intricate trap. A storm of emotions flooded him: utter surprise, deep regret, simmering anger, and a tiny, unwilling spark of wonder. His life was not over. It was beginning a new, unimaginable chapter. He hugged Myun back gently, his mind spinning. What had Roswise done to bring him back? And what would happen now that he was the father of a half-dragon girl? The weight of it all made him feel tired again, but also, undeniably, curious. Life, with all its regrets and surprises, was stubbornly moving forward. The pretense of sleep. Leon didn't know what expression to wear as the little girl clung to his leg, calling him daddy. He desperately wanted to say, "Sweetie, you can't just call anyone daddy like that." Perhaps she had mistaken him for someone else? Confusion and a spark of fear twisted inside him, as if his entire world had been flipped upside down. Once he had steadied his breathing, Leon knelt down again. He held Myun's small shoulders gently and asked, "Little one, I just woke up and my mind is fuzzy. Are you sure you have the right person?" Myun shook her head firmly, her unique silver and black hair swaying. "No, mother comes here every day to see if daddy has woken up." Her voice held the absolute certainty of a child. "I see. Myun, do you know what time mommy usually comes to check on me?" Leon asked, keeping his tone light. Myun, who didn't fully grasp telling time yet, pointed a chubby finger at the wall clock. "When the small hand is on the 10 and the big hand is on the 12. Leon understood. Roswise came at 10 o'clock. He glanced at the clock, it was 9:50. He had only 10 minutes. Before he could ask another question, Myun grabbed his hand. She tugged him toward the door, her excitement palpable. "Let's go find mother. She'll be so happy you're awake," Myun said, her eyes shining with joy. Leon forced a smile, but internally he was reeling. 10 minutes until he faced his greatest enemy. This woman, who had no love for him, was now the mother of his child. His eyes darted to the large bed. A thought flashed through his mind: should he pretend to still be unconscious? It might buy him precious time to plan. He made a decision. In one fluid motion, he leaped back onto the bed like a fish returning to water. He lay flat on his back and closed his eyes tightly. Myun was bewildered. Why was her daddy, who had just been awake, lying down again? She ran to the bedside, her bare feet pattering on the floor. "Daddy, aren't you coming to see mother?" she asked, her wide eyes full of confusion. "Shoo," Leon whispered. "When your mother comes in, you have to tell her I'm still asleep." Myun scratched her head, utterly lost. "Why? Mother really wants you to wake up." She tilted her head, causing the silver streak in her hair to shift. "Well, because daddy wants to surprise mommy. You understand surprises, don't you?" Leon said, trying to sound conspiratorial and fun. "Surprise!" Myun's eyes lit up instantly. The silver tuft of hair on her head and the small, delicate dragon tail behind her swayed with glee. "Yes, a surprise. So, Myun, do you want to help mommy have a happy surprise?" "Yes." "Then when mommy comes in, you have to act like you don't know anything, okay?" "Okay." "Myun will listen to daddy," she beamed, placing her complete trust in him. It seemed Leon had a natural way with children. A warm, unfamiliar feeling stirred in his chest, but he quickly suppressed it. This was about survival. With that, Leon closed his eyes. He lay perfectly still, mimicking his previous comatose state. Almost exactly 10 minutes later, the door opened. The sharp, precise click of high heels echoed on the floor, growing closer. Roswise was every inch the silver dragon queen. Even with his eyes shut, Leon could feel her powerful aura filling the room, a wave of regal authority and grace. "Myun," Roswise said. "I'm here, mother." Myun replied, her tone a little too cheerful. Roswise raised a delicate silver eyebrow. why do you seem so excited today? Her voice was calm, but held a razor's edge. Myun hesitated for a split second. She shook her head vigorously. No, Myun is not excited. Roswei's dragon-like pupils shifted slightly. She studied her daughter's face. It was the picture of innocence, but it was hiding something. The little girl's answer was overly serious, which was suspicious in itself. Dragons only wagged their tails unconsciously when they were extremely happy or excited. Typically, like Roswei's herself, they let their tails rest languidly on the ground. Roswei's didn't press her daughter further. Instead, her gaze drifted to the sleeping Leon on the bed. She calculated the days. This man had been unconscious for 2 full years now. Her tone remained even. Very well. You may go play outside. Myun cast one last, furtive glance at her pretending father before skipping happily out of the room. Roswei's glided to the bedside and sat down gracefully. She laid her magnificent silver tail on the covers and observed the unconscious man. Then, she let out a soft, knowing chuckle. Leon heard the laugh clearly. What did it mean? Had he given himself away? Impossible. His performance was flawless, wasn't it? The hand hidden at his side curled into a fist involuntarily. He knew exactly what he had done to Roswei's 2 years ago. This dragon queen must despise him to her core. The only reason she hadn't killed him in his sleep was surely so she could torture him slowly once he awoke. Leon would not make it easy for her. If his ruse failed, he would fight her head-on. Roswei slipped off her high heels. They hit the floor with a definitive click. Next came the soft whisper of her silk dress brushing against the bedsheets. The sound made Leon's skin prickle with nervous anticipation. A moment later, her gentle, floral scent washed over him, brushing against his face. The fragrance was familiar to Leon. It was the last thing he had smelled before passing out in the dungeon. Back then, it had been masked by wine, but now it was pure and distinct, like wildflowers with an undertone of something untamed. Why was she getting so close? Was she planning to kill him quietly? Heh, clever dragon, Leon thought. If she made a loud scene, Myun might hear. No child should be traumatized by the sight of blood. Leon stayed perfectly still, waiting to see what she would do. Roswei slowly reached out with her index finger and thumb. She moved toward Leon's nose. Then, she pinched his nostrils shut. Oh, I forgot about the mouth, she murmured, as if to herself. She used her other hand to cover his mouth. But this wasn't a suffocating killhold. Leon could feel she wasn't applying full pressure, nearly making it difficult to breathe. If she wanted him dead, she would have cut off his air completely. It seemed Roswei was testing him. Leon focused all his will on holding his breath. If he could endure this, he could find a way to escape later. The seconds stretched agonizingly. Roswei was infinitely patient. She knelt beside him, a serene statue depriving him of air. Leon held firm, not a flicker of movement betraying him. You can hold your breath for a long time, Roswei remarked, her tone playful and teasing. A flicker of pride rose in Leon's chest. But then, a wave of warmth hit his ear. Roswei had leaned in close, her lips right beside Leon's ear. She blew a soft, warm stream of air directly into it. The air traveled into his ear canal and down his neck under his collar, creating a tingling, tickling sensation that made it incredibly hard to stay still. Simultaneously, her warm breath carried a faint, sweet scent from her mouth. Leon thought, You're using this to test me, Mother Dragon? Ha! How childish. But this wasn't the extent of Roswei's tricks. When the blowing failed, she parted her lips slightly and gently nibbled on his earlobe. There was a slight pain, but it was overshadowed by the intense, intimate sensation of a beautiful woman being so close. Leon clenched his hidden fist even tighter. Now, the fist wasn't for fighting back. It was to suppress his body's involuntary reactions. A heat was rising in him, a traitorous response he fought against with every fiber of his being. Leon thought, "You little wicked dragon, you think these games can fool the Empire's top dragon slayer? Ha! Double childish. Hey, stop pretending. It's already standing," Roswise stated flatly. "You're talking nonsense. What's standing?" "I don't feel any," Leon blurted out without thinking. An awkward, heavy silence descended upon the room. Roswise knelt to the side, her eyes narrowed into a smug, victorious smile. "You see? It's standing." A dead silence hung between them for 2 full seconds. Leon then sprang up from the bed as if electrocuted. He raised his fists into a fighting stance. "Since you've seen through me, I have nothing more to say. Come on, if you want to kill me or cut me to pieces, do it. But I won't go down without a fight." Roswise calmly smoothed her hair. She completely ignored his combative posture. "Don't you have anything else to say? Like an apology for your attack 2 years ago? Do you think I wanted that? Humans and dragons are natural enemies. Our kinds cannot mix. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't touch you," Leon declared, his voice firm, though a sliver of regret for his actions lurked deep within. He loathed what he had done, even in revenge. Hearing this, Roswise's eyebrow arched sharply. "So, you're saying that touching me is tantamount to torture for you?" "Of course." "Ha! Leon Cosmodius." Roswise's dragon eyes suddenly turned icy and sharp, a clear sign of an impending dragon's assault. Her tail twitched, coiling like a spring. Leon felt the weakness in his body after 2 years of inactivity, but his spirit was ready for a final stand. He braced to counterattack. But in that instant, Roswise's tail shot out, wrapping around his ankle with lightning speed. With a powerful yank, she pulled his legs out from under him, sending him tumbling back onto the bed. Leon tried to rise, but Roswise was faster. She stood in one fluid motion and stepped forward, placing one smooth, bare foot squarely on his chest, pinning him down. "I am here for my revenge, Leon Cosmodius. For what you did to me 2 years ago, I will repay you now." Her voice was strong, burning with fiery intent. But her eyes held a complex mix of anger and something else, perhaps a flicker of amusement, or something deeper and more unreadable. Leon felt the pressure of her foot, not crushing but undeniably firm. His heart hammered against his ribs, a chaotic drum of dread, confusion, and a strange, unwelcome thrill. What form would this repayment take? He wondered if death was imminent, or a fate far more complicated. The air in the room crackled with tension, thick and stormy. Deep down, Leon felt a peculiar magnetism toward the woman holding him down, a pull he violently rejected. This was his enemy, the mother of his child, and now his undeniable captor. What would happen next? He steeled himself, bracing for the storm. A mark of shame. The dragon race's concept of revenge had always baffled human scholars. Leon had read the theories. Their vengeance was a potent, unpredictable mix of deep obsession, extreme actions, and motivations that often lay beyond human comprehension. It was never straightforward. So, no matter what form a dragon's retaliation took, Leon knew better than to be surprised. Their ways were inherently wild and profound. But this? 2 years ago, to disgust her, he had used a forbidden spell in a single, intense moment of retaliation, leaving her with his child. Now, was her plan to somehow turn the tables? To humiliate him in a similarly intimate, twisted way? The sheer, audacious madness of it left him reeling. He had no more time to ponder the intricacies of the Dragon Queen's mind. Her silver tail lifted high behind her, a clear sign of a dragon's excitement, whether for battle or for other, more primal activities. Roswise, either kill me now or give me a blade. Let us fight fairly, one-on-one, Leon demanded, his voice firm despite the tremor of dread beneath. He would accept a true duel, dragon against human. Even in his weakened state after 2 years asleep, he would fight to his last breath. It would be a death worthy of a dragon slayer, protecting the pride he had built over a lifetime of blood and sacrifice. But this? This was a perversion of a duel. The battlefield was all wrong. Roswise ignored him completely. Her tail pressed down with immense force, pinning him effortlessly. He couldn't move a muscle. Your Majesty, you can kill a dragon slayer, but you cannot dishonor one, he pleaded, trying to appeal to some buried sense of honor. Forcing me to this is the ultimate insult. The words were torn from him, a raw wound touching his deepest oath to loathe all dragons. Roswise's eyes fluttered slightly. A faint blush bloomed across her cheeks. She began to move in a slow, deliberate rhythm, matching the pace of her breathing. Since being with a dragon in this way is an insult to you, she said, her voice cold yet laced with a dark satisfaction, then you should have known. This day would come. You cast the first stone with your blood enchantment. I don't wish to hear your excuses, Leon. The fact that you find this so demeaning only makes my revenge more perfect. A fire burned within her, the old anger from his violation now mingling with a corrosive, triumphant joy. She reached out and pressed a single finger to his lips, silencing him. When her eyes opened fully, her vertical pupils held a complex swirl of emotion, a feigned tenderness masking something far more calculating. Leon stared, momentarily lost. Though her gaze seemed almost loving, he knew it was a phantom, a chemical illusion born from physical exertion. It wasn't real. That feeling was just biology, the same base instinct that drove all creatures. This was, as she had stated, purely about humiliation. This was her retaliation. Then let us, she whispered, her voice dropping to a low, victorious purr, begin. Leon squeezed his eyes shut, fighting a desperate, internal war against his own body's traitorous responses. It was a futile battle. For any man, it would have been impossible to resist. But for Leon, the primal urge crashing against his lifelong identity as a dragon slayer created a schism in his soul. The deep, instinctual drive to reproduce, hardwired into every male, warred violently with his honor and pride. They were opposing forces, light and dark. When they collided, there was no peace, only ruin. What followed was less an act of revenge and more a wild, shame-filled spectacle. Roswise reveled in her power, turning his own magical transgression back on him in the most visceral way possible. The battlefield had shifted from windswept cliffs and bloody fields to a soft, enormous bed. The weapons were no longer swords and spells, but the intimate press of skin and the shared heat of two opposing bodies. It was meant to shame Leon, the mighty dragon slayer, but didn't it shame her, too? Yet the queen, lost in her fervor, seemed more fiercely beautiful than ever. Her silver hair shimmered, her eyes burned with a crazed light. When the intense struggle finally subsided, the two representatives of warring races who had spilled each other's blood for centuries lay tangled in a strange, shared, and deeply wrong-seeming exhaustion. Roswise, feeling the lingering warmth, tilted her head back to look at the ceiling. Her hair cascaded down like a river of starlight. She let out a low, dark laugh. Look, great dragon slayer. Do you feel the shame of being with the dragon you hate most? Do you feel helpless? He. Ha ha ha, her laughter echoed with triumph, yet it couldn't completely mask a thread of old, personal pain. Leon, freshly awakened and physically depleted, felt as though his body might shatter. Every muscle screamed in protest, his breath came in short, ragged gasps. He abandoned any attempt at reason. Kill me, he shouted, his voice hoarse. Roswise. You've had your revenge. You can end it now. Do it. 2 years ago, he had been ready to die. His final act was to leave a mark on her she could never erase. But she had saved him, only to subject him to this madness. For a proud man like him, this spiritual breaking was a far deeper wound than any physical death. Roswise dropped all pretense of softness. Kill you? She snorted, her voice hardening to steel. The hurt you inflicted isn't mended by a single moment of this. I want you to live, Leon. I want you to live a long, long life. The queen bent down slowly, her face hovering close to his, her hair forming a silver curtain around them. She traced the shell of his ear with a feather-light touch. You have to stay alive to continue receiving my disdain. Her whisper was a warm, cruel caress against his skin. I want you to live in this shame, great dragon slayer. Do you understand? A full lifetime, administered by me, harshly, and drenched in humiliation. Her words painted a future of unending torment. You may think you can cheat me. That you can end your life when my back is turned. But unfortunate for you, even if you sever your own head, I will use every resource in ancient magic at my disposal to drag you back. Her power as a queen was vast, her knowledge of forgotten spells deep. I want you to live, forever beneath my heel, bearing my shame and my repayment. Leon Cosmodius, no one can kill you until I permit it. Not even you. Her tone was final, an irrevocable curse. The silver dragon's eyes were now clear of their earlier haze, sharp and cold as ice. I want to leave my mark on you. For dragons, this is the highest honor. Many powerful dragon kings have dreamed of bearing my mark. It was a permanent bond, a claim of absolute ownership. But only you, Leon. Only you will receive it. Because for you, it is no honor at all. It, carved into your flesh, will mean shame. It means you are my prisoner. It means for the rest of your days, you are bound to me, unable to ever truly leave. A cruel smile played on her lips, savoring the perverse irony. As she spoke, Roswise slowly lifted her right hand. An intricate silver magic circle ignited in her palm, pulsing with potent energy. With her other hand, she ripped open Leon's shirt, exposing the bare skin of his chest. Roswise, please, stop. Don't do this. Leon begged, his voice cracking with a panic he hadn't felt even in the face of death. This was a loss of freedom more terrifying than dying. I will show you the fate of those who cross me, Roswise, she declared, ignoring his plea, her focus entirely on the spell. For half a minute, the air hummed with magic. Then, Roswise pulled her hand back. With a flick of her wrist, the hand mirror from the bedside table flew into her grasp. She held it carefully, tilting it so Leon could see the result. There, emblazoned over his heart, was a masterfully wrought sigil, a silver dragon in mid-flight, its wings spread, artfully intertwined with shapes that vaguely resembled hearts. It glowed with a soft, permanent light. Leon, will you still be the great dragon slayer in their eyes now? She mocked. The mark was a brand, a constant reminder to himself and any who saw it of his defeat and subjugation. Roswise gave a soft, triumphant laugh. She dressed with practiced grace, smoothing her gown and hair, every movement that of a victorious queen. I am going to prepare a meal for our daughter. She paused at the door, glancing back over her shoulder. Her voice was a silken threat. Tonight. She left the word hanging, a promise of continued torment, and swept out of the room. Leon lay alone in the silence, staring at the ornate ceiling. The mark on his chest tingled, a constant, burning reminder of his new reality. Shame washed over him in cold waves, but beneath it, a small, stubborn spark of defiance flickered. How could he escape this? Was he doomed to live under her thumb forever? Hatred for her warred with regret for his own actions, and a tiny, unwanted flicker of connection to the life he now found himself in, a father to a daughter, bound to his greatest enemy. The revenge was not over, it had merely opened a long, dark road stretching out before him. The illusion of freedom. The pride of a dragon slayer refused to let Leon wait idly for his fate. He would not sit by and let the mother dragon drain his life and will until he was a hollow shell. He had to act, to fight back in the only way left to him. After a short rest, a sliver of strength returned to his limbs. He rose from the bed and went to the window, studying the landscape. The path his army had used to assault the Silver Dragon Temple 2 years ago was etched into his memory. In that time, Roswise had made few changes to her stronghold. That familiar route was his spark of hope in the darkness, a way to slip out unnoticed. Leon's plan was simple: escape. Was he truly expected to remain in this dragon's den, to be used and shamed by Roswise again and again? His spirit, the core of who he was as a slayer, rebelled violently against the notion.
The dragon mark she had branded on his chest meant he could never return to the Empire as Leon Cosmodius, the Dragon Slayer. It was a permanent curse, a symbol of his ultimate defeat. It would be the greatest shame of his life. The whispers, the mocking laughter, his former glory would turn to dust in the eyes of those who once revered him. He would have to leave everything behind, his fame, his rank, his wealth. He would have to live under a new name, to start over as a nobody. The thought was a deep, aching loss, but freedom was worth any price. No matter what, getting away was a victory. He made quick, efficient preparations. First, he scoured the room. If Rosswise had kept him here for 2 years, there had to be health potions nearby. His body was still weak, like a convalescence. Without potions to restore his stamina, he wouldn't get far before collapsing. Rifling through drawers and cabinets, he struck gold, a full case of nutritional potions in the bedside table, each vial glowing faintly with restorative magic. Next, he looked for any non-perishable food and found a stash of dry biscuits and preserved fruit, likely placed there for when he awoke. A bitter mix of gratitude and anger swelled within him. She had preserved his body, but only to serve as her plaything. Finally, he considered leaving a scathing note for Rosswise, something to mock her and vent his fury. But after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. If he were caught with such a thing, she would undoubtedly use it to humiliate him further, perhaps even parading it before her entire clan. And then there was the little dragon girl, Noon. He saw it as a bitter divorce where the mother took everything. He couldn't take her with him, she was too young and would slow him down. Even if he tried, she likely wouldn't come. She might even betray him to Rosswise. Her dragon features, the tail, the silver streaks in her hair, were unmistakable. She was more dragon than human. Having been raised by Rosswise for 2 years, her loyalty would naturally lie with her mother. A pang of sadness, sharp and surprising, hit him. He was leaving a piece of himself behind. But escape had to come first. Win or lose, he had to try with all his heart. Leon packed the potions and food into a shoulder bag he found, threw on a hooded shirt to conceal his face, and slipped quietly out of the room. He expected guards, but the hallway was deserted. Not a soul in sight. This was his chance. He pressed himself against the wall, pausing at every corner to peer carefully before moving. His heart hammered against his ribs with every cautious step. But his knowledge of the temple's interior was flawed. He took several wrong turns, wasting precious minutes before finding the correct path. Sweat beaded on his forehead, a cocktail of fear and exhilaration coursing through him. What astonished him more was the complete lack of guards at the temple's main entrance. "How does the Silver Dragon Temple look like it fired its entire staff?" he muttered, utterly bewildered. He again briefly entertained the idea of that sarcastic note. No. Focus. He took a few more confusing turns before finally spotting a side exit. Leon swallowed, his throat dry as dust. No matter. I'll run first and think later. After a final scan of his surroundings, he dashed down the temple steps, sprinted across the courtyard, and made for a smaller side gate. He ducked into a thicket of bushes near the gate, peering out secretly. 4 dragon guards stood vigilant at the entrance. Charging out in his weakened state was impossible. Darn it! Was his escape over before it had truly begun? After all that hope? Think, Leon. Use your mind. What would his old master do here? Leon paused. Better not think of that. The old man would inevitably choose the simplest, most undignified path, like crawling through a drainage hole. No, it wasn't a drainage hole. It was larger than that. Leon stood, gauging the size of the opening in the wall, and found it fit him perfectly. As if it had been made for him. Leon's eyes lit up with triumphant joy. Sometimes luck just arrives, and you can't refuse it. He scrambled through the hole and successfully escaped the Silver Dragon Temple. Freedom tasted sweet, the night air cool and clean on his face. He did not know that Rosswise watched his every move from the temple roof. Myun sat on the stone railing, pointing at Leon's distant figure. "Mother, look! Dad runs so fast. He's really amazing." Her voice was full of childish wonder. "Yes, I saw. He is quite spirited," Roswise said, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. "But didn't Dad suspect? He got away so easily." "It's because of you, Mother." Myun looked up, her curiosity plain. "He desires freedom. What's wrong with that?" Roswise replied, a mix of amusement and something softer, perhaps an understanding of his desperate drive, in her tone. "Besides, he just woke up. His mind is still clouded from sleep." Mother, when will you bring Dad back?" Myun blinked her large, luminous eyes. Leon had noticed Myun's dragon traits, yes. But her bright, expressive eyes were entirely human, filled with innocence and warmth. Roswise knelt slowly, placing a gentle index finger on Myun's lips. "When we talk about Dad, we don't say bring him back. That isn't polite." Myun tilted her head, confused. "Then what do we say?" Roswise chuckled, then her expression turned serious and intent. "We snatch him back." Her eyes sparkled with fierce determination, like a player who had already planned every move of the game. With his energy waning, Leon reached a riverbank late into the night. He stopped to rest and eat. He chugged a bottle of the nutritional potion first, feeling a surge of warmth and strength return to his muscles. He then devoured some biscuits, the crunch loud in the quiet night. He knelt by the river, scooping up cold, clear water with his hands to quench his powerful thirst. Feeling replenished, Leon sat back, waiting patiently for his body to recover further. He looked across the flowing water. Beyond this river, 2 more mountains, and he would be near the human border. Once there, his escape would be half complete. Now, with a moment to think, Leon's mind circled back to the unsettling ease of it all. From leaving his room to finding the exit, he'd faced almost no resistance. "If the guards were this lax 2 years ago, we wouldn't have had to fight so hard," he muttered, a deep frown creasing his forehead. What was really going on? Shoo! Suddenly, soft, deliberate footsteps sounded from behind him. Leon leaped to his feet, spinning around instantly, his body tensed for a fight. A tall, slender figure emerged from the shadows with languid grace. "You run quite well, Leon," the voice stated, dripping with scorn and a hint of teasing. "Roswise. Your daughter misses you. Let me take you home." Her words were calm, but carried the weight of an unyielding command. "I am not going back with you," Leon declared, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white. Roswise offered a light, infuriating smile. She stepped fully into the moonlight, standing before Leon. Her posture was utterly relaxed, a stark contrast to his coiled tension. She looked directly into his dark, defiant eyes and said slowly, "So, where is it you wish to go? Back to the Empire?" With that, Roswise reached out and tapped a single finger against his chest, right over the brand. "Don't forget, Dragon Slayer, your chest bears my mark. You can never return to the Empire as a Slayer again. Do you understand?" The tap sent a cold shiver through him, a visceral reminder of his bondage. Leon swatted her hand away violently, stumbling back 2 steps. "Then I'll start a new life as a common man. Anything is better than being your tortured prisoner here." His voice trembled with rage and desperation. "TCH, foolish man." She sighed theatrically. "Fine. Since you want to go home so badly, I'll help you." What did she mean? After a moment of silence, a deafening dragon roar split the night sky. Immediately after, a colossal silver dragon stood where Roswise had been. The great beast was magnificent, her scales gleaming, her breath a low rumble, her eyes holding ancient grandeur. She towered over him, a living monument of power. This was Roswise's true dragon form. It was overwhelming, sacred, and utterly terrifying. Just being in her presence, Leon felt an immense pressure, his breath catching in his throat. His legs threatened to buckle, old battle instincts and primal fear surging through him. Roswise said nothing more.
She merely lowered her head, jaws parting slightly to reveal glistening fangs, and nudged him toward her back.
Understanding dawned on him.
Forcing a calm he didn't feel, and refusing to retreat or protest, he placed a hand on her hard, cool scales and asked, "Where, exactly, are you
taking me?"
"To your dream home, the Empire." Her voice was a deep, earth-shaking rumble.
With no other choice, Leon climbed onto her back, a sense of profound unease settling in his gut. What game was she playing now?
The night wind whipped around them as they ascended, his mind a whirlwind of dread and unanswered questions. The mark on his chest seemed to pulse, a chain he could not break, no matter how far he ran.
A view from the tree.
The flight was brutally fast in her dragon form. Leon lay flat against her back, the wind screaming past his ears. His weakened body couldn't handle the velocity. Soon after takeoff, his lungs fought for air.
Just as his vision began to spot, Roswise seemed to take pity, or perhaps she simply didn't want her toy broken prematurely.
A shimmering protective shield enveloped him, muting the wind to a dull roar and allowing him to breathe.
"Ha!
Humans are so fragile," the silver dragon beneath him rumbled, her voice thick with scorn. Under normal circumstances, Leon would have fired back a sharp retort.
But exhaustion and ache weighted his tongue into silence.
When he had recovered enough to speak, his voice was low and wary.
"What is your game, taking me back to the Empire? Didn't you say you missed home?"
Roswise replied, her tone deceptively light.
"I'm letting you have a look."
The calmness in her voice was a thin veil over something far more sinister.
Leon's sense of dread intensified. There was a trap here, he was certain of it.
Yet, trapped and helpless, he had no choice but to let her carry him toward the homeland he hadn't seen in 2 years. Fear coiled in his gut, but beneath it, a tiny, stubborn hope flickered. Perhaps the sight of home would rekindle his fighting spirit. He had a guess about her plan. She would force him to look upon his home from a distance, to yearn for it while being utterly unable to return. It was a psychological torture designed to break him, to twist the knife of homesickness into a fatal wound. He braced himself for the humiliation.
But if it meant seeing his homeland, even from afar, he would endure it.
The Empire was his whole life, where he was raised, where he fought, where his friends had died.
Even a distant glimpse would be a painful reminder of what he was fighting for. Once they crossed into human territory, Roswise cloaked them in an invisibility spell, flying relentlessly toward the heart of the Empire. Even at her incredible speed, the journey from the Silver Dragon Temple took over 3 hours. Time stretched and warped for Leon, his mind a chaotic whirl of memories and anxieties. He knew of Roswise's reputation for speed and agility. Other dragon breeds would have taken much longer. Dragons rarely ventured this deep into human lands, despite being able to bypass border defenses with ease. This was why the war had always been fought on the frontiers, never here, in the Empire's core. 2 years ago, his dragon-slaying team had been the exception, pushing all the way to the Silver Dragon Temple in a desperate, near-successful assault. The betrayal that followed still stung. He didn't know who had stabbed him in the back, but if he ever got free, he vowed to find the traitor and make them pay a price worse than death. He shook his head, forcing the vengeful thoughts away. He needed to focus on the present. For the entire flight, Roswise did not speak another word to him. Leon, for his part, had nothing to say to the mother dragon. If he had a blade in his hand, he would have driven it between her scales without a second thought. It was a professional hazard for a dragon slayer. The sight of a dragon ignited a primal, murderous fire in the blood. After roughly 3 hours, they arrived at a high peak overlooking the imperial city. Roswise shifted back into her human form, her tail coiling around Leon's waist as they floated down to land on the thick, broad branch of a massive tree. With a soft thud and the creak of wood, she deposited him on the trunk, forcing him to face the glittering expanse of the Empire spread out below. She lifted her chin toward it. "There. You're home," she stated, her voice dripping with mockery. Leon slowly pushed himself to his feet, his heart constricting in his chest. The Empire was a tapestry of light below, like a field of fallen stars. The royal spire, the ultimate symbol of imperial power, pierced the skyline, standing proud and immovable as a sentinel.
He couldn't make out the details of the streets or buildings, but the mere sight of it filled him with a profound, aching fullness. The desire to return home was a fundamental pull in every living creature. For humans, it was called homesickness, a deep, soul-level yearning. So, this wasn't just mockery.
Roswise understood his deepest longing, and she was using it as a weapon, mingling his joy with excruciating pain. Leon turned slowly, intending to demand what she truly wanted, but the words died in his throat.
He watched, stunned into silence, as the Silver Dragon Queen began to disrobe, until she wore only her minimal undergarments. Her silver tail swayed behind her like a seductive metronome. She walked toward him with fluid, confident steps, her bare feet impervious to the rough texture of the tree bark.
Leon stumbled backward instinctively. "You don't mean to."
"Do it here," he stammered, his voice a mix of horror and rage. Swish! Her tail was a blur.
Leon tried to block it, but she effortlessly tripped him with the practiced motion.
Before he could recover, she was standing over him, her feet planted on either side of his ribs. Her tail deftly undid his belt with an unsettling familiarity.
"Roswise, I'm warning you, don't go too far."
"I won't be as easy to control as I was when I first woke up," he growled, trying to summon his former authority.
Roswise only responded with a cruel smile.
She ran her fingers over the dragon mark on his chest. The silver pattern now glowed with a soft, suggestive purple light, pulsing with a heat that was far from innocent. It was a lure, stirring something deep and unwanted within him. "When two marked individuals desire each other, the other's mark reacts," she explained, her eyes locked on his. "It itches, it burns, it becomes unbearable." She slowly lowered herself to sit on his stomach. Humans are truly the basest of creatures, unable to control their breeding instincts.
"Isn't that right, my dragon-slaying hero?"
Her words were designed to demean, to reduce him to his most animalistic self. Before he could retort, her hand shot out. She didn't choke him, but she gripped his throat firmly, forcing his chin up, making him look directly at the distant empire. At this moment, the empire looked different to Leon. It seemed like a magnificent, unattainable city in the sky, a dream just beyond his reach.
"Look at your hometown, Leon Cosmodius. Look at it."
"I am going to make you lose your dignity all over again, right in front of it," Roswise whispered, her voice vibrating with dark triumph.
She began her torment anew. As she had said, even a disciplined dragon slayer could not fully fight the fundamental urges of life. For a male, the impulse was powerful, a biological imperative hard to override. Creak, creak, creak.
With each of her movements, the branch beneath them let out a rhythmic groan that grated on Leon's soul. The lights of the far-off empire glittered in his vision, but their beauty could not pierce the deadening shame clouding his eyes. Humiliation settled over him like a physical weight, crushing his spirit.
"No blinking, Leon. Look at your home."
"Yes, look at it." Her commands were interspersed with her own sounds of pleasure. "All your honor, your dignity, comes from that place.
Everything you ever did was for it."
She twisted the reminder, making his devotion a source of his agony.
"Hiss, but now tell me, what are we doing?" Speak, Leon. What are we doing?"
"What are we doing in front of the empire you swore to protect?"
Her questions were lashing, each one a strike against his identity. When Roswise lost herself in the throes of passion, a wildness took over.
It was unclear if this was her true nature or simply the intoxicating thrill of dragon-style revenge. Her eyes blazed with a feral light, her movements becoming more possessive, more destructive.
Leon was powerless to resist.
Held fast by her silver tail, he was utterly at her mercy. Roswise was a beautiful, deadly serpent, drawing him into her coils and systematically destroying him. She reveled in her victorious revenge, stripping away the last vestiges of his pride layer by layer. He felt hollowed out, a broken man beneath her.
"See, Leon?
You bear this shame for your empire.
You are being used and played with by me. But what has your empire ever done for you in return? Now, you can only endure this humiliation while watching the land you fought for so desperately. Neither of you can save the other.
Her words painted a picture of his profound isolation, of a hero abandoned.
Do you want to hold on to your last shred of dignity, great dragon slayer? Then hold it. Hold it, do you understand? Ha ha ha, her laughter echoed through the night, unhinged and triumphant.
Creak, 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 creak. The groaning of the branch grew louder, threatening to splinter. Roswise threw her head back, and the light from the dragon mark on her chest flared into a solid, vibrant purple. In that moment, she felt a genuine, draconic urge to break the ribs of the man beneath her. For dragons, peak excitement often involved simple, violent destruction. But Roswise exercised control. She held back, not going too far. She needed him alive, functional, for the long game ahead. For dragons, conception was only guaranteed the first time, when the spell demanded it. After that, they possessed the magical ability to prevent pregnancy for a full day following the act, with near-perfect success. As the warmth of her revenge settled, she closed her eyes and silently cast the necessary spell, eliminating any risk. There would be no more unexpected consequences. After a long moment, she laughed softly. You failed, Leon. As the Empire's famous dragon slayer, you, right next to it, have defiled yourself with an evil dragon queen. How does it feel? Answer me, Leon. Answer? How could he answer? Leon felt less than human, lower than the mud on the ground, for even mud would not be subjected to such degradation. His body ached, his mind was numb. Your dignity and pride are scraps now, do you understand? From this day forward, you are only my prisoner, bound to me like a pet on a leash, do you get it? She leaned in close, her breath hot against his ear. Shall we come here every month, Leon? What do you think? This way, you can see your hometown regularly. The suggestion was exquisitely cruel, a monthly ritual of humiliation. She laughed again, the sound twisted and close to madness, a storm of dark emotion. Roswise. The man's voice, deep and ragged, cut through her wild laughter. In his eyes, which had seemed like still, dead water, a final ember glowed, a spark of unkillable fire. You can insult me. You can step on me. You can carve your mark into my skin and treat my dignity like trash. But he erupted with sudden, furious strength, his hands gripping her shoulders like a vice. His gaze was diamond-hard, burning with defiant hatred. You can never kill the heart of a dragon slayer. I will wait. I will wait patiently for my chance to come. And then, I will repay you double for everything you've done to me. It was a vow, forged in fury and hate. Roswise was momentarily taken aback that this man still had any fight left in him. But it was only a flicker of surprise. Her hand shot out, pinning his neck, and she shoved him back down onto the rough bark. All right, she said, her eyes meeting his in a challenge that sealed their fates. I will wait for you, Leon Cosmodius. We will not stop until death. The game was far from over. They were bound now, not just by magic or a child, but by a hatred so profound it felt like its own kind of intimacy. The cold night wind swept over them, carrying the echo of their pledge into the darkness. The long walk home. The sharp exchange of words left a tense silence in its wake. The teasing was over, for now. Roswise walked to where her clothes lay discarded, picked up her long skirt, and dressed with casual indifference. Leon straightened his own attire with trembling hands, smoothing the wrinkles as if he could erase the memory of what had just occurred. Once presentable, Roswise turned. Without a word, she stepped beside Leon, and her tail snaked out, wrapping around his waist. She lifted him effortlessly into the air as if he were weightless. Before he could protest, her dragon wings burst from her back, and she leaped from the high branch, landing with a soft, graceful impact on the forest floor below. The moment they landed, she unceremoniously tossed him aside. Let's go, she stated flatly, already walking toward the deep, dark woods.
Leon pushed himself up, brushing the dirt from his clothes. He stared into the dense forest ahead. The journey from the edge of the empire back to the Silver Dragon Temple was immense. Even for the swift Silver Dragon Queen, the flight took 3 hours. On foot, through treacherous, monster-infested terrain, it would take a human at least 10 days, if not a full half-month. As Roswise began to glow, her form starting to shift and expand, Leon shouted, "Wait!" His pride, though battered, flared hot within him. As a dragon slayer, I refuse to be carried back like captured prey. I will walk myself. Roswise paused, her transformation halting. "Oh," she replied, a teasing lilt in her voice. "From here to my temple, it's a 3-hour flight at my speed." "For a human to walk? That's at least 10 days, perhaps half a month." Her tone made it clear she believed the task was beyond him. "If it is 10 days or half a month, then so be it." "Do not underestimate human endurance," Leon declared, jutting his chin out defiantly. He thought of his brutal training days, the pain he had pushed through. Humans could withstand far more than dragons gave them credit for. After a few steps, Roswise noticed Leon lagging behind. She stopped and turned. "Hurry up. Our daughter is waiting at home." She said it so casually, as if the Empire and the Silver Dragon Temple were neighboring villages. If they truly walked the entire way, by the time they saw little Mune again, she might be a fully grown dragon woman. The thought sent a strange pang of sadness through Leon, the idea of missing her childhood, even if she was half-dragon. Leon had overestimated his current strength. He had just awoken from a 2-year slumber, only to be physically and emotionally drained by the mother dragon's revenge. He should have been resting, perhaps reflecting quietly like a sage after such an ordeal. Instead, he was stumbling through this dark, cursed forest with Roswise. The trees loomed like menacing shadows, roots seemed to leap up to trip him, and the incessant buzzing of insects filled the air. Not even half an hour had passed before Leon was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He staggered to a tree, bracing one hand against the rough bark for support, desperately trying to catch his breath. His legs trembled violently, and a burning ache spread through his chest. Roswise stopped and looked back at him. "Can you not go on?" she asked, her tone deceptively calm, laced with a hint of victory. Leon raised his head, met her gaze, and stubbornly insisted, "I can still walk." He would not give her the satisfaction of seeing him break. A faint, knowing smile touched Roswise's lips. "If you cannot walk, you need only tell me. I am not completely heartless." But the words were a taunt, relishing his struggle. Her phrasing made Leon's mind race. He understood her game immediately. She had suggested walking precisely for this reason, to force him to beg her for help, to shatter his pride completely. She held all the power. The temple was impossibly far on foot, but she could transform and fly them back in an instant. Leon had the entire empire behind him, yet he was trapped within her sight. If he tried to run, she would catch him effortlessly. Having defiled his dignity, Roswise had moved to the next phase of her revenge, slowly tormenting his body, making him suffer every step of the long way home. Clenching his jaw, Leon gripped the dry tree trunk until his knuckles were white, his fingers digging into the crumbling bark. "I said I am not tired. Let's keep walking." He pushed himself away from the tree and forced his leaden feet forward. "Humph, only your mouth is tough from head to toe," Roswise remarked, her eyes narrowing. Leon walked past her, his shoulder nearly brushing hers. He stared into the dark maw of the forest and said in a low, steely voice, "Your Majesty, besides my mouth, my bones are quite tough as well." "Waiting for me to beg you? It will never happen." The words were a shield, hiding the deep hurt and fury her games ignited within him. He took another step and continued. Roswise snorted coldly and followed. She felt no urgency, her powerful dragon body was pitted against his weakened human one. It was a contest she would win. She wanted to see how long the great dragon slayer's stubbornness could last. They walked for another 10 minutes before a noise reached them, voices, and the crackle of fire. Looking toward the sound,
they saw the flickering light of a campfire, a beacon against the wild forest night.
Shadows moved around it, and the murmur of conversation carried on the air. Leon's dark eyes reflected the bonfire's glow, a spark of hope igniting within them.
He opened his mouth, a cry for help on his lips. This was his chance to let the world know he was alive, to get a message out. But the words died before they were born. He glanced sideways at Roswise. If he called out now, she would slaughter these people without a second thought. Their blood would be on his hands. He could not bear the weight of more innocent lives lost because of him. Swallowing the bitter pill of this realization, Leon turned to leave. But before he took 2 steps, a warm voice called from the campfire.
"Hello? Is someone there?" As the voice faded, the rustling of undergrowth followed, indicating the group was moving toward them. Roswise instantly grew alert, magic coalescing in her hands. Flickering dragon flames danced on her palms, ready to be unleashed.
Seeing this, Leon rushed to her side and grabbed her wrist. The dragon flame seared his hand, a sharp, biting pain shooting up his arm. He ignored it, his focus entirely on stopping her.
Leon positioned himself in front of Roswise, obscuring her tail from view.
The people from the campfire approached but stopped a respectful distance away, wary. "Are you two lost?" a young man asked, his voice kind but cautious.
"Oh, no. We're just...
taking a walk," Leon said, forcing a calm he didn't feel. "This forest isn't a good place for a stroll, sir.
It's full of dangerous beasts. Why not stay at our camp tonight? We can escort you down the mountain in the morning."
The young man's offer sounded genuine. After a pause, perhaps worried Leon suspected ill intent, the young man added, "Oh, by the way, I'm Walker, captain of the Imperial Dragon Slayer.
Corps, 47th Squad."
The moonlight was faint, and the forest was thick. At this distance, they couldn't see faces clearly. Otherwise, as a fellow dragon slayer, Walker would have recognized Leon instantly, the legendary hero. A perfect opportunity was slipping away. If Leon yelled "Help me," now, this trained squad would understand the situation and fight to save him.
But the cost?
They would all be slaughtered by Roswise's power. Even if one escaped to carry the tale to the capital, the price in blood was too high.
Leon would not allow it.
He pressed his lips into a tight line and, in a sudden move, wrapped his arm around Roswise's waist. The action surprised the queen so much that the dragon flame in her hand flickered and died.
"Thank you for the offer, Dragon Slayers. My wife and I have some training."
"We can handle ourselves," Leon said, his arm a firm band around her, playing the part of a protective husband.
"We're just here to enjoy the view. We'll be heading down soon." Hearing this, Captain Walker didn't press further.
"All right. Oh, here, take this as a gift." He stepped closer and handed Leon a signal flare, a tube that, when activated, would shoot a bright light into the sky.
"To summon help. If you face any real danger, fire this. We'll come immediately." Leon took it, nodding his thanks. "Thank you."
He felt a genuine surge of gratitude. This was a real tool, a tangible chance for escape held in his hand.
"Not at all,
Sir, you look familiar.
Have we met?"
As they had drawn closer, Walker had gotten a better look at Leon's face.
Leon hesitated for a fraction of a second, then smiled and shook his head.
"Oh, young man, I just have one of those common faces. When my wife was chasing me back then, she said she liked this face of mine."
He forced a jovial tone, using the lie to deflect. "Roswise."
Walker chuckled.
"All right, I won't disturb you two any longer."
With that, Walker and his team retreated back toward their campfire. Once they were out of earshot, Leon let out a deep, shuddering sigh, the tension draining from his shoulders.
Roswise immediately used her tail to push his arm away.
"I didn't expect you to be such a skilled liar."
"She chased me? How absurd."
Her eyes sparkled with amused contempt. Leon glared at her but said nothing, silently admitting the lie had been necessary. A flush of embarrassment warmed his skin, but it had worked.
You are clever, Leon.
No cry for help, no reckless actions.
Aside from your stubbornness, I haven't found any other weaknesses in you yet.
She sounded almost impressed, though the mockery remained. I didn't want to be your husband either, Leon shot back, his voice sharp as a blade. He tucked the signal flare securely into his pocket, then glanced down at his hand. The skin was red and blistered from her dragon flame. It throbbed with a persistent pain, but it was manageable.
He could ignore it for now.
Roswise raised an eyebrow, observing his actions and the injured hand.
Leon simply turned and continued walking ahead, not granting her a second look. Roswise smiled as if it were of no consequence and followed.
They continued their trek and did not encounter any other Slayer teams.
But eventually, Leon's body reached its absolute limit.
His vision swam with black spots, and his legs gave way entirely. He collapsed to the forest floor, his knees buckling beneath him. Roswise turned, walked back to him, and half-knelt. She lifted his chin with one finger, studying his pale, exhausted face. A smile played on her lips as she asked, her voice a sweet, cruel whisper.
You finally cannot walk any further, Leon. Beg me. Beg me, and I will take you home to rest. I don't understand what you're saying. Leon whispered, his eyelids fluttering shut. Heh, don't you want to lie on a soft, large bed? To eat a supper prepared by maids? To take a hot bath before sleep? Just ask me once, and in 3 hours, we will be home.
She painted a vivid picture of comfort, a tantalizing temptation.
Leon closed his eyes slowly, mustering the last of his strength. If you have the guts, leave me here for the wolves.
With that final act of defiance, he lost consciousness completely, his body going limp. The next moment, a whirlwind of leaves and dust kicked up around Leon's still form. The air shimmered, and a massive silver dragon stood in Roswise's place. She picked up Leon's unconscious body, tossed him onto her broad back, and with several powerful beats of her wings, launched into the deep night sky. The wind howled around them, the stars blurring into streaks as they sped toward home. Annoyance warred with a grudging respect within Roswise, a complex emotion she would never voice. The flight was silent, with Leon unaware of it all, lost to the world in his exhausted faint. The gentle daughter and the stern queen. Leon opened his eyes slowly. Before him was a pair of eyes gazed at him. They had pale blue pupils, clear and moist, like fresh spring water. Long eyelashes fluttered, making them incredibly adorable. Daddy, you're awake, the little voice chirped with joy. Little Mune was perched by Leon's pillow in a cute crouch. She had been waiting patiently for him to wake. When she saw his eyes open, her young face lit up with pure, unadulterated happiness. The tuft of silver hair on her head and the small tail behind her swayed gently with her excitement. It was a telltale sign of her thrill, much like a puppy wagging its tail. Leon's mind felt a little clearer. He tried to push himself up. Seeing this, Mune immediately stepped forward. She held his arm and helped him lean back against the headboard. Her small hands were warm and soft, full of innocent care. Just as Leon was about to thank her, he felt a twinge of pain in his hand. He looked down and saw his right hand neatly wrapped in a bandage. This was from last night in the forest, when he had grabbed Roswise's wrist to stop her from unleashing her dragon flame on the Slayer squad. The magic had seared his skin. It was bandaged now. Who had done it while he slept? I wrapped Daddy's hand. It was me. Mune announced proudly. Seeing Leon stare at the bandage, the little girl couldn't wait to claim credit. She puffed out her chest, and her little tail wagged even higher, like a tiny victory flag. Leon managed a tired smile. He reached up and ruffled Mune's hair gently. Yeah, Mune, you're amazing. His voice was soft, carrying a warmth that surprised even him, given his exhaustion. Being petted by Leon made Mune even happier. Like a contented kitten, she instinctively rubbed her head against his large palm. She squinted her eyes in a blissful smile, savoring the affection.
Myun held no malice toward Leon.
To her, he was simply her father, without question. So, despite her clear dragon features, the tail and the silver streaks in her hair, Leon found he couldn't muster any hatred for her. He felt no deep-seated aversion, the kind he reserved for full-grown dragons. She was, undeniably, an incredibly cute little girl. Her innocence was disarming, melting away his old prejudices, at least where she was concerned. In terms of pure looks and charm, dragon children did have certain advantages. They matured faster, their features and physiques developing more rapidly than those of human children. This line of thought led Leon to a deeper wonder. How did Roswise, that vengeful, grumpy mother dragon who held such a monumental grudge against him, manage to produce a daughter so gentle and adorable? It seemed a small miracle, a soft spot of light in the dark landscape of hatred that lay between them. While dragon children possessed a natural beauty, their personalities typically exhibited the fierce, domineering traits of their kind from a very young age. They were often wild and strong-willed almost from the cradle. Leon had read numerous treatises by dragon scholars. They all asserted that a dragon's life was steeped in violence and blood, even in childhood. But Myun seemed a world apart from that description. She was kind, playful, and showed no signs of inherent anger or a fighting spirit. Was it because she was half human, half dragon? Did the mingling of bloodlines soften her nature? Leon pondered this, his mind wandering to how his own humanity might have shaped her heart. Before he could delve deeper, the door swung open. No knock, of course. There was no need to guess who it was, it could only be that unpredictable, temperamental mother dragon. Leon quickly pulled his hand back from Myun's head. He leaned against the headboard, trying to affect an air of nonchalance. The sharp click of high heels echoed on the floor, drawing nearer at a measured pace. Roswise entered the bedroom in her usual attire. Her silver hair, which was often styled to perfection, hung loose down her back like a flowing cape. It gave her a more relaxed appearance, less like a queen ready for war. Her makeup was subtler today, but there was no denying that even with minimal effort, Roswise was a stunning beauty. Her looks could command attention anywhere. The silver dragon's eyes held none of the hatred or ferocity from the previous night. Now, they displayed only a lazy grace, fitting for a queen in her private chambers. "Good morning, Mother," Myun said. She hopped down from the bed and gave Roswise a small, formal bow. "Good morning, Myun. How long has Daddy been awake?" Roswise asked. "He just woke up. I followed Mother's instructions and bandaged his wound before he woke," Myun replied, her chest puffing with pride. Roswise nodded, a flicker of approval in her eyes. "Well done, Myun." Her voice was firm, yet held a note of kindness. The little dragon girl's eyes shone brightly. "Thank you, Mother." She beamed as if the simple praise were the greatest gift. As the old saying goes, a loving mother and a strict father. But in this strange family of Leon, Roswise, and Myun, the roles seemed reversed. Leon found himself in the role of the gentle, affectionate parent, warm and approachable. Roswise was the stern disciplinarian, demanding and sparing with praise. That a simple well done could make Myun so ecstatic revealed how rare such kindness was from her mother. Leon observed this quietly, filing the observation away. Perhaps it was something he could use later, a key to understanding the complex bond between mother and daughter. "Go play in the backyard first, Myun," Roswise instructed. Myun lowered her head. She twisted her short fingers together, muttering under her breath, "But Myun wants to stay with Daddy." "What was that?" Roswise asked, her tone deceptively light but carrying a clear undertone of warning. "Oh, nothing. Myun will go to the backyard now." The little dragon girl scurried out of the bedroom, her tail whisking behind her as she fled. Now only Leon and Roswise remained in the room. The two stared at each other, their expressions neutral, the silence stretching between them like a taut wire. After a good 10 seconds, Leon was the first to break the silence. "Aren't you a little too strict with the child?" He kept his voice even, but the concern was evident. That is how dragons raise their young, Roswise replied flatly. But she isn't a full dragon, Leon pointed out, thinking of her human half.
Roswise's brow furrowed slightly. So, you think her not being a full dragon is whose fault, exactly?
Her eyes narrowed, the blame laid bare.
Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you upset about that? He sensed a vulnerability.
Feeling he had found a chink in her armor, he pressed on.
How was I supposed to know the spell would work back then?
But hey, the daughter we got is pretty cute, don't you think? He allowed a small, teasing smile, though he meant the words. Mune's sweetness was a genuine surprise. Roswise clenched her jaw, her silver teeth gritted. The lazy calm in her dragon eyes vanished, replaced by the cold anger he knew so well.
She is a dragon, Leon.
Cute is an insult to our kind, she stated, her voice sharp, defending the pride of her race.
Well, you can be pretty cute, too, at times, Leon shot back, half-jesting to needle her.
I cannot reason with you humans at all, she sighed, a note of genuine frustration in her voice.
If you can't reason with me, then why keep me alive? Throw me to the wolves in the mountains or kill me now.
It's simple, Leon challenged, his tone bitter from the accumulated torment.
Roswise snorted coldly.
She turned away and sat on the edge of the bed, her back to Leon. I told you before, I will not let you die.
You must live so I can continue to torment you.
Her words were a stark reminder of her endless campaign of revenge.
Leon didn't back down.
Then I'll do my best to hold back my disgust, and you can be the one disgusted with yourself. He threw her own words back at her, defiant.
Do you think I'm afraid of you? Roswise asked, her tail giving a dangerous twitch. Leon swallowed his next retort without thinking.
Every time she said that, it was a prelude to something unpleasant, usually another round of humiliation.
But this time, Roswise did not resort to physical degradation.
Instead, she walked to the wardrobe and tossed a set of new men's clothes onto the bed beside him. Put these on, go to the backyard, and play with Mune, she ordered, her tone leaving no room for argument.
Leon looked at the neatly folded clothes, feeling a sense of awkwardness.
If you want to spend time with your daughter, go yourself. Why send me? He asked, sensing an ulterior motive.
This didn't feel random.
He was starting to recognize Roswise's patterns. Like the bandaged wound on his hand, she could have done it herself, but she'd instructed Mune, a 1-year-old dragon girl, to do it.
Now, it was the same thing.
She clearly wanted her daughter to have company, but wouldn't admit it, sending Leon, who had been conscious for less than 2 days, in her stead.
No wonder you dragons grow up so obsessive and extreme.
Raised like this, it's not just dragons anyone would turn out twisted, Leon commented, thinking aloud about how such a stern approach could warp a child's heart.
What do you mean, my daughter? Is she not your daughter as well? Roswise fired back.
Well, she had him there. Leon paused, momentarily speechless. The blood tie was undeniable, however it had come to be.
I am the monarch of the Silver Dragon clan. I cannot spend my days minding children like some common human housewife. A ruler has a ruler's duties. I expect you to understand that, Leon. She explained, her voice proud, yet he detected a faint undercurrent of something else, regret, perhaps? A king doesn't raise children? Have you ever seen a dragon slayer raise a dragon? Leon countered. A dragon has shared your bed.
What kind of dragon slayer does that make you? She mocked, deftly turning his words against him.
You are just a tool I use to vent my frustrations, Leon. Do you understand now? If you do, then go play with Mune.
She enjoys your company. Her command was final, brooking no further discussion. The conversation had clearly reached its end. There was no space left for Leon to argue. He got out of bed and changed into the clothes. Once dressed, he saw they weren't standard human menswear. In style, they leaned more toward dragon fashion, flowing robes with silver trim, both comfortable and elegant. Leon looked at his reflection in a nearby mirror and felt a profound sense of dissonance, as if he were wearing a costume.
Seeing his hesitation, Roswise walked over. Without a word, she began to straighten and adjust the garments for him. He was taller than her, so when she reached up to fix his collar, he instinctively lowered his head. His lips accidentally brushed against her fingers. The moment was strangely intimate, and it triggered a memory for Leon. He recalled his training days with his master. Every time the master was about to depart on a mission, his wife would help him tidy his clothes, just like this. They were a truly loving couple. No matter how fierce the master was on the battlefield, with his wife, he was always gentle and caring. A wave of strange warmth washed over Leon, mingled with a sharp pang of loss for the simple, normal life he'd been denied. Almost done, Roswise said, her voice pulling him from his reverie. She took a step back, looked him up and down, then gave a satisfied nod. All right, go on. Leon said nothing. He walked to the door, his head bowed in thought. Roswise watched his retreating back until he left, the door shutting behind him with a soft click. After a moment of silence, Roswise walked to the window. She took a slow, deep breath, then let it out. A few moments later, a small, pigeon-sized dragon alighted on the windowsill. A messenger dragon. She murmured. It was a breed used for carrying missives between dragon clans, small, fast, and perfect for secrecy. Tied to this messenger dragon's leg was a tiny bamboo tube, fastened with a red ribbon. Roswise untied it, opened the tube, and pulled out a small scroll. After reading just the first 2 lines, Roswise's brow furrowed slightly. Why does my sister have to choose now of all times to visit? She whispered, her voice laced with a subtle tension. The letter brought news of family, but in her world of revenge and rulership, it promised to stir up new storms. The Dragon Night Game. Leon left the room and made his way down the corridor toward the temple's backyard. This time, the path was lined with at least a dozen guards from the Silver Dragon clan, a stark contrast to the deserted halls of his initial escape. They stood at rigid attention, their sharp eyes tracking his every move. The security was undeniably tighter. This confirmed his suspicion, his easy escape yesterday had been a deliberate setup by Roswise. She had orchestrated it all, leading him straight to the Empire's edge to witness his homeland, to feel the crushing despair of being unable to return, all while she subjected him to her twisted humiliations. It was a deeply psychological attack, a masterful strike at the very core of his being. It reinforced his belief that Roswise was, at her core, a madwoman. Beneath that regal, composed exterior festered a wild craving for cruelty and sick games. A wave of bitter misfortune washed over him. Why did it have to be her? Any other captor might have been preferable. Not that falling into anyone's clutches would be good, right? But fate had delivered him to Roswise. He could not escape, he could not die. He was a living tool for her wrath, and now, he had the added duty of childcare. The weight of it felt like chains, but he buried his frustration deep within. Yet, Leon was not completely broken. For Roswise to truly disgust him, she had to put in considerable effort. But if Leon wanted to disgust her, it required very little. His mere existence in her sight was often enough. After all, looking at the long, bloody history between humans and dragons, he was likely the only human to have ever impregnated a dragon through sheer physical means. It was a monumental, shocking, and deeply taboo act. This deed was considered wild and abhorrent by human standards. In Roswise's mind, it was just as revolting, a permanent stain on her honor, a relentless corrosion of her pride as a queen. Simultaneously, Leon had not abandoned his desire to escape. As he had declared the previous night, Roswise could crush his dignity and pride, but she could never extinguish the heart of a dragon slayer. That belief burned within him, a stubborn flame that kept him going through the pain. He was watching, waiting for any opportunity to flee this nightmare. He would seize the smallest opening. As he turned a corner in the corridor, nearing the temple's back door, he suddenly spotted a familiar small figure at the far end. Thick black hair with distinctive silver streaks, like moonlight on a dark night. A small tail hung limply by her feet. She wore an ornate dress, a delicate white silk skirt peeking from beneath. It was Mune. Leon was about to wave and call out when he noticed something was terribly wrong.
The little dragon girl's face was utterly blank. She stared at Leon with a cold, detached expression, as if she harbored some deep-seated grudge or hatred for him. Her eyes were chips of ice, devoid of any warmth. Though he hadn't spent much time with her, Leon remembered Mune's eyes as being warm and bright. This glacial stare was a shocking contrast. It made him pause, a cold knot tightening in his chest.
Leon pressed his lips together.
Perhaps he had taken too long, and Mune was angry from waiting.
Children's moods could shift in an instant. Hesitating for a second, he waved anyway. Mune, sorry to keep you waiting. Mom asked me to come play with you, so let's.
Before he could finish, Mune spun around and dashed out the back door, disappearing into the courtyard. Leon hurried after her, but her small form had already vanished into the labyrinthine gardens.
Muttering under his breath about the fickleness of children, Leon entered the backyard, hoping to find her.
After navigating a few winding flower paths, he reached a central garden. There, he saw Mune playing a game with several dragon maids. They were laughing softly, the air filled with light-hearted fun.
Leon scratched his head, baffled. Kids' moods are really impossible to predict.
No wonder Rosswise pawned the childcare duty off on me.
She's probably enjoying her free time.
He felt a familiar sense of being used, a mere pawn in this dysfunctional family. The little dragon girl didn't seem particularly excited to see him now. "Princess, cover your eyes, and don't peek," one maid said playfully.
"Princess, I'm over here, come catch me," another teased.
"Your Highness, be careful not to fall," a third warned gently. They were playing blind man's bluff.
Mune groped around a few times but caught no one.
Frustrated, she ripped off the blindfold, threw it to the ground, and stomped her small foot.
"This isn't fun. I'm not playing anymore. I want Mother and Daddy to play with me."
Her voice was a petulant whine, full of longing. An older maid, who seemed to be in charge, approached. She knelt down, looking up at Mune, and said patiently, "Your Highness, Her Majesty the Queen works tirelessly day and night. She handles all affairs of the clan, great and small.
She cannot always be with you.
You must be a good, obedient daughter and not worry the Queen." Her words were kind but firm, imparting a lesson in duty. Mune understands, the little dragon girl said, her shoulders slumping in resignation. She bent down, picked up the blindfold, and declared, "Anna, let's continue." "Your Highness is so understanding," the head maid, Anna, said with an approving smile.
Anna stood and helped Mune retie the blindfold. The game resumed.
Mune missed several times, trying to locate the maids by their giggles and rustling clothes.
But at some point, the maids' voices fell silent.
Mune, unaware, continued her blind search, arms outstretched.
"Your Highness," Anna began, but was cut off.
Mune's small hands closed around someone's legs. She tore off the blindfold, her face alight with excitement.
"Mune caught you. You are Daddy? Dad, how did you get here?"
Her eyes widened in genuine surprise.
Leon crouched down slowly. He reached out and gently pinched Mune's chubby cheek.
"Of course, I came to play with you." He mustered a warm smile, pushing his fatigue aside.
Hearing this, Mune's eyes lit up with pure joy. "Really, Daddy?"
Leon nodded, his smile softening.
"Yes, really. Yay! Daddy is playing with me." Mune cheered, spinning around Leon in a happy dance.
Her little tail swished in circles before Leon's eyes. As she spun, a thought nagged at him.
The Mune in the corridor and this Mune seemed like two completely different children. Could a child's mood shift that drastically? "Mune, did you just come back from the corridor?" Leon asked, his curiosity piqued.
Mune stopped spinning and replied with serious earnestness, "No, Daddy.
I've been playing in the garden the whole time."
She tilted her head, confused by the question.
"Oh, is that so?" Leon said, uncertainty gnawing at him. "What's wrong, Daddy? Nothing. It's nothing. He shook his head, dismissing it. Perhaps he just imagined it, he reasoned. Waking from a long coma and enduring Roswei's torments was enough to make anyone see things.
The fact he was even out of bed was a sign his body was recovering, albeit slowly.
By the way, Myun, what do you want to play? Do you want to keep playing hide and seek? Leon changed the subject, wanting to keep her happy.
Myun pouted, thought for a moment, then shook her head.
I don't want to play that anymore.
I'm not good at it, I can never catch anyone.
How about we play Dragon Knights?
Her eyes sparkled with a new, mischievous light.
Leon was taken aback. Dragon Knights. How do you play that?
A sense of foreboding twisted in his gut. 1 minute later, Myun was perched triumphantly on Leon's shoulders. Her tail draped gently over his back like a living scarf. Leon held his hands up, gently gripping Myun's ankles to steady her.
Yay! Dad, charge! Myun commanded, full of vibrant energy. All right, charge, charge! Leon replied, forcing enthusiasm into his voice. Leon now understood.
The so-called Dragon Knight game was not about a knight riding a dragon.
It was about a dragon riding a knight.
Well, she can ride for a while, he thought with an internal sigh.
Just spoil your daughter.
Despite everything, a small, unexpected warmth bloomed in his chest.
Could he really expect Roswei's, that proud, temperamental mother dragon, to ever play such a mundane, familial game with Myun? Never.
She was far too consumed by her royal duties and her own pride.
He was dreaming. Daddy, Daddy, go to Anna, the maid leader. She's the guardian of the human race now. If we defeat her, we can reclaim our territory. Myun declared, pointing a commanding finger. The statement nearly made Leon's back give out.
Goodness, sweet daughter, you're hitting your dad right in his weak spot.
Do you have any idea who you're riding right now?
You're riding the former, strongest dragon slayer of the human race. The irony stung his pride like a physical wound.
Why couldn't the maid play the guardian of some other race? The beast race, the elf race, the werewolf race? Anything but the human guardian.
Leon grumbled internally, placing the blame squarely on dragon upbringing.
This was undoubtedly Roswei's influence.
She was instilling a hatred for humans from a tender age, even in her own half-human child. The thought fueled his anger, but he kept it carefully hidden. But since he had promised Myun he would play, Leon was a man of his word. He acknowledged her command and began a slow jog toward the maids. The maids played their parts wonderfully, their acting skills impeccable. Myun brandished a stick like a sword, and they dramatically fell to the ground upon her attack.
Some even added extra flair. Ah! Such a mighty dragon princess!
You've defeated me with a single blow, one maid exclaimed, collapsing with a theatrical flourish.
Or, have we humans truly been bested by the noble and powerful dragon race? I cannot accept this.
I cannot, another cried, clutching her chest in feigned despair. Leon thought, your acting is as over the top as a villain from a cheap opera. He rolled his eyes internally.
Despite the multitude of complaints swirling in his mind, Leon held his tongue.
He had lost the luxury of choice. He needed to care for the child, lull Roswei's into a false sense of security, and then seize his chance to escape. He would play his part and wait for the right moment. And so, after playing the Dragon Knight game for nearly an hour, Leon's body began to scream in protest. Sweat dripped from his brow, and his breaths came in short, labored gasps. No, it wasn't just fatigue. His body, freshly roused from its long slumber, was far from healed. Even this light exertion was making him dizzy, the world beginning to swim at the edges of his vision. He slowly crouched down. Myun hopped lightly from his shoulders. Daddy, are you tired? She asked, her voice laced with concern.
Yeah, a little, Leon began. Daddy is not tired.
A voice came from the direction of the temple.
Leon and Myun looked up. It was Roswise. She stood on a balcony overlooking the garden, observing them with a relaxed, almost amused air, like a spectator at a play. Myun, Daddy isn't tired at all. He's full of energy right now.
You can keep playing any game you like with him, Roswise stated casually, her eyes locking with Leon's in a clear, teasing challenge.
Really? That's great. I thought Daddy was getting tired.
Myun beamed, her worries instantly forgotten.
She turned back to Leon. Daddy, let's keep playing, okay? Leon straightened up and glared at Roswise on the balcony.
She rarely smiled at him, but this particular smile was that of a cunning fox who had just won a trick. Her eyes sparkled with malicious delight, savoring his struggle.
Roswise!
Leon shouted up at her, his expression set in a mask of defiance.
What is it? She inquired, feigning innocence. Leon gritted his teeth. He mentally ran through every curse he knew.
But with the child standing right there, he could only spit out a single, heavily sarcastic word.
Cute.
The word dripped with venom, but it was the safest insult he could muster. Inside, he boiled with frustration, but for Myun's sake, he swallowed it. The game would continue, his body aching, but his will burning fiercer than ever.
A fabricated dragon. In the evening, Leon dragged his exhausted body back to the room.
He was so spent he didn't even have the energy to change his shoes. The moment he entered, he stumbled straight to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, his limbs feeling like lead. After a moment, the door lock clicked softly. The familiar, precise tap of high heels echoed on the floor, approaching slowly. Leon knew it was Roswise, but he couldn't muster the strength to even lift his head. Today had solidified his understanding of her true nature, stubborn, extreme, and endlessly scheming. She concealed her deranged thirst for revenge beneath a mask of regal composure. Forcing him to watch the child was one thing. But making him drag his half-dead, post-coma body around to entertain Myun, who had the boundless energy of a hyperactive puppy, felt like a special
kind of torture.
Come on, Mother Dragon, Leon muttered into the mattress as Roswise reached the bedside. Just 2 days ago, I was comatose in this very bed. Now you expect me to keep up with a little dragon girl who bounces off the walls.
It really seems like you want me to depart this world sooner rather than later.
The frustration ran deep, he felt like a tool being used until it broke. Dead? The Queen inquired, her voice cool and detached. Leon managed 2 weak kicks with his legs to prove he was still among the living. It was a pathetic gesture, but it made his point.
Very well. Your vitality is more tenacious than I anticipated, she remarked, a faint note of what might have been surprise in her tone, as if she'd expected him to break more easily.
You have a unique sense of humor, Your Majesty, Leon snorted, the bitterness sharp on his tongue. Her words felt like deliberate jabs at his suffering.
Roswise didn't reply further.
Instead, she moved closer, bent down, and carefully placed the sleeping form of Myun into Leon's arms. The distinct, milky scent of the child filled his senses. He opened his eyes to find her young face mere inches from his own. It was peaceful and innocent, and despite everything, it tugged at a chord deep within him. Myun's eyes were lightly closed. Her small, pink fists were curled gently. A faint trace of tiredness lingered between her brows, but a soft, contented smile played on her lips. She looked utterly at peace, as if the day's play had filled her heart to the brim. She hasn't been this happy in a long time, Roswise said quietly, her voice unusually soft. She sat on the edge of the bed with her back to Leon and Myun, staring out into the room. Her silver hair seemed to capture the dim light. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle, silvery glow over the bed. The room was profoundly quiet, save for the steady, rhythmic sound of Myun's breathing. For a fleeting moment, it felt deceptively calm, like a scene from a normal family life, a fiction Leon knew was meticulously constructed for her.
Revenge. Leon rolled his eyes, the gesture lost in the darkness.
After a short silence, Roswise added, My sister is arriving tomorrow. She likely wishes to discuss some internal clan affairs with me and pay a visit.
So tomorrow, you will only play with Mune inside this room. You are not to step outside, understand? Leon's mind, previously dulled by fatigue, sparked to life. He chuckled dryly, pulling his gaze from Roswise back to look at Mune again. He reached out and gently stroked Mune's hair, saying, "Understood. Being shackled to a human is truly beneath the Silver Dragon Queen's honor. We can't let outsiders catch a glimpse of that." His words were laced with sarcasm, a direct hit at her pride and the shame he represented. "No. To outsiders, you are a perfectly respectable bachelor dragon. A bit of a recluse who prefers to keep his tail hidden on normal days," Roswise explained matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Leon shot up into a sitting position. "What did you? Shoo." "Mune is still sleeping," she warned, her voice a soft but firm whisper. Leon glanced down at the sleeping child and lowered his voice to a harsh whisper. "What did you say? You told your people that I'm a dragon?" Shock coursed through him, a visceral rejection of this new identity that erased his entire past as a slayer. "Well, what else could I say?" Roswise replied, a hint of impatience in her tone. "I have to make everyone believe that you, me, and our daughter are a perfectly happy family. And you, Leon Cosmodius, are a dragon who married into the Silver Dragon clan. You fell into a coma due to a sudden illness 2 years ago and have only just woken up these past few days." Roswise grinned, her eyes glinting with triumphant mischief. "How about it? I'm rather good at spinning a tale, don't you think?" She seemed genuinely proud of her elaborate cover story, a perfect veil for the ugly truth. "Not good at all," Leon muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "Why? Not satisfied?" Roswise chuckled, her tone light but probing. "No," Leon retorted firmly. He waved a dismissive hand and lay back down, closing his eyes as if he could absorb this new, fabricated reality through sheer force of will. It felt like another layer of his identity was being stripped away, forcibly remolding him into a character of her design. A marriageable dragon who disliked showing his tail, who married into the Silver Dragon clan, fell ill, and slept for 2 years a male dragon. The story twisted his human history, his life's work, into a pathetic dragon narrative, all to conceal her perceived shame. It was a robust cover, he had to admit, with no obvious holes. If he weren't Leon Cosmodius, Dragon Slayer, he might even have said, "Well done, Roswise." But it stung his pride to its very core, feeling like the final erasure of his former self. "So you've given me a new identity. Why not let me meet your family, then?" Leon asked, curiosity cutting through his resentment. "You said it yourself, this identity is fabricated. It can't be perfect. My sister is clever." "I'm afraid she might see through something," Roswise admitted, a rare thread of concern in her voice when it came to her family. Leon didn't answer immediately. Instead, his thoughts turned to his own plans. Roswise had just mentioned her sister was coming to discuss internal clan matters. Was it akin to an audit or inspection in human organizations? Perhaps a review of reports or sensitive secrets? Pressing his lips together, Leon asked, "Is your sister's visit a significant event?" Roswise's frown deepened. "If you dare cause any trouble, don't blame me for being unkind." Her warning was sharp, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "You don't honestly think you're being kind to me now, do you?" Leon shot back, gesturing vaguely at his entire miserable existence as her prisoner. Roswise shot him a venomous look, then stood and walked toward the bedroom door. Pausing at the threshold, she whispered one final command, "Tomorrow, take good care of Mune. Do not leave this room. Do not cause trouble for me." The order was absolute, delivered with the finality of a queen. The lock echoed in the quiet room as she engaged it from the outside. The click was definitive, followed by the fading tap of her high heels down the corridor. Leon let out a deep, weary sigh, muttering to himself, "She's still a dragon obsessed with appearances. Maintaining the act even for a fake family. What's the point?" He felt the immense weight of her pride, the lengths she would go to preserve her image before her clan.
He could easily guess how Roswise would answer, for revenge. She kept her broken prize close, stripped him of his dignity and pride, and now even gave him a dragon's name to make him pay. It was her way of turning the tables, of repaying the shame he had inflicted upon her in that dungeon. Dragon revenge was a wild, profound thing, something Leon, as a human, could never fully comprehend. It was a tangled mix of hatred and a twisted, possessive form of care, binding him to her forever. But whether he understood it or not, Leon still burned with the desire to make Roswise taste some bitterness herself. His mind was already whirring, plotting how to handle that scheming dragon woman tomorrow. Perhaps her sister's visit was the perfect opportunity to stir the pot, to find a crack in her meticulously constructed facade. For her, a queen, that would be the ultimate social disgrace. A grim smile touched Leon's lips internally, a spark of defiant fight back. He imagined her face if her carefully laid plans went awry, flushed with rage, her regal mask shattered. A soft, sleepy sound came from Mune beside him. Immediately after, she curled her tiny body, her tail lifting to cover her waist as if seeking warmth. Seeing this, Leon quickly grabbed the corner of the quilt. He draped it over Mune gently, tucking it around her small form. Snuggling into the soft blanket, the instinctual need for warmth made her shift unconsciously closer to Leon's side. Her small fingers gently pinched the edge of Leon's clothes. In a drowsy, dream-filled murmur, she whispered, "Daddy. Mune likes playing with Daddy. Mommy has never played with Mune. Let's bring Mommy next time, okay?" Damn. She didn't play with her daughter, yet the child dreamed of her anyway. The sentiment tugged painfully at Leon's heart, a confusing mix of pity for Mune and fresh anger toward Roswise. Roswise, she has no heart. How could she be so cold to her own child? A surge of protective instinct for the innocent girl washed over him. Leon saw an opportunity. Perhaps he could use this moment to sway the little dragon girl, to plant subtle seeds of doubt about her mother. "Mommy is a bad dragon," Leon whispered softly into the quiet room. "Let's not bring Mommy to play, okay? Mommy is a bad dragon." Mune repeated in her sleep, her voice a tiny, indistinct murmur. Yeah, Mommy is a bad dragon, very naughty," Leon reinforced, pushing a little further. He felt a twinge of guilt, but it was overshadowed by a petty thrill of retaliation. "Then Daddy should become a bad dragon too, right?" Mune mumbled back, her dream logic unwavering. Leon froze. His attempt to sway her had failed spectacularly. Her loyalty, her pure-hearted nature, was a fortress. Long-term planning is needed. He would have to be more patient, more subtle. For now, he simply held her closer, an unfamiliar, paternal warmth spreading through him despite the sea of hatred that surrounded them. The night was silent, but his mind raced with schemes for the coming day. The gilded cage. The next morning, under the meticulous care of her maids, Roswise was adorned in the formal regalia of the Dragon Clan. It was an attire she rarely wore. A silver crown was placed upon her head, complemented by a long, intricate gown, earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. Even her makeup was a masterwork, taking the maids a full 2 hours to perfect. She stood transformed into the embodiment of a queen, elegant, imposing, and untouchable. Gatherings among the dragon monarchs were events of grave importance. Firstly, each dragon king was sovereign over their own territory. Frequent travel could leave borders vulnerable and invite incursions from enemies. Secondly, with their vast lifespans, time held a different meaning. There was no human urgency for frequent family reunions to maintain bonds. It had been a long time since Roswise had last seen her sister, Isabella. The previous occasion was roughly a year ago, on the day of Mune's birth. A part of her was deeply reluctant for Isabella to meet Leon. Her sister was perceptive enough that, given enough exposure, the carefully constructed facade might crumble. Roswise felt a quiet, persistent anxiety. Hiding a secret of this magnitude, even from family, was a delicate and draining task for a queen. While dragon monarchs of their stature did not convene often, when they did, every detail mattered. Roswise could not afford for the news of her entanglement with a human to spread. It would be a cataclysmic scandal, causing upheaval throughout the entire dragon clan. Dragons, for all their power, shared a very human love for gossip. Stories would spread like wildfire, accompanied by judgment and whispered
condemnation.
sigh. Roswise closed her eyes, forcibly banishing the chaotic thoughts from her mind. She stood before the full-length mirror. Her reflection was more polished and severe than usual, her silver hair a brilliant cascade under the light. She had never been particularly sensitive to aesthetics, including her own. She rarely bestowed compliments on anyone's appearance, with the singular exception of her sister Isabella's beauty, which even she acknowledged was peerless. The thought triggered an unexpected memory. He is indeed a tough and handsome man. The scar is simply the perfect touch to this face. The words she had spoken to herself 2 years ago, standing over Leon's broken body, surfaced in her mind with startling clarity. The recollection gave her a moment's pause. Back then, Leon had been at death's door, and Roswise had believed him utterly powerless. Yet, with a single, unforeseen spell, he had irrevocably bound their fates and created this child. Roswise chastised herself internally, a familiar mix of anger and something more complicated, a flicker of regret for the words that now felt like a twisted prelude to their current reality. Given that Roswise was not one to be swayed by mere appearances or charm, it was strange, even to her, that she had offered a compliment, however barbed, to her most hated enemy. It hinted at a hidden layer, a grudging acknowledgement of his formidable spirit, even in the depths of her hatred. It was merely the victor's taunt to the vanquished, Roswise muttered to herself, dismissively brushing the memory aside. She refused to entertain the notion that it signified anything more. Everything is prepared, Your Majesty. You may now proceed to the main gate of the sanctuary to await Her Highness Isabella, announced the head maid, Anna, her voice a model of respectful efficiency. Yes. I will check on Mune first, Roswise replied. Very well, Your Majesty. Roswise walked at a measured pace toward the rooms shared by Leon and Mune. This time, she surprised herself by actually knocking on the door first, a rare gesture that acknowledged the fragile normality of the moment. Soon, the quick, light patter of small footsteps sounded from within. It was unmistakably Mune. She tiptoed, stretched to reach the doorknob, gave it a gentle twist, and pulled the door open. Good morning, Mother. Mune beamed, her smile radiant. Good morning, Mune. Mother, you look so beautiful today. Daddy, come and see. Mother looks super beautiful. Mune called out excitedly, turning back into the room. Leon lay sprawled across the bed in a starfish shape. Hearing Mune's summons to admire the beautiful mother, he didn't stir. The exhaustion from the previous day was a physical weight, and his body ached in protest. What was his place, and what was Roswise? Even if she dressed herself up as the most dazzling mother dragon, it was all a performance, a gilded cage for his humiliation, constructed for the eyes of others. Only the identity of a dragon slayer is real. Leon affirmed internally, clinging to the last vestiges of his former self. The familiar tap of high heels sounded on the floor. Roswise, holding Mune's hand, glided into the bedroom. I've dressed up for the occasion. Can you not even spare me a glance, Leon? Roswise asked. Her voice carried a hint of feigned injury, a performance clearly for Mune's benefit. The mother dragon should watch her tone and demeanor, Leon thought scornfully. When Mune wasn't present, she would happily torture him to the brink of death. Pretending to be this wounded and vulnerable, did she truly think she could deceive him? Childish. Leon critiqued internally, seeing straight through her act. Yet, he slowly sat up regardless. Mune was here, and the child was innocent. For her sake, Leon would play his part in maintaining this charade of a family. He had no desire to hurt Mune's feelings. Sitting up, Leon lifted his gaze to the silver-haired vision standing before him. In an instant, the dullness in Leon's eyes was replaced by a spark of genuine, startled appreciation. Roswise had shed her casual home attire for a formal gown of stunning craftsmanship. The skirt was layered exquisitely, and the jewels adorning it were plentiful yet tasteful, enhancing her brilliance without overwhelming it. Her silver hair was intricately styled at the back of her head, revealing the elegant, swan-like line of her neck. Her delicate collarbones were accentuated, straight and graceful. The long gown hugged her form perfectly, clearly a piece tailored specifically for her. The gentle curve of her bust was supported elegantly by the structured bodice. There was no vulgar display, nor was it overly modest. It was a masterful balance, radiating an aura of pure, unassailable royalty. "Daddy?" Myun called. "Daddy," she repeated, louder. "Daddy, look. Even Mother has caught your eye." Myun giggled, delightedly noting his captivated stare. Myun's shout jolted Leon back to reality. He shook his head, intending to utter some dismissive remark like, "It's passable." But the truth was, in this moment, Roswise could objectively be described as a beauty of the highest order. Her appearance commanded not just admiration, but respect and awe, fitting for a queen preparing for a significant state event. "Yeah. Good-looking," Leon finally conceded. The compliment was terse, lumped in with the countless others Roswise had doubtless received throughout her long life. Good-looking, beautiful, peerless. They were all the same to her. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Roswise's lips. She mentally filed Leon's comment away with all the others. It was nothing special. "Yeah," she acknowledged simply, turning to leave. Her movements were fluid and graceful, ready to face the day's formalities. "Hey, wait a moment," Leon suddenly called out to her. Roswise paused, half-turning. "What is it?" she asked, a trace of puzzlement in her calm expression. Leon swung his legs off the bed, walked over to Roswise, gently took her arm, and guided her back toward the full-length mirror. Under Roswise's slightly bewildered gaze, Leon raised his hand. He carefully tidied a few stray strands of silver hair near her ear, tucking them neatly behind it. Then, his fingers lightly adjusted the angle of the silver crown resting upon her head. "When you walk, try not to turn your head too much. Pivot from your waist instead," Leon advised. "Otherwise, the crown might tilt slightly." His touch was surprisingly careful, his tone pragmatic, as if helping a comrade prepare for inspection. The gesture felt strangely genuine, surprising even himself. Roswise's pupils dilated slightly. A complex swirl of emotions rose within her: surprise, and unwelcome warmth, and confusion. In the past, those who offered her compliments never dared to point out such minor imperfections. And yet, she had just moments ago mentally categorized this man with all the others. The contradiction gave her pause, creating a tiny fissure in her cold, fortified exterior. "Yeah, I understand," she said, her voice softer than intended. Roswise instinctively lifted the neckline of her dress a fraction. "Is it better now?" Leon nodded. "It's fine now." With a final, unreadable glance, Roswise left the room, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Leon's small, practical act of assistance lingered with her, an unexpected touch of humanity in her storm of revenge. Myun eagerly pulled Leon back into the bedroom. She sat on the edge of the bed, then clambered onto his lap. Leon moved to hold her, but the usual way of supporting a child, by the back or waist, was complicated by the presence of Myun's tail at the base of her spine. He found himself uncertain where to place his hands. In the end, he settled for gently supporting her upper back, careful to avoid putting any pressure on the sensitive appendage. Daddy, what exactly is a donkey?" Myun asked, her large eyes wide with curiosity. It's a very stubborn creature," Leon explained simply. "What does stubborn mean?" "Just like your mom," Leon said with a grin, unable to resist the tease. "Oh, mother is a stubborn donkey," Myun repeated, nodding sagely as if she had uncovered a great truth. The little dragon girl was a quick study, and Leon felt a perverse sense of accomplishment. "Exactly, Mom is a stubborn donkey." "Say it again, Myun." "Mother is a stubborn donkey." "Yeah, that's right. Daddy is also a stubborn donkey." "Myun is a little stubborn donkey,"
she added triumphantly, laughing. Good girl, you're really quick on the uptake. Leon chuckled, hugging her close. Deep down, a genuine, warm affection for her innocence bloomed within him, a small, defiant light in his otherwise dark existence. But his plans for revenge and escape still smoldered, waiting for the right spark. The impending visit of the sister, he mused, might just provide the perfect opportunity to shake the foundations of Roswei's carefully constructed world. As he held his daughter, his mind was already weaving new strategies, finding a strange strength in this twisted, domestic battlefield. The sisters' meeting. After Roswei's left, Leon washed up quickly and remained in the room with Myun. He tried to teach her to read, then switched back to playing Dragon Knight. But a room was just a room, no matter how they played, it couldn't compare to the freedom of the garden. Myun grew bored quickly. Leon, never particularly skilled at entertaining children, resorted to storytelling. Father and daughter leaned against the headboard, Myun curled comfortably in the crook of Leon's arm as he opened a small volume titled Complete Stories for Young Dragon's Enlightenment. He read the first title aloud and nearly choked. How to Slay an S-Rank Dangerous Species, the Ironclad Yak. Leon stared blankly. Since when did children's primers include monster-slaying manuals? In the human world, this would be advanced coursework at a Dragon Slayer Academy. He flipped the page. The second story was titled, Using High-Level Fire Magic to Bake Satisfying Smoked Meat. Leon blinked. Was this a spellbook or a cookbook? Teaching a child to roast food with high-level combat magic felt deeply irresponsible. He turned to a third story, How the Great Dragon Race Developed to Today. This one seemed safer, a historical account, free of dismemberment or culinary pyromancy. Myun's small hand, which had been clutching Leon's shirt, slowly relaxed as her breathing evened out, lulled toward sleep. Leon gently set the book aside. Moving with careful precision so as not to wake her, he smoothed the blankets and tucked her in. Every parent knows that quiet, profound relief when a restless child finally succumbs to sleep. It granted him a few precious moments of peace. He walked to the balcony and looked down into the courtyard. There were significantly more guards than the day before, all making preparations for something grand, a formal reception, he guessed, for Roswei's sister. Years ago, the news of two dragon monarchs meeting would have sent a thrill of professional excitement through him. The title Dragon King had meant prestige, immense danger, and a grand spectacle. Now, after everything, those concepts felt like relics from another life. He also felt his own weakness keenly. His body was a long way from full recovery. The healing process was agonizingly slow. He knew Roswei's brand of maternal revenge was not one to forgive or forget easily. Regaining his strength would be a battle in itself. Leon's jaw tightened. Damn Mother Dragon, he cursed internally. But he would not surrender. Even in his depleted state, he was determined to be a source of chaos when possible. He had already devised a small, petty way to needle Roswei's, a precise little barb aimed at her pride during her meeting with the Red Dragon Queen. He carried a small chair out onto the balcony and sat down to wait. As noon approached, the great doors of the Silver Dragon Temple swung open. Roswei's emerged, flanked by her maids. Walking beside her was a dragon Leon had never seen before, visibly older than Roswei's, dressed in deep, vibrant red. Her hair fell in a long cascade, and her crimson tail swept the ground behind her with a greater length than Roswei's. Leon recalled the teachings of dragonologists. Tail length often correlated with age, at least for dragons under 5 centuries old. He tried to recall Roswei's approximate age from old intelligence reports, around 200 years. She still possessed the appearance of a human in her mid-20s. He made a quiet mental note to someday ask his mistress what her secret was. Roswei's and the older dragon shared a warm embrace. This was Isabella, or Isha, the Red Dragon Queen. They moved to a pavilion in the garden and began a conversation that seemed both formal and intimate. Isha's voice was lively and expressive, Roswei's responses were quieter, more measured. The sisters complemented each other, two contrasting halves of a powerful whole. A faint, wry smile touched Leon's lips. He closed his eyes, resting his hand over the dragon emblem branded on his chest, a seemingly idle gesture, a private signal of focus, perhaps laced with a hint of mockery. Down in the pavilion, Roswise and Isha conversed face to face. Isha glanced at the surrounding guards and issued a gentle but firm command. "You may all withdraw. I wish to speak with my younger sister alone." The guards departed promptly. Isha slung a fond arm around Roswise's shoulders, her tone turning teasing. "I've missed you, little Rose. A full year. And you look radiant." Roswise offered a small, polite smile. "It's nothing remarkable." Isha's teasing shifted toward gossip. "I've heard domestic bliss does wonders for one's complexion. Has your mysterious, ailing husband finally?" When she smiled, a single, delicate fawn was visible, giving her a mischievous, almost girlish air that charmingly contrasted with her title as the Red Dragon Queen. Roswise, younger but far more reserved, endured the teasing with practiced grace. The sisters had grown up together, they knew each other's quirks and soft spots. Roswise answered, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Don't tease me. He's simply a private person. Prefers to keep his tale to himself. He's very low-key, doesn't go seeking attention." Leon bristled internally at the description. Low-key? Introverted? He pictured his own brash, confrontational nature and felt a flash of indignation. He would have preferred any number of descriptors, but introverted was not among them. He imagined himself vigorously disproving that notion to anyone who suggested it. Isha laughed, a rich, warm sound. "Well, I can't fault your taste. It's your choice. But I came for a more serious matter. The Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine, is planning to expand his territory." Roswise's attention fractured. A sudden, powerful wave of sensation washed over her. She frowned, a hand instinctively flying to her chest as if pressed by an unseen weight. Isha noticed immediately. "What's wrong? You've gone pale." Roswise forced her expression to smooth over. "No, it's nothing. Please, continue." She masked her physical reaction, but internally, she was reeling. The dragon emblem on her chest, the intricate mark carved into her very being, linked to its counterpart, had reacted to him. The emblem pulsed with a strange, insistent heat, a response triggered by the active stirring of the other. This wasn't a gentle feeling of missing someone, it was a sudden, sharp, and unmistakable flare of desire. The raw intensity of it shocked her. She cursed Leon silently. The man had no shame. He had somehow activated the emblem's bond, she didn't know how, and it was now broadcasting its effect directly through her body. Her tail gave an involuntary twitch. Her legs felt weak. She bit the inside of her lip, using the pain to anchor herself against the overwhelming surge of emotion. "Constant, little Rose, are you certain you're all right?" "Your face is flushed," Isha asked, her tone now genuinely concerned. For all her teasing, Isha was steadfast when it came to matters of health. Roswise swallowed hard, forcing her composure back into place. "I'm fine. Forgive me, I need a moment. I will return in about 20 minutes. Shall I come with you?" "No. I will be fine." She stood, fighting down the heat that threatened to consume her from the inside out, and walked with measured steps toward the temple. Each stride felt both heavy and desperately urgent. She needed solitude to quell the emblem's violent reaction and to reassemble her shattered composure. Leon watched her go from his balcony perch. He felt a complicated mix of guilt and private victory, guilt because the emblem's power had clearly caused her distress, and a petty satisfaction because his small, childish plan to annoy her had worked exactly as intended. But beneath that, a thread of genuine worry emerged. The resonance of the emblems was far more potent than he had anticipated. If it could affect a dragon monarch like Roswise so profoundly, it could cause real diplomatic incidents or further complicate the already tangled web between them. On the balcony, with Mune sleeping soundly inside and the courtyard bustling with preparations below,
Leon kept his hand pressed over his chest for a
moment longer.
He thought of his slow, arduous recovery, of Roswei's fierce and unrelenting nature, of the dangerous game he had just escalated. He made 2 silent promises to himself, to keep Myun safe no matter the cost, and to see his own body restored to its former strength. And, for reasons he couldn't quite bring himself to fully articulate, he promised himself he would be ready for whatever came next when Roswei's returned. The Dragon's Mark. Roswei's burst into the room, fury flashing in her dragon-slitted eyes. The long, elegant hem of her silver gown swished violently as she scanned every corner, behind the heavy curtains, under the writing desk, even yanking open the wardrobe doors, hunting for the man responsible for her public humiliation. In the bedroom, Myun slept soundly, her soft breaths a stark contrast to the storm brewing nearby. Out on the balcony, Leon sat in tranquil stillness at a small table, bathed in the afternoon sun. A delicate teacup rested in one hand, while the other held the familiar children's book, complete collection of enlightening dragon tales. He turned a page with exaggerated focus, as if deciphering ancient, profound wisdom. His face was a perfect mask of serene innocence. Roswei's closed the balcony door behind her with a firm, definitive click. The air instantly thickened, charged with her simmering anger. "You seem remarkably at ease, Leon," she said, her voice cold enough to freeze the very air. Leon looked up, his expression a masterpiece of feigned confusion. He set his cup and book aside. "What's the matter?" Her lips twitched. He was pretending. The utter scoundrel knew exactly what he had done. "Don't play the fool with me. You know perfectly well what is on your mind." Leon met her blistering glare, his own gaze frustratingly calm. "I want to go home," he stated simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Nonsense!" Roswei snapped, her composure cracking. "The dragon mark reacted just now. Don't you dare feign ignorance." Even as they argued, the intricate marks on both their chests pulsed with a faint, telltale purple light, visible through the thin fabric of their clothes. The magic of the bond made it impossible to fully conceal the surge of emotion, though neither was willing to name it aloud. Leon tilted his head slightly, the picture of innocence. "And what does that reaction signify, exactly?" Roswei's fists clenched at her sides, her knuckles white. "I told you that night, when one bearer of the mark intensely misses the other, the emblems resonate. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Trying to embarrass me in front of my sister." Leon studied her carefully, the flustered edge in her tone, the faint but unmistakable blush spreading across her cheeks and the tips of her elegant ears. She looked furious, anxious, and deeply embarrassed all at once. Internally, he was quite pleased. Perfect. Exactly the effect I was hoping for. But when he finally spoke, his own words betrayed his carefully laid plans. "Why are you so angry, Roswei? Is it wrong to miss my wife?" Hiss. Leon froze. That was not what he had meant to say. The script in his head had called for provocation, for smug defiance, not this soft, almost tender tone that had escaped his lips unbidden. Roswei's eyes widened, her pupils contracting into sharp slits. The crimson flush on her cheeks deepened, flooding all the way to the very tips of her ears. She had stormed in here fully prepared to scold him, to reassert her dominance. Instead, his question stole the breath from her lungs. What did he just say? Is it wrong to miss my wife? Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, traitorous drum. She told herself it was merely the dragon mark's influence, that cursed magical resonance stirring her base instincts, but her regal composure was fissuring, and fast. Leon saw her momentary speechlessness and smirked inwardly. So it worked after all. Roswei tried desperately to collect the scattered pieces of her dignity, forcing arctic coldness back into her tone. You're fortunate, Leon. If this happens again, I will not be so lenient. Leon spread his arms in a lazy, theatrical gesture. Oh, I'm trembling with fear. Disgusting, she hissed, the word laced with a venom that couldn't quite mask her disarray.
Yeah. I feel pretty disgusted myself, he retorted flatly. Roswise's tail gave a furious, involuntary twitch. She shot him one last, searing glare, turned on her heel with a sharp swish of silk, and stormed back toward the door. Be quiet. Mune's sleeping, Leon called after her, his voice dropping to a genuine whisper. Who asked you to care? She shot back over her shoulder, and the door slammed shut behind her with a resounding thud. Thud. Silence descended once more upon the room, broken only by the gentle rhythm of Mune's breathing and the faint, fading hum of magic from the dragon. Marks. Leon let out a long, slow breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding and leaned back heavily against the wall. Phew, knew it. Once the dragon marks react, a dragon's rationality plummets. Just a few well-placed, heartfelt words, and her logic short-circuits. A quiet, triumphant chuckle escaped him. Under normal circumstances, Roswise's temper and pride would have ensured a far worse confrontation. But the mark's effect had thrown her mind into chaos, a turbulent mix of magic, raw emotion, and primal instinct tangling together until she couldn't think straight. He'd taken a dangerous gamble, and it had paid off. Even if it hadn't, the risk felt worth it. His goal had been simple, to annoy her, to disrupt her perfect control. But as his quiet laughter faded, Leon pressed a hand against his chest. The warmth from the mark hadn't disappeared. Instead, he felt the frantic, accelerated beat of his own heart pounding against his palm. He frowned, a crease forming between his brows. The dragon mark, it makes both sides feel the echo, he muttered to the empty balcony. He remembered the look in her eyes, not pure, unadulterated rage, but something more startled, more uncertain, something softer hiding just behind the fury. His lips tightened into a thin line. Was I lying, he whispered into the stillness. Or was I telling a truth I didn't mean to say? He couldn't tell. The words had been a deliberate trick, a weapon, and yet, they hadn't felt entirely false. The thought unsettled him deeply. He leaned against the cool balcony rail, eyes half closed, trying to quiet the sudden, unwelcome storm the encounter had stirred within his own heart. Meanwhile, Roswise hurried down the temple's opulent halls, one hand pressed firmly against her chest as if to physically contain her racing heart. It refused to calm. Leon's words, the tone, that infuriatingly soft look echoed on a loop in her mind. Is it wrong to miss my wife? Her breath hitched. What in the blazes am I thinking? She hissed under her breath, her pace quickening. Maids lining the hallway stopped and bowed deeply as she passed. Some exchanged hushed, curious whispers. Her Majesty looks rather strange. The last time she was this flustered was 2 years ago, at the victory banquet after capturing the Dragon Slayer. Roswise stopped dead, her head snapping toward them. What did you say? The maids flinched, bowing their heads even lower. One stammered, Why, Your Majesty, you just seem a bit unwell. I am perfectly fine, Roswise stated too quickly, waving a dismissive hand. Return to your duties. She continued her march, consciously suppressing the faint tremor in her hands. The dragon mark's physical heat was fading, but the thoughts it had awakened refused to retreat. By the time she arrived back at the garden pavilion, she had schooled her features back into a semblance of regal composure, though a telltale blush still tinted her cheeks. Isha noticed immediately. Oh my, little Rose, she teased, her delicate fangs peeking out with her smile, you return looking as if you've been up to something quite naughty. Roswise froze mid-step. Sister, it's nothing. Isha tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Nothing? You ran off looking flushed and returned looking even more so. Did you have a spirited discussion with your reclusive husband? Roswise hesitated, and then, to her own horror, blurted out the first desperate thought in her head. Sister, am I particularly fierce? Ha? Isha blinked, thoroughly confused by the non sequitur. Roswise instantly wished she could swallow her own tongue. Forget I said anything. It's nothing. Her sister raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. What has gotten into the ever-dignified Silver Dragon Queen today?
She leaned forward suddenly, her eyes sharpening and narrowing on Roswise.
Chest. Wait, what is that?
Roswise glanced down and realized, too late, that the neckline of her gown had shifted slightly. A faint, persistent purple shimmer glowed from beneath her skin, the very edge of the dragon mark.
It's nothing, she insisted, quickly pulling the fabric back into place with a jerky motion.
Isha's face broke into a knowing, triumphant smirk.
A dragon mark? Oh ho, it seems my little sister has been getting very acquainted with her husband lately. Roswise's cheeks flamed anew. Don't misunderstand. It's not like that at all, sister. Sure, Isha said lazily, leaning back in her seat with a cat-like grin.
I know most dragon monarchs marry for political alliances, not passion. But you married in haste, had a child in even greater haste.
You can't expect me to believe there's no fire between you two?
Roswise turned her face away, a deep frown etched on her features. Marriage and offspring do not necessitate passion.
As for him.
Her pupils flickered, and her voice dropped, firm yet layered with a strange unease.
There is no excitement. Not now. Not ever. Author's note, are you quite certain about that, Mother Dragon?
Isha chuckled softly, wisely choosing not to press the point further.
Fine. I shall drop it.
Just remember to take care of yourself and that little princess of yours. Roswise nodded a bit too quickly, grateful for the change in subject.
Yes, I will.
Now, Isha said, folding her arms and returning to a businesslike demeanor, let us return to the matter at hand. The Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine, has been acting rather restless lately. Roswise offered a small, non-committal hum of agreement, but her thoughts had already drifted away. She felt the lingering warmth in her chest slowly recede, yet her mind remained stubbornly anchored to the memory of Leon's voice, his gaze, his
damned words. Is it wrong to miss my wife?
She bit her lip, a fresh wave of annoyance directed squarely at herself. Damnable dragon slayer, she muttered under her breath, the words of familiar, grounding mantra. He clearly still hasn't been disciplined enough.
Dinner, foot washing, and morning questions.
In the evening, a subdued stir arose from the courtyard. Leon held Myun in his arms and stood on the balcony, observing the proceedings below. The Red Dragon Queen was departing the temple, surrounded by her honor guard.
The day's formal visit had concluded. Aunt Isha, little Myun chirped, pointing a small finger toward the striking queen in red. Do you know Aunt Isha, Myun? Leon asked, curious. Myun shook her head. No. Myun only saw Aunt Isha in Mother's family photo. Aunt Isha wears all red. She's easy to spot. Family photo? Leon asked, surprised. Dragons have family photos?
Yes. There's a photo with Mother, Aunt Isha, and great-grandmother, Myun confirmed with a serious nod. Before Leon could ponder the logistics of draconic photography, Myun bubbled over with another idea. Daddy, let's take a family photo sometime, she cheered.
Oh, sure.
We can do that, Leon answered, his heart giving a strange, soft lurch.
Yay! Daddy's the best. Myun planted a big, firm kiss on Leon's cheek.
Her tail wagged with pure, uncomplicated joy.
A genuine warmth spread through Leon's chest.
In the hard, uncertain days that stretched before him, his daughter, this half-human, half-dragon child, was likely his only source of pure comfort. They chatted for a while longer before a soft knock sounded at the door.
Leon set Myun down, took her hand, and went to answer it. Outside stood the head maid, Anna.
Your Highness, the princess's dinner is ready.
Oh, let's go, Leon said, starting to step out. Anna held up a hand politely but firmly.
By order of Her Majesty, you may not leave this room.
We will bring your dinner to you.
Another maid stepped forward, carrying a covered meal box.
Your Highness, this is by the Queen's direct order.
Please, do not make things difficult for us. All right, Leon conceded with a weak smile. Daddy, I'll be back right after I eat, Myun promised.
Okay, Leon replied.
Mune was a sensible child. Even with her bright spirit, she disliked causing trouble for others. Leon felt a surge of paternal pride.
The maids led Mune away. Leon carried the meal box back inside and sat on the floor beside the bed.
The savory aroma made his mouth water. The food was clearly prepared with human tastes in mind, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables.
He relaxed slightly and began to eat. Some time later, the door opened again.
Leon assumed Mune had returned, but the sight of a pair of familiar silver heels made the smile vanish from his face.
Roswise entered.
She removed her silver crown and set it aside with a soft clink. Then, with calm, deliberate movements, she took off her necklace and earrings. Seeing Leon seated on the floor, finishing his meal, gave her a moment's pause, but she offered no greeting. She brought a chair over, sat directly opposite him, crossed her long legs elegantly, and fixed him with a downward gaze. As she adjusted her position, one of her high heels slipped off and clattered to the floor. Leon felt the heavy weight of her stare.
He finished his last bite and set the meal box aside. "What are you doing?" he asked flatly.
"Was it good?" she inquired, her voice deceptively light.
"It's fine," he said. "I asked if it was good. Say good or not good."
"Do not say fine," she corrected, her tone sharpening.
This mother dragon's temper changes faster than summer weather, Leon thought wearily. He folded. "It's good." "Is the meat good?" she pressed. Leon hesitated, then said nothing.
Roswise laughed softly, leaning her cheek on one hand.
"Do you know what kind of meat that is?"
Something cold and uneasy jumped in Leon's stomach.
With Mune safely away, Roswise had free rein to torment him.
She extended her bare foot, then pressed her leg against Leon's neck, trapping him gently but firmly against the side of the bed. Her fair toes traced a path from his neck down his chest, over his stomach, and continued lower.
Leon's hand shot up and caught her ankle.
"What do you think you're doing?" she said, her voice stern and regal. Her silver tail lifted behind her, a clear sign she was not in a playful mood.
"Take your hands off," she ordered.
A wise man knows when to avoid provoking a storm, Leon thought. He released his grip.
Roswise increased the pressure. Her foot moved and pressed insistently. Leon's fingers clenched in the bedsheet, and he tilted his head back, trying to distance himself from the subtle, humiliating magic weaving through her touch. It was impossible to ignore. Her jade-like foot was warm and unnervingly soft. Her toes were nimble and precise. She was, unmistakably, enjoying this strange and demeaning little game. "How many dragon corpses have you stood over, bragging about your great deeds?" she teased, her voice a low purr. Leon remained silent, his jaw tight. "Poof. You never imagined you'd be the one being stepped on, did you?" "What does it feel like now?" she asked, her eyes glinting. He said nothing. She pressed harder. Leon grunted in discomfort but refused to answer. "If you won't talk, then suffer," she declared, and with a flick of her tail, she swatted his clutching hand away from the sheets. After about 10 minutes of this silent, one-sided contest, Roswise snorted. She looked down at her own foot and frowned with distaste. "So dirty," she pronounced. "All this grime is because of you. Why make it dirty now?" Leon murmured, assuming she meant dust or dirt from the floor. Roswise issued her next command, not a trace of kindness in her tone. "Bring me warm water." "Wash my foot." Leon blinked. "Ha? Do as I say. This is your punishment for today." He sighed deeply, the sound heavy with resignation. "I'm a dragon slayer, and I'm washing a dragon queen's feet." Leon went into the adjoining bathroom, filled a basin with hot water, and returned. "This is too hot," Roswise stated, without even testing it. "How do you know it's too hot if you haven't put your foot in?" Leon protested. "I said it is hot." "Go and get more," she replied, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Are you serious?" he muttered under his breath. Do you dare argue with a woman?
Besides, I am not merely a woman.
I am a queen. Leon had no retort for that. He went and fetched another basin of water. Now it's too cold, Roswise complained immediately. Mother Dragon, are you quite done? Leon asked, his patience wearing thin. She suppressed a smirk. Not behaving? Shall we start this entire process over again?
Gritting his teeth, he went to fetch a third basin.
This one is just right. Begin washing.
Leon supported her sole with one hand and poured water over her foot with the other. He scrubbed at the imaginary dirt on the top of her foot with a cloth. Then he brought the second basin and washed both feet together. His movements were clumsy, his expression a mask of simmering annoyance, but he obeyed. These were Roswise's commands, and defiance in this state was futile. As he worked, a slow, hot anger began to burn within him. The more he thought about her casual cruelty, her constant humiliations, the angrier he became. He lifted her foot, looked at the delicate, perfectly formed jade sole, and slowly, deliberately, began to bring it nearer to his mouth. I can't take it anymore, he growled, the words torn from him. Roswise jerked her foot back in shock. What are you doing? Don't you dare do anything disgusting. I'm going to eat the dragon claw raw, he said, the statement hanging somewhere between a threat and a bizarre, half-serious joke. Ha! Ah! Roswise screamed, the sound muffled through her clenched teeth. Leon Cosmodius, I will kill you. The next morning, Mune stared at the two of them with wide, curious eyes. Mother, why do you limp when you walk? She asked innocently. Roswise froze mid-step, her face a carefully neutral mask. Daddy, why is your face all bruised? Mune turned her gaze to Leon. He said nothing, looking away. Mune blinked, her young mind processing the evidence, and then a wide grin spread across her face. Oh. You two must have been playing fun games without telling Mune. Author's note, yes, little Mune, you are absolutely right. Your mother and father played a very interesting game yesterday. Lessons, promises, and quiet resolve. During the day, Roswise possessed almost no free time. As Anna, the head maid, had explained, the Queen's hours were consumed by the intricate governance of the Silver Dragon clan meetings, reports. Strategic planning, a relentless tide of duty that often swept her away until 7 or 8 in the evening. With the Queen's schedule overflowing, the responsibility of caring for Mune fell, by default, to Leon. But Leon did not merely play with Mune. He made certain she learned. His approach was simple and stubborn, a philosophy carved into him by his old master. Good daughter, Leon would tell Mune, his voice a low, steady murmur, we live under another's roof now. We live where that mother dragon watches our every move. But one day, I will take you away from here. It's okay to be a mixed-blood little dragon girl. Just make sure you are cultured. The phrasing was his own adaptation. His master's original lesson had been rougher, blunter, it's okay to be an orphan, but be a cultured orphan. Leon had nearly knocked the old man's false teeth out the first time he'd heard it. Still, the core of the lesson had stuck, reshaped now for his daughter's unique circumstances. The memory of his master sent a familiar, tight ache through Leon's chest. He had been with the Silver Dragon clan for 2 years now. To the Empire, he was likely listed among the dead, a martyr whose story had already been written and closed. It was a strange, bitter kind of freedom, no one was expecting his return. His master had once called Leon the most promising child he had ever trained, a boy destined to become a great dragon slayer. Leon had fulfilled that expectation too perfectly. He had soared to fame, only to be captured and thrust into a life he never could have imagined, forced into an intimacy with the Silver Dragon Queen. That made him want to both gag and laugh at the sheer absurdity of it all. He endured the humiliation. He told himself it was a necessary part of the mission, to get close, to ensure Mune's safety, and to prepare for their eventual flight. But before they could run, he needed to accomplish 2 things, fully heal his broken body and completely win Mune's heart. Mune sat in his lap, the familiar tome,
dragon hatchlings and lightning stories, resting between them.
Leon paused, then deliberately set the book aside.
Sweetie, he said softly, how about I tell you stories from other people's? Stories from humans? Myun's eyes lit up with immediate curiosity. Yes. Daddy, tell me. Leon smiled inwardly.
This was his new strategy. If Myun was only ever exposed to one narrative Rosswei's draconian perspective, then it was his duty to provide a counterpoint.
Not through direct confrontation, but through gentle, subtle examples.
Humans are not all the same, he began, choosing his words with care.
There are good humans and bad humans. Sometimes people do incredibly brave things.
Sometimes they make terrible mistakes. That's why it's important to try and look at things from more than one side. Myun considered this, her little tail flicking back and forth like a slow, thoughtful pendulum.
But Myun has never seen other humans. How can Myun know? Leon breathed an internal sigh of relief. The opening was there. The man holding you is a human, Myun. A full human.
He even managed a small, wry joke to soften the lesson.
100% real. She giggled, the sound light and trusting, and settled back comfortably against him.
They spent the rest of the morning with Leon weaving tales from the human world. He kept them simple, stories of farmers who shared their last loaf of bread, children who helped rebuild a neighbor's home after a storm, soldiers who laid down their weapons, haunted by the cost of battle. His words were soft, the lessons gentle. He was carefully introducing the concept of duality, the idea that any person, any race, any situation could be seen from multiple, valid perspectives. Myun listened with rapt attention. Leon was planting seeds, small, fragile things that might, with time and care, grow into a broader, more compassionate understanding as she matured. He never explicitly said Rossweiss was wrong, he merely offered another way to see the world. At one point, Myun looked up, her expression unusually serious.
Daddy, the dragon clan. You said strength is what dragons respect most, right? Mother said dragons begin striving for power from the moment they are born. They might pay any price to become stronger. Even their life. Leon's face tightened imperceptibly. He recognized that phrasing, it was pure Rossweiss, a way of dressing the clan's inherent harshness in the robes of necessity.
He did not respond with anger. Instead, he leaned down and gently stroked her hair. Some dragons are like that, he conceded calmly.
But not every dragon.
Some just want to live a quiet life. Some find joy in music. Others in drawing or storytelling.
Strength is only one path. It is not the only way to live.
Myun's tail swayed gently as she turned the thought over in her mind. So, maybe there are many dragons who don't like fighting to get stronger.
They just want a peaceful life. Leon's smile was genuine this time. Maybe so. Never assume that everyone in a group thinks or feels the same way.
A soft knock interrupted them.
Anna entered. Your Highness, it is lunchtime. Please hand the princess over to me for a while.
Okay, Leon said. He carefully lifted Myun and passed her to Anna. Myun wrapped her small arms around his neck in a brief, tight hug before pulling back. Daddy, will you still be with me in the afternoon? She asked, a hint of a pout in her voice.
Of course, Leon promised. Promise, she insisted, playing it up.
Promise, he affirmed, his voice steady.
Anna led Myun away.
Leon watched the small figure disappear through the door, feeling a familiar mix of pride and heaviness. The weight of his responsibility was a constant presence, but the promise he had made to her, to himself, lit a small, steady flame in his chest.
He walked out onto the balcony and looked down into the courtyard.
Rossweiss was there, speaking quietly with one of her guards. She stood tall and composed, the kind of ruler whose authority required no shouting, only her unwavering presence. As if sensing his gaze, she turned and looked up, her eyes meeting his.
Leon did not look away.
He lifted his chin slightly, holding her stare. For a long moment, it was a silent duel, the former dragon slayer and the proud silver dragon queen, locked in a quiet contest of wills, each waiting for the other to yield. A soft breeze rustled the leaves in the garden. The midday sun draped the courtyard in a golden, honeyed light, warm and gentle as a hand on the shoulder. Leon felt a strange calm settle over him, intertwined with a latent sense of danger. He thought of his long-term plan, the patient, day-by-day endurance until the moment for escape finally arrived. He thought of Myun and the subtle seeds of thought he was nurturing within her. And he thought of Roswise, fierce, harsh, and yet, undeniably, capable of being flustered in ways he had never anticipated. There was no grand drama, no shouted words. Just two people, separated by a short distance, each holding their secrets close, leaning into the same quiet air. The afternoon passed without incident. Leon used the time to prepare small, discreet lessons and to practice a few practical skills, quiet, useful things for a future escape. He practiced tying knots that could be undone with a single pull, identified hiding spots for small items within their room, and even taught Myun a simple, secret hand signal. None of it was heroic in the traditional sense. It was the patient, unglamorous work of survival. When evening fell, Leon walked to his bed and retrieved the small, empty photo frame he had discovered tucked away among Roswise's belongings. The idea, once a fleeting thought, now felt like a firm promise. One day, he would take a real family photo with Myun, not a staged image to maintain a queen's facade, but a genuine picture of the two of them, free and safe. He could almost see it, Myun's tail wagging happily in the sunlight, her smile unburdened. He traced the cool, smooth edge of the frame, then carefully tucked it back into its drawer. The promise to Myun hummed within him, a low, persistent engine of purpose. He would keep teaching her. He would regain his strength. And when the time was right, he would take her away from this gilded cage. For now, he stood once more on the balcony, watching as Roswise below turned back to her duties. He did not know what she felt when her gaze lifted to meet his. He only knew what burned within himself, a patient, stubborn hope, and a plan woven from small, careful, deliberate threads. The lesson and the walk. To any outside observer, Leon and Roswise would have appeared the picture of a respectable, if somewhat distant, couple. They seemed busy, polite, and settled into the steady rhythm of a long-term marriage. But this calm facade, carefully maintained for the court and for Myun, concealed a far more complex and unspoken reality known only to the two of them. Roswise rarely initiated conversation with Leon unless it pertained to clan business or, more often, the intricate steps of her ongoing revenge. Leon, for his part, had adopted a posture of lazy indifference, making no effort to bridge the silence between them. They had been staring at each other in a protracted, silent standoff from balcony to courtyard. Finally, Roswise decided she had wasted enough of her valuable time and turned to leave. "Hey!" Leon called out suddenly, the word cutting through the quiet afternoon. Roswise stopped, turned gracefully on her heel, and looked up, her expression unreadable. "I want to go out for a walk," Leon stated. "Being cooped up in these rooms all the time is suffocating." Almost the instant the words left his mouth, Roswise was on the balcony. She hovered just beyond the rail, her magnificent wings spread wide, her long silver tail hanging down to counterbalance her weight. Leon felt a jolt of panic. Had he misspoken and triggered her wrath? "You may only go out when you are playing with Myun," Roswise declared, her voice as cold and unyielding as temple marble. "But, won't that seem odd to her?" Leon stammered, seizing on the first logical counterargument he could find. "If her father only ever goes outside while playing with her and is otherwise perpetually confined indoors, won't she eventually become suspicious? Then you will say that you are unwell and cannot go out often." "That is reason enough," Roswise replied without missing a beat, her solution already perfectly crafted. Leon frowned, a grudging respect for her thoroughness mixing with his irritation. "You've thought this through. Just act like a good father." "Do not do anything beyond that," Roswise said, her tone blunt and final. Leon shrugged, the fight draining out of him. The simple act of going for a walk had been reduced to a negotiated privilege, a small luxury not worth a major confrontation.
He turned and headed back toward the bedroom. As he walked away, Roswise's intense gaze softened for a fleeting moment. A flicker of something, perhaps concern, or a reluctant tenderness, crossed her features before being swiftly schooled back into neutrality. "Leon," she called out, stopping him in his tracks. He paused and half-turned. "What?" "Myun will come to you this afternoon. Teach her how to write her name." Leon blinked. "And then?"
"In the evening, I will check her progress. If she has learned it, you may walk with me in the garden tomorrow."
"For 1 hour." Leon's ears practically pricked up at the offer. "Walk, with you?" Roswise's voice remained calm but held an undeniable edge of command. "Do not misunderstand. I will be watching you."
"You are sly. If it were any other guard, you might find a way to slip past them." "How hard can it be to teach a child to write her name?" Leon laughed, the challenge seeming trivial.
"She will not only write her name," Roswise clarified.
"She must write the names of our entire family."
"Mine included?" Leon asked, surprised.
"Of course.
You are her father." "All right. It's a promise."
"No backing out," Leon said, a hint of his old defiance returning. "I do not need promises from you," Roswise sniffed. With a single, powerful beat of her wings, she propelled herself away from the balcony and vanished from sight.
Leon walked into the room but stopped dead after only a few steps.
A crucial, glaring oversight struck him. He rushed back to the balcony and shouted into the sky, "Hey, Mother Dragon!
You haven't told me your last name."
"Milkvei," her voice floated back, faint but clear.
"Milkvei, hiss."
"That's an odd name," Leon muttered to himself, a half-teasing, half-amused smile playing on his lips. Back inside, he took a piece of paper and carefully wrote down the 3 names.
Roswise Milkvei. Leon Cosmodius. Myun.
He briefly considered teasing Myun by suggesting she shared his surname, Cosmodius, but the thought of Roswise's inevitable, icy displeasure made
him reconsider.
It was wiser not to provoke the mother dragon over such a small jest. So, that afternoon, his lesson plan was set: he would teach Myun these 3 names.
Typically, human children began learning the basics of writing around age 3.
But Myun was no ordinary child. Her dragon blood granted her a swift, keen intellect. Teaching her at just over a year old was not the impossible task it would have been for a fully human child. Leon found himself privately wondering if Roswise had somehow timed his recovery with precise, calculating intent, ensuring he would awaken exactly when Myun was ready for such lessons. The thought made him smile wryly and wonder, not for the first time, just how many moves ahead the mother dragon was always thinking. He practiced the names quietly, the unfamiliar surname rolling off his tongue.
Milkvei. Milkvei.
He paused, connecting the sounds.
Milkvei, oh. It's like Milky Way.
A soft, genuine laugh escaped him. It seemed the dragon race possessed a strange, hidden streak of romanticism in their naming conventions. He set the paper down as he heard the familiar sound of small, quick footsteps at the doorway. Myun had returned from her lunch.
"You're back already?" Leon asked, bending down to scoop her up.
The little girl looked up at him, her face set in an unnervingly serious expression. When she spoke, her voice was a stern whisper.
"Myun."
Leon smiled, unsure of the new game.
"Come on in. Daddy will teach you something new this afternoon."
He reached out to lift her, but she watched his hands with a sharp gaze and snapped, "Who gave you permission to touch me?"
Leon froze.
Her tone, cold, commanding, and dripping with regal authority, was a perfect imitation of Roswise. He had explained the concept of duality to her just that morning.
Had she already learned to mirror her mother's most imposing mannerisms?
"From now on, you may not touch or carry me without my express permission. Do you understand?" she added, the stern delivery flawless. Leon felt as if Roswise herself were speaking through his daughter. He opened his mouth to respond, but Myun cut him off with a dismissive sneer.
Humph, idiot. Then, she shut the door firmly and stomped away down the hall. For a moment, Leon was left standing in the suddenly silent room, utterly stunned. Then, the door was pushed open from the outside and Mian rushed back in, her face a mask of childlike concern. "Daddy, are you okay?" she cried, helping to steady him. He had been knocked slightly off balance by the door's swing, the impact left him momentarily dizzy. But the memory of his old training surfaced instantly. Years ago, his master had drilled the adamantine body technique into him. He had withstood crushing blows from boulders and walked away. A swinging door and a small dragon's shove were nothing in comparison. He shook his head and quickly found his footing. "Sorry, Dad. Neon hurt you," she said, her small hands pinching his sleeve in a gesture of pure worry. Her bright, anxious face was a world away from the stern miniature queen of moments before. Leon stood utterly baffled. 1 minute she was refusing to be touched, and the next she was fussing over a minor bump. How could her demeanor shift so radically and so fast? Could it be, he thought, half joking, half worried, that human-dragon hybrids were prone to a kind of split personality? Or perhaps dragons were simply creatures of intense, mercurial moods, and Mune was caught between her dual heritages. Either way, her rapid oscillation between Rossweiss imperiousness and a child's tender concern was more disorienting than the physical impact. He swallowed and tried to project an air of calm authority. Teaching Mune to write was the simple part, Rossweiss had layered it with the weight of a test. Success meant a precious hour of relative freedom. Failure meant remaining a prisoner in this gilded suite, playing the part of the dutiful, confined father. As he sat down with Mune on his lap and pointed to the paper, he matched his tone to the steady patience Rossweiss had demanded. He pulled out a small wooden stylus and gently guided Mune's tiny hand. "Start here," he said, his voice low and even. "Make a line, good. Now another." Mune watched with intense concentration, her little brow furrowed. At times, she would stiffen and issue another Rossweiss-like command. At others, she would giggle and snuggle into his chest, soft and entirely childlike. Leon learned to adapt on the fly, his tone firm when she challenged him and gently encouraging when she sought comfort. When the afternoon had waned and Rossweiss arrived to inspect their work, she took the paper without a word. She read each name in a low, measured voice, first her own, then Leon's, and finally, Mune Meltve. Her eyes traced every stroke of the clumsy but recognizable letters. Her face, as always, was a masterclass in neutrality, but Leon could feel the weight of her scrutiny. "Tomorrow," she said finally, her gaze lifting to meet his, "you may walk with me for 1 hour in the garden." A wave of relief and guarded triumph washed over him. It was a minor victory, but a victory nonetheless. Rossweiss added one final cold remark as she turned to leave, not looking back at him. "I will be watching you." Leon managed a small, tight smile. He had gotten what he wanted, for now. That night, as he lay awake in the quiet darkness, Leon's mind returned to the names. Meltve, the Milky Way. It was a reminder that beneath their fierce scales and formidable power, dragons held a capacity for poetry and softness. He thought of Mune, a living bridge between their two worlds, capable of being both Rossweiss' echo and a vulnerable child in the space of a single breath. He wondered how much of the queen's complex soul already lived within their daughter. He sighed, a complex mixture of pride, worry, and profound exhaustion settling over him. Tomorrow's walk in the garden would be a small, hard-won taste of freedom. For now, his duty was clear: keep teaching, keep playing his part, and keep navigating this strange new life where a dragon's commands and a child's innocent smiles shared the same small, beloved body. Could a hybrid mind truly be split between draconic logic and childish impulse? Leon didn't have the answer. He only knew that the little girl in his care could be as stern as a queen one instant and as helpless as a fledgling the next. He couldn't predict which Mune he would encounter from one moment to the next. But he would keep trying, because whatever else Rossweiss was, and whatever her motives, she had given him something he found he did not want to lose. A place, however fraught, in this strange, impossible, and beautiful family. The names that bind. Leon sat at the table with Myun settled comfortably on his lap.
Myun lifted her small hand and gently rubbed the bridge of his nose where the door had struck him. She looked up with her large, luminous eyes, her voice a soft, contrite whisper.
"Sorry, Daddy." Myun didn't mean it.
Myun didn't expect the door to push Daddy so hard. She pouted, her lower lip trembling just enough to suggest tears were imminent if he didn't offer immediate forgiveness. "Are you still hurt?" "Myun will blow on it and it won't hurt anymore." Leon's heart softened completely. He smiled and gently wiped a hint of dampness from the corners of her eyes.
"It's okay, Myun. Don't worry. Daddy is the one at fault."
"I should train more so I won't be knocked over by a mere wooden board." Myun's face instantly brightened, her worry vanishing like mist in sunlight. She laughed and wiped her face with her sleeve.
"As long as Daddy's not hurt, it's good." Leon affectionately pinched her tiny nose. "All right, let's forget about it."
He made a turning page motion with his hand, a physical gesture to match the mental shift.
"Let's turn this page over and move on, okay?"
Myun squinted with happiness, her smile radiant.
"Okay, Daddy is the best.
Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a loud, smacking kiss on his cheek.
Leon was both surprised and deeply touched.
Just 5 minutes earlier, she had been shouting, "Don't touch me, idiot!" Now she was calling him the best and bestowing kisses. He sighed inwardly. Dragons, and especially half-dragons, were creatures of profound and rapid change.
"Daddy, what are we doing this afternoon?" Myun asked, her curiosity piqued.
Leon picked up the paper on the table and pointed to the 3 names he had written.
"This afternoon, Daddy will teach you to write these. Sound good?"
Myun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The concept of reading and writing was still new and magical to her.
Yes, Daddy. Teach me quickly." "Didn't Mom teach you already?" Leon asked casually as he prepared fresh paper and a stylus.
"Mother said to wait until you woke up and let you teach me," Myun answered innocently.
Leon rolled his eyes internally at the transparently lazy excuse.
He mentally dubbed her mother the Queen of Laziness, but wisely kept the thought to himself. Myun moved a small, carved stool right next to his chair and sat down, her posture attentive. Leon first showed her how to hold the stylus properly. She was a quick study, managing a steady grip after only a few attempts.
"Don't press too hard," Leon warned gently. "You might poke through the paper. Slow and steady is the way."
Myun agreed with a serious nod. He taught her to recognize the shapes of the letters first, tracing them in the air. Then, he moved on to the proper stroke order.
"Is there an order to writing?"
Myun asked, her head tilted.
"Yes. Without order, you're just drawing. Rules help your writing look neat and balanced," Leon explained calmly. "If you follow the stroke order, the characters will come out more gracefully." "Okay, I got it, Daddy."
"I'll practice hard," she declared, her expression bright with determination. At first, Myun practiced the strokes she found easiest. But with Leon's patient corrections, a gentle nudge of her wrist here, a guiding hand there, and her own innate quickness, she soon produced a
recognizable, if wobbly, Leon Cosmodius. A surge of paternal pride warmed Leon's chest. Next, they practiced Roswi's name.
The characters were more complex, but Myun applied herself with redoubled effort as if a special, inherited strength flowed through her when writing.
Her mother's name.
Leon noticed she used significantly more sheets of paper practicing Roswi's Melkve than she had for his own name. Watching the growing stack of discarded attempts on the table, Leon teased lightly, "You seem to enjoy writing your mom's name a great deal."
Myun blinked, genuinely puzzled.
At her age, she didn't understand concepts like favoritism or jealousy, but she could sense a subtle shift in Leon's tone. While he stepped away to the restroom, Myun quietly fetched more paper and diligently practiced.
She rewrote Leon Cosmodius over and over.
When Leon returned, Myun proudly presented him with a stack of 11 sheets.
1, 2, 3, 11 sheets. Daddy, Myun wrote 11 sheets of your name. Leon's heart melted completely.
Oh, my good girl.
You're my little cotton jacket, so warm and understanding.
He cupped her chubby cheeks and rubbed them affectionately.
You're 1,000 times sweeter than your stubborn mommy.
Myun squealed with delight, wriggling in her seat. It seemed to be the first time Daddy had been so openly, playfully affectionate with her.
Alright, let's practice the last one, your own name.
Myun Malkve, Leon said, pointing to the final line on the paper. No, that's not my full name, Myun corrected him with sudden, sober seriousness.
Leon blinked, caught off guard.
He had not expected this. Middle names were a common practice among the empire's nobility, often denoting lineage or honorifics.
He hadn't considered that dragons might follow a similar custom.
What is your full name, then? He asked. She began, then grinned triumphantly.
C. Yes. Myun C. Malkve. The C is from Daddy's last name, Cosmodius.
She beamed with pride.
That's what Mother told me.
Leon felt a sudden, complex wave of emotion, surprise, a strange, profound happiness, and a sense of being utterly disarmed.
Rosswise had given their daughter a middle initial drawn from his name.
That small, deliberate detail made him feel less like a temporary caretaker or a prisoner and more like a part of the family. He tried to temper his reaction, to not read too much into the Queen's motivations, but his heart beat a little faster against his ribs. He had assumed his role in this draconic household was provisional, a consequence of spell and circumstance. But Myun carried a piece of his name within her own. It was a quiet, undeniable testament that Rosswise, in her own way, acknowledged his place. They finished practicing Myun's full name. Her strokes, while still juvenile, were remarkably neat and steady for a child her age.
Done practicing. Daddy, how does it look?
Myun asked, her expression hopeful. Leon looked over the collection of papers, at the diligent repetitions of all three names, and felt a wide, genuine smile spread across his face.
Myun, you're amazing.
You learned our family's names so quickly and so well. Myun paused, then shook her head with a little frown.
No. If we're a family, then we're missing one. Leon's smile faltered.
His heart gave a single, hard thump.
A family missing one. The memory of her earlier, imperious tone, "Who gave you permission to touch me?" flashed in his mind.
It suddenly made a new, different kind of sense. Myun had been teasing, play-acting, mimicking her mother's sternness. But beneath the performance was a child's simple, earnest desire for completeness.
Leon swallowed, the realization settling deep within him.
He felt different than he had just moments before, not just foolishly charmed by a cute child, but fully, irrevocably woven into the fabric of a family. That was, quietly and surely, claiming him as its own. The surprise was twofold: first, that he had fallen for them, and second, that he had been so seamlessly accepted in return. He laughed softly, the sound half for Myun and half for himself. So it turns out I wasn't just being enchanted from the start. I received a double blessing. Myun giggled, not fully understanding his words but feeling their warmth, and hugged him tightly. Leon held her close, his mind swirling with the strange, sweet absurdity of his life, a tapestry woven with stern commands, sudden kisses, a stubborn dragon queen, and profound little surprises hidden in the curve of a child's name. He would try, with every fiber of his being, to be worthy of that middle initial, and of the small, unexpected, and fiercely beautiful family that had grown around him. The other daughter. Leon's thoughts drifted back to a few days prior. It was the first time he had taken Myun out to play. In the temple corridor, he had seen a little girl who looked exactly like Myun. The girl had given him an icy, dismissive look before running away. Then, at noon, he had encountered that cold version of Myun again. Their brief, stilted exchange had been far from pleasant. Leon had begun to wonder if he had lost his mind after 2 years asleep, or if Myun possessed a split personality. Then, a simpler, more logical truth dawned on him: perhaps it wasn't the same child. Perhaps she had a sister. So, Myun, he began, choosing his words carefully.
You mean to say you have another sister?
Myun shook her head, her silver hair swishing.
Not a sister. She's my big sister.
Leon made a soft sound of understanding, his curiosity piqued.
What's your big sister's name? He asked, eager to solve the mystery. Noah's sister is called Noah, Myun sang, the name lilting on her tongue.
It sounds like the hero in the dragon myth who saved the world.
Noah. Leon repeated the name slowly, tasting its weight.
He could tell Roswise had put considerable thought into naming her children. Noah carried a resonance of strength and nobility, like a champion from ancient epics. Myun's own name, Leon reflected, felt drawn from the moon, soft, gentle, and cradling a universe of stars. It was a name that felt small and precious in his hands.
Daddy, can you teach me to write my big sister's name?
Myun asked, pulling him from his reverie.
All right. Daddy will write it first, and you can copy, okay?
Leon picked up the stylus and, on a fresh sheet of paper, carefully wrote, Noah C.
Melkvei.
His strokes were neat and confident, a skill born of necessity. When he had lain in the hospital after Master Tiger had broken his ribs, his hands and neck were all he could move.
He had spent countless lonely hours practicing calligraphy.
Those tedious hours had gifted him with elegant penmanship.
Wow! Daddy writes so beautifully. Myun's eyes shone with admiration. Leon smiled warmly. You'll write like this soon, too, with practice. Can I keep it? I want to show my sister tonight. She'll love it.
Myun held the paper as if it were a rare treasure.
Leon asked quietly, a hint of concern in his voice, Is your sister hard to get along with?
Earlier, she either ran away or looked at me so coldly. Myun shook her head vigorously.
No, she's very nice.
She takes me to pick fruits, helps me tie my hair, and sometimes she even takes the blame when I make trouble. Dad, don't tell Mother.
Actually, I was the one who dirted her dress.
Leon chuckled and patted her head.
Don't worry. Daddy will keep your secret. Thank you, Daddy, Myun said, hugging his index finger.
So, Noah wasn't a miniature, frosty version of Roswise. She was simply shy and unfamiliar with him.
Leon felt a wave of relief.
Handling one stubborn dragon mother was challenging enough, two would have been insufferable. A mischievous plan began to form in his mind, thinking of how he might gently tease Roswise when she came to inspect Myun's work later. A small, sly grin touched his lips.
Daddy, why are you laughing? Myun asked, watching him intently. Nothing, sweetie. Come on, let's practice your sister's name.
He guided her small hand as she carefully traced the characters.
Myun was a quick learner.
By the afternoon, she could write Daddy, Mother, Noah, and her own name with remarkable neatness. Her strokes were steady, her face a mask of concentration. Leon felt a deep, paternal pride swell within him.
That evening, Roswise entered the room.
Mother, Your Excellency. Myun ran to her, wrapping her small arms around Roswise's leg.
Good evening, Mother. Roswise stroked Myun's head, her touch surprisingly gentle. Good evening, Myun. Did you learn to write your name? Yes. I learned. I can write Daddy's and Mother's names, too.
Myun beamed, her expression hopeful for praise.
Roswise gave a small, approving nod. Well done. Myun, craving more affirmation, leaned against the bed and looked at Leon with wide, expectant eyes. Leon smiled and interceded softly, She worked very hard. A little more praise wouldn't go amiss, would it? Roswise's gaze flicked to him.
For a moment, she seemed to find his relaxed demeanor almost too nonchalant. She turned her attention back to Myun. The little girl looked up at her like a masterpiece begging to be admired. Roswise crouched down, bringing herself to Myun's eye level, and held her small shoulders. Myun is truly amazing, she said, and a faint, real smile softened the severe lines of her face. As a reward, I will make your favorite pan-fried steak tonight.
Yay! Mother's steak is the best.
Myun clapped her hands in delight.
Leon couldn't resist a gentle jab. I thought you were supposed to be stricter than this. Why are you sitting there so leisurely, Leon? Roswise asked, her voice dry.
You told me to teach the child, Leon replied, spreading his hands.
I did. Now I'm resting.
That does not mean your duties are finished.
Myun, write for me here. Let me see. Roswise's tone held that familiar, quiet command.
Myun climbed onto the chair, took a fresh piece of paper and the stylus, and began carefully writing the 3 names.
Roswise watched in silence. Her expression was inscrutable, but the elegance of the child's handwriting, clearly influenced by Leon's tutelage, was undeniable.
When Myun finished, Leon piped up with a faintly puzzled tone.
Finished writing.
The names were neatly and correctly arranged.
Roswise nodded. Well done, Myun. Now. Leon cut in, his voice dripping with false innocence. Myun, is someone's name missing?
Myun blinked, then her eyes widened.
Oh. Right, one is missing. The small smile vanished from Roswise's face instantly, replaced by an icy mask.
Her sharp gaze settled on Leon, who stood with a poorly concealed look of triumph.
Since we are writing all the family names, Leon said casually, we should include everyone to make things neat and complete, don't you think? It's only loving. Dad's right, Myun. Write little Noah's name, too. Yeah. Myun agreed eagerly.
Roswise's voice was low, a soft warning rumble.
Little Noah. Did Myun tell you? Leon nodded, a picture of earnestness. Yes, she did. I've been awake for only a week and have just now learned the name of my eldest daughter.
Roswise watched him, her silence demanding an explanation. And if we are writing family names, Leon added, turning fully to face Roswise, I must also say, I feel a certain guilt toward you.
Roswise's eyes narrowed slightly. Guilty about what? Leon adopted a mock dramatic expression. Giving birth is a tremendous ordeal.
And you went through it twice for me.
You truly suffered. Roswise's gaze turned razor-sharp. What are you implying?
Leon pressed on, his grin widening.
You hid things from me for my own good, yes?
You just happened to forget one small detail, like the fact that I already had 2 daughters.
Roswise remained silent for a long moment before answering simply, it was for your own good. For my own good?
Leon leaned slightly toward her.
I'm perfectly fine. I have a pair of lovely daughters. What could possibly be wrong with that? So, when do I get to meet Noah properly? Roswise raised a single, elegant eyebrow. Are you in such a hurry? Yes. I'm eager to meet my daughter, Leon said, trying to sound solemn but unable to fully mask his excitement. Roswise let out a low, knowing chuckle. All right. Don't say I didn't warn you. Leon smirked. Regret? Why would I regret meeting my own daughter?
Roswise turned toward the door, her silver hair flowing behind her like a river of silk. She said softly, almost to herself, because she is not as gentle as you might think. Before Leon could form a reply, the atmosphere in the room shifted palpably. A subtle chill seeped in from the corridor, faint but sharp, carrying the whisper of an approaching frost. Myun blinked, sensing the change. Mother, is sister coming? Roswise's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. Yes. I told her to come. Footsteps echoed slowly in the hall, calm, measured, and deliberate. Leon straightened unconsciously. His heart thudded once, heavily, then again. It wasn't fear, but the instinctive tension that preceded the aura of a powerful dragon. The door slid open with a soft whisper, and a familiar small figure stood framed in the doorway. Silver hair, eyes of glacial ice, and a face that was the mirror image of Myun's. Leon stared. So this was Noah. The girl's gaze swept over him, the same detached, unreadable look he remembered from the corridor, before settling on Roswise. Mother, Noah said, her voice flat and simple.
Rosswise nodded. Come in. Your father has something he wishes to say to you.
The words hung in the air, charged and heavy.
Leon blinked, his earlier confidence wavering. He forced a warm smile onto his face. So this is Noah, huh? My eldest daughter. Noah's icy eyes met his.
For a protracted moment, she said nothing, then offered a small, perfectly formal bow.
Good evening, Father.
Leon froze for half a second, the title striking a chord deep within him, then his smile returned, genuine and wide, warmth flooding his features.
Good evening, Noah.
Myun giggled quietly beside them, her joy palpable at having her family finally assembled in one room.
Rosswise watched the three of them, a calm, unreadable smile gracing her lips.
The room fell into a comfortable silence, broken only by the sound of Myun's soft laughter and the low hum of the evening wind outside. For the first time, their strange, imperfect, half-frozen, half-warm little family stood together.
And Leon, despite the distinct chill emanating from his eldest daughter, couldn't help but feel his heart grow inexplicably lighter.
Perhaps, he thought, this tangled, unpredictable reality was what waking up to a new life was truly supposed to feel like.
A family dinner.
Rosswise had prepared a family dinner that night not merely as a reward for little Myun's diligent efforts, but also as an opportunity. An opportunity for that reckless human, the so-called dragon slayer who knew no fear of heaven or earth, to formally meet his second daughter.
For this rare occasion, Rosswise personally cooked every dish herself.
Her culinary skills, refined and precise, mirrored the grace she exhibited in battle. It was no wonder Myun adored her mother's cooking, especially the perfectly seared steak that Rosswise reserved for special days. After nearly an hour of focused work, the dining table was laden with fragrant dishes, slices of golden steak glistening with herb-infused butter, a bowl of steaming seasonal vegetables tossed with garlic, and delicate bread rolls with a tantalizing crispness at their edges. The rich, savory aroma filled the entire room. Rosswise removed her apron and turned toward Leon, who sat near the table, watching her movements with the restless anticipation of a child awaiting
a feast.
Myun, go call your sister for dinner, Rosswise instructed softly.
Okay.
Myun replied cheerfully, hopping off her chair and dashing out of the room, her little tail flicking with excitement.
Rosswise took her seat at the head of the table.
She held a small hair tie between her lips, lifted her slender hands, and gathered the cascade of her silver hair behind her neck.
The motion was simple yet fluid, smooth as moonlight sliding over glass.
She secured the tie and let the gathered hair fall in a graceful wave down her back. When she glanced up, she found Leon staring at her with that familiar, mischievous grin. "What are you looking at?" she asked, her eyes narrowing slightly.
Leon sighed dramatically.
"Just feeling a pang of regret that I didn't get to witness the birth of our two daughters."
Rosswise tilted her head, feigning deep thought, then allowed a faint smile. "That's all right. If you truly wish to see it, we can." Leon blinked, caught off guard. "We can? We can have another.
Perhaps even a third," she said smoothly, her lips curving into a dangerous, knowing smile.
"There's really no need for that," Leon coughed, his composure cracking.
"Poof.
Fool." That tone, light yet cuttingly dismissive, was eerily reminiscent of Noah's earlier rebuke. Like mother, like daughter, Leon thought with internal resignation.
Just as he prepared a retort, the soft sound of the door opening echoed from the hall. Two sets of footsteps, one light and quick, the other steady and deliberate, approached the dining room.
"Dad, Mother, I'm here. Big sister too." Myun's bright voice announced their arrival. Two identical little dragon girls stepped into the room.
Their long, dark hair was interwoven with soft silver streaks that caught the light like threads of moonlight. Both wore elegant little dresses paired with pristine white stockings. Their height and features were nearly perfect mirror images of one another.
But their expressions could not have been more different.
Myun's face was alight with a cheerful, sunbeam-like smile, the small tuft of hair on her head twitching happily with each step. Noah, in contrast, carried an aura of serene composure, her face was a mask of solemn seriousness, her eyes cool and assessing, her posture as composed.
As a miniature adults. Good evening, Mother, Noah greeted, offering a slight, formal bow. Good. Now, since this is your first formal meeting, introduce yourselves properly, Roswise directed. Yes, Mother, Noah replied. Her cool silver eyes turned to Leon. She stood perfectly straight, her voice crisp and precise. I am the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen Roswise, Noah C. Milkvey. 1 year and 2 months old. Her introduction carried the weight and formality of a royal proclamation, far beyond what one would expect from a toddler. Every word was measured, calm, and dignified. Leon felt the air catch in his throat. How is this child the same age as Mune? Where Mune was all sunshine and unbridled joy, Noah was the calm of a winter morning, impossibly mature for her years. Leon, Roswise said, a thread of amusement in her voice, aren't you going to introduce yourself to your daughter? Oh, right. Leon cleared his throat, crouched down to bring himself to Noah's eye level, and said with as much warmth as he could muster, Hello, Noah. I'm Leon Cosmodius, your father. Noah looked at him in silence for a moment that stretched just a little too long, then gave a small, acknowledging nod. Noted. Leon froze. Noted? What kind of daughter greeted her father with noted? He blinked twice, utterly disarmed, while Roswise's lips twitched violently. She was clearly battling a wave of laughter. Before the queen could lose her composure, Mune tugged gently at her sister's sleeve and whispered, Sister, say a little more, or Dad will feel awkward. Noah gave her a sidelong glance. Children should not interrupt adults while they are speaking. Mune puffed her cheeks in a silent pout and retreated slightly behind her sister, fiddling with her own fingers. Roswise finally clapped her hands together softly. All right, introductions are concluded. Let us eat. The twins moved to climb into their chairs. Mune struggled a bit, her small wings fluttering uselessly. Without a word, Noah reached down, lifted her sister by the waist with surprising strength, and placed her gently on the chair before climbing into her own seat with a small, efficient push and kick. It was a movement of practiced grace, as if she'd been performing this duty for years. Roswise watched them with a fond expression before her gaze landed on Leon, who was still processing the scene. Why are you standing there? Have you lost your appetite? Leon shook himself out of his stupor and quickly took his seat. No. Just admiring the twins. Such impeccable teamwork. Roswise hid her smile behind her hand and began serving the food. The table was now a landscape of warmth and enticing scents. Mune's nose twitched as she stared intently at the steak on her plate, but before she could dive in, Noah's voice stopped her. Wait. Noah picked up a napkin, unfolded it with care, and placed it neatly across Mune's lap. Knife in your right hand, fork in your left. Do not forget again. I won't, sister, Mune promised sweetly. Good. You may eat. Leon, sitting across from them, observed the interaction quietly. Despite her frosty exterior, Noah was remarkably attentive, even protective. She didn't behave like a child at all, she behaved like a miniature guardian, a tiny echo of Roswise's own formidable nature. So that's what she inherited from her mother, Leon thought, a mixture of amusement and disbelief swirling within him. Strictness, packaged in a 1-year-old. Perfect. He glanced toward Roswise. She showed no signs of surprise, clearly accustomed to her eldest daughter's preternatural maturity. To her, this was simply normal. The gentle clinking of cutlery filled the room. Leon finally picked up his own fork and sampled the steak. The flavor was instantaneous and sublime, incredibly tender meat, a perfect sear, the rich scent of butter and garlic melding harmoniously. It was, quite literally, mouth-watering. No wonder Mune had been so excited. Sister, Mune whispered after a moment of struggling with her knife. I can't cut it. Noah calmly reached over. Apply pressure with your thumb, firm and steady, she instructed, guiding the knife through the steak with effortless precision. Her tiny hands moved with a deftness that made Leon blink again. There, Noah said, handing the fork back. Now eat. Thank you, sister. Mune beamed. Noah simply nodded and turned her attention to Roswise. Mother, would you like me to assist you with yours? Roswise's smile was soft. No need. Thank you, Noah. Noah nodded once more.
Then her gaze drifted across the table and met Leon's. For a moment, Leon thought she might extend the same offer to him. He couldn't resist leaning forward slightly, a hopeful grin playing on his lips.
Well, what about me?
Noah tilted her head a fraction, her expression unchanged.
No need for you. Leon's grin solidified on his face.
So that's how it was. Before he could formulate a response, Noah suddenly sneezed.
Achoo! She promptly pulled 2 napkins from the holder and wiped her nose with composed efficiency. Apologies, Mother. I could not restrain it.
Roswise pressed a hand to her mouth, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. It is quite all right, she managed, her voice wavering. I nearly could not restrain myself either.
Mother, why are you laughing so much?
Mune asked, her eyes wide with innocent curiosity.
Roswise dabbed delicately at the corner of her mouth with her napkin, struggling to maintain her regal demeanor. Because Daddy is happy, and when Daddy is happy, it makes me happy as well. Really, Daddy? Are you happy?
Mune turned her luminous gaze toward him.
Leon. Was he happy? If he was being entirely honest, not exactly.
Roswise leaned her chin on her hand, her voice dripping with playful mischief.
The child asked you a question, Leon. Are you not happy? You wished to see your elder daughter, and now you have. Do not hold back, smile for us. Leon forced his lips into a wide, strained grin, his teeth clenched. Ah, yes, I'm so happy.
My dear, dear family.
Mune clapped her hands together in joy. Yay! Daddy's smiling. How about we have dinner like this every day from now on? Roswise smiled faintly and gave a slow, deliberate nod. That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Mune turned her hopeful eyes back to Leon.
Dad, is my idea not good? Why aren't you smiling anymore? Leon, sweetheart, can you perhaps guess why I'm not smiling?
He took a deep, steadying breath, his gaze sweeping over the mother-daughter trio across the table, one smiling with calm, victorious pride, the other munching her steak with blissful ignorance, and the cool-eyed elder daughter who had just refused him the most basic of courtesies.
Yes. This was his life now.
A formidable dragon queen, 2 tiny half-dragon girls, one a ray of sunshine, the other a shard of winter ice, and a single, very human man caught
squarely in the middle.
Leon sighed quietly, lifted his glass, and muttered under his breath, cheers, to surviving another day. A subtle, knowing curve touched Roswise's lips, as if she had heard every word.
The dragon's conquest.
If he had to endure a family dinner like this every single day, Leon was certain it would shave at least 30 years off his life.
Dinner was supposed to be a pleasant time for a family to connect and share their day.
But in this household, it had become Roswise's preferred method of psychological torture.
Now, with Noah added to the mix, a little girl whose demeanor was as frosty as an ice dragon's heart, Leon was outnumbered 2-1. It was a battle he could not possibly win. He was frantically searching for a way to diplomatically dissuade Mune from her new, terrifying proposal. Suddenly, Noah's clear, calm voice cut through his thoughts. No, Mune.
Mune's cheerful face fell as she looked at her older sister.
Why not? I wish to enroll in the Dragonling Department of SA.
Heath Academy, Noah stated, then turned her expectant gaze to Roswise, awaiting her mother's verdict.
Roswise was visibly taken aback by her eldest daughter's ambition. She was well aware of Noah's prodigious intellect and formidable magical aptitude for her age.
However, it was customary for young dragons to begin their formal education at the Dragonling Department no earlier than 4 or 5 years old.
Noah was merely 1 year and 2 months old.
She was also significantly smaller in stature than a typical dragonling of school age.
Rosswise set down her knife and fork. She regarded her daughter with a serious expression. Why this urgency to attend school? Because I wish to defeat more. More what? Rosswise prompted. Dragon slayers. Pft, cough, cough, cough.
Leon, who had been taking a sip of water to steady his nerves, choked violently the moment he heard his own daughter declare her intent to vanquish
people of his former profession.
What a wonderfully loyal and devoted daughter, he thought with profound sarcasm.
Noah looked at Leon with unmistakable disapproval. Please pay attention to your table manners.
Oh, now you're playing the proper little adult, Leon fumed internally. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin.
Dragon slayers are exceptionally dangerous, sweetheart. Daddy is merely concerned for your safety. One cannot grow stronger without facing danger, Noah replied with unshakable calm. Well, we have a true little mule here, one who won't be swayed, Leon realized.
He opened his mouth to argue further, but Rosswise cut him off.
I believe Noah's idea has considerable merit, Rosswise declared.
The sooner she learns combat arts, the sooner she can confront dragon slayers.
Besides, I've always found dragon slayers to be rather foolish. There's nothing particularly remarkable about them.
They likely startle easily and choke on their water.
What is your opinion, Leon? Leon said nothing, his silence a louder protest than any words.
Well, it appears your father has no objections either, Rosswise said with a triumphant smile.
St. Heath Academy holds 2 entrance examinations per year. The next one is in a month's time.
During this period, we must prepare everything necessary for your enrollment.
Yes, Mother, Noah replied. Good, we shall discuss the specifics tomorrow. For now, let us finish our meal.
The 2 little girls lowered their heads and resumed eating.
Rosswise glanced at Leon, who looked utterly defeated.
Why aren't you eating, Leon? She asked, her voice dripping with false concern.
Is my cooking not to your liking? It's delicious, exceptionally so.
He muttered into his plate.
If it is delicious, then eat more.
You will need your strength, after all, for other activities later.
The way she emphasized other activities was laden with implication. Leon stared down at the steak on his plate.
He gripped his knife and fork until his knuckles turned white. He could feel the weight of Rosswise's scorn and disrespect. To her, he was likely nothing more than a utility, a nanny for her children and a plaything to alleviate her boredom. The only reason she kept him alive was to provide the children with the semblance of a father figure. He had once told her she could crush his pride and strip him of his dignity, but she could never break his spirit.
Had those been the empty words of a broken man? No. It was not like that. He would never allow Rosswise to take anything more from him.
Silently, he began cutting the steak on his plate into minuscule pieces. The small, flickering flame of defiance in his heart, which had been nearly extinguished, began to burn brighter.
An hour later, the torturous family dinner finally concluded. Noah took Mune's hand and led her back to their room. Leon, however, volunteered to clean up. Rosswise stated that the servants could handle it, but Leon insisted.
He argued that a husband and wife cleaning up together after a meal fostered a more authentic family atmosphere.
Rosswise didn't bother to argue further.
She simply tied an apron around her waist and headed to the kitchen to begin washing. Now, they were alone. The clear water streamed from the tap as Rosswise stood at the sink, meticulously wiping a plate.
Are you planning to assist at any point? She asked, a note of irritation in her voice. You were the one who proposed we do this together. You, ugh.
Before she could finish, a sudden, searing wave of sensation erupted on her chest. Every sensitive nerve in her body ignited at once. She pulled her neckline down slightly and saw the intricate dragon mark glowing with a faint, ominous purple light.
Leon, what are you? She began, turning to confront him.
But the movement only intensified the dragon mark's reaction. It was a powerful, primal resonance connecting them, an inescapable side effect of the magic that bound their fates.
Rosswise's legs buckled.
She stumbled forward, barely catching herself on the doorframe to prevent a fall. Even so, the overwhelming sensation continued to burn through her veins and cloud her mind. Her vision blurred. Her mouth went dry. A deep, instinctual craving for closeness and consummation grew urgent and potent. She tried to swallow, but she was powerless against the dragon mark's command. She slid down to sit on the floor, unable to stifle her ragged breathing. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed in front of her. Rosswise looked up. It was Leon. The cold moonlight streamed through the side window, illuminating his face in profile. His expression was unreadable as he looked down at her. But upon closer inspection, one could see the sheen of sweat on his forehead. He, too, was fighting against the violent resonance of the dragon mark. "What are you? What do you want?" Rosswise managed, her words broken by gasps. Two warring instincts battled within her. One part was deeply wary of the man standing before her. The other, a profound dragon impulse, screamed for his proximity. She knew Leon was experiencing the exact same conflict. "Rosswise," Leon began, his voice low and steady. "I said something to you 2 years ago, in the dungeon. I do not know if you recall it." He slowly crouched down, bringing his eyes level with hers. He reached out and gently lifted her chin, studying her flushed cheeks and the hazy, wanting look in her eyes. "Never find yourself alone with a rigorously trained, top-level dragon slayer," he reminded her, his voice a soft, dangerous whisper. Rosswise managed a weak, defiant smile in return. "Ha! Do not posture, Leon. I know what you are doing. Using the dragon mark's resonance to weaken me for an escape attempt? It is not a poor strategy. But I assure you, it is impossible. The dragon mark affects us both. Furthermore, you have only just awoken from a 2-year coma. You are still feeble. So, even if I am compromised, you cannot possibly flee this castle." Leon interrupted her. "Who said anything about escaping? What?" She breathed, confusion breaking through the haze. He leaned forward, slid his arms beneath her, and lifted the enfeebled dragon queen from the floor. With her silvery tail hanging limply, the proud queen was cradled in the arms of the scoundrel, staring at him in utter shock. "Leon! What are you doing? What are you doing?" she cried out, her voice strained. "It is true I recently awoke from a coma," he admitted, his voice tight but resolute. "My strength, my body, have not fully returned. But, over these past few days, I have reclaimed a fraction of my power. And it is enough." As he spoke, he carried her out of the kitchen and into the corridor. "Enough, for what? Leon, speak plainly." "Enough for what?" she demanded, struggling feebly in his grasp. Instead of answering, Leon set her down on the floor near the entrance to the hall. He positioned her with her head facing the door and her tail toward him. Then, he crouched again and grasped the base of her tail. "Do not, Leon," she gasped, a tremor running through her. During the dragon mark's resonance, a dragon's tail was among the most sensitive areas. The lightest touch could send paralyzing shocks through their entire nervous system. In this moment, Rosswise was like a kitten held by the scruff of its neck. All her strength deserted her, and she lay helplessly on the cool stone floor. "Release my tail, Leon," she pleaded, mustering the last vestiges of her lucid will. "If you do not, I swear, once tonight has passed, I will kill you. I swear it upon my crown." "That is a concern for tomorrow, Rosswise. Besides, you know I have never feared death." As he said this, he tightened his grip on her tail. A sharp, electric jolt instantly arced through Rosswise's entire body. She threw her head back, desperately fighting the restless inferno raging within her. "Dragons crave conquest," Leon whispered, his lips close to her ear. "You desire to dominate everything. You yearn to exert absolute control. You are no different, Rosswise. From the day I awoke, you have trampled my dignity. You have treated me as your toy. An object for your amusement.
So tonight, why don't we exchange roles? What is your opinion? Have you ever been conquered? Have you ever been controlled, Rosswise? I think not.
But you are about to discover precisely how it feels. Leon pressed his knee gently against her tail to pin it in place. He leaned over her, one hand gripping the nape of her neck, the other tangling in the silver hair near her temple. He brought his lips close to her burning cheek and whispered.
And one more thing. Be silent, my queen.
Be silent, she panted, her breath hitching.
Yes. Because.
Knock, knock, knock. Your Majesty, a maid's voice called from the other side of the door.
We are here to clear the table. Is now an acceptable time?
Rosswise's eyes widened in panic. She opened her mouth to call for help, but Leon tugged sharply on her hair, forcing her head back and silencing her cry. If you scream, he said, his voice chillingly calm, I will not hesitate to open this door. Then they will see their queen in this undignified position. I do not care for my reputation.
But what of you, Rosswise? Do you care?
Leon, you vile bastard, she hissed, fury and humiliation warring in her eyes. Shoo, he whispered, his breath ghosting over her skin.
Keep your voice down. You would not want them to hear. Your Majesty? Are you within?
Is everything all right? The maid asked again, her voice laced with concern. Tell them, Leon instructed, his tone brooking no argument, that you are occupied.
Now is not a good time.
Instruct them to return and clean tomorrow morning. Rosswise squeezed her eyes shut, a single tear of sheer frustration and shame tracing a path down her cheek. She drew a shaky breath and forced her voice into a semblance of normality.
I am
fine, she called out, her voice trembling only slightly. You may return to clean tomorrow morning.
Yes, Your Majesty, the maid replied. The sound of retreating footsteps echoed down the hall.
Leon allowed a slow, deeply satisfied smile to spread across his face.
Good, he purred. Now, let us begin, my dear wife. A walk of thorns and threads. Is he dead? Noah stood on the bed, lifted her foot, and kicked Leon in the head.
Little Myun hopped up and down by the bedside, her small voice full of concern.
Sister, you can't kick Dad like that. It's not polite. Adults are talking. Kids shouldn't interrupt.
Humph. Myun pouted, crossing her arms. She then looked at Rosswise, who stood silently to the side.
Mother, Dad was fine 2 days ago. Why did he suddenly faint again? Rosswise gazed at Leon's unconscious form, her face unreadable. Perhaps he suddenly became sick.
From her perspective, the man had simply lost his mind 3 days ago. He knew the consequences of his rebellion, yet he had done it anyway and seemed happy about it. Could she let that slide?
Absolutely not.
She just hadn't expected one punch to leave him unconscious for 3 whole days.
Dad won't sleep for another 2 years, will he?
Myun's voice trembled with worry.
By the time he wakes up, I'll be a big dragon. He won't be able to carry me anymore.
No matter how big you get, he will still be able to carry you.
Rosswise's reply was soft but firm. Now, you two, go out and play.
Yes, Mother.
Noah turned to jump off the bed, but after a moment's thought, she deliberately stepped on Leon's stomach on her way down.
Myun gasped and covered her eyes.
If a step like that didn't wake him up, then Dad really wasn't pretending. After hopping off, Noah pulled a reluctant Myun away.
The little girl looked back at her unconscious father. Dad, when you wake up, remember to wash your face.
The door clicked shut, leaving Rosswise alone with Leon.
Her cold eyes remained fixed on him.
If you keep pretending, the next thing stepping on your stomach won't be Noah's foot.
I swear, it hurts, 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 hurts. As if jolted back to life, Leon suddenly sat up. He clutched his stomach, rolling on the bed in exaggerated agony. That little girl, she's so small. Why is her foot so heavy?
The bone density of dragonkind is much higher than a human's. Didn't you feel it when you were carrying Myun? I felt it. Then why did you ask? Do you have to answer just because I asked? Did I force you to? You'd better die, Leon.
Roswise raised her hand, and dangerous magical energy glowed around her fingers. Leon quickly grabbed a pillow, holding it in front of him like a shield. He knew it was useless against magic strong enough to level a mountain, but he hoped for at least a comfortable pillow to rest on when he died. Roswise just snorted coldly, waving her hand to dismiss the energy. Seeing the danger had passed, Leon slowly lowered the pillow. Deep down, he knew she wouldn't kill him. If she wanted him dead, she could have done it 3 days ago. Why wait for him to wake up? The truth was, after his act of defiance, the energy he had stored for so long was completely drained. It wasn't just her punch that knocked him out, he was so exhausted that even Noah could have pushed him over. Can you tell me what you were thinking at that time? Roswise asked, her voice calm. What do you mean? A dragon slayer uses any method he can to fight a dragon king. Is that so hard to understand? You're still thinking about resistance at this point? Why shouldn't I resist? He expected a harsh punishment for such a rebellious answer. But to his surprise, the mother dragon's eyes showed more surprise than anger. After a moment, a faint, cool smile touched her lips. Good. I'll give you credit for that, Dragon Slayer. She said the words Dragon Slayer with a tone of sincerity, a stark contrast to the mocking disdain she had used at the banquet. Leon realized she had learned a lesson. Her scorn was what had driven him to his insane act. Now, after their confrontation, she felt a new caution towards him, and perhaps even a sliver of respect. I have to admit, Leon, you truly deserve the title the strongest. She admired his determination to protect his pride, even in captivity. Of course, this only made her more interested in tormenting him in her own way. The more he resisted, the more she enjoyed breaking him. Stop fooling around. Get dressed and come with me. Huh? Go out with you? Why? I promised you before that if you taught Myun to write her name, I would allow you to walk with me. Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh? You're actually keeping your word? Roswise chuckled. Think of it as taking the dog for a walk. It's also a chance to show our people we are a couple. It will stop them from getting suspicious. Her tone was light, but the underlying command was clear. Finish getting dressed quickly. We'll go down in a moment. Oh. About 10 minutes later, Leon and Roswise walked out of the Silver Dragon Temple side by side. The Silver Dragon clan members outside couldn't hide their surprise. If they remembered correctly, this was the first time the Queen and her mysterious husband had appeared together in public. The Queen had initially kept their marriage a secret. She had described her male Dragon King as an excellent partner, one who didn't smoke, drink, or fool around. But then, not long after the wedding, he had suddenly fallen ill, remaining unconscious for 2 whole years. The Queen also said, "It's nothing. I love him. He loves me. Let's live in peace and quiet," one might recall. Her words, well, it was better not to think about them too much. No matter what the Queen had said, it wasn't very convincing. But now she had finally brought her husband out for a walk in the sunlight, and the clan members were happy to finally watch the show. The audience wasn't just limited to the clan members. The 2 little ones were watching from a balcony above. Hey, sis, look. Dad and Mom are taking a walk. Myun leaned on the railing, excitedly pointing at the 2 figures in the courtyard below. Noah glanced at them. Even though she wanted to keep watching, she immediately looked away and said, "It's not interesting at all." But they look really good together, sis. Oh. Seeing that her sister wasn't interested, Myun began to tease her with a little song. Dad loves Mom, loves Myun, and also loves sis. Noah paused. She raised an eyebrow and snorted. Loves me? Yes, yes. Loves me? He doesn't even know my name,
and you say he loves me. Yeah, but it was you who told him my name back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what I'm called.
Myun blinked, then jumped down from the railing. Humph, even if he knows now, he doesn't care.
A thought seemed to strike Myun. Sis's name. She began, trailing off.
Not bad, Myun, Noah said, giving a rare word of praise before turning to leave.
Oh, I found it. Sis, look.
Myun held up a piece of paper she had been hiding.
On it, a name was written in neat, elegant handwriting, Noah C. Milkvey. It was quite beautiful.
After making sure her sister had left, Noah quietly returned to her room. She went to her bed, bent down, and pulled a dusty wooden box from its hiding place beneath the frame. She blew the dust off the top, then used a small key to unlock it. Inside the box lay a single, ominous piece of black metal fragment. Noah carefully, almost reverently, placed the paper with her name on it into the wooden box beside the fragment. Then she locked the box and tucked it back into the darkness under her bed.
Once it was safely hidden, Noah returned to the balcony.
Her eyes found the two figures walking together below.
Her gaze lingered on Leon's back. After a long, quiet while, she whispered a question to the empty air, her voice barely audible, "Do you really love us?" The distance between hands. Outside the temple, on a path lined with trees, the afternoon sun was bright. It streamed through the gaps in the leaves, painting dappled spots of light on the ground. The couple, forced together by circumstance, had agreed to take a walk. But once outside, they were practically walking alone. Roswise kept to the left side of the path. Leon stayed on the right. The distance between them was so wide you could have fed a half-grown dragon in it. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty," the queen, a dragon maid with a broom, said. She bowed slightly to her left toward Roswise, then turned to her right to bow to Leon. "Good afternoon, Prince." She was respectful on the surface, but the dragon maid couldn't help complaining in her head, "Are these two crazy? They finally appear together and they have to keep such a distance? Even bowing to them is so inconvenient." It wasn't just her. The other dragons watching from the sidelines were equally confused. It seems like Her Majesty the Queen and her husband aren't very close. Don't talk nonsense, they have two little princesses. How could they not be close? Then when have you ever seen a married couple walk so far apart? Maybe, their majesties just really value their personal space? Do you even believe the words coming out of your own mouth? Shoo, they're coming. Quick, hide. Several dragons who were enjoying the show quickly ducked into the nearby bushes. Leon and Roswise walked past them. Leon's body hadn't fully recovered. His brave act from 3 days ago had drained all the strength he had slowly built up. But his sharp senses remained. He noticed the sneaky watchers and heard most of their gossip. He touched his nose and glanced at Roswise. With her power, she must have noticed them too. But since she didn't suggest they get closer, Leon decided to say nothing. Maintaining the peaceful image of a fake family was her problem. He didn't care what the watching dragons thought. "Hey," Roswise suddenly spoke, her eyes still fixed ahead. Leon glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "Let's get a little closer." Leon hummed in agreement. He didn't refuse. "Sure, okay." They silently drifted toward the middle of the path until they were walking about a meter apart. "Is this good?" Leon asked. "Yeah." Roswise paused. "Do you want to get even closer?" Hearing this, Leon's steps faltered. He grew cautious. "Mother Dragon, are you planning something?" "No. What I mean is, if you want to, I won't refuse. And I won't take the chance to make fun of you. This walk was a promise I made for you teaching Myun." This time, Roswise moved her gaze from the path and looked directly at Leon. In her silver dragon eyes, the usual coldness was gone, replaced by a hint of softness. "So, do you want to get even closer?" "Sure." "Wait." Something was definitely wrong.
A strong feeling told him Roswise was acting strange today.
Actually, forget it. This distance is fine. Seeing his rejection, Roswise's face showed no emotion. She simply nodded.
Okay. A familiar, cheerful voice chimed from up ahead. They both looked up to see the little dragon girl standing in the middle of the path, hands on her hips. The tuft of hair on her head swayed in the breeze, and her little tail wagged happily behind her.
Mew? Aren't you playing with your sister in the room? Roswise asked. Sister asked Mune to come and check on you. Noah would never ask you to do something like that. Roswise saw through the little plan instantly. You just wanted to follow us by yourself, right? You little sneak. Her plan ruined, the little dragon girl stopped pretending. She marched over and planted herself between them. Then she raised her arms and grabbed one hand from Leon and one from Roswise. Mune wants to take a walk with Dad and Mother. Sure. Leon was relieved that his obedient daughter had come to break the awkward atmosphere. No, Mune. Roswise's voice was stern. Dad and I are walking alone right now.
Be good, don't cause trouble.
Mune's face fell.
She knew her mother rarely changed her mind. So, she cleverly turned to Leon with pleading eyes. Really, Dad? If you go for a walk alone with Mother, and leave Mune all by herself in the backyard, Mune will be so sad.
And who knows? A dangerous monster might sneak in, take Mune into the woods, and I'd never come back. Dad would never see Mune again, all because you wanted to walk alone with Mother. Have you been reading that book Enlightening Stories for Young Dragons a bit too much? Mune doesn't care. Mune wants to be with you. Dad, do you only love Mother and not Mune anymore?
Agree with her. Her eyes seemed to scream. She's so cute, why not just agree?
Leon felt his resolve crumble. Don't worry, Mune. Dad's got your back today. You can walk with us.
If your mom says no, I'll deal with her tonight. Even though there was a high chance he would be the one getting dealt with, it didn't matter. Making his daughter happy was what counted.
Mune, be good. Dad and I have already agreed. Roswise's voice was softer now. She couldn't quite keep a straight face.
She had lived for 200 years, and let alone holding someone's hand, even getting this close to Leon had taken courage.
It was unexpected.
For Leon, while he felt a little uneasy, his feelings weren't as complicated as Roswise. He was mainly just curious about one thing. He knew what a dragon's foot tasted like now, but what did a dragon's hand feel like? The estranged couple finally accepted that their first time holding hands was in front of an audience. On the other side, Mune ran away and hid behind a tree to secretly watch. Seeing Dad and Mother finally holding hands, she giggled to herself.
You did that on purpose, Mune. Ah. Noah had appeared behind her silently.
She had her hands on her chest, imitating an adult's posture, just like Roswise often did.
Sister, you scared me. Mune clutched her own chest, pretending to pout. Oomph, what's so interesting about holding hands? It is interesting. It is. Noah stepped forward and pinched her sister's chubby cheeks. You did that on purpose. Woo-woo, Mune was wrong. Mune won't do it again. Sister, let go. The two sisters played and laughed.
Before leaving, Mune took one last, longing look in the direction of her parents. She pouted and said, Dad is really something. He needs Mune to teach him how to hold hands.
TSK, he doesn't know how to take the initiative at all.
Noah followed her sister's gaze and thought silently, if only it could be like this all the time.
The weight of a word.
Sleeping with the dragon mother, having children with the dragon mother, taking a slow walk with the dragon mother, and now, holding hands with the
dragon mother. In a world where news travels fast, it did not matter what Leon's real intentions were. He would be judged by everyone.
After Mune left, they did not let go of each other's hands. But once the awkwardness reached its peak, it began to feel less intense.
How much more awkward could it really get?
Now that their hands were locked, the watching dragons were busy imagining them as a perfect couple, cheering for them in secret. Leon, his face red, cleared his throat. He kept holding her hand but turned his face away. "If you don't want to hold hands, you can let go," he suggested. Roswise, her own cheeks flushed, insisted, "It's fine.
Let's keep holding hands to stop people from gossiping."
"Sure," Leon said, glancing at her. Remembering how she had suggested getting closer earlier, he could not stop himself from asking, "You're being unusually gentle today." For a dragon queen, Leon would only use the word gentle in his wildest dreams.
Well-behaved might be a better fit. Is that so? Roswise asked.
Yes, Leon confirmed.
Roswise's eyes flickered, as if she was calculating something.
But she quickly returned to her serious expression.
"It seems I have tamed you, Dragon Slayer. Now that we are getting along, you are the one who seems uncomfortable."
Leon used a joking tone to talk back, talking about comfort. "It seems more like the tiger has fallen to the plains and is being bullied by the dogs." Roswise raised an eyebrow playfully and tightened her grip on his hand.
"Wrong.
It's the tiger that has fallen to the plains and is taken by the dragon." She deliberately dragged out the last word, leaving him hanging.
Leon turned his head, curious. Taken by the dragon? Taken by the dragon rider. Damn.
Leon rolled his eyes but then remembered they were still holding hands. Their fingers were laced together, making it hard to pull apart. This unintentional movement made them both truly feel the sensation of their joined hands. With their palms pressed together, the heat had nowhere to escape. Soon, a thin layer of sweat formed between them. The rhythm of their steps caused their hands to move slightly, making their palms rub against each other.
It was a tingling, ticklish feeling that made their hearts feel itchy too. "There are some chairs ahead. Let's sit for a while," Roswise suggested.
"Okay." The moment they both sat down, they instinctively pulled their hands back. At that instant, they both secretly let out a sigh of relief. But they immediately felt the emptiness in their palms and the cool air that replaced the warmth.
Leon did not try to hold Roswise's hand again.
He leaned back in the chair, enjoying the warm sunlight. He found comfort in its rays. It could temporarily make him forget the loneliness of being so far from home. She glanced at Leon, who had his eyes closed, savoring the moment.
After thinking for a second, she asked, "Do you miss home?"
"Yeah," he replied. Even though his answer seemed a little casual, the feeling in his heart was real.
He truly missed home. Roswise's eyes trembled slightly. "Your parents. I grew up in an orphanage. I never met my parents. My master and his wife took me in."
"Oh.
Then we are similar. You're an orphan too?"
The question was a bit blunt, almost like an insult.
But Leon was being straightforward and did not think too much about human social rules.
Luckily, Roswise did not fully understand the human concept of cursing someone. She just shook her head and answered seriously, "No. What I mean is, I haven't met my father and mother either. Our grandmother raised my sister and me." As she said this, she lowered her head a little, finally willing to change her usually perfect and elegant sitting posture.
Leon opened his eyes just a slit, secretly looking at her.
The proud queen seemed a little lonely at this moment.
Leon closed his eyes again.
He did not plan to feel sorry for her, he just teased her like he always did.
"Oh, that explains it."
Roswise looked at him.
"Explains what?" "That explains why you're not very good at being a mom." "I'm not good at being a mother?"
"Look, when Myun and the others aren't around, you always refer to yourself as mother."
Roswise frowned. "Is there something wrong with the word mother?"
"Well, what do they call me?"
"They call you Dad."
Leon shrugged.
"See?
Normally, Dad is always paired with Mom.
Myun prefers to call me Dad instead of Father."
That shows she likes the more affectionate, familiar.
Word. Isn't mother an affectionate word? Rosswise asked, genuinely wanting to know. Of course it can be. It's just that it's too formal. It makes things feel a little stiff. After a short pause, Leon went on, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Let's have Myun and Noah call you mom instead of mother. See if they become closer to you because of it. Hearing this, Rosswise thought for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Aren't you going to ask what the winner gets? No need. If I lose, you can ask for anything you want. She added one condition, except for letting you go home. Leon chuckled softly but did not say anything else. After that conversation, they sat in silence for about 20 minutes. Rosswise slowly stood up. Let's go. We have another place to go. What place? Well, actually, inviting you out today wasn't just for a walk. I wanted to show you something. Rosswise said, I can't let you go home, but this should help with your homesickness. Leon did not ask what it was. He just squinted at Rosswise. You're really acting strange today, Mother Dragon. Rosswise shrugged. Since you don't believe me, forget it. Let's just go back now. With that, Rosswise turned and started walking back the way they came.
But she had only taken a few steps when she heard Leon's voice from behind her.
Hey! Take me to see what it is.
With her back to Leon, a faint smile appeared on Rosswise's lips. She had finally hooked him.
The treasury trap. Rosswise led Leon along a winding path on the mountain behind the temple.
They walked on smooth stone steps, going deeper and deeper into the forest.
Where are we going? Leon asked, following behind her. You'll know when we get there. Leon's steps slowed.
The mountain forest, the mood, just the two of them alone, it brought back some very unpleasant memories. He stopped walking, swallowed hard, and said, Let me tell you, Mother Dragon, if you're thinking of making me do that thing again like last time, with your temple in view, it won't work at all. I have zero feelings for your territory. Rosswise, walking ahead of him, let out a light laugh. Without turning her head, she said, Relax, I'm not that unreasonable or cruel. There's a time to relax, and a time to think about home. She stopped walking. A tall, imposing iron gate stood in front of them.
And a time to think about home. Leon finally noticed the building in front of them.
There was no sign, no guards, just a stern and cold iron gate.
What is this? Leon asked. Oh, I haven't given it a name.
You can call it a warehouse, a storage room, or the Queen's treasury.
Whatever you like, Rosswise replied.
As she spoke, she raised her hand. Silver magical energy danced at her fingertips. She pushed the energy into the keyhole of the iron gate, and it slowly swung inward.
Come in.
Leon hesitated for a moment, but then followed silently. After passing through the iron gate and going down a few steps, several rows of neatly organized display shelves appeared before him. Leon excitedly ran to one of the shelves, looking at a beautifully crafted bracelet. He was a knowledgeable dragon slayer. He could tell instantly that the bracelet was incredibly luxurious and rare. If this were in the Empire, it could sell for at least several 100,000 gold coins. That was the bracelet my grandmother gave me for my coming-of-age ceremony, Rosswise explained.
Leon nodded.
Then he turned his gaze to the other collectibles. His attention was completely captured by these precious items.
He didn't even notice that Rosswise had quietly closed and locked the iron door of the treasury. After a while, Leon managed to collect his excitement. He asked, Why did you bring me here? Ah, found it. Right here. Before Leon could voice his confusion, Rosswise stood on her tiptoes and took a box from the top shelf. She placed the box on the ground and gently blew the dust off it. I told you I had something that could temporarily make you forget your troubles. With that, Rosswise turned the open side of the box toward Leon and lifted the lid. Leon looked inside, curious.
But when he saw what was inside, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly open. His black pupils reflected the image of a companion he hadn't seen in 2 years, the black gold war chariot armor. Crafted by the finest artisans of the Empire, this armor had followed Leon into battle from the north to the south. It had saved him from deadly harm countless times. Leon slowly reached out, his fingertips gently brushing the surface of the armor. The familiar texture showed no signs of damage or age. It was clear that Rosswise had taken very good care of it over the past 2 years.
"How about trying it on?" Rosswise suggested. "Ha? What's with the ha? Try it on."
"Oh."
Leon took the various pieces of the black and gold war machine out of the box and skillfully put them on, one by one. After he was fully dressed, Rosswise clasped her hands together, squinted her eyes, and said with clear anticipation, "It looks very handsome. Just as handsome as when you were swinging your sword to cut my head off back then."
"The way you dragons interpret positive and negative words is really unpredictable," Leon commented.
He happily admired the armor on his body.
It was true, his old friend was just as majestic as he remembered.
But Leon suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a small notch on the chest plate. How did this happen? The black gold war machine can repair itself.
"It should have fully recovered in 2 years, Leon asked.
Rosswise shook her head. "Not sure.
Maybe it got bumped or scratched by accident."
"Is that so?" He wiped the notch. Luckily, it wasn't very big.
"You wouldn't notice it unless you looked closely." He grinned like a child who had just gotten a new toy.
"Thanks, Rosswise. I didn't expect you to have a human side." "Thanks?"
"Yeah, th." Leon lifted his head, but his smile instantly froze on his face. The feeling coming from the dragoness in front of him had completely changed. Gentle, elegant, dignified, all of it was gone the moment Leon met her eyes. Now, pink hearts danced in her silver dragon eyes, and dragon patterns glowed beneath the fabric on her chest. The queen grinned, showing a slightly unhealthy smile, and started walking toward Leon, step by step. "Dragoness, before you go crazy, let me remind you that the black gold war machine is enchanted. It boosts all the wearer's abilities. So, I might not be afraid of you now." Having the power to fight back, Leon stood up straight. However, Rosswise just smirked with contempt and kept walking toward him. "I've been meticulously maintaining this set of armor for 2 years.
Do you really think I wouldn't have done something to it?" Leon was shocked.
What?
Rosswise raised her hand and snapped her fingers gracefully.
Suddenly, Leon's black gold war chariot armor became incredibly heavy, pulling him down to the ground with a crash.
At the same time, dragon patterns slowly appeared on the chest plate. The reaction of the dragon patterns was more intense than ever before. Rosswise flipped the immobile Leon onto his back.
Then, she straddled his armored body with her long legs.
"Do you think I forgot about what happened 3 days ago? I'd been acting like a good girl all day, and you fell for it."
The queen smiled.
"How was my acting?" "Pretty good, huh?" Leon's pupils trembled. "You never meeting your parents, letting Mune and Noah call you mom, holding hands, was all of that a lie?" Being a dragon knight wasn't the first time for Leon. He could endure it, even if he didn't want to.
But he couldn't stand the thought of Rosswise tricking him like this. "No, those things were all true. But it doesn't change what I'm going to do to you now, Leon." She opened her collar, unleashing the dragon patterns that had been waiting for so long.
"How did you describe it 3 days ago?" "Oh, that's right. You said I like to conquer. Well, I'm going to conquer you now. Are you ready, my dear husband?" The aftermath. The feeling brought by the double dragon patterns was twice as strong. Rosswise only needed to gently run her fingertips over Leon's skin to create an exaggerated, electric effect. Leon bit his lip, frowned, and clenched his fists tightly. He was using all his strength to fight against his own instincts and urges.
But the electric surge from the dragon patterns was like a wild flood, washing over his crumbling sanity.
Rosswise didn't even need to do much. Just looking down at him, just smiling at him, was enough to ignite a fierce fire inside him. Double dragon patterns. What does that feel like, Leon? Can you tell me?
She smiled, a captivating and charming smile, like a dangerous fairy. When excited, a dragon only thinks about two things: destruction and conquest.
They don't think about anything else.
And Rosswise was currently in this exact state of excitement.
Leon was holding back his urges.
In the same way, Rosswise was suppressing her dragon instincts. She wanted so badly to merge with the prey beneath her, to destroy his body, his will, and his pride. She wanted to use the most unbearable methods to force him to beg for mercy, to satisfy the desire to conquer in her heart.
But she couldn't, not yet.
She wanted to slowly, bit by bit, thoroughly enjoy and torment everything about him. Leon's patience, his resistance, the way he clearly wanted to let go of reason and sink into the queen's softness, but, because of the dragon slayers. Pitiful pride, desperately held on to his last line, all of this was part of Rosswise's revenge.
Rosswise reached out and gently brushed the back of her hand against Leon's feverish cheek.
Admiring his stubborn, struggling face, she sincerely praised her nominal husband. "You're still handsome, Leon, just like 2 years ago. The scars on your face have faded, but you have a new tiredness and maturity. You have the feeling of a seasoned man now." That simple touch stirred the fire deep in Leon's heart. He gritted his teeth, holding on to his last bit of reason. But he knew that, in the end, he still couldn't resist the call of the dragon pattern. Plus, Rosswise had tampered with his armor, adding another dragon pattern to it. Under this double attack, no one could withstand it. And this was the back mountain, far from the temple, with no one around. Here, Rosswise could completely let her wild side out without any worry or restraint.
Ugh! Damn it! Leon let out a low growl.
The dragon pattern's response grew even stronger, and he could no longer fight it.
Rosswise's eyes curved into two happy crescents, full of endless suggestion and softness. Leon! Leon, Leon!
The dragon pattern was also washing over Rosswise's reason.
She had even started calling Leon's name without thinking.
Suddenly, the queen's waist went soft, and she slumped onto the breastplate of the black gold war chariot armor. The firm armor slightly squished the two soft, full mounds beneath it.
Leon felt a secret relief that there was still a layer of armor between them. Otherwise, their dragon patterns would be touching right now. But Leon's happiness came too soon.
Then, Rosswise slowly brought her face closer to his. Silver strands of hair fell down, the ends lightly tickling Leon's forehead and nose. It was a tickling, tingling feeling. But what felt even itchier was Leon's heart. Their lips were very close, only a finger's width apart. Leon could even feel the heat of Rosswise's breath on his face. This was a move she had never made before. So close, so very close. So close that if one of them took a slightly deeper breath, their lips would touch.
Rosswise.
This is just revenge, Leon. Leon's vision became blurry, and his breathing grew heavier. Before the dragon pattern completely swallowed his consciousness, the last thing he saw was Rosswise's emotional, tender dragon eyes.
Smiley face.
After an unknown amount of time, Leon slowly woke up. Every muscle and joint ached. A slight movement made his bones creak. It felt like someone had broken all the bones in his body and then put them back together. Gritting his teeth, he sat up and leaned against the cold wall behind him. Lifting his head, he looked forward. Rosswise seemed to have also just recovered from her exhaustion, putting her clothes back on methodically. The glow of the dragon pattern, like a dying campfire, flickered twice and then went out. After getting dressed, Rosswise carefully placed the scattered pieces of the black gold war chariot armor back into the box. Her movements were light and precise, showing she was being very careful. After putting the box back in its place, Rosswise walked slowly to a spot about 3 meters in front of Leon and sat down, leaning against one of the display racks. The queen also looked tired. A light blush still colored her face. Her tail lay limp on the floor beside her, and her silver hair was a little messy.
Leon's body was against the cold stone wall.
Even though his eyelids felt heavy, he still met Roswise's gaze. The atmosphere between them was delicate and strange, as if the intense moments from before had never happened.
"I want to rest a bit more before we go back," Leon said.
"Okay." Her voice sounded a little hoarse. She probably got too into it earlier, and her throat was dry. Leon looked at her tired face and felt that her mood seemed a little low, too. From their several encounters, Leon had already noticed this pattern.
But thinking about it, it made sense.
While she was humiliating Leon in this way, she was also testing her own limits and tormenting herself. The thrill of revenge only existed in the moment, not afterwards.
But Leon didn't ask or show concern for Roswise.
He knew that in a few minutes, she would be fine again, back to being the cold, scheming silver dragon queen.
Leon silently leaned in the corner, head down, not saying a word. Sizzling.
The sound of fabric rubbing against skin again.
Leon thought Roswise was getting up to leave, so he looked up.
To his surprise, Roswise was slowly crawling towards him. She moved on her hands and knees, her tail swaying casually behind her. Even though Leon was clearly watching her, she acted like she was sneaking up on him, cautious and playful, like a cat.
Leon pressed his lips together and shrank back. "What are you doing?"
She crawled right up to Leon, put one hand on his thigh, and used the other to gently lift his chin. Their noses were almost touching, just like when they were close to kissing during their intimate moment earlier.
But now, Roswise's dragon eyes didn't have that emotional softness.
Instead, they held a very familiar playfulness and teasing. Just as Leon had thought a moment ago, her low mood had passed. She was back to being that scheming queen.
The queen said softly, "Leon, your body doesn't seem as strong as it used to be,
A point to prove.
Leon's physical condition wasn't as robust as before.
The echo of those words lingered, sharp and taunting.
"Ah!" Leon let out a sharp gasp and sat bolt upright in bed, waking from his dream.
He breathed heavily, his body covered in a cold sweat. After sitting for a while to calm down, he slumped against the headboard. Faint moonlight spilled through the window, accompanied by the endless chirping of cicadas. Leon swallowed, covered his still-pounding heart, and closed his eyes. The dream wasn't a nightmare, it was a vivid memory of his time with Roswise in the treasury. After their encounter, as they sat on the ground, she had mentioned with a hint of doubt that his body wasn't as strong as before. Leon quickly opened his eyes and shook his head, trying to force the awkward scene from his mind. He went to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and dragged his tired body back to bed. Exhaustion swallowed him whole, and waves of drowsiness pulled him into a deep sleep. Just before he completely lost consciousness, he mumbled in a daze, "Damn mother dragon.
How dare she say that about me?" The next morning, a knock on the door woke Leon.
He pulled on his clothes and opened the door, his mind still foggy with sleep. He expected to see Myun, but Roswise and Noah stood outside.
A stubborn donkey.
And her stubborn donkey daughter, he thought.
"Good morning, Leon," Roswise greeted him politely. "Morning," Leon replied. He then looked down at Noah. "Good morning to you too, Noah." "Yeah, morning." Leon didn't make a big deal of his eldest daughter's continued coolness.
He looked at Roswise.
"Is there something you need?" "Didn't Noah say a few days ago that she wanted to go to the Dragonling department of Assay Heath Academy? The entrance exams are very strict.
I hope you can tutor Noah in her school subjects this month."
Leon's mind turned quickly.
He didn't answer immediately but turned to Noah instead.
"I would like to talk to Mom alone. Can you go inside and wait for me, Noah?" Noah nodded and walked into the room. "What is it?" Roswise asked. "I can teach Noah basic knowledge. But in return, I want something of equal value."
"Like the walk we had when Myun learned to write her name, or something else?"
Roswise raised an eyebrow. "Are you bargaining with me?" I certainly can.
Well, let's hope. The Queen's eyes flickered down towards Leon's lower body for a split second. Let's hope that after all, you know.
So, for now, you can only prove your worth in other areas. Leon blinked, a memory surfacing. He chuckled. A deal? How come I remember someone saying a few days ago that she didn't need to promise me anything? Facing his teasing, Roswise simply smiled.
I was just afraid that someone might suddenly have another episode, seeking revenge for a moment of fun and then getting knocked out by my punch.
For 3 days. All right. It's a deal. Leon couldn't help but wince. Her words had stabbed directly into his most vulnerable spot.
Roswise looked at him, satisfied with the helpless expression on his face.
So, study hard. I'm leaving. With that, she turned and walked down the corridor.
Leon was about to close the door when he heard Roswise's final blow from a distance. Oh, by the way, dear husband, don't overwork yourself, she faked a concerned expression and waved goodbye.
Leon slammed the door shut. What's wrong? Did you have another argument with Mom? Noah peeked out from the inner room.
No, just casual conversation.
Wait, what did you just call her? Mom. Leon's eyes lit up. He excitedly walked over and crouched in front of Noah. Did she ask you to call her that? Yeah, we talked about it this morning.
She asked me to call her that.
Well. The matter he discussed with Roswise yesterday was already in action this morning.
The mother dragon was dishonest, but she worked efficiently. Still pleased, he asked another question.
So, do you think the old way was better, or is the new way better? Noah thought about it seriously. The new one. A father knows his daughter. See, Mother Dragon? That's a father's instinct. Noah looked at Leon's suddenly happy face, gave him a disdainful glance, and said, When do we start studying? Leon immediately got up and opened the door.
Anna was waiting outside and handed him several thick, heavy books. These cover fundamental magical theory, a general history of dragonkind, and some everyday knowledge.
They are all subjects for the St. Heath Academy entrance exams, Anna explained. Okay, I understand. Well then, we won't disturb Prince Leon while you teach His Highness. We'll take our leave. After a moment's hesitation, Leon said, Hey, wait a minute, Anna. Is there anything else, Your Highness? Later, can you bring me 2 books about medicinal herbs? Anna's eyes twitched slightly.
She didn't understand why the prince would want such books, but she obeyed without question.
All right, Your Highness. Someone will bring them to you shortly. Yes, thank you. Anna gave a slight bow and left. Holding the stack of books, Leon went back into the room.
With a soft thud, he placed them on the table.
He tapped the top book and looked at Noah. Shall we begin? Yes. Since tutoring Noah wasn't pre-planned, Leon was unprepared. He could only start with the basics.
However, after flipping through a book called Basic Dragon Physiology for a while, he still hadn't begun speaking.
Noah couldn't help but ask, Why haven't you started yet?
If it's not working, I can learn on my own, she said.
Leon's gaze never left the books. This stuff is too simple for you. You can look at it on your own later.
There's no need for us to waste time on it.
Roswise had mentioned Noah's intelligence yesterday. He knew she understood things quickly. The methods he used for Mune wouldn't work here.
When Noah heard this, her normally cold expression showed a rare hint of surprise.
Did he recognize her ability? Did he not see her as just a child?
Noah bit her lip, lowered her head, and played with the tip of her tail.
Her emotions were hard to describe. Before coming, she hadn't had high expectations for Leon.
A homely dad who seemed to only know how to take care of children, what knowledge could he teach her? But Leon had changed her impression. Perhaps, this tutoring session could help Noah understand the man in front of her a little better. After the lesson, Leon saw the books on medicinal herbs had been delivered. He spent the afternoon studying them carefully, his brow often furrowed in concentration. He wasn't just reading, he was taking notes on a separate piece of parchment. That evening, after dinner, Leon didn't rest. He went to a quiet corner of the temple's garden and began a rigorous training routine. Push-ups, sit-ups, shadowboxing, he pushed his body, which was still aching, to its limit. Sweat dripped onto the stone path as he pushed through the fatigue, his movements fueled by a stubborn determination. He had a point to prove, if not to her, then to himself. The tutoring session. In the end, Leon came up with a good tutoring plan that worked for Noah. In the book's head made Anna brought, there were some old test papers from S.A. Heath Academy. Leon quickly looked over the questions. They were all about dragon knowledge. Seeing this, Leon felt relieved. As one of the best dragon slayers in the Empire, he believed he knew more about dragons than the dragons themselves. Even if his body was weaker now, he hadn't forgotten what he learned. Leon decided to teach Noah using his own knowledge of dragons, the test questions, and the dragon books. He made the study plan very quickly. As a top graduate from the Dragon Slayer Academy, he was in his element. Okay, Noah, let's start officially. The first thing we're learning is how dragons use magic. He pushed a basic magic book toward Noah. This book is well organized. The table of contents is clear and covers everything we need. Here is my plan. First, quickly look through the table of contents. Then, based on what is easy to understand, a bit confusing, and completely confusing, use green, yellow, and red pens to mark the chapters. I checked the old tests. To pass the entrance exam for ST. Heath Academy, students usually prepare for a whole year. But we only have 1 month. So we have to find every way to study more efficiently. I believe in you, Noah. You can do this. Once you're ready, we'll begin. Leon pushed the 3 different colored pens and the magic book over to her. Noah was very good at controlling her emotions. Even though she was surprised by how efficient this homely dad was, she didn't act like an excited little child. She took the book and pens and started marking the table of contents just as Leon said. Watching his eldest daughter's serious face, Leon felt satisfied. There was no unnecessary talking, no pointless questions. Everything was about being efficient. However, teaching a student as smart as Noah put pressure on Leon, the teacher. Noah's ability to learn was much stronger than Myun's. Leon had to always stay 1 step ahead to teach her properly. It's all marked. Noah's voice brought him back to the present. Leon gathered his thoughts, took the book, and checked the table of contents Noah had marked. Yeah, not bad. About 70% is green and yellow, and only a few chapters are too hard for you right now, right? Noah nodded. Okay, this is just a simple plan. Just because we marked something in yellow doesn't mean we don't understand it at all. And not everything in green is fully understood either. So, next, I'll focus on explaining the chapters you marked in yellow, and we can find any problems as we go. Sound good? Okay. Leon nodded and started explaining the yellow sections. The time for the lesson passed quickly, and 3 hours were gone before they knew it. Leon wrote and drew in the book, going over all the important points with Noah. The next step was to use the knowledge to really understand it. He found a set of practice test questions. Let's try some questions first. This way, we can see exactly where we need to improve. Let's begin. Noah noticed that Leon often used words like we and our when he talked about what they needed to work on. And he rarely said things like, "Do you understand?" She didn't know if he did it on purpose, but this way of talking made it easy to follow his thinking. Noah shook her head, deciding not to think about things outside of studying. She took the test paper, picked up a pen, and started answering the questions. The questions were mostly about reading and understanding, with no math, so Noah finished them quickly. She bit the eraser on her pencil, frowned, and looked carefully at each question. It was hard to imagine a 1-year-old child thinking so seriously. After figuring out an answer, Noah's usually blank face unconsciously showed a small smile. But as soon as she noticed Leon watching her, she immediately went back to her expressionless look. It was actually quite cute. This cuteness was different from Mune's, it was more quiet and hidden. 20 minutes later, she handed the test paper to Leon. Leon checked the answers and added up Noah's score. Out of 100 points, guess what you got? Leon wanted to lighten the mood after all the hard studying. 50? 62. Oh. Leon put down the test paper and smiled. Getting a 62 on your first try is really good. Thank you. What did you say? Leon didn't hear her clearly. Nothing. Noah nodded to show she heard and didn't ask anything else. Leon stretched lazily, stood up to loosen his muscles, and then sat back down to get ready for the afternoon lesson. As he thought, having a smart student wasn't easy. He had to keep his knowledge ahead of Noah's to teach her well. Of course, he probably guessed the other reason why Roswise specifically asked him to teach Noah. It was also a chance for the eldest daughter to give Leon a hard time. Mune naturally liked Leon, so they didn't need to work on their relationship much. But Noah was different. Even though she was young, she had her own thoughts and ways of doing things. It was hard for her to accept a man who had been asleep for 2 years as her father. Besides that, Leon had a feeling that Noah held some anger toward him, and there were likely other reasons for it. With her intelligence, she had probably already noticed that the man she was supposed to call father didn't have a very good relationship with her. Mom, right? So, in this tutoring session, Leon wouldn't just do a bad job on purpose, and he wouldn't think of the eldest daughter as a punishment. He would take it seriously, hoping to change some of Noah's thoughts about him. And then, he would win her over. Pride in peppers. The focus of the afternoon tutoring session was on the questions Noah had gotten wrong. After looking at her mistakes, Leon found that his eldest daughter had a very clear understanding of her own abilities. Almost all the questions she got wrong were from the chapters she had marked as red, the hardest level, in the table of contents. The questions from the green and yellow chapters, she mostly answered correctly. This saved them a lot of time. They didn't have to waste effort on things she already knew. Learning was like treating a sickness. It worked best when you targeted the specific problem. Smiley face. The whole afternoon passed, and Noah learned a lot of new things. When she was finally leaving, she managed to say openly to Leon, "Thank you." That thank you was a great comfort to the old father's heart. Leon tried hard not to let his mouth curl into a big smile. "You're welcome. It's what I should do." The eldest daughter nodded. She held the homework Leon had given her, turned around, stood on her toes, reached for the doorknob, opened the door, and left. Leon let out a sigh of relief and looked out the window. It was almost dark. He quickly ate his dinner and then sat back down at his desk. The basic books about medicinal herbs that Maid Anna had brought were on the table. Also, at noon, he had asked Anna to bring him a few chili peppers. Leon picked one up, looked at it, and muttered, "These chili peppers look no different from the ones my master grows." With that, he took a bite and started chewing. 2 seconds later. Water, 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 water. He scrambled to the sink, turned on the tap, and let cold water rush into his mouth. But it didn't do much to stop the crazy burning feeling from the chili. Overwhelmed by the spiciness, Leon covered his mouth and rolled on the floor. It felt like someone had put a piece of red-hot charcoal in his mouth. After fighting with his taste buds for a few minutes, the feeling eased a little. Tears streamed down his face, and his lips were completely numb as if he couldn't feel them at all. If the food you dragons eat every day is this spicy, you'll all get hemorrhoids sooner or later. After complaining angrily, Leon got up from the floor and went back to his desk. After this little adventure, the tiredness from the day was gone. Leon wiped his face, gathered his focus, and started preparing for tomorrow's lesson. For a moment, it felt like he was back at the Dragon Slaying Academy. He never let himself have free time, always either reviewing old lessons or studying new ones. No wonder his roommate used to call him a bookworm. Back when he studied late into the night and felt too tired, Leon would chew on a chili pepper his master had given him. It was a great way to wake himself up. He had just woken up from a long coma and should be resting more. But Noah had her entrance test next month, so he had to use his time well to prepare lessons and make a strict, efficient study plan. So, when his body felt too tired to continue, Leon had to force himself to stay awake by chewing chilies. And when it came to dragon chilies, they definitely worked better than Leon expected. He was so focused on his studying that he didn't realize it was already past 11 p.m. when he finally decided to take a break. He rubbed his tired, heavy eyes, felt the exhaustion, and grabbed another chili pepper from the desk, taking a bite. The sharp, wake-up sensation hit him instantly, and all his tiredness vanished. Leon gripped his thigh tightly, enduring the fiery pain in his mouth. After the feeling eased a bit, Leon set aside the teaching plans he had prepared. Instead, he opened a drawer and took out those books on medicinal herbs. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. Roswei's comment, "Your body is not as strong as before," felt like a sharp knife stabbing Leon's pride. And it just so happened that all bookworms shared one common trait: they were stubborn and loved to argue over small details. When he asked maid Anna for the herb books in the morning, it was to see if anything could work better than his current nutritional supplements. Just relying on supplements, it would take forever for his body to get back to normal. Leon couldn't let that mother dragon look down on him. He wanted Rosweiss to pay a painful price for her comment, "Your body is not as strong as before." With this thought, Leon felt his determination burn. He opened the herb book and started looking for the information he needed. Red sap dragon fruit, the flesh is tasty, the seed can be used as medicine, helps regulate qi in blood. Not useful. Dark lotus grass, can be applied on the skin to help heal wounds, can be eaten to help digestion. Wow, your dragon herbs really have two uses. Dragon kidney protector, with wow, what a name. Dragon kidney protector? It sounds so silly. At first glance, it's... He muttered, squinting his eyes as he read the description that followed. Hiss. As expected, it really was what the name suggested. But what Leon needed wasn't a medicine with such a direct and intense function like Dragon Kidney Protector. He wanted something more focused on nourishing the body and rebuilding strength. However, after looking through the book for a while, Leon still hadn't found the medicine he was looking for. Just as he was about to check another book, the door lock suddenly made a sound. Leon quickly hid the basic medicine book and put the materials for Noah's lesson tomorrow on the table. The person coming in was Rosweiss. Oh, still not asleep? She walked into the room. Yeah, Leon replied, pretending to be calm and cool. Rosweiss walked slowly to the edge of the bed and sat down. She lifted her long legs, leaned on one hand, and put the other on her knee, looking lazy and a little tired. Leon pressed his lips together, feeling the dragon mark on his chest. Luckily, it wasn't reacting. It seemed the mother dragon wasn't here to pick a fight tonight. Even so, Leon didn't start a conversation with her. Instead, he looked over the study plan he had made earlier, checking for any mistakes. Rosweiss' gaze moved slowly from Leon to the chili peppers on his desk. She frowned and asked, "Why are you eating chili peppers?" "To stay awake." "Stay awake?" "Yeah, Noah has her entrance test next month." "Normally, you prepare for a whole year, but we don't have that much time. So, I'm staying up late to put in extra work," Leon said, organizing his teaching materials without looking back at her. After a short pause, Leon added, "Also, I want to thank you." Rosweiss raised an eyebrow. "Thank me?" "Yeah, thank you for giving birth to our daughter. She's so smart. I'm confident I can help her pass the test in 1 month." The queen chuckled softly. "Noah takes after me." Leon stopped what he was doing. He finally put down the plan and turned around with a serious face. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Rosweiss blinked, seeming a little surprised by Leon's question.
Ah, well, I am. I entered the Imperial Dragon Slayer Academy at age 10.
I graduated at 15 with the top scores in both written and fighting tests. I got the highest level scholarships for all 5 years.
When I graduated, the principal gave me an award personally.
I was the first person to graduate while still a minor in the Academy's 100-year history.
After graduation, I won first place in every skills competition in the Dragon Slayer army. Leon looked straight into Roswei's eyes and asked on purpose, "So, Your Majesty, what championships have you won?" Roswei was left speechless by his reply.
Honestly, she had never expected Leon to be a top student. She had always thought he was just a brute who only knew how to fight and kill. But she wasn't going to praise him to his face. In response to Leon's question, Roswei just said casually, "So, you're pretty impressive, then."
"Of course. Then how did you end up as my prisoner?" "Leon."
The room was filled with a deafening silence.
A stubborn resolve.
The queen smiled with satisfaction, her eyes curving into 2 happy crescent moons.
Leon couldn't tell if she was laughing at him or if she just found their conversation funny.
He silently turned back around and kept working on the tutoring plan.
Rustle.
The sound of fabric moving on the bedsheet, then the slow click-clack of high heels getting closer. A moment later, a light, familiar fragrance drifted from behind Leon. It was Roswei's scent. He had smelled it many times before. She reached for a chili pepper on the desk, brought it to her nose to smell, and immediately frowned. The smell was very strong.
Even a dragon like Roswei found it overpowering. Yet, Leon used it as a wake-up tonic.
It was reckless. Roswei put the chili down and reached her hand toward Leon's chin. Before he could react, she pinched his chin and turned his head to face her. Her fingertips felt very warm. Up close, Leon's whole face and lips were bright red, and the corners of his eyes were still wet. She gently brushed her thumb over his burning lower lip, not using much force.
"If you need to stay awake, ask Anna for coffee. What's the difference between this and hurting yourself on purpose?"
"I drank coffee for half a year back in school."
"You get used to it, and it stops working." "Chili is more direct," Leon replied.
"But this is dragon pepper."
"Aren't you a human? Aren't you afraid you can't handle it? Don't look down on me."
"All right." When he got stubborn like this, he was just like Roswei. Not even 8 strong oxen could change his mind.
Roswei chuckled and let go of his chin. Leon pressed his tingling lips together, secretly glad that Roswei had touched his face.
He didn't have any strange tastes, it was just that Roswei's fingertips were cool. When they touched his hot skin, it felt nice. Thinking about it that way sounded a little weird.
"Rest early. Don't eat too many peppers.
If your mouth gets too numb, you'll have to teach Noah using sign language," the queen advised. With that, the queen in her high heels walked leisurely out of the bedroom.
The door clicked shut, and the light from the hallway disappeared as Roswei left. Leon let out a sigh of relief.
Once he was sure Roswei was far away, he took the medicine book out again and kept reading. Finally, in the last book, he found a medicine that seemed to fit what he needed. The name of this medicine was Dragon Power.
Leon took a sharp breath.
This sounds even stranger than Dragon Kidney Protector.
It's not some kind of love potion, is it?
Luckily, the description said that Dragon Power was a very strong health tonic and had nothing to do with that.
Leon's eyes lit up.
He immediately looked to see where he could get this Dragon Power. But the next part felt like cold water dumped on his excited heart. Although the ingredients for Dragon Power are common, even the best dragon medicine makers have a very low chance of making it successfully.
As a health tonic, Dragon Power is often in an awkward spot in the dragon market. It's valuable, but not many people want it. Leon rubbed his chin and kept reading.
The book also talked about how to make Dragon Power, stressing how hard it was to get the process just right.
Leon pressed his lips together and flipped through the pages again.
He found that besides Dragon Power, no other medicine really fit his needs. Also, dragon ingredients and human ingredients were very different, especially in how you prepared them. So, while in the dragon's territory, he had to use what they had. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a pen and paper and wrote down the list of ingredients for dragon power. He planned to give the list to Anna tomorrow and ask her to help him get the things.
Leon couldn't just leave his room, so this was the only way for him to get the ingredients. At the same time, Leon added a few other random ingredients to the list. This would confuse anyone who saw it and stop them from figuring out he was trying to make dragon power. Damn, the more I hear this name, the weirder it sounds.
You dragons have such beautiful names for other things, like moon, hero, galaxy. But when you name medicines, it's either kidney protector or
dragon power.
Leon neatly put the list away as he complained. Then he stood up and went to the bathroom to drink another mouthful of cold water. His mouth still felt numb and spicy. He tried to let out a breath and felt his throat was uncomfortable. A slight burning feeling followed the warm air as it passed over his throat.
Tomorrow, I might really have to teach Noah using sign language.
That was probably an exaggeration, but his throat would definitely be uncomfortable.
After washing up quickly, Leon got into bed and fell asleep. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the maid Anna brought Leon his breakfast. He gave her the list of ingredients he had prepared the night before. Anna didn't ask many questions. She just said she could probably get everything by tomorrow. Leon said that was fine and there was no rush. After Anna left, Leon brought the breakfast into the room. It was bread, boiled chicken breast, and a glass of water. There was nothing to complain about. Having food like this, Leon felt he was better off than 99.9% of other prisoners. He tore off a small piece of bread and put it in his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed. But when the bread got to his throat, a sharp, painful feeling hit him. Leon quickly took a sip of water to help the bread go down. He raised his hand to touch his throat. He could feel the discomfort even through his skin. As I thought. I ate too many peppers. There was a knock on the door. Someone was there. Leon put the bread down and went to answer it. It was Noah. Just her. Good morning, Noah, Leon greeted his eldest daughter with a smile, even though his throat hurt. Good morning. Still no dad. But Leon was used to it now. He let Noah into the room. The little ice dragon girl was holding her homework from yesterday. She followed Leon into the bedroom. They sat down in the same spots as the day before, and Noah handed him her finished homework. As he looked over the paper, he heard Noah speak. What is it? Here. This is for you. Candy? Leon blinked and asked, what kind of candy is it? Throat lozenges. Leon was a little surprised. For me? Yeah. It's from Mom, not from me. Leon didn't call her out on the lie. He just took the throat lozenges and said, please thank your mom for me. Yeah. So, saying it's from Mom, that should be fine. Noah thought to herself. Leon took a throat lozenge to soothe his throat. At the same time, he started checking Noah's homework. Well done. You finished almost all of it. So, our main job this morning is to review what we learned yesterday. Should we start now? Noah nodded obediently. Okay. Hidden motives. That evening, Leon placed a few chili peppers and the box of throat lozenges from Noah on his desk. Then, he began preparing the next day's review materials and lesson plan. Noah's understanding and talent were truly exceptional. Leon had to constantly stay ahead, running to keep up without pause, just to ensure he wasn't holding her back. Raising such a brilliant daughter was like nurturing a strong sapling. It required continuous watering, care, and a steady stream of nutrients to help it grow into a tall, sturdy tree that could one day provide shelter. Fortunately, Leon had learned many efficient study methods at the Dragon Slaying Academy and had cultivated the habit of late nights.
Otherwise, his daughter and that stubborn mother dragon might have already looked down on him. At that thought, Leon suddenly paused. He realized he seemed to care more and more about what Roswise thought of him. If the family dinner a few days ago had shown him that Roswise didn't despise him, then in her eyes, Leon was no longer the formidable dragon slayer he once was. That was why he had that sudden episode after dinner, teaching the queen a lesson. So, everything that followed, secretly gathering ingredients for the dragon power tonic, burning the midnight oil to prepare lessons, while partly driven by his determination to be a good father, was also tied to Leon caring about Roswise's opinion. Leon scratched his nose and chuckled to himself. Oomph, it's all for my daughter. It has nothing to do with that mother dragon. It was the first time he'd said something like that, but why did it sound familiar? Then he remembered, on the day of the double dragon mark in the treasury, Roswise had said something similar. Leon shook his head, refocused, and threw himself into lesson preparation. He worked late into the night, past 11 o'clock. When drowsiness washed over him, Leon grabbed a chili pepper and took a bite. It was just as spicy as the day before. After gulping down cold water, he set aside the prepared materials and took out the herbs Anna had brought him during dinner. There were over 10 packages, but only 5 or 6 were actually needed for the dragon power medicine. Leon opened the relevant packages. The herbs varied, some he recognized from the Empire, others were unique to the Dragon Clan. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the herbal manual to the dragon power page. Alright, let's get started. Leon began the medicine-making process. He mixed and crushed 2 types of herbs, then burned a specific herb into ashes and collected the powder in a small bottle for later use. After cleaning a test tube, he continued reading. The next step is, to mix these 3 herbs, then pour them into the clear liquid made from sky blue wood, stir well, and then. Leon studied this section intently, his focus sharpening. How to extract the active components from the mixed herb powder. The book lists 2 methods. One is high-temperature separation, but this requires precise temperature control. Too hot or not hot enough, and it fails. The second is physical separation, using high-speed spinning to shake out the needed parts. But physical separation is very slow. Leon looked at his limited herb supply. Physical separation wouldn't be sufficient. And high-temperature separation required special equipment, like an alcohol lamp with a fire rune. But finding a test tube in his room had been hard enough. Where would he get an alcohol lamp? Just as he was worrying, Leon heard the door lock click. He quickly stuffed the herbs messily back into the drawer. Click, clack. From the sound of the high heels, he knew it was Roswise. Hi. The queen walked into the bedroom and greeted him first. Leon raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, you're in a good mood tonight, Your Majesty. You even said hi to me. Roswise sat on the edge of the bed, lifted her legs, leaned back slightly, and gazed at Leon with her striking eyes. My mood is indeed good. Why is that? Noah is happy, you know. When my daughter is happy, I'm happy too. Leon turned around, resting his arms on the back of the chair. How is she happy? Roswise shrugged. She learned many new things she'd never heard before. Even with familiar knowledge, you offer her a different perspective, and she finds it fascinating. Leon was surprised. He had always seen Noah with a serious expression. He didn't expect her to show satisfaction in private, especially to Roswise. He felt a secret glow of pride. His daughter was more thoughtful than she appeared, despite her cold exterior. After a pause, Roswise added, You're doing well too, Leon. Hearing this, Leon grinned, almost laughing aloud. It wasn't every day the mother dragon praised someone. But Roswise quickly added, Of course, it's mainly because Noah is naturally very smart. Leon gave her a sidelong glance, pressed his lips together, and tried to claim some credit. That's for sure. My daughter is definitely smart. If it weren't for your half of the genes, she would definitely be even smarter, Roswise retorted. Why don't you say your half of the genes held her back?
Leon fired back without hesitation. Because dragons are perfect beings, humans are full of flaws. That's a stereotype. Humans have many good qualities, you know? Besides, dragons aren't perfect at all. Roswise raised an eyebrow, tilted her head, and asked with interest, how are dragons not perfect? Dragons. They had power passed down for millennia. Their rule was based on might makes right. They could shapeshift between human and dragon forms. Dragon children matured incredibly fast. And they were utterly loyal to their mates. Leon scratched his head, realizing this species seemed to have no obvious flaws. Can't think of anything, can you? Roswise said triumphantly. Leon's eyes shifted, and he suddenly said, your dragon clan holds a grudge for a long time. He didn't need to elaborate, he knew this dragoness understood exactly what he meant. Roswise was visibly taken aback. She clearly hadn't expected that response. After a moment of surprise, the queen chuckled. She didn't deny it and simply said, don't worry, Dragon Slayer. You'll get even stronger in the future. I'm really tempted to jump off that 18-meter-high silver dragon temple, Leon said in despair. Roswise covered her mouth and laughed. All right, let's talk about our daughter. As you wish. Then you should understand that Noa is actually a very good girl. The throat lozenges were her idea to give to you. So, she's not as cold and distant as she seems. At this, Roswise lowered her gaze. The slight smile on her lips faded. She looked at the tip of her shoe and said quietly, she's just too grown up for her age. She should be at an age where she can peacefully enjoy being with her parents, like Myun does. But she has her own independent thoughts and her own needs. Leon considered this seriously. Her needs are what? That's something you'll have to figure out slowly yourself. Anyway, one thing you said is right, Leon. She is your daughter, and she's very smart, just like you. Roswise stood up. It seemed she was ending the conversation for the night. But before leaving, she sniffed the air and frowned slightly. Why does it smell like medicine in here? Leon panicked internally but stood up quickly, feigning calm. I was a bit tired earlier, so I drank a bottle of nutritional supplement. That's where the smell is from. This mother dragon must not discover the dragon power medicine. If she did, she'd surely make a mockery of it, and whatever respect Leon had earned in this family would vanish. Roswise nodded and didn't pursue it further. All right, I'll have Anna bring you more nutritional supplements tomorrow. Take good care of yourself. Leon couldn't help but feel that her words, take good care of yourself, carried a hint of teasing. This mother dragon was definitely hinting at something again. Storms and schemes. Leon stood on the balcony, looking seriously at the dark clouds in the distance. It's going to rain, he said to himself. Noa didn't come for tutoring today. According to Roswise, she had physical training, so the lesson was moved to tomorrow. This was perfect. It gave Leon a whole day to himself. In the morning, he had tried to make the dragon power medicine by following the book. But he failed completely. Leon had expected this. He thought about why it didn't work. As the book said, it was very hard to do. Whether using high heat or spinning, the smallest mistake would ruin everything. If the heat was too high, it burned the good parts of the herbs. If it was too low, it didn't work. The spinning method needed special tools, and Leon's tries without them were useless. The dark clouds were getting closer, bringing a heavy, quiet feeling with them. Leon closed the window, went back into the bedroom, and sat at his desk, thinking. How can I properly separate the final medicine powder? Leon sat on the chair with his legs crossed. Without thinking, he picked up a pen from the desk and bit the end of it. This was his habit when he needed to concentrate. Biting the pen, Leon blinked. Noa bites her pen too when she's thinking, doesn't she? He smiled a little. She really is my daughter. After his small joke, Leon focused again on his problem.
His mind wandered, and he remembered what his old teacher had told him years ago, when he was struggling to learn a spell: if one way doesn't work, kid, try another path. Leon whispered, if one way doesn't work, try another path. While he was thinking, a bright flash suddenly lit up outside the window, followed by a loud, crashing sound of thunder. It rumbled, as if it wanted to break the sky. Leon turned his head and looked at the lightning cutting through the dark clouds. Lightning, thunder. Leon muttered, maybe I can try using the lightning element? The book didn't mention that. If high heat and spinning couldn't separate the powder, Leon thought of trying something different with the thunder element. It helped that he was very good at lightning magic. He didn't wait. He held a test tube in one hand. With the other hand, a soft blue light glowed. Even though he was weak, he could still manage a small lightning spell. Leon was skilled at controlling lightning carefully. Lightning magic was mostly for attacking, but if controlled well, it could be used for finer work. The powdered herbs inside the tube immediately started to react. Leon's eyes lit up. It's actually working. He wanted to use more magic power, but he realized his weak body could only handle this much right now. This magic, meant to hurt enemies, would probably just feel like a tiny tickle to someone if he used it at this strength. Leon sighed quietly. He saw he could only go slowly. After about 40 minutes, the powdered herbs in the test tube were clearly separated into 2 layers. He had made this small pill with very basic tools and little cost. Leon was amazed it worked. He held the pill between his thumb and finger, looking at it carefully. Dragon medicine is pretty simple to make, he marveled. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Leon quickly hid the dragon power pill in a drawer and opened the door. It was Mune. Dad, she shouted happily, raising her arms, asking to be picked up. Leon bent down and lifted her into his arms. Good morning, Mune. What brings you to Daddy? My sister said she has physical training today, so Daddy, you should be free. That's why Mune came to find you. Oh. So that's why Mune hadn't been around much during the day lately, except for dinner. It seemed she didn't want to interrupt Leon's teaching. Who said only the oldest daughter was thoughtful? This little daughter was still her daddy's little comfort. Leon carried Mune into the room, and the father and daughter chatted about fun things that had happened recently. While they were talking, Mune sniffed the air. Daddy, why does your room smell like medicine? Leon was speechless. Wait, did all you dragons have such sensitive noses? Yesterday, Rosswise smelled it. Today, Mune did too. There's no medicine smell, Mune. You must be mistaken, Leon said. But Mune stubbornly shook her head. No, I'm not wrong. It definitely smells like medicine. Mune jumped down from Leon's lap, followed the smell to the drawer, and pulled it open. Leon wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Mune took out the dragon power pill Leon had just made. She tilted her head and asked, Daddy, what's this? Is it chocolate? Seeing his little dragon daughter's excited face, Leon quickly walked over and gently held her small hand. This isn't chocolate. Then what is it? Leon's mind raced as he tried to think of a good reason. After a short pause, Leon spoke seriously. This is medicine I made for Mom. Mune was shocked for a second. She immediately stopped playing and asked worriedly, medicine for Mom? What's wrong with Mom? Is she sick? No, Mom isn't sick. She's just been very tired lately from working too hard. So Daddy made this medicine to help her feel better. I'll give it to her tonight. Mune nodded, as if she understood. Daddy, you have to take good care of Mom, okay? Yes, Daddy will. The father and daughter talked a little more, and then Mune skipped away. She said that since Daddy was busy with her sister's entrance test, she didn't want to bother him too much. She only came today because she hadn't seen much of Daddy lately and missed him a lot. Darn it! This little dragon daughter really knew how to melt her old father's heart.
She was even more heartwarming than the black gold war chariot armor. Author's note: the black gold armor to Leon, ha! So this is how you repay me? You ba asterisk tard. In the evening, after a busy day, Roswise went to the room Myun and Noah shared. Noah was still at the temple's training ground, doing her physical training. Even though it was getting late, Roswise knew her eldest daughter's personality. She wouldn't stop unless she was too tired to move. Only Myun was in the sister's room. She was sitting on the carpet, playing with her own cute tail, looking bored. Her other small toys were scattered around. When she saw her mom, Myun immediately stood up and ran over. Mom! The way she addressed Roswise had changed from mother to mom. Just like Leon had said, she preferred this more affectionate name. Myun ran to Roswise and hugged her legs, looking up. Mom, are you feeling better? Roswise blinked, confused. She crouched down. Mom has always been fine. Why would you ask that? Myun was shocked. Dad said you've been working too hard lately and haven't been feeling well. He even specially made medicine for you. Roswise raised an eyebrow. He made medicine for me? What kind? It's dark brown. Like chocolate. Very shiny. Dark brown, chocolate, body tonic. Roswise thought about these words, then muttered, somewhat in disbelief, that guy actually managed to make a medicine in a nursery that even skilled medicine makers struggle with. Mom? Oh, it's nothing. Roswise paused. She remembered saying your body is not as strong as before a few days ago. She probably guessed the real reason Leon was making the dragon power. A mischievous feeling stirred inside the queen. She told Myun. Mom is fine. It's Dad who isn't feeling well. Dad is sick? Yeah, Dad is a man. Men have to be strong for the family, so they can't admit when they're sick. So, let's not let Dad know we found out. Let's just take extra good care of him, okay? Myun suddenly understood and nodded her little head. Myun understands. Myun will take very good care of Dad. Roswise smiled and pinched her daughter's chubby cheek. Myun is so good. Mom is going to go check on Dad now. You be good and wait for your sister to come back, okay? Okay. Mom, you have to take good care of Dad. Roswise stood up, a gentle smile on her face. Don't worry, Myun. I will definitely take very good care of your dad. Dragon's power, humans will. The rain kept getting heavier. Leon lay in bed, one arm behind his head, the other tossing a small, clear box containing the dragon power pill into the air and catching it. Even though the medicine was ready, he still had some doubts. The problem was, Leon looked at the few dragon peppers on the table. Most dragon-style food was too much for a human body to handle. Leon had been trained to be incredibly tough by his master since he was a boy, which is why he grew up so strong. Eating a few dragon peppers was nothing. But this dragon-style nutritional supplement. After taking it, would the effect be too strong? Could his body not handle it? Would it cause bad side effects? It might backfire. Instead of getting better, his body could get worse. Leon felt tangled up inside. He sighed, let his head fall back, and stared at the ceiling. While he was struggling with his thoughts, he heard the door open. Without opening his eyes, he hid the dragon power under his pillow. He didn't need to look to know who it was. Hi, Your Majesty, Leon said lazily. Roswise sat on the edge of the bed. You greeted me first tonight. Yesterday, you started. Today, it's my turn. That seems fair, Leon said. Roswise gave a soft laugh. She didn't want to talk in circles anymore. Myun told me you made a special medicine for me. She said it looks like chocolate and is for my health. But I know it's really for you, right? Hearing this, Leon immediately dropped his lazy act. He sat up straight and looked serious. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to blame you.
I'm just surprised you could make such a rare medicine in a simple place like this.
I've never even seen this kind of medicine before. Can you show me? Rosswise smiled.
Her tone was honest.
She really was asking Leon, not demanding.
In fact, after she found out about the dragon power, she could have just taken it from him by force. Leon hesitated for a moment, but then he took the dragon power out from under the pillow. Rosswise took it, held it in her palm, and looked at it carefully. When she saw it was a real, properly made dragon power pill, she had to admit Leon was talented. Of course, Leon felt a little proud. As Rosswise watched him enjoying the praise, she laughed inside.
See? Manipulating a little fool like you is so easy.
Just a few nice words, and you get all confused. Of course, her praise a moment ago was real.
Leon was stunned for a second. She didn't make fun of me?
He rubbed his nose, not used to Rosswise giving him a real compliment. But seeing the actual dragon power pill, she truly acknowledged his skill. But then, Rosswise changed the subject.
But, you can't take this medicine. Or rather, it's not suitable for you. Leon raised an eyebrow. Why not?
As a supplement made for dragons, the effect is too strong for a human body.
You won't be able to handle it, Rosswise replied.
Her voice was very serious.
If you want to get your strength back quickly, I can have Anna and the others make a different kind of nutritional supplement for you.
As for this dragon power, a weak human body truly can't bear the power of a dragon.
There's never been a case of a human taking dragon medicine before.
She was trying to warn him kindly, which felt strange, warning her archenemy.
But with her good intentions, Rosswise forgot one thing. How could Leon, a dragon slayer, easily admit weakness in front of a dragon? I'm not trying to trick you, Leon. You can keep this medicine. But your human body definitely won't be able to take it.
Rosswise, Leon interrupted.
Yes? You promised you wouldn't let me die, right? Leon said.
Rosswise's eyes widened a little.
Leon.
Actually, I was still thinking about whether or not to take this pill.
But after hearing what you said, I've made up my mind. Boom. Another loud roar of thunder sounded outside. Leon lowered his head.
His black hair fell over his eyes, so Rosswise couldn't see his expression. He stared hard at the pill in his hand and spoke in a low voice.
So what if it's the power of a dragon? I've defeated countless dragon kings. A little pill is nothing I can't handle. Rosswise, don't look down on me. Courage, that is humanity's song. He seemed to care a lot about what Rosswise thought of him. Leon, you. Click.
He put the pill in his mouth. Then, without any hesitation, he bit down and swallowed. The pill slid down his throat into his stomach.
There was silence for 2 seconds.
Then, Leon immediately felt a burning feeling in his stomach.
Thud.
He clutched his stomach and fell to his knees. The burning sensation spread instantly through his whole body. A powerful force rushed through him, as if it was trying to break every vein and bone. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and didn't make a sound.
Rosswise quickly ran to his side and knelt down.
She put her hand on his shoulder. Right away, gentle magical energy flowed from her palm into Leon's body, trying to help him manage the strong effect of the pill. This was the first time the Silver Dragon Queen had used healing magic, and she was using it on her greatest enemy. Rosswise frowned, trying to keep her voice from shaking.
Leon? Leon?
She gently shook his shoulder, but he kept his eyes closed, his face twisted in pain. Ever since he woke up, Leon had shown signs of not caring about himself. If it weren't for his daughters being there, he might have tried to end his life long ago.
Seeing that her healing magic wasn't working well, Rosswise stood up quickly.
She was going to find a dragon doctor to help Leon. But before she could take a step, he grabbed her wrist.
Rosswise turned back.
Leon was still on his knees, one hand holding her wrist, the other pressed against his stomach.
Watch closely, Silver Dragon Queen. This is the courage and the will of humans. Crackle, crackle.
A faint blue electric light suddenly shone from the hand covering his stomach.
Leon's whole body shook slightly. Roswei's pupils shook. You're using lightning magic on your own body. You really are crazy, Leon.
Even as she said it, she crouched beside him again, holding his shoulders and trying to comfort him as much as she could. At the same time, she used her magic to help him control the wild power surging inside him. Without realizing it, she held Leon tightly, feeling his pain and his shaking.
After a while, Leon stopped trembling.
The electric light from the lightning magic on his body slowly faded. He rested for a brief moment, then tried making a fist. It was the familiar feeling of strength. Seeing this, Rosweiss also let out a sigh of relief.
But she didn't congratulate him or show happiness for Leon.
Rosweiss wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly realized how closely they had been holding each other.
She quickly stood up and took a few steps back.
Seeing that Leon was okay, Rosweiss turned to leave. But as she turned, she felt someone grab her tail.
Her face darkened.
She turned back, gritted her teeth, and said, "Let go, you idiot."
Leon looked up with a dizzy smile.
His eyes looked dazed, and his face was a little red, like he had drunk too much wine. It was as if he was under a spell or seeing things that weren't there. In Leon's eyes at that moment, Rosweiss wasn't the noble and distant Silver Dragon Queen anymore. She was sitting next to him with a sweet, cute smile and a voice as soft as water. She looked exactly like a loving wife who had been married for a long time. And then, his next words were even more shocking.
"Where are you going, my wifey?" The dragon marked storm. Rosweiss' mouth twitched a little. Who is your wife? Let me go now." She tried to pull her tail out of Leon's hands as she spoke. But Leon just hugged her whole tail tightly against his chest.
Rosweiss' body went a little soft from the pull, but she also reached back, grabbing the base of her own tail, trying to yank it back by force. But Leon, for some reason, not only held her tail but also rubbed his face against it.
"That's enough, you idiot. Give me back my tail."
Seeing Leon acting like this, so different from his usual stubborn self, was a bit strange.
What should she call this behavior? Acting drunk? Being cute? Forget it. Just give me back my tail.
Rosweiss pulled on the base of her tail while putting her foot on Leon's chest for leverage. She started a tug-of-war with him.
"Hey! Wifey!"
The way he said wifey had a proper, earnest tone to it. It sounded like he was asking for an important mission. Rosweiss, feeling tired, stood by the bed with her hands on her hips. "Believe me, Dragon Slayer, if your future wife ever goes back to her parents' home for 2 years, there's only one reason: you made her mad."
"Wife, please don't be mad at me. I won't make you unhappy again."
Rosweiss scratched her nose. She noticed that even though Leon was acting crazy right now, the way he talked seemed familiar. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized.
He sounds like Mune. He really was the real deal. Even Rosweiss was amazed. But what was causing this craziness? Rosweiss rubbed her chin, thinking hard. Dragon power should only make the body stronger. After taking it, you shouldn't have this confused mind and see things that aren't there. Leon sat on the edge of the bed, holding Rosweiss' tail like it was a treasure, rocking back and forth. Rosweiss watched him, then put a hand on her own chest, trying to feel the dragon mark. No reaction. It seems he's really just having a fit.
Rosweiss had never seen symptoms like this before and didn't know how long they would last. Since the dragon mark wasn't reacting and her daughters were probably asleep, she wasn't in a hurry to leave. Rosweiss let out a quiet sigh and sat down next to Leon. She let him keep holding the tail for now. She wasn't going to try to grab it back right away. But Leon was still restless.
"Wife." Rosweiss didn't want to answer him.
Wife.
go away. Wife, 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 wife. Ah, fine, fine, I'm here. What is it? Speak. Roswise couldn't win against a man who was high on medicine.
But even though she complained, a deeper blush spread across her face. She didn't even realize it herself, but when Leon called her wife, she felt a tiny, secret bit of happiness. I want a second child, wife, Leon said seriously.
You haven't even taken good care of the two from the first one and you're already thinking about a second? Be more realistic.
I want a second child, I want a second child.
Let's have a second child tomorrow. Roswise silently covered her face.
This feeling of grown man having a tantrum, Mune version, was just too strong.
Could it be that deep down, this great dragon slayer really had such a silly side? Ah, okay, we'll have a second child. Not just a second, but a third and a fourth too. Roswise started playing along. Anyway, we dragons don't have rules about how many children to have. Great. Wife, you're the best. Moo. Leon puckered his lips and leaned in for a kiss. Roswise quickly put her hand over his face. Don't try to take advantage, you idiot. Moo you. In the end, he kissed Roswise's tail instead.
This was the most speechless night Roswise had experienced in 200 years.
And unfortunately, it might just be the beginning.
Wife. His tone suddenly changed, becoming deeper and more intense.
What is it now? Thud.
Leon suddenly leaned his head against Roswise's shoulder.
Roswise shivered but didn't push him away. She let him lean on her. Mom and Dad miss you a lot too. He was talking about his master and the master's wife, right?
Roswise turned her head, her chin lightly touching his hair. She lifted her hand and gently patted his cheek, speaking softly.
We'll go back to visit once things are settled here. Wife. Yes, really. Wife, you're really great.
And with another smooch, he kissed her tail again. But this time, the queen didn't look disgusted or push him away. Maybe right now, he wasn't the fearless empire's dragon slayer. He was just a normal young man. But fate was what it was. He couldn't go back. So, while his mind was fuzzy, she let him have this moment of comfort.
Wife. Leon's voice interrupted Roswise's thoughts, and she answered without thinking, Why did she answer so naturally?
It was as if she really was Leon's wife. Roswise shook her head, telling herself she was just playing along with a fool who was having a fit.
I don't feel so good. Roswise looked at him. Where does it hurt? I can't tell exactly where. Leon scratched his chest. It's like, my whole body is hot, and my chest feels itchy. Roswise's eyes shifted. In the next second, she seemed to realize something. She pulled open Leon's collar and looked at the dragon mark on his chest. This is bad. The dragon mark was glowing with a faint light, and the glow was getting brighter. And the discomfort Leon mentioned earlier also started to appear in Roswise. Help me, wife, I feel really bad. He moved closer, pressing his whole body against Roswise. He tried to hold her chin and looked for a kiss. But Roswise, holding on to a little bit of reason, turned her head away and pushed Leon's hand back. Don't. Leon. But I really feel bad, wife. Can you help me, please? No. Without any warning, Leon pushed down on Roswise's shoulders, pressing her onto the bed. Leon, you idiot, what are you doing? Roswise tried to break free, but Leon wasn't weak like before. He was full of strength now. Leon took the tip of Roswise's tail into his mouth, freeing his hands for more meaningful activities. He tore open the front of his shirt, showing the dragon mark that was out of control. This time, the dragon mark looked different. Besides the faint glow, there were also little sparks of electricity. Is that the thunder element? Roswise's eyes widened a little. Then she noticed something else.
She looked at the tail tip in Leon's mouth and said helplessly, "My tail drags on the ground all day."
You don't mind putting it in your mouth?
With her tail in his mouth, Leon mumbled, "Wife's tail is sweet and clean."
Well, you still can't. Let go of it.
Rosswise pulled her tail right out of Leon's mouth. At the same time, the dragon mark on his chest reacted even more strongly. She didn't know what would happen exactly with the thunder element mixing into the dragon mark's reaction. But the feeling in her own body was a stronger want for closeness than any time before. She grabbed the sheets under her, bit her lower lip, and tried one last time to resist before they both lost their reason.
No, Leon, don't do this. Leon just lifted his hand and put his index finger on Rosswise's lips.
That one gesture, telling her to be quiet, showed he was in a different state than before. In his teasing and playful attitude, there was a mix of madness and fierceness that made saying no feel impossible.
All right, then, just for tonight.
The queen relaxed her tense body just a little. A blush spread across her pretty face, and her mind slowly gave in to the good feelings brought by the dragon mark.
Boom!
A sound of thunder crashed outside, like a signal for a battle to start. Inside the room, there was a rhythmic, passionate music. Outside, a storm was raging, with the sound of thunder rolling.
The heavy rain and lightning wove together. Each clap of thunder brought harder rain. Raindrops hit the windows fiercely, making sharp sounds.
The howling wind blew through the cracks, turning into a warm, sweet feeling inside. This was a rain that wouldn't stop.
It seemed it would keep going until morning. The morning after. Leon woke up, feeling completely worn out.
Warm sunlight streamed through the window. There was no sign of last night's storm. Under him was a soft but very messy bed.
Messy was too nice a word for this bed.
Wrecked was better. He lifted his hand to rub his sore head, but even that simple movement made his arm joints crack. Right after that came a burst of sharp, explosive pain.
Ah! Leon groaned.
Then he tried to remember what happened last night. He remembered that before he passed out, Rosswise had come to him asking about the dragon power.
Then she said a human body couldn't handle dragon medicine.
Leon, in his confused state, took the medicine.
And then? There was no one then. His memory had a big blank spot. Rustle.
The sound of fabric moving.
Leon turned his head toward the noise.
In front of the desk was an elegant, graceful figure. Silver hair fell loosely down her back. The thin straps of her nightgown rested on her shoulders. "You're awake," the silver-haired beauty said softly, her back still to him. Leon pressed his lips together and asked carefully, "Did you just get here this morning, or did you never leave last night?"
"I never left."
"All right." Then Leon probably knew why the bed was such a mess.
There was no way to leave, even if I wanted to. Rosswise turned around slowly.
She leaned on one arm and looked at Leon with a lazy gaze, her legs crossed.
Leon frowned. "This is your temple. Can't you go wherever you want? Why couldn't you leave? You really don't remember anything?"
She looked a little surprised, but her reaction was more like "I thought so."
"Remember, what?" Rosswise smiled.
She took a plate of pastries from the desk and put it on the small table next to Leon's bed.
"Anna brought these this morning, have some." "What is it?" "Cream puffs, have you ever had them?" "I've had them, I just didn't know you dragons ate this stuff too." "Oomph, I don't usually. But these pastries might help you remember something from last night." Leon blinked, confused. How could a few cream puffs bring back memories? Was that stubborn dragoness playing tricks again? Thinking this, Leon shook his head. "I'm not hungry. And I don't really want to remember what happened last night. It's not that easy to forget, Dragon Slayer." With that, Rosswise picked up a cream puff and took a bite. Thick, creamy custard spilled out. Some dripped from the corner of her mouth without her noticing. She raised her hand and wiped it away gently. But she didn't get it all. The leftover custard slid down her perfect jawline. Finally, it dripped, drop by drop, onto the dragon mark on her chest. Leon stared at this scene, completely bewildered. What was this? What was she doing with this early morning performance? Poof. Childish. 2 seconds later. Wait a minute. Suddenly, several pictures flashed in Leon's mind. They were like broken pieces of memory.
There were many, but they didn't connect into a full story. Rosswise with custard on her mouth and chest.
Her struggling. The intense joining of human and dragon during the wild storm. And how, when Rosswise was too tired and wanted to stop, Leon held her gently and coaxed her to go again, and again, and again. Oh. Leon raised his hands in despair.
His fingers dug into his hair.
No. Ugh. Before he could finish yelling, Rosswise stuffed the cream puff she had just bitten into his mouth. The creamy taste still had a hint of her lip balm on it. I didn't even scream. What are you yelling for? Rosswise said, sounding unimpressed. Leon took a couple of bites of the cream puff, then put it back on the plate. He asked quickly. What did we do last night? We did everything there was to do. And you begged me to do it with you. After a short pause, Rosswise corrected herself. No, wait. You coaxed me into doing it with you. No, that's not it either. She frowned, put her hand on her chin, and thought about the right word. After a moment, Rosswise's face lit up. Oh, I should say, a mix of coaxing and tricking. Leon blinked, still confused. How could a few cream puffs trigger memories? Was that stubborn dragoness up to something again?
Thinking this, Leon adjusted his attitude and said, sounding a little proud.
I admit I might have gone a bit too far last night. I hope I didn't hurt you too much?
Rosswise crossed her arms. She looked at his smug face and immediately knew what he was thinking.
It's fine, Rosswise replied casually. Oh, come on, how could it be fine with something like this? Miss Rosswise Meltve, I sincerely apologize. I accidentally let my true power out.
Leon pretended to look sorry, but then his tone changed completely.
Well, now you should know exactly how strong my body is, right?
He kept enjoying his proud moment. Rosswise narrowed her eyes. She lowered her arms and walked closer to him.
Leon stopped smiling and leaned back a little.
But Rosswise still grabbed his chin and made him lift his head to look at her. I was pleased with your performance last night, Dragon Slayer.
I hope you can keep this up in the future. Leon. A father's dignity. Leon realized he had been completely defeated. You're not as strong as before, Rosswise had said. You really pleased me with your performance last night, keep it up, she had said. His defenses fell apart in front of Rosswise like they were made of paper. Once the words were spoken, they were shattered. Leon would rather fight this dragoness for 300 rounds on a bloody battlefield than face her mental attacks in the bedroom all day. Damn. They didn't have a how to handle mental pressure class at the Dragon Slayer Academy. Rosswise patted Leon's head. All right, get yourself together. We still have to tutor Noah later. Leon moved his arms and legs, which felt almost useless. My body feels like it's been reset overnight. Let's take a day off from the tutoring. Rosswise nodded. She didn't force him. All right. She was being so easygoing. It seemed she was truly satisfied last night. Leon sighed inside again. The amazing medicine he worked so hard to make, and all its effects, had been used up. How could she not be satisfied? Even if she was made of iron, she should be satisfied. Rosswise put away her playful look and quietly started cleaning up the messy room. Leon tapped his fingers on the bed. He hesitated for a moment, then finally said to Rosswise, do you remember the bet we made before? About having the daughters call you mom to see if they'd be happier? Rosswise stopped her cleaning for a moment. She turned around. Yeah, I remember. Have you decided what you want for winning the bet? Well, I have. Can you send someone to the Empire to check on my master and mistress?
I know the dragon race sends spies to human countries.
You have people trained for that, right? Rosswise thought for a second. Spy missions aren't our Silver Dragon clan's specialty.
That's usually for dragons who are good at disguising themselves. But if it's just to check on your master and his wife, it shouldn't be a problem.
Leon's eyes lit up. Really? Then, thank you so much. Rosswise chuckled. It's rare to hear thank you from my greatest enemy, huh? Leon looked away and didn't say anything else. Rosswise went back to cleaning quietly. Soon, the room would be tidy. Just then, Leon heard the door lock click.
A few seconds later, two small figures came into the bedroom, one after the other.
Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Mom. Morning, Noah. Morning, Myun. The two little ones looked at Leon on the bed, ready to greet him. But they noticed Dad's expression didn't look right.
Myun remembered the chocolate candy from yesterday.
Dad said it was medicine for Mom.
But Mom said it was actually because Dad was sick, but he couldn't admit it, so he pretended it was for her.
Looking at him now. Mom was right after all. Myun quickly ran to the bedside.
Her little face was full of worry.
Dad, are you sick? Leon looked at his little daughter, confused. No, I'm fine. Just a little tired. I already know, Dad. Don't try to be too tough. Leon was shocked. What do you know?
As he said that, he looked at Rosswise.
She didn't tell the children, did she? Hey, have you lost your mind? How can you talk to kids about things like that? Can't a dad have any dignity? He thought. When Noah heard this, a little bit of worry showed on her usually cold face. But Noah didn't show it as much as Myun. She just stood quietly to the side. Dad, yesterday you said Mom was sick, but it's really you, right?
Myun tugged on Leon's sleeve. Her voice sounded a little tearful.
Myun knows. Dad, men can't admit they're sick. But your face looks even worse now. Myun is really worried about you. Don't cry, don't cry. Dad is fine. Leon quickly reached out to hug Myun.
But his body was too weak. Even hugging his little dragon daughter was hard. In the end, Noah helped by supporting her sister from underneath, so she could sit on Leon's lap.
After helping, Noah just stood to the side again, not showing much emotion. Dad, you're lying. You're sick. You're not okay. Myun sniffled. Oh, right. Didn't you make a pill yesterday? Did you take it? Yes, I took it. If you took the medicine, why aren't you better, Dad? Leon reached up and wiped the tears from Myun's eyes. He smiled and said, Dad is really fine. If something was wrong, I couldn't lie here and talk to you like this, right?
He thought making a little joke would cheer up his daughter, like it usually did.
But Myun still looked very worried. Come down, Myun.
I'll play with you.
We can come back to check on him tonight. No. If Dad's time is short, Myun wants to stay with him all the time. What short time? Don't use sayings you don't understand. Come down now. He's fine. I promise he'll be full of energy when we have dinner together tonight.
Myun blinked her big, beautiful eyes.
Really, sis? You're not lying to Myun? Yeah, I'm not lying to you. Okay, then, Dad, you rest well. We'll have dinner together tonight.
Leon's face was covered in imaginary black lines of frustration.
The Rubik's Cube. Luckily, thanks to his master's tough training when he was a boy, Leon's overall health was still good.
Even when he felt tired and drained, some rest could bring him back to normal. He couldn't do very hard exercise, but taking a walk outside, spending time with the kids, and reading were all fine.
It was a sunny day.
Noah was at her physical training, so Leon had some time to spend with his little daughter. If Leon didn't show Myun he was still around, his good daughter might really think her old dad had gone on a very long trip. He carried Myun to the backyard of the temple.
"Dad, let's play Dragon Knight again."
"Sure." With that, Leon started to lift Myun up to put her on his shoulders. But in the middle of lifting her, Myun suddenly wagged her tail and said, "Wait, Dad."
"What's wrong?" "Mom said your body isn't all better yet. So Myun can't play Dragon Knight with you.
It might slow down your recovery."
Leon was surprised for a second.
His little dragon daughter was so thoughtful.
He smiled. "It's okay, Myun. You're not that heavy. But we still can't." Myun was stubborn. She kicked her legs, telling Leon to put her down.
He couldn't say no to his daughter, so he did what she asked. After putting Myun down, Leon crouched in front of her.
He asked patiently, "So, what game do you want to play instead?"
Myun pouted her lips and thought for a while.
But she couldn't think of any fun game that didn't need a lot of moving around. Seeing Myun struggling, Leon had an idea. "Since Myun can't think of a game, how about Daddy makes a toy for you?"
The little dragon's daughter's eyes lit up.
"A toy? What kind of toy?" "You'll see when it's done. Come on, let's go to the storage room to find some stuff."
"Okay."
Father and daughter went back to the garden and found a clear spot to sit on the ground. Leon laid out the parts he had collected.
He checked how much stuff he had and how many parts there were. After thinking a bit, he picked up a few more parts.
Finally, he grabbed some paint in different colors. Now he was ready. "All set, let's go." Leon took Myun to the temple's storage room.
They gathered some parts and tools.
After getting everything, Leon looked at the thing in his hands. It was a black cube.
Each side was divided into 9 smaller squares.
"Is it done, Dad?" "Not yet. One last step." Leon started putting the different parts together carefully. Some parts could just be attached.
Others needed to be cut, or smoothed, or needed more detailed work. He worked very seriously.
Myun watched closely from the side. She always thought Daddy was very cool.
But for some reason, when Daddy worked with these small parts, when the gears fit perfectly in his hands, when he moved the different pieces so easily, the way he looked things over made him seem even cooler.
Myun didn't really understand ideas like aura or charm.
She just felt that compared to other male dragons, her old dad was way cooler and more
handsome.
Almost there.
Leon looked at the object in his hands. "Okay, Myun. It's a Rubik's Cube. Try to play with it."
"Ha?
Myun can do it?"
"Of course. Here, give it a try."
"Thank you, Dad." Leon had Myun sit on his lap.
Then he gently held her wrist from behind and helped her paint the cube.
Some spots weren't painted perfectly, but Leon didn't say anything. He just patiently helped Myun fix those spots.
In the end, working together, the father and daughter made a cube with 6 different colors.
Myun held it in her hands.
She wasn't sure what this thing was, but anything made by Daddy must be cool.
"This little toy is called a Rubik's Cube. You can twist it any way you want. Try it."
"Oh, okay."
Myun tried twisting it a few times.
Sure enough, the little colored squares moved and ended up in different places. The game is to get all 6 colors back to their own sides. It might be hard at first, but you'll learn tricks as you play, Leon explained patiently.
Leon liked studying these kinds of toys when he was in school. He remembered his first alchemical mechanics class.
The teacher told them to make a simple machine for homework. What Leon made was a simple version of a Rubik's Cube. The teacher was very happy with it. He joked that even if Leon didn't become a dragon slayer after graduation, he could open a toy store to make kids happy, and he would be great at that. 2. It turned out the alchemical mechanics teacher was right. Leon really was taking care of a child now, and he was doing a pretty good job. Myun listened to Leon's explanations while looking at the Rubik's Cube in her hands. Leon patiently told her tips and tricks. While he was talking, Leon suddenly looked up. He looked around carefully. Dragon slayers are very sensitive to being watched, especially by a dragon. Leon thought it might be Roswise watching them from a balcony. But the mother dragon wasn't on any balcony. Leon quietly looked around. The person secretly watching them was clearly from behind. Leon didn't turn around. He thought about the layout of the Silver Dragon Temple. Behind them was a training ground? Thinking of this, Leon smiled. He understood. That child definitely wouldn't just come join me and Myun. Leon stood up and took Myun's hand. They left the garden. After walking a little way, Leon sneakily looked back over his shoulder. He saw a small figure come out from the bushes behind the garden. Leon smiled and looked away. Noah quietly walked over to the spot where Leon and Myun had been sitting. An unpainted Rubik's Cube and several cans of paint were on the bench nearby. Noah walked up, picked up the brush and paint, and copied what Leon had done. She started painting the Rubik's Cube. Soon, a Rubik's Cube that wasn't very pretty but still worked was finished. She tried twisting it a few times. She could feel the clear clicks from the mechanism under her fingers. Noah was a little surprised. It seems pretty fun. Then, using the method she had overheard earlier, Noah mixed up all the sides of the Rubik's Cube. She started solving it step by step. She learned things very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, she had solved most of it. Just as Noah was about to finish, she heard someone shout from far away. "Princess Noah! Rest time is over. We need to continue physical training." Noah quickly put the Rubik's Cube into her pocket. She ran toward the training ground and shouted back, "Oh, I'm coming." That evening, in the sisters' room, Myun knelt on her bed. She was still playing with the Rubik's Cube her dad had made for her that day. She had been trying to solve it, but she couldn't. After failing a few more times, Myun threw the Rubik's Cube aside. She was unhappy and flicked it with her tail. "I don't want to play anymore. Myun is so stupid. I can't even solve one side." Noah, who was getting ready for tomorrow's lesson, saw her sister getting upset. She put her books down and went over. "I'll teach you." "Huh, sister, you can do it too?" Noah didn't answer. Instead, she picked up the Rubik's Cube and started explaining how it worked to her sister. To solve it, you shouldn't try to finish one side at a time. You have to do it layer by layer, like this. Watching Noah's skilled hands, Myun was amazed. "Sister, how are you so good at this?" "Oh. No, not really. I'm just okay. I have zero interest in kids' toys." "There, you see how it's done? Take it back." Myun took the fully solved Rubik's Cube. She hugged it happily and crawled under the covers. Soon, the steady sound of Myun's breathing could be heard. "Mew?" Noah called to her sister. When there was no answer, Noah quietly got out of bed. Then, she pulled her small wooden box out from under the bed and opened it. Inside was a piece of black metal and a piece of paper with her name written on it. She took the little Rubik's Cube from her pocket and carefully placed it inside the wooden box. A trip to Sky City. The day of Noah's entrance test was getting close. Besides the test, they had to prepare some other things ahead of time. For example, a family photo. St. Heath Academy was a very famous school among dragons, and it was hard to get into. Most dragon families just have one dragon who has babies by themselves. But some, like Roswise, have babies the normal way with two parents. Whether it was a one-parent or two-parent family, talking about your family was a big part of the test. The school thought that only a happy, loving family that followed dragon values could raise a good dragon child.
The Dragonling Department of SA. Heath Academy only accepted students from families like that. Unfortunately, Leon's family had nothing to do with the words happy or loving. Nothing to do?
Even if it's not true, you have to pretend it is, Roswise said. She continued, Noah cares a lot about this test. You've both worked hard for a whole month.
No matter what, we have to pass this. Leon scratched his head. So, we're going to take a family picture? Of course, I sent a message a few days ago and booked a photo studio. Get ready, we'll go soon.
After a short pause, she added, oh, and we'll get a family portrait painted too.
Leon frowned. A family portrait?
He remembered that not long ago, when Roswise's sister, Queen Isabella the Red Dragon, visited, Yoon said she really wanted a family portrait.
Since his daughter wanted it, and they were going out anyway, Leon wouldn't say no. He pushed the blanket off and got out of bed to get dressed.
Wait, one more thing, Roswise said.
What? I want to give you a fake tail.
What?
A fake tail?
Yes, Roswise nodded. You can use the excuse I don't like to show my tail here at home to fool people. But outside, a male dragon with no tail looks very strange.
Leon's face fell. He asked with no expression, if I have no tail, will other dragons beat me up?
Roswise shook her head.
Then what am I afraid of? If it's strange, then it's strange. Fine, if you don't want to, then don't. But remember, don't act this stubborn when we're outside, okay? Yeah. I'll go get Noah and Moon.
You go wait for us in the temple's front courtyard.
Leon nodded silently.
He put his hands in his jacket pockets and walked out of the room. As his footsteps faded away, Roswise let out a helpless sigh.
The whole family is so stubborn. There's really no helping it.
Talking to herself, she quickly went to the sisters' room. She had told her daughters about the plan last night, so when Roswise got there, the two little ones were already dressed and ready.
Roswise led them downstairs.
Moon, calling Daddy, ran toward Leon with small, quick steps. He smiled and crouched down, picking Moon up securely in his arms.
Where are we going to take the pictures? Leon asked. Sky City. It's a city that belongs only to dragons. Leon nodded, thinking.
He had read about Sky City in human history books. The story said it was far away from the noise of the world, a place that belonged completely to dragons. For hundreds of years, many great heroes had tried to get into the dragon Sky City to explore it. But every single one of them failed. So, many years ago, humans and other races stopped trying to explore Sky City.
To be honest, Leon felt a little excited. He might become the first human in history to ever enter Sky City. Mom, how do we get there?
This was the first time the daughters had left the Silver Dragon Temple, so Sky City was new to them.
Sky City?
Of course we fly there, Roswise said. As she spoke, Roswise spread the dragon wings on her back, which wrapped around her body. After a moment, when the wings opened again, a huge, majestic silver dragon stood in front of them.
Wow! Mom looks so cool. Moon wants to become a dragon too. Noah tugged her sister's tail. Wait until you can grow wings before you say that. Humph. Moon will become a dragon someday.
Moon then looked at her old father with expecting eyes.
Daddy, why aren't you transforming?
Dad, transform, Moon wants to see what Dad looks like as a dragon. The little dragon girl clapped her hands excitedly.
Even Noah was standing there, looking like she really wanted to see it too. And Leon felt like he wanted to die. Good daughter, your dragon-slaying dad is pretty capable. But turning into a dragon, let's not talk about that, okay? Leon swallowed hard. He forced a laugh and answered Moon.
Then he gave Roswise a look that said, please help me.
Roswise finally gave him a hand. Dad's body isn't fully better yet, so he can't turn into a dragon right now. When Dad is all healed, he'll transform for you to see. Okay. Dad, you have to get better quick. Dad, do your best. Alright, we can talk more later. Come on up now. Roswise gently picked up Noah by the tail with her mouth and placed her on her back. Then she took Myun from Leon's arms and put her next to Noah. Finally, she looked at Leon. You, come up too. TSK, getting on a dragon? Easy. But Roswise seemed to be making it hard for him on purpose. She didn't lower herself enough for him to climb on easily. Leon scratched his cheek. For now, he could only take a step back. Roswise, can you lower yourself a bit? I can't get up. What's the matter? Come up and be with our daughters. But if they kept this up, the daughters would get impatient. So Roswise lowered herself. Leon sat down, and Myun crawled over. She skillfully settled on his lap, her tail at her side and her back against Leon's chest. Leon patted Myun's little head. Then he looked at Noah. The icy little dragoness was also looking at him, like she was thinking about something important. Picture perfect. The city was exactly what its name suggested. The Dragon Clan's Sky City was high up on the horizon, nestled in the clouds. Only creatures with very strong flying skills could reach it. After flying for several hours, Leon's family finally reached the edge of Sky City. Because dragons are so big, the area outside the city was huge, with plenty of space for many dragons to land at the same time. Roswise chose a fairly open spot to land. Leon jumped down, holding his daughters. Roswise pulled her wings back and turned into her human form. Alright, let's go inside. The family of 4 walked to the photo studio. When they entered, one wall was covered with artistic photos in many different styles. The photographer was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. No, she was a middle-aged dragoness. She looked kind, was dressed simply, and had a smiling face. She walked up and shook hands with Roswise. It's a great honor for my little shop to take the family portrait for the Silver Dragon Queen. Oh, you're too kind. Everyone says Professor Selena's photography skills are the best among dragons. Being able to book you is our family's good luck. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Come, let's try on the clothes first. Leon, carrying Myun, followed closely behind. As they followed Selena to the fitting room, Leon leaned over and whispered to Roswise, "You're the Dragon Queen. Can't you just order her to come to our home to take the pictures? Dragon Kings can only give orders to their own kind. The dragons in Sky City don't belong to any single clan." Your queen status seems a bit low-level, Leon teased. Roswise glared at him. Well, it's higher than yours, anyway. The 4 of them followed Selena into the fitting room. Selena picked out a suit and was about to tell Leon about it when she noticed something. Your Majesty, your husband's tail. Oh, my husband doesn't like to show his tail. He prefers being tall to having a tail. Could you please pick a suit for him that doesn't have a tail opening? Of course, Your Majesty. She got a regular suit with no tail opening for Leon. He obediently put it on. Wow! Daddy looks so handsome in a suit. Leon was about 1.9 meters tall with a typical V-shaped body. He looked slim in clothes but was very muscular without them. In his over 20 years of life, he had only worn a suit once at his Dragon Slayer Academy graduation when he was 15. He didn't think there was anything specially handsome about it. But that day, many younger students lined up to ask him out to eat after the ceremony. And Leon, at that time, seriously replied, "I have to go back and help my master with the donkey's hooves. Next time for sure." Snapping back to the present. Leon looked at himself in the mirror. It was true, he looked much more mature and steady than in previous years. Myun wagged her little tail excitedly, looking at her handsome old dad and praising him non-stop. Leon rubbed Myun's head. Then he turned to his not-good-with-words eldest daughter. "Does Daddy look handsome?" Noah hesitated, she looked away and mumbled, yeah, pretty handsome. A suit is the best makeover for a man. It makes his style better and shows off his body shape. Since the eldest daughter said he looked handsome, he must look quite handsome. Leon looked proudly at Roswise. The queen looked him over carefully. Finally, she nodded and gave her opinion. It does feel a little strange without a tail. Mother Dragon, I will never wear a tail in my whole life. I'd rather die than put on a tail.
It's a disgrace for a dragon slayer.
After picking clothes for Leon, Selena also chose a formal dress for Roswise.
The dress was an off-the-shoulder style. It was mostly black, with dark red details at the waist and on the skirt. This added a bit of mystery and elegance to her noble look. But because it was off the shoulder, the neckline was a bit low, showing a small pattern of dragon scales on her skin.
Roswise shyly covered her chest. Professor Selena, could you please pick one with a slightly higher neckline? Of course, Your Majesty. Selena smiled like she was saying, young people these days are so fussy. Leon shrugged and didn't say anything else. In the end, Selena picked another well-fitting dress for Roswise. The two daughters, of course, couldn't be left out. Picking their clothes was easy. If one was happy, the other was sure to be happy too. After more than half an hour of getting ready, the family of four was finally set for the photo shoot. The first set of photos was the family portrait. Leon held Myun, and Roswise held Noah. The two of them stood side by side. In the camera's viewfinder, their poses and positions were standard. But it didn't quite look like a normal family portrait. Selena put down the camera. She asked politely, Your Majesty, could you and your husband please try a more loving pose?
The unlucky couple looked at each other. Both felt awkward.
Roswise, loving. Leon, pose. Selena smiled. Yes, yes. It has to be super loving.
The two looked at each other, then turned their heads away at the same time.
Roswise cleared her throat twice. Selena, do you have any poses you recommend? Selena thought for a moment and replied.
Generally speaking, the husband and wife should be loving, but it shouldn't be too much. So, try hugging, touching noses, and looking into each other's eyes with deep love.
Come on, Selena, stop teasing us, Roswise said. Seeing the two of them so embarrassed, Selena was confused. You already have dragon marks. What's the problem with getting a little closer for a photo? I don't understand you young people, Selena thought.
Well, if none of those work, how about you two make a heart shape with your tails?
Tails making a heart. Yeah, that's right. It's very cute and playful. Roswise glanced at Leon.
It was too late to get a tail for this guy now. But after thinking about it, making a heart seemed like the only gesture they could both accept.
Hiss. What should they do? Can I use my hand, Selena?
Leon said, My wife can use her tail, and I'll use my hand.
We should still be able to make a heart shape, right? Selena raised an eyebrow in approval. Good idea. That's a pose we've never tried before. Come on, you two, get ready. Let's take the picture like this.
Leon raised his arms, bending them to form the top curve of a heart.
Roswise's silver tail lifted gracefully, its tip curling to complete the bottom point.
Their creation hovered between them, a strange but sincere symbol of their union.
Perfect. Now look at each other. Selena instructed. Their eyes met.
For a moment, the awkwardness faded.
Leon saw the faint blush on Roswise's cheeks.
She noticed the determined set of his jaw, the way his eyes held hers without flinching.
Click.
The shutter captured the moment, a dragon queen and her dragon slayer, bound by magic, children, and circumstance, creating a heart together against
all odds. Nyun giggled, clapping her hands. Noah watched quietly, a small, almost invisible smile touching her lips. It was far from a normal family portrait. But for them, it was perfect. a heart of two halves. Leon's idea was a good compromise. It let them show a happy family picture to others without having to do something they felt silly about, like wearing a fake tail. Rosweiss felt it was a bit ridiculous, but given the situation, there was no better choice. She slowly lifted her tail and bent the tip into a half-heart shape, bringing it to the space between them. Leon also stretched out his hand, bending his fingers slightly, using his thumb to form the other half of the heart. The hand gesture and the tail gesture were both fine, but they both hesitated. They seemed shy about touching each other. Well, thinking about it, that was pretty normal. Neither of them had any experience with romance. If you ignored all the complicated stuff, they had only held hands once by accident. It was very pure. Rosweiss glared at Leon and said in a low voice, "Be serious. Don't mess around." "I'm not messing around. It's your tail that won't cooperate. My tail is very nimble. It's not like you, always so cowardly." Leon was not happy to hear that. He then used his other hand to grab Rosweiss's tail and pressed it against his hand to form the heart shape. Only then did they finally get the pose right. Rosweiss secretly pinched Leon's thigh. She said through gritted teeth, "Don't touch my tail." Good, this is the pose. Don't move, don't move." Selena lifted her camera and aimed it at the group of four. Smile. The couple, smile. That's right, little princesses, you can pose however you like. Too well done, Nut. Click, click. The white flash went off a few times. Selena took many photos, planning to pick the best one later. Alright, thank you all for your help. Now, we will take Princess Noah's school application photo. Myun, being a good girl, heard it was her sister's school photo and jumped down from the seat. She ran to the side and waited patiently. Selena had Noah change into a more formal dragon-style dress. Family portraits could be warm, but school photos should be more serious. After changing, Noah stood between Leon and Rosweiss, ready for the picture. St. Heath Academy had very strict rules for judging families. So besides the student, the parents also needed to be in the application photo. The unlucky couple and the icy dragon girl all stood up very straight, not daring to breathe too heavily. 3 pairs of eyes stared directly at the camera. Their faces had no expression. Selena looked at the 3 faces in her camera and felt something was wrong. They were serious, yes, but too serious. It didn't look like a school photo. If you cut out their faces individually and made the picture black and white, you could hang them at a funeral 100 years from now. All 3 of you, it's good to be serious, but try to relax a little. Otherwise, it looks too stiff, Selena suggested. Click. Click. Rosweiss let out a quiet sigh of relief. She turned her head to look at Myun beside her, about to call her little daughter to leave together. But when she looked at Myun, the little dragon girl was sitting there obediently, looking at them with eyes full of longing. Rosweiss's heart felt a pang. Just as she was about to speak and ask Myun to join the photo, she heard Leon say, "Myun, do you want to take a picture with Mom and Dad too?" Myun's eyes lit up. Yes. Rosweiss glanced at Leon. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she chose to look away. Myun stood between the couple. This time, it wasn't a family portrait or a school photo, so all 3 of them were very relaxed. Leon lifted Myun right up. She actively stuck out her little tail, copying her mother's earlier move, wanting to make a heart with Leon. Of course, Leon didn't say no. After that, Noah also came over, and they took many warm, happy photos. There were no strict rules, they just posed however they wanted. "Sister, do you want to make a heart with Dad? It's so much fun. Noah hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and refused. No. Hee sister, you're something else. Then I'll make a heart with sister. Noah finally agreed. Okay. The 2 little dragon girls also took many pictures by themselves. Selena's job after that became much easier. Leon and Rosweiss sat down to the side. They didn't talk. They just silently watched their daughters having their pictures taken. Roswise felt the same as Leon.
She sat with her legs crossed, one hand supporting her chin, a faint, content smile on her face as she watched her two daughters. So, a pretty strange scene happened during the photoshoot. On one side, where the photos were being taken, it was lively and happy. The two dragon daughters tried all kinds of poses. Selena was also having fun taking pictures. On the resting side, the loving couple who had just made a heart with a tail and a hand didn't say a word to each other. It didn't look like they came to take photos. It looked more like they were at the government office filing for divorce. Maybe realizing this mood wasn't good for family harmony, Roswise looked straight ahead and said casually, "Why don't you start a conversation to pass the time? Noah and the others will be taking pictures for a while. What is there to talk about? How about we just go outside and have a fight? By the time we're done, they'll be finished taking pictures." Anyway, every time they tried to make small talk, they would start arguing within 3 sentences. After arguing for about half an hour, Noah and Neon had taken enough photos. "So with this many photos, I probably can't develop them until tonight. Would you like to stay in Sky City longer and pick them up, or come back tomorrow?" "We'll come back tonight to pick them up." "Thank you for your hard work, Selena." "You're welcome. I wish Your Majesty, the prince, and the 2 little princesses a pleasant time in Sky City." After thanking her, the family of 4 left the photo studio. Selena watched them until they disappeared around the street corner. Then she looked down at a photo she had just taken with her camera. It wasn't the family portrait, and it wasn't a photo of the 2 little dragon sisters. It was. Even though their bodies were leaning away from each other, their eyes were connected in the picture of the silver-haired beauty and the young man. The bright sunlight came through the photo studio window and fell generously on their shoulders. Tiny specks of dust danced like little fairies in the light, floating around the 2 of them. Their eyes were locked together, full of unspoken feeling. It wasn't overly romantic or unclear, and it didn't have too much softness. But in their eyes, there was a beautiful, simple affection, like water in a cup that was almost full and ready to spill over. "They really do look like a couple," Selena said to herself. The shooting gallery. After leaving Selena's photo studio, the family of 4 went to find a quiet restaurant. As soon as they walked in, large lizards with all kinds of different tails walked past Leon. He stood in the doorway, stunned, looking at a room full of dragon customers. Leon's legs started to feel weak again. First-class honors, so many first-class honors." Leon muttered, dazed. "What are you scared of?" Leon turned to Roswise. "Huh? Scared? I'm excited. That's a lot of first-class merits I'm going to get. I'd get rich killing them all." Roswise gave him a look of disdain. "What's so exciting?" "Don't forget, you're the special one who had 2 little first-class honors with a first-class honor." No, your level isn't just first-class honors." "Then what is it?" "First-class honors where the king himself puts the crown on me and gives me the award." Roswise chuckled and ignored him. They sat at a table by the window and ordered a few simple dishes. The restaurant was quiet, and everyone was talking softly. Leon and Roswise also silently agreed not to start a conversation with each other. The 2 little ones were very well behaved and started eating quietly when the food came. After lunch, there would be about 4 or 5 hours before the photos were ready. Luckily, Sky City had plenty of fun places to help pass the time. Of course, the main point was to make the daughters happy. Leon and Roswise didn't really care where they went. Even though they couldn't get along in their daily life, you couldn't expect a pair of worst enemies to smile and greet each other every day. But this couple, who seemed so mismatched, actually understood each other very well when it came to taking care of the kids. They walked until they came to a young dragon amusement park. The 2 little dragon girls ran off together, while Leon and Roswise followed not far behind, keeping some distance between them. In the young dragon amusement park, there were many parents with children. But most were single parents taking care of their kids.
Couples like Leon and Rosswise were very rare.
It seemed dragons really were into having babies by themselves.
Rosswise explained, Sky City is a very open-minded place.
It often takes interesting things or cultures from other races. As for the other dragon clans outside, most are too proud. They look down on learning or accepting things from other races.
Oh, I see. Leon put his arms behind his head.
He paused, then said casually, I think you're pretty good at accepting new ideas.
Rosswise glanced at him. Why? Do you remember the last time I suggested you have the daughters call you mom instead of mother? Did you talk to them about it that same night? Rosswise didn't avoid the question. She admitted it openly.
Yeah. I have to admit, you humans have more delicate ideas about raising children than dragons do.
Exactly.
If it were just you handling the kids alone, the results might be hard to even imagine, Leon said, smiling smugly.
Bang, bang, bang.
3 gunshots came from the balloon pop game stall. Leon and Rosswise looked at each other. Without a word, they both walked toward the stall.
As they got closer, Noah lifted the gun again and fired 2 more shots. Leon noticed now that the Dragon Clan's toy guns shot bullets made of concentrated magic energy. No wonder Mune wasn't playing.
Compared to her sister's advanced skills, she wasn't old enough to use magic yet.
But Noah missed with these 2 shots as well. Snap!
A little upset, she put the gun back on the table. She bit her lip, her eyes full of disappointment. Mom, Mune, let's go play somewhere else, Noah said, trying to sound okay, but she still looked a little grumpy. Even though most of the time she acted grown-up and sensible, she still had a child's side. When something really bothered her, you could see it clearly on her face.
Leon didn't tell her to try again or anything.
It was obvious the stall owner had messed with the toy gun. Otherwise, with Noah's skill, she wouldn't have missed every time.
Leon had figured out this kind of business trick when he was a kid. He didn't expect they could still cheat kids out of their money in the Dragon's Sky City.
He walked forward and lifted Noah down from the chair.
The family of 4 was about to leave.
But the stall owner seemed to notice this family was dressed nicely, like they had money, and he wanted to squeeze a bit more profit out of them.
Ah, didn't get a single prize today.
Some parents just don't know what their kids really want, the owner said, wiping the toy gun and hinting at something.
Leon suddenly stopped. He looked down at Noah. Do you want those teddy bears? Noah bit her lip.
She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head.
No, I don't want them.
The owner's words were a hint.
There was probably more he wanted to say. Leon looked at Mune. Mune, do you want them? Mune doesn't want them either. Okay, that meant she did want them.
Leon took Mune's hand, turned around, and walked back to the stall.
Noah was surprised for a second, then she looked up at Rosswise. Rosswise smiled and nodded at her. With her mom's okay, Noah ran over too. Let's play 10 more rounds, boss, Leon said, back at the stall. 10 rounds? Isn't that a bit few, sir? This game looks simple, but it's tricky.
Your daughter didn't hit anything just now, the owner said, sweet-talking, clearly trying to get Leon to spend more money. But Leon repeated calmly, just 10 rounds.
All right, 10 rounds it is.
The owner handed over the same toy gun as before.
Noah took a few coins from her pocket and gave them to the owner. Thank you, Leon said. Yeah, Noah nodded. Leon lifted the toy gun.
Magic energy flowed from his fingertips into the gun's magazine.
Besides aiming, the dragon version of the balloon pop game also needed careful control of magic energy. The first shot. The bullet went the wrong way.
It's okay, keep going, the owner said, sounding fake.
Mune tugged on Leon's clothes and looked up. Daddy, maybe we should stop. Mune doesn't need that teddy bear. It's okay.
It wasn't that the family didn't have money for a few more games. They could just buy the teddy bear at a high price. But the bad luck for the owner was that this family was very stubborn.
Especially the one holding the gun right now. Leon patted Noon's little head. It's okay. Daddy can do it.
Yeah, sir, I'm sure you can.
How about adding more money and shooting a few more? The owner spoke too soon.
Leon missed the first shot because he was testing how much the gun had been messed with.
Now that Leon knew, he could adjust for it.
He fired several shots in a row. After using all 10 shots, Leon hit the target 9 times. The prize was 2 large teddy bears.
Thank you, boss.
See, I told you 10 times was enough.
Leon gave the 2 teddy bears to his daughters. The owner was speechless and almost cried. Where did this expert come from?
Even with a messed up sight, he can still hit the target.
Get away from my stall. Leon turned around, feeling satisfied.
He looked up at Rosswise. The mother dragon had nothing, while the 2 daughters came back with full hands.
He thought about it. He turned back. Boss, 10 more rounds. The unspoken picture. Leon raised the gun and fired.
Each bullet struck a balloon with a sharp pop, but it felt as if they were hitting the stall owner's heart instead. After years of running this rigged game, he had never seen anyone so accurate.
He could only watch, frustrated and helpless.
But one person there felt the exact opposite.
In Rosswise's eyes, the man before her was the picture of focus.
He was a little stubborn, but it only added to his intensity. With every pull of the trigger, a balloon burst, followed by his confident, winning smile.
Daddy is so cool. So handsome. Noon cheered from the sidelines. Noah watched too, her face full of hope and admiration for her concentrating father.
The feeling was universal, from little Noon and Noah to Rosswise herself. By the time Rosswise recognized the warmth in her own chest, Leon was already pushing a giant, soft teddy bear into her arms. It was warm and fuzzy. While dragons typically found bears inedible, as a stuffed toy, it was suddenly very cute. She saw it in her daughter's joyful reactions. This was a facet of parenting, a father winning prizes for his children, that Rosswise was still learning to understand.
But she saw no harm in it. She fully supported Leon doing this for their daughters.
Rosswise lowered her gaze. She held the giant bear and gently rested her chin on its plush head. When Leon had handed it to her, she had refused. He suggested they just throw it away, since they had already won it. Rosswise insisted that was wasteful. And so, the mother and her 2 daughters each ended up carrying a giant teddy bear, drawing the stares of every dragon they passed. Leon, empty-handed and tailless, also received looks. It was clear to all that this haul was the work of the peculiar male dragon who hid his tail. Eventually, the stares settled on the teddy bears themselves. Feeling the weight of the public gaze, Rosswise hid her face in the soft head of her bear. Be careful not to hold your breath so long you suffocate, Leon said, breaking the silence.
Is it so difficult for you to say something pleasant? Why should I?
This teddy bear has already said 100 nice things to me. If I say one nice thing to you, and I talk to you 20 times a day, I wouldn't have to be nice to you for over 3 months.
I see you've recovered well. Your mouth is fully functional again.
Leon raised his hands in surrender and mimed zipping his lips shut.
They spent the rest of the afternoon enjoying themselves at the young dragon's amusement park.
A few dragons, likely nobles or leaders from other clans, recognized the Silver Dragon Queen.
Rosswise exchanged polite, formal words with them, as was expected. As evening fell, they returned to Selena's studio to collect their photos.
The family portrait was large, while the school photo and the sisters' pictures were smaller, all neatly packaged. On the flight back, the father and daughters rode on Rosswise back in her magnificent dragon form.
Noon was eager to open the family portrait, but Leon stopped her gently. Let's open it at home, Noon.
Okay, Noon will listen to Dad. After a few hours of flight, they arrived at the Silver Dragon Temple around 10 p.m.
Head maid Anna had prepared a late-night snack.
After they ate, the four of them gathered in the nursery, Leon's usual room, to finally open the photos. The first was the large family portrait. It was a beautiful image of the four of them, forming the heart with their tails and hands, all smiling happily. It perfectly captured the harmony Rosswise desired for their family. Selena had also included 4 smaller copies, perfect for a bedside table or desk.
Rosswise took out Noah's school application photo and gave it to her.
"Take good care of this, Noah."
"Yes, Mom."
"And this is the photo of Myun with Mom and Dad."
"Myun, you keep this yourself."
Myun took it carefully with both hands.
"I know, Mom."
"Well, the rest are photos of you two sisters.
Take them to your room and look at them later."
"Okay." Just as the two were about to leave, Noah paused. She pointed to a separately wrapped package.
"What photos are in this one?" Leon noticed it too.
He picked it up, gauging its weight. "It feels like there's only one photo inside."
"Dad, let's open it and see,"
Myun suggested.
"All right."
Leon opened the separate package. A light golden card fell out first. Rosswise picked it up. Written in elegant script was, "May the silver light forever shine in the eyes of the beloved." Rosswise frowned slightly. "What does this mean?"
At that moment, Leon pulled out the photo.
He looked at it and grew very quiet.
Myun, pressed against his arm, stood on her toes to see. Her reaction was the complete opposite of her father's.
The little dragon girl wagged her tail happily, the fluff on her head bouncing. "Mom and Dad look so good together."
Rosswise raised an eyebrow.
"Look good together?
What is it, Leon?" Leon pressed his lips together and handed her the photo.
It held no fancy backdrop, no expensive gowns or suits. It was just her and Leon, sitting casually in chairs, sharing a smile. Selena had captured a moment without their knowledge, a moment where their gaze held no hatred, no petty arguments, no annoyance. In that single, stolen moment, their eyes seemed to hold only each other.
Suddenly, Rosswise understood the card's message. "May the silver light forever shine in the eyes of the beloved."
Before the couple could process when this was taken, Myun, her tail still wagging excitedly, chimed in, "Mom, Dad, now that I think about it, you
don't have any wedding photos."
Leon looked up at Rosswise and found her already looking at him. They held each other's gaze. A heavy silence filled the space between them.
"Leon, wedding what photos?"
"Myun, wedding photos."
"Rosswise, what gown photos?"
"Myun, wedding photos."
"Leon and Rosswise, what wedding gown?"
"Myun, wedding photos."
"Ah. Wedding photos?"
The idea was impossible. It would never, ever happen in this lifetime.
The preparation.
A few days passed after the photo session.
The date for Noah's entrance test was drawing near.
In just 1 month, Leon had reviewed all the key points from essay
Heath Academy's past exam papers with her. Noah was a remarkably quick learner, grasping every concept he taught her.
For these final days, he decided his daughter should relax and not push herself.
A good balance between work and rest was crucial. That evening, Leon was eating dinner alone in the nursery.
Rosswise had been unusually quiet and calm lately, only seeking him out when absolutely necessary.
Leon had assumed the dragon power incident wouldn't be forgotten so easily.
Surprisingly, days had passed without the dragoness mentioning it once. Perhaps, that night, aided by the dragon power, he had managed to satisfy her enough to let the matter drop. He finished his meal and, after a short rest, resumed his basic physical training, push-ups, sit-ups, and squat jumps. He was breathing heavily, but he felt stronger than he had in days.
The lock clicked, and Rosswise entered.
She hadn't visited for 2 days.
Why was she here tonight?
"Hey." "Exercising," she stated, walking over to stand beside him.
When Leon ignored her, she stepped closer.
As he lay back from a sit-up, she placed her foot on his chest. Leon looked at her, then tilted his head to gaze at her slender ankle.
Either move your foot, or let me take another bite of it.
I need to talk to you, Rosswise said, removing her foot. I'm not going, Leon tried to refuse.
No? Then you should consider the consequences. Fine.
I'll go, Leon conceded.
Meet me in my room at 9 o'clock. After the dragoness left, Leon sighed in resignation.
He should have known.
Rosswise held a grudge too well for the dragon power incident to be truly over. When would this hardship end? He glanced at the wall clock. He had half an hour to kill.
After a moment's thought, he decided to take a shower. Rosswise had commented on his sweat earlier. He didn't need to give her another reason to complain. 30 minutes later, clean and in fresh clothes, Leon stood outside Rosswise's door and knocked.
Come in.
It's unlocked, her voice called out immediately.
Leon hesitated for a second, then pushed the door open. If he remembered correctly, this was his first time inside Rosswise's private chambers. The living room was simple and plain, devoid of lavish decoration, following a minimalist style.
He ventured further in, past the kitchen and living area, toward the master bedroom. The bedroom door was open, but Rosswise wasn't inside. His eyes caught the teddy bear he'd won for her in Sky City a few days ago, sitting prominently on her bed. Leon was mildly surprised. He recalled her saying clearly she had no interest in such toys. Yet, there it was, placed right by her bedside.
I really can't understand women, he muttered to himself. He returned to the living room and sat on the sofa.
The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Rosswise was probably showering. This only confirmed his suspicions. If I don't lose at least 100 grams tonight, I probably won't be leaving this room.
He took deep, calming breaths. About 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and Rosswise emerged wearing a simple, strappy nightgown.
The dragon mark on her chest was partially visible. Her wet silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a light steam rose from her smooth, evenly toned legs. She walked past him barefoot, drying her hair with a towel.
You're on time. Oh, you took a shower too, she noted. Leon watched the line of wet footprints she left on the floor.
He blinked and remained silent. Rosswise poured a glass of water and handed it to him.
Have some water first, I'm going to finish drying my hair. Leon took the glass silently and drank a little.
A short while later, Rosswise returned to the living room, her hair dry. She stood in front of Leon with her hands on her hips.
All right, shall we start? Where do you want to do it? In the living room, or on the balcony? Leon was shocked. On the balcony, isn't that a bit too public? TCH, what's there to be shy about? Fine, we'll do it in the living room.
It's the same anywhere, she replied. With that, she walked around the coffee table and sat down right next to him. Leon took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and leaned back into the sofa cushions. He honestly felt like punching himself. Maybe when he opened his eyes, Rosswise would have finished by herself. But after a long moment, nothing happened. He heard her speak softly beside him, "What are you doing?" Leon opened his eyes and sat up straight. "Ah? You don't need that thing?" Rosswise chuckled. She looked at him with a deeply amused expression. Which thing is that?" Leon swallowed awkwardly, utterly lost for words. Then, Rosswise pulled a thick stack of test papers out from under the coffee table.
St. Heath Academy is very strict when evaluating families.
They have special questionnaires to test how well family members know each other. We should use these last few days to familiarize ourselves with them.
Otherwise, we might not be able to answer the questions during Noah's entrance assessment. She glanced at Leon.
She tapped the cover of the test papers with her finger, savoring his confused and embarrassed expression.
Rosswise, you really?
This dragon had deliberately led him on, all just for this moment of awkwardness. Rosswise narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice laced with mockery and disdain.
Mr. Cosmodius, you seem very disappointed, but maybe tonight isn't the right time. We can try another day.
The compatibility test.
Rosswise didn't tease Leon for too long.
The most important task now was to learn about each other and not the way they did in the bedroom.
St. Heath Academy didn't test for that.
The rules for the family test are simple, Rosswise explained to Leon. The Academy prepares 2 answer sheets with questions about each other's habits, personalities, and past experiences. One person answers for themselves, and the other answers for their partner.
Then they compare. The higher the score, the better you understand each other. Leon blinked.
He lay on the sofa, looking through the test questions in his hand.
It sounds like one of those boring couples compatibility quizzes.
I think it's boring too. Because I have zero interest in your life story, your hobbies, or your habits, Rosswise replied flatly.
Thank you. The feeling is mutual. Rosswise tossed a pen to Leon. But family harmony is a key part of the assessment. The Academy judges a family's happiness based on this. To get Noah into the school, we have to learn a lot about each other in the next few days. Leon bit the end of the pen. Isn't it a bit rushed to judge a family's happiness by a test score?
Rosswise shrugged.
The Academy's tests aren't simple quizzes. They're based on real psychology. They can accurately identify personality issues.
The Academy believes that families who know each other's problems and still live together are truly happy.
Leon looked at one of the questions. So, what is your partner's favorite color, a psychology question? What's wrong with your brain?
Even a basic matching test has that.
Rosswise facepalmed, feeling quietly frustrated. Leon nodded. He was quiet for a moment, then asked, so, what is your favorite color?
Black, Rosswise said without thinking.
Then she quickly asked, and yours? Silver, Leon answered.
They both stared at each other.
Rosswise looked into Leon's black pupils. Leon looked into Rosswise's silver ones. In the next moment, they said in unison, what a coincidence.
And in the very next moment, also in unison, they said, darn it. The unlucky couple both turned away, silently agreeing to drop the subject.
Leon looked through more test questions. He did find some that were genuinely about psychology and personality. Psychology wasn't Leon's strong suit. And he knew even less about dragon psychology.
He only understood the psychology of dragons who were about to die. After all, he was very good at killing them. After studying for a while, the couple began the test. Rosswise held a blank answer sheet and started writing on another piece of paper. Soon, she handed the answer sheet to Leon.
All right, try it. See how many questions about me you can get right. Leon took the paper and began answering. The first question, what is a phrase your partner often says? Leon picked up the pen and wrote. No need to think. It's, you idiot.
Rosswise put her face in her hands.
You idiot, you don't have to say it out loud. The second question, has your partner ever been very disappointed in you about something? Leon frowned slightly. He muttered quietly as he wrote his answer. Yes.
No, Rosswise said suddenly.
Leon was shocked and looked at her. Rosswise kept her eyes down, playing with the tip of her tail.
She knew he was looking but didn't meet his gaze. She just repeated, softly, I have never been disappointed in you about anything, Leon.
Is it because there's no point in being disappointed? Rosswise stopped playing with her tail. She shook her head. She didn't answer directly.
Instead, she said, it's not relevant to this question.
Keep going. Leon's expression shifted slightly. He didn't press further.
For the next 10 or so questions, he didn't mutter the answers. He just wrote them down quietly. When he was done, he handed the test paper back to Rosswise.
How many points? Leon asked.
45. You failed, Rosswise said with a serious face.
Leon lowered his head, twisting the pencil in his fingers. After a moment, he mumbled, "Sorry. No need to apologize. Who knows, if I took the test, my score might be even lower," Roswise replied. She gave Leon another test paper and a blank sheet. "You try this one. Write your answers here." Leon nodded and started writing. While he worked, Roswise looked carefully at the answers he had just written.
She saw that all the questions Leon got right were about her surface habits, her often used phrases, which hand she preferred, how she positioned her tail for comfort. The ones he got wrong were like the question about disappointment, things Leon could only understand if Roswise said them out loud. Leon looked at the table covered in test papers. He thought for a moment and said, "We haven't spent much normal time together. And the way we communicate isn't exactly standard. So it's hard to get a high score in a short time. But we have no choice. For Noah, let's both try our best," Roswise said. Her attitude always shifted when their daughter was involved. Leon knew well that she, too, loved their daughters deeply. Before the next round started, Leon couldn't help asking, "Roswise. Yeah? That question about disappointment from before, was that your real answer?" Roswise turned to look at him.
She met his eyes and answered firmly, "Yes. But
there is no but, Leon.
I have no reason to lie to you. Our problems have nothing to do with disappointment." Roswise paused. She realized Leon was stubborn and liked to debate small points. No matter how she explained, he probably wouldn't fully believe her. Thinking this, she didn't try to give a deep explanation. Instead, she made a joke. "If I had to say what disappoints me more, it would be..." "It would be what?" She looked at Leon, a slight smile touching her lips. "You don't make enough dragon power. How come you've only made one pill? From now on, I'll treat making dragon power as my daily mission. Don't you regret it?" Author's note, Roswise knows what she needs. Pressure transfer. The couple stayed up late for several nights in a row.
Finally, they had a grasp of each other's good and bad points. Their average score on the practice tests rose above 80.
If they performed as usual on the real one, their family assessment should be fine. To be honest, Roswise wasn't one to burn the midnight oil too often. Her body's natural clock urged her to sleep after midnight. But the reason she pushed through, besides it being for her daughters, no matter how hard or tired, was also because hearing about Leon's past embarrassing stories was just too entertaining. A human's short 20-year life could be both fascinating and profoundly strange.
When she looked at her own life, spanning over 200 years as a dragon, almost every day since childhood had been monotonous, especially after
becoming the Silver Dragon Queen. But at some point, a little fun had seeped into her boring life. Did it start when her daughters were born? Or did it start from when Leon woke up? Author's note: Yo! Miss Sundara is finally softening up.
Well, it had nothing to do with tomorrow's test. Roswise shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. After several late nights, they had finally reviewed all the family test questions from recent years.
They knew each other a little better now.
The evening before they had to leave for the academy, the couple sat on opposite ends of the sofa.
Leon looked completely drained.
Roswise wore a deeply serious expression. The room was silent except for the steady tick-tock of a grandfather clock.
Moonlight streamed through the window, carrying a faint, cool breeze. Leon pulled his clothes tighter.
He rubbed his cold nose and glanced at Roswise. She sat quietly, one hand holding her forehead, a slight frown on her face. Beyond tiredness, she was clearly under great pressure.
It was understandable. This was about whether Noah got into St. Heath Academy. Leon opened his mouth, wanting to say something to show concern, but the words stuck in his throat. After sitting a while longer, Leon said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room."
But before he could stand, Roswise said, "Wait.
What is it?"
Roswise closed her eyes and asked gently, "You've worked hard these last few days."
Well, it's okay. I'm used to it. Are you tired? Leon shrugged slightly. A bit.
Roswise made a soft sound.
Then she raised her hand and pointed to the bathroom in her room. Go take a shower. Relax. Leon blinked. A shower, in your room? Yeah. No, I don't want to. I'm not used to showering in other people's rooms. Especially in the mother dragon's room.
Roswise rested her head on one hand, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. She sounded impatient as she urged, "Hurry up.
After you're done, you can go back." Leon got up reluctantly and walked quietly into the bathroom. He took off his clothes, turned on the hot water, and let the warm spray flow gently over his head. Leon leaned one hand against the cold tiles.
He couldn't understand why the dragoness was acting so strangely. Making him shower here for no clear reason made him feel uncomfortable and unsafe.
Click. The bathroom light instantly went out. Leon's heart jumped. He quickly turned off the water.
In the dark, a faint purple light flickered.
Dragon mark? Hiss, this is bad.
She really was the big mother dragon scratching at the door. She was definitely up to no good.
Leon fumbled in the dark for his clothes.
But before he could put them on, the bathroom door swung open. Light from the living room outlined a tall, slender figure. Her chest also glowed with a purple light. The figure stepped inside, her fair, jade-like feet touching the bathroom tiles.
Roswise. Click. She closed the door, and the light vanished again. Leon could only guess her location from the faint dragon mark and her footsteps.
The glow came closer and finally stopped right in front of him.
Once the dragon marks connect, you can't get away, Roswise whispered in the darkness. Leon swallowed nervously. So, what's the reason this time? Reason? I haven't thought of one yet.
I'll think of one after we're done.
With that, she didn't let him ask more. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck.
Her dragon mark pressed against his hot chest.
Her long, flexible tail instinctively wrapped around his waist.
In the darkness, the sound of water gradually grew louder. The sound of skin against tile was clear. It was hard to tell how much time had passed.
Leon lay in the bathtub, his already weak body feeling drained once more. Roswise lay across from him, staring blankly at the water's surface.
After a long silence, the mother dragon spoke softly, "I understand." Leon let his head fall back against the tub and looked at the ceiling. He said hopelessly, "You understand nothing."
"I understand the reason for this time. Your Majesty, I'm listening. I was under too much pressure." Splash. Leon suddenly sat up. If you're under pressure, then be under pressure. Why transfer it to me?
Roswise gathered her scattered thoughts and regained her usual cool expression.
There are two main ways to deal with pressure. One is to transfer it to someone else. The other is to release it. Now I've transferred the pressure to you, and I've released it. It's perfect. Besides,
the queen slowly lifted her slender arm, making ripples in the water. You told me before about all the championships you won.
Well, now add one more for handling pressure. What's the problem? You. Didn't you come to me with that same attitude a few days ago? Leon gritted his teeth.
I need a word stronger than frustrating to describe you, Mother Dragon. I'll give you 2 words, moderate relaxation and balance, Roswise said, stretching her lovely body.
Anyway, I feel comfortable now. Thank you, Leon.
After the rain, the air felt fresh.
The pressure from all the studying was temporarily gone. So, dear Dragon Slayer, are you staying to keep helping me relax? Or are you going to dry off and go back to sleep?
The answer was the sound of someone hurrying out of the water, accompanied by the words, "You wait for me, Mother Dragon." The next morning, in front of the temple courtyard.
Mom, Why does he look like he didn't sleep at all last night?
Noah looked at Leon, who seemed completely drained. No, he was completely drained, and asked.
Roswise was clear-headed and refreshed, her face glowing. She took a deep, greedy breath of the fresh morning air and stretched lazily. Mom doesn't know either. Leon, did you not sleep well last night? Don't you fucking know in your heart whether I slept well or not? Leon muttered through gritted teeth.
Roswise waved her hand.
All right.
Pull yourself together.
Today we're going with Noah to take the test. Roswise spread her wings and transformed into a giant dragon.
Leon slapped his face, forcing himself to wake up a little.
The father and daughter climbed onto Roswise's back one after the other.
The silver dragon flapped her wings and soared into the sky. They hadn't brought Myun along this time, as it wasn't a fun trip. Myun had obediently agreed to stay home and wait for Dad, Mom, and her sister to return. The three of them set off for SA.
Heath Academy without worries. The academy was in the very heart of the dragon's territory, a supremely safe place. Her reaction showed that Leon's pep talk worked.
I don't know if you understand this cheering gesture, but Dad wants to try it.
Noah blinked.
She hesitated for a moment, then clenched her right hand, mimicking Leon's movement, and stretched out her arm.
You can definitely do it, Noah.
Maybe even Noah didn't notice, but her tail swayed behind her twice unconsciously.
Thank you. It seemed she wanted to add something after thank you. Perhaps a name or a title.
But in the end, she didn't.
Just those two words, thank you. Leon didn't push his daughter to say more.
It was enough that she had taken his words to heart. Lowering his arm, Leon stretched lazily. Then he leaned back and lay down on the back of Roswise, who was in her huge dragon form. After letting her put all her pressure on him last night, it was his turn to get a long, deep sleep.
The assessment begins.
A few hours later, the family of three arrived at SA.
Heath Academy.
It was built in a highly defensive location, right in the heart of the SA.
Heath Mountain Range.
Like Sky City, only flying creatures could reach it.
After landing at the main gate, Roswise changed back to her human form and took Noah's hand.
Many other dragon families were present, but families with both parents, like Noah's, were a rare sight.
Let's go inside, Roswise said.
She led the way toward the academy gate, with Leon following closely behind, his hands in his pockets. They entered a campus that looked ancient, with wide pathways. Just inside the gate stood a massive dragon-shaped stone statue, likely commemorating a great dragon hero. They walked across the grounds to the enrollment office for the Young Dragons section. As a prestigious dragon school, they didn't have to wait long before a staff member came to assist them personally. The staff member led them to an office to fill out some basic information.
Name, Noah C. Milkvey. Silver Dragon. Age, 1 year and 3 months, the staff member read, looking surprised at Noah's age. Roswise had anticipated this. Well, about her age, my husband and I have discussed it. We don't foresee any problems. Our daughter has no issues with it either.
The staff member observed Noah, who sat quietly and calmly between her parents, unusually composed for a dragon her age.
Your daughter meets the basic requirements to take our entrance test. Please take this test card and proceed to the 4th floor to wait, the staff member said, handing a card to Noah. Noah took the card. I'm going now, Mom.
Okay. Good luck, Roswise replied.
Noah quickly left the office. The staff member then addressed Roswise and Leon.
I'm still curious about her age, but since she wishes to try, we will proceed.
Please follow me to the 3rd floor for the family assessment. Leon and Roswise exchanged a glance and a slight nod.
They were both confident. The staff member led them to the 3rd floor, where 2 other families were waiting ahead of them.
I'll go inside to register you. There are 2 families ahead of you.
Please wait patiently, the staff member said.
Yes, thank you, Leon answered.
They prepared for a short wait.
Leon and Roswise sat on a bench in the hallway. She lowered her head, her tail curling up unconsciously. She placed her hands on her knees, nervously pressing and rubbing her fingernails. She seemed anxious. Leon leaned back in his chair and looked sideways at Roswise. Since last night, she had spoken of being nervous and under pressure, even teaching Leon about it in her usual way. For her to show such concern, this entrance test must be incredibly important for Noah's future. Leon pressed his lips together. He looked at the fair skin on the back of Roswise's hand. After a moment's hesitation, his hand finally landed on her shoulder. "What's wrong? Did the stress relief from last night stop working already?" Leon joked. Roswise let out a short laugh and gave him a playful glare. She could tell he was trying to lighten the mood. "Your words aren't comforting at all." Leon shrugged. "Well, how do you want me to comfort you? Should I do it more? Go away."
Roswise laughed and scolded him playfully, then moved her shoulder to make his hand fall away. But the little joke did help ease her recent tension and worry. She tilted her head back, took a deep breath, and settled in to wait quietly for the test to begin. About an hour later, the two families ahead of them finished their assessments. The staff member led Leon and Roswise into an office. The office was larger and more ornate inside. 3 elderly dragons with white hair sat side by side behind a long table. The 2 on the side sat ramrod straight with serious expressions. The one in the middle had a friendly smile and wore gold-rimmed glasses, appearing gentle and wise. The staff member motioned for Leon and Roswise to wait by the door while he had a quiet word with the 3 elders. Seizing the chance, Roswise leaned closer to Leon and whispered, "With your experience, do you think these 3 will be easy to deal with?" Leon studied the 3 dragons carefully. "Easy to kill." Roswise was shocked. "Easy to kill?" He nodded. "Yeah. The me from before you captured me could have taken their heads in the first round." Roswise facepalmed, feeling helpless. "I wasn't asking if they were easy to fight. I'm talking about the assessment later. Will they give us a hard time?" "Understand?" Leon shrugged. "Don't worry. We prepared well for the written test. We won't make mistakes." About 5 minutes later, the staff member returned with 2 answer sheets. "Both of you, please come here for the assessment. There is no time limit, but you cannot speak to each other during the test. Thank you for your cooperation." He led them to a table and had them sit on opposite sides. An opaque divider was placed between them, and the assessment officially began. Leon looked over the questions. Most were topics they had covered during their late-night study sessions. In those few short nights, they had learned more about each other than some couples Mar had read for years. Answering the questions was not difficult, and the process went very smoothly. Half an hour later, they handed in their answer sheets. The staff member gave them to the dean on the left for grading. "Please come over and sit down, both of you." The couple looked at each other, seeing a flicker of confusion in each other's eyes. Wasn't the assessment over? Why did they need to speak with the school leaders? Puzzled, they walked over and sat down. The white-haired old dragon in the middle introduced himself gently. "Hello, both of you. I am Walter Wilson, the vice principal of S.A. Heath Academy. I am pleased to be in charge of your assessment today." "Hello, vice principal. I am Roswise Melkthey, leader of the Silver Dragon clan. This is my husband, Leon Cosmodius. We are glad to take part in the assessment at your school." Principal Wilson nodded. "Let's not waste time. We will now begin the second part of the assessment, the interview." "Interview." Principal Wilson smiled, his eyes narrowing. "Yes. This is a new stage of the assessment we added at St. Heath Academy this year. Are you both ready?" The couple's faces grew very serious. "Ready for what?" "The interview." The couple sat up straight with serious faces, backs rigid and hands on their knees, looking like model students attentively listening to their teacher. But while they appeared ready for the interview on the outside, they were panicking internally. As Vice Principal Wilson leaned over to confer with the dean beside him, Leon stared straight ahead, tilting slightly toward Rosswise to whisper. "Should we just kill them?" "That's not a bad idea, Dragon Slayer, but let's not suggest it again." "What do we do now? We didn't prepare for an interview at all." Rosswise closed her eyes, took a slow breath, and let it out. "We'll have to just handle it as it comes." Ahem, ahem. Vice Principal Wilson cleared his throat twice. "All right, let's officially start the interview now." Rosswise forced a polite smile. "Of course, Vice Principal." "Oh, please don't be nervous. This is our first time trying interviews at our school, so it won't be too strict. Just relax, both of you." The couple exchanged a look and remained silent. Vice Principal Wilson picked up a stack of papers and asked in a relaxed tone. "Do you both still remember your wedding anniversary?" It was like a thunderbolt. The couple froze in their seats. The first question was a huge problem. But to pass, Rosswise answered quickly after a brief mental blank. "I remember, of course. How could I forget such an important day?" Leon glanced at her. "Oh, lady, we had a child before we got married. Where would a wedding anniversary come from?" Leon thought. Rosswise shot a look back at him, secretly signaling with her eyes. Leon was flustered but understood the message. Even though they didn't have a real wedding anniversary, one day from 2 years ago was more significant than any ceremony. "Rosswise, it's in the year 1733 of the Genesis calendar." They both said in unison, "May 25th. In the year 1733 of the Genesis calendar, on May 22nd, Leon's squad from the Imperial Dragon-slaying army attacked the Silver Dragon clan. Leon was betrayed, defeated, and captured. 3 days later, on May 25th, he used a blood pact to bond with the Silver Dragon Queen, which led to her pregnancy." Seeing the couple so in sync, Vice Principal Wilson looked surprised. "Only married for 2 years, and your child is starting school quite early." "Yes, Vice Principal." Rosswise smoothed her hair, using the motion to quietly sigh in relief. "So, in these 2 years of marriage, has there been any habit or behavior of the other person that you found hard to live with?" "No," Rosswise answered immediately. Wilson nodded, then looked at Leon. Leon frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Rosswise grew tense. What is this idiot doing? He could have just said no and moved on. "What is it?" the vice principal asked. "Sometimes I feel like I'm not needed. My wife is so capable. She handles family matters and work perfectly. But she builds up stress easily. So I want to take this chance to tell her. I want to do more for this family too. You can rely on me. Don't use me to relieve your stress so much in the future," he muttered under his breath. Leon's point was simple: if Rosswise was less stressed, she wouldn't need to use him as a stress reliever as much. If he helped more, she'd have less homework. But Vice Principal Wilson didn't catch the hidden meaning. He just nodded approvingly. "How did you two get married in the beginning? Was it love, or did elders in your clan introduce you?" the vice principal asked. "Oh, it was love at first sight, then we dated, and then..." Rosswise looked at Leon for help. Leon quickly took over. "Then we eloped." "Yeah, we eloped." "Eloped?" "More like a quick pregnancy." The vice principal was surprised. "Eloped? Making such a quick decision. It must be a special fate that has kept you two together until now, right?" The couple, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Vice principal, you are very wise. Miss Rosswise, what do you find most attractive about your husband?" "The good points about this guy." Rosswise glanced at Leon. She thought for a moment, then said, "He's focused, serious, smart, not slick, responsible, likes children, and rarely gets angry with anyone." After a short pause, she added, for a more surface-level reason, he's handsome and has a good body, but...
He's been sick lately. His body is weak.
Vice Principal, just that?
So, my husband is good at making medicines and uses them to stay healthy, right? Leon's mouth twitched slightly. He thought Rosswise was finally going to praise him fully. But she had to add that last part. So, I also want to use this interview as a chance to say something to my husband. Saying this, Rosswise reached out and gently put her hand on Leon's shoulder. Then looking at him with soft eyes, she said quietly, "Don't push yourself too hard." I understand. You understand, Nothi.
Vice Principal Wilson chuckled, covering his mouth with his hand. He found this couple amusing.
All right. You two seem very lively in your daily life. Now, the next question, what are your plans for the future? The couple composed themselves. Plans for the future? Could you be more specific, Vice Principal? Rosswise asked. For example. Any plans for a second child?
Leon silently covered his face and waved his hand, telling Rosswise to handle this one.
Rosswise smiled awkwardly. Well, we haven't really thought about that yet. Actually, we already have 2 children right now, Noah and her twin sister. So, for our plans, we'll focus on raising these 2 first before thinking about more. What do you think, Leon? Vice Principal, a family of 4 already, very happy indeed. Thank you, Vice Principal. Next, the Vice Principal asked a few more questions. Leon and Rosswise handled them skillfully, giving answers that were a mix of truth and fabrication. As the interview was ending, Vice Principal Wilson said, "So, to finish the interview, let's play a little game. It's like truth or dare. Now, you can ask each other one question that you really want to know the answer to. If you choose to answer, please be honest. We won't force you if you don't want to." The couple looked at each other. To avoid complications, Rosswise answered directly, "I don't have any questions for my husband. I know everything about him." All right. Mr. Leon, do you have any questions you'd like to ask your wife? Leon leaned back in his chair.
He put his hand on his chin, his brow slightly furrowed.
Rosswise looked at him, wondering what he would ask. Would it be about her going easier on him? Or a hidden plea to return to the Empire? It had to be one of those things. After a short pause, Leon looked at Rosswise.
He met her silver eyes and asked in a low voice,
"Do you actually like the teddy bear I gave you?" Rosswise was stunned. She hadn't expected that question.
It had nothing to do with their situation or their conflicts. Her eyes trembled slightly. She pressed her lips together, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looked down, and nodded.
"Yes. I really like the teddy bear you gave me." Maybe even Rosswise didn't notice. Leon had asked, "Do you like it?" But her answer wasn't just like. It was more, "I really like it." Clap. Leon clapped his hands once. "Okay. I'm fine now."
Vic, Wilson stood up.
So, the interview ends here. I wish you both a happy future. The assessment results will be sent to the Silver Dragon Temple by Messenger Dragon tomorrow. Thank you again for your cooperation. The wait and the celebration. Early in the morning, Myun woke up. Her little brain was still fuzzy.
She mumbled, her words unclear.
"Sister, what's for breakfast?" No answer. "Sister?"
Myun slowly opened her eyes and saw that Noah was already out of bed. With a start, she jumped down and ran to the bathroom, the study, and the hallway, but there was no sign of her sister. Finally, Myun went to the balcony and looked down at the courtyard.
She found Noah. But it wasn't just Noah in the courtyard. Leon and Rosswise were standing on either side of her.
All 3 were like statues, their heads tilted at a 45-degree angle, staring motionlessly at the sky. Noon blinked her pretty eyes. She hopped over to Leon first and asked,
Dad, what are you doing? Waiting for the dragon courier. Huh? New? She then hopped over to Noah. Sister, what are you doing? Waiting for the dragon courier. New?
Finally, she hopped over to Roswise.
Mom, you're not also waiting for the dragon courier.
Noon raised her hands, her little palms holding her cheeks.
You're all waiting for the dragon courier.
Then who will make breakfast for Moon?
30 minutes later, the family of 4 was having breakfast at the table in the nursery.
Speaking of which, even if the test results are out, the dragon courier probably won't come this early, Leon said.
The academy is always very efficient. When I was in school, I got my results early the next morning, Roswise added. Hearing this, Leon looked at Roswise from across the table.
You also graduated from SA.
Heath Academy?
Of course.
So, in the future, should Noah call you Mom, or should she call you Senpai?
Just eat.
Noon sat at the table, holding a set of utensils made just for little dragons. She looked at her mom, then at her dad. Then she said softly, Why does it seem like Mom and Dad get along even better after you went to the academy? The couple stopped eating for a second. They looked at each other at the same time. Leon pressed his lips together. Is that so? Noon nodded hard. Yes, yes.
You never used to joke during meals.
We usually don't talk during meals or at bedtime. We only joke sometimes.
Besides, your dad and I have always had a good relationship.
Hurry up and eat, Noon, Roswise said. Leon stood up. I'm done.
I'm going to the courtyard to wait for the messenger dragon.
I'll go with you.
Watching Dad and her sister run off, Noon said, they're so excited.
Roswise patiently cut the bread on the plate into small pieces.
She spread strawberry jam on them evenly and gave them to Moon.
Dad and your sister are both very serious about studying.
Besides, Dad used to be a top student, Roswise explained.
All that talk about starting school at 10, graduating at 15, and being the Dragon Slayer champion, Leon might as well hang a sign about it.
Moon poked the strawberry jam-covered bread with a fork.
She asked thoughtfully, when will Dad be able to teach Moon to study? Roswise smiled and looked at Moon lovingly.
She reached out and gently touched the little head.
Very soon. When Moon is a little bigger, you can start learning from Dad. Really?
The little dragon girl's eyes shone with excitement.
Yes, really. Great.
To grow up fast, Moon, you need to eat well.
Finish your breakfast first. Okay. Moon immediately started eating with gusto.
Roswise smiled a happy smile.
She thought that Leon's way with children was surprisingly good. After breakfast, Roswise took Moon to the courtyard. Leon and Noah were still looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, waiting for the dragon courier.
This was the determination of top students awaiting their results.
Their willpower was strong. Roswise waved her hand and told the maids to prepare some tea and pastries. The family of 4 ate and waited together. They waited until evening.
There was still no sign of the dragon courier.
Roswise let out a soft sigh. I'll go make dinner. Let's eat first and then come back to wait.
But before she had taken more than a few steps, she heard Leon shout from behind, Dragon courier.
The dragon courier is here. Noah shouted excitedly too, it's true. It's really the dragon courier. Roswise turned around. Sure enough, a dragon courier was flying slowly toward the temple. It landed in the courtyard.
All 4 of them hurried over.
A bamboo tube was tied to its back. Leon took the tube, opened it, and shook out an envelope. The envelope was carefully made with a navy blue background. The family name Melkveh was written on it in gold foil.
The opening was sealed with red wax, stamped with the symbol of SA.
Heath Academy. She passed, she passed, she passed. Sister is amazing. Mom and Dad are amazing too. Myun happily spun around while hugging Noah. Leon gave the letter to Roswise. After she read it twice, she showed a relieved smile. She put the letter down, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. Then she looked at Leon from the corner of her eye. Thank you. Leon stretched his arm. Thank me for what? It's mostly thanks to Noah herself. She's very smart. Can you drink? Roswise suddenly asked. Me? She nodded. Not really, I'm not a big drinker, but I can try a little. Okay. Let's celebrate tonight. I'll go cook. Yeah. Roswise carefully put the envelope away for safekeeping. Then she walked toward the temple. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and asked, "Do you want to come help? Then you won't say you have no presence in this house again." Mother Dragon, I find you really hold a grudge. Leon complained but still followed her eagerly. About an hour later, dinner was ready. Roswise also opened a bottle of old wine, stored for 50 years since she became the Silver Dragon Queen. She poured some for Leon. Is this okay? Leon nodded. Dinner was very plentiful. Roswise excitedly talked about her plans for Noah's future school life. No bringing boys home. She has to learn magic well. After she graduates, she has to protect Myun. Noah listened carefully, remembering every word. After they had eaten and drunk for a while, the two little ones went back to their room early for their own private sister talk. Roswise sat in her chair. Her eyes looked a little blurry, and her cheeks were red. She had drunk quite a bit. It had been a long time since she had been this happy. After a short break, Roswise reached out to pour herself another drink. But Leon stopped her hand. You've had enough to drink, Roswise. Why? Are you worried about me? Roswise said, dazed. Who's worried about you? Who will take Noah to the academy tomorrow morning if you drink too much? Why worry? Even if I drink a lot, I can still fly. Leon sighed. In the Empire, if you drink too much, you can't even ride a horse. That's for you humans. We dragons aren't scared. Leon stood up and held Roswise's arm. I'll take you to the balcony to get some fresh air. It will help you sober up. Don't stop me, just one more drink. Wait until after we take Noah to the academy tomorrow. Then you can drink. Using a mix of coaxing and tricking, Leon pulled her to the balcony. Leaning on the balcony railing, Roswise felt the cool breeze on her face. Her long hair danced in the night wind, looking like flowing silver sand. Leon stood beside her, his hands in his pockets. He planned to wait until she was more sober before taking her back to her bedroom. The two of them were quiet, with only the sound of the night wind. After a while, Roswise tilted her head back and spoke slowly. I'm so worried about her. Noah? Yeah. Even though she acts mature for her age, she's still just a child. She's never left home and lived by herself before. She closed her eyes and went on. Will she remember to do her laundry? Will she be picky with the food? Will she eat breakfast on time? And with her studies, what if the teachers at the academy aren't as good as you? Will she get discouraged and not pay attention in class? What if she gets sick? Can she go to the doctor by herself? Leon, I'm so worried about her, I'm so worried about her. The wind swallowed the sound of the last word. She was drunk. Her body tilted and leaned against Leon's shoulder. Leon pressed his lips together. He used a little strength to free his wrist from her grasp. Go to sleep, Mother Dragon. As the night deepened, Roswise was taken over by sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the quiet bedroom was filled with the steady sound of her breathing. By the way, if this unlucky family had known what would happen at the school opening ceremony 3 days later,
there's a specific term in the academic world to describe what they did tonight, popping the champagne too early.
The stage of doom. 3 days later, the entrance ceremony for S.A. Heath Academy began.
The young dragons who had passed the difficult tests, along with their parents or guardians, gathered in the great hall. The place was buzzing with life and noise, filled with laughter.
But can you guess which 3 unlucky people couldn't laugh at all?
Leon, Noah, and Rosswise were standing on the stage, being stared at by at least 100 pairs of dragon eyes. Leon had always thought being roasted over a fire was just a saying for feeling embarrassed. Now, he thought being actually roasted might be preferable. A short while earlier, Vice Principal Wilson, the one who had conducted their interview, had taken the stage. He introduced them excitedly.
Ladies and gentlemen, quiet down, quiet down. Let me proudly introduce these 3, the Melkveh family. They achieved the highest scores in this year's assessment. Now, let's hear how they built such a happy family in just 2 years. Leon gave the vice principal a fierce look, muttering through his teeth, "Old dragon, you've gone too far. Let's go back 1 hour." The family of 4, along with head maid Anna, had arrived at the academy for Noah's entrance ceremony. They had brought Mune along. While resting in a lounge before the ceremony, Vice Principal Wilson unexpectedly knocked on their door.
"Congratulations to both of you, and to young Noah, for passing the academy's assessment," the vice principal said politely. After a few pleasantries, he continued.
"Noah scored almost perfectly on the test 3 days ago.
The average score for our entrance tests has been around 80 in recent years. I'm truly happy for you both to have such a brilliant daughter.
The academy hasn't had a student this talented in many years. Speaking of which, Noah is just over a year old, right?
She should have only just begun her formal learning. Besides her natural talent, her teacher must be excellent."
"Who is her tutor?" Rosswise and Noah looked silently at Leon. Leon licked his lips and adjusted how he was sitting.
"No, there's no special tutor.
I just taught her some basics. My daughter is very hardworking." "Mr. Leon, you have a special air about you, yet you do not seem to be from the Silver Dragon clan."
"May I ask which clan you are from?" the vice principal asked.
"My husband is from a small, remote tribe.
His people were integrated into a major dragon clan long ago," Rosswise said quickly, covering for Leon.
"I see," the vice principal nodded. "Besides Noah's achievement, I believe you 2 may not know this yet. In the family assessment, you also placed first."
Hearing this, Leon and Rosswise looked at each other. They unconsciously sat up straighter.
"Is it true, Vice Principal? We got first place too?" Leon asked, excited.
"Yes, Mr.
Leon. You and your wife performed excellently on the written test.
You also impressed us greatly in the interview."
The vice principal didn't hold back his praise.
"Your understanding of family and your portrayal of daily life made us feel what a real family should be like." Hearing this, the couple was stunned.
"A real family.
Vice Principal, you have such good judgment. No, you have great insight to see that we are a real family."
Yes, you're absolutely right.
We are a real, happy, loving family," Leon thought.
The other families in the interviews, their answers and demeanor were too perfect. It felt artificial. The vice principal sighed.
Then he looked at Leon and Rosswise.
"But you 2 are different, Mr. Leon, Miss Rosswise. Your bond feels very solid, strong, and genuine. You must be a very loving couple in your daily life, right?"
"A couple.
Very loving."
The vice principal said they were a loving couple. This was truly blinding everyone's dragon eyes.
Did I say something wrong, you 2? Why do you both look so uncomfortable?"
"Oh, no, ha ha ha, Vice Principal, we."
Rosswise turned and took Leon's arm. She smiled, raising an eyebrow. "We are indeed very loving, right, Leon?"
"Yes."
"So?" The vice principal stood up. He said excitedly, "Could you please come on stage as representatives of the new students' families and give a speech? Leon and Rosswise?"
And so, the scene from the beginning unfolded.
"Old pushy dragon, you really know how to force people." Rosswise quickly and quietly pinched his wrist. His professional habits might get out of control if he doesn't calm down. He looked at Noah. His eldest daughter was also standing between them with a look of complete despair.
She just wanted to enter school quietly, study magic, and graduate quietly.
Why did a family representative have to go on stage and talk? Why couldn't someone else do this socially terrible thing?
The only one who probably escaped this torture was Myun. She was below the stage, cheering even more excitedly than the vice principal. Seeing that this family of three wasn't particularly talkative, the vice principal had to move things along. "Noah, you are the youngest person taking the test this time, yet you achieved a perfect score.
This must be closely related to your family's guidance, right?" Noah nodded, her face cool. "Do you have anything you want to say to your family?" Noah thought for a moment and said, "During the time I was studying for the test, I was very thankful for Mom's encouragement and my sister's company." Hearing this, Leon's heart felt a little tight. It seemed like it was going to be like the first family dinner, not your part. It seemed that way. But it was okay.
The old father was happy to stay in the background, as long as his daughter could get into school.
"And also, the person I want to thank the most is my father. He helped me a lot. So, thank you. That's all."
After she finished, Noah glanced at Leon. The old father was almost in tears. The vice principal clapped his hands.
"Well, it seems Mr. Leon's teaching is very successful." "Mr. Leon, your daughter is thanking you so sincerely. Don't you want to demonstrate something?" Leon held back his tears and asked, confused, "How do I demonstrate it?"
"Of course, give her a hug and a kiss."
"Your excellent daughter deserves it," the vice principal said. Leon had a flashback. Before, Noah wouldn't even let him touch her for a hug or a kiss. Leon hesitated, feeling awkward, and said to Noah, "A hug is okay."
"A kiss on the cheek is okay," Noah suddenly whispered. "Hurry up and kiss me, so we can end this socially terrible ceremony quickly." Amid the crowd's cheers, Rosswise's surprised look, and Myun's excited clapping, Leon quickly hugged his eldest daughter.
He gently kissed Noah's forehead. It was a pure, fatherly love.
She had finally let her old dad kiss her.
It was very light, very gentle. Noah could clearly feel Leon being incredibly careful and restrained. But Leon was profoundly happy.
After all, just a month ago, Noah wouldn't even let him touch her. Rosswise, watching this, let out a quiet sigh of relief.
The father-daughter relationship was finally improving.
And Rosswise was also quietly relieved that the request hadn't been "kiss me."
"Now that you've kissed your daughter, how can you forget your wife, Mr. Leon?" Leon's thought, "You damn old dragon. Go to hell." Goodbyes and whispers. Maybe killing that old dragon during the interview 3 days ago would have been a good idea for Leon. Rosswise stood on the stage.
She looked out at the hundreds of dragons watching below, all waiting excitedly to see the husband of the happiest family of the year kiss his wife.
With everyone watching, Rosswise had nowhere to hide. Sigh. Feeling trapped, Leon let out a sigh of resignation.
Rosswise narrowed her eyes at him, suspecting he was about to do something crazy. "Many of you might not know this," Leon announced, "but my wife and I are both very private people. We rarely show affection, even in front of our own clan. But today, to honor the award the Academy gave our family, I will make a bold and rebellious decision." He turned to Rosswise, who was almost frozen stiff. He held out his arm toward her. "So, in front of all our dragon kin, I will kiss my wife." As soon as he said this, the hall erupted in cheers and whistles. Without thinking, Rosswise took half a step back and shook her head slightly.
In a voice only he could hear, she said, you're not really going to kiss me in front of hundreds of dragons, are you? Even though they had been intimate, they had never really shared a kiss, not since that one passionate day 2 years ago. And now it wasn't just a kiss, it was a performance for hundreds of eyes. This was so embarrassing. As Leon moved closer, Roswei's cheeks flushed redder. She could have refused firmly. She could have used the excuse, "The kids are here, it's not right," to avoid it. But the next moment, the light in front of her was blocked. Then a kiss, a warm feeling touched her left cheek, lasting only for a second. Even though she was shocked, Roswei's could clearly feel her heart beating faster than ever before in that brief moment. The shadow moved away. The hall lights shone on her face again. Leon took her cold hand and smiled at the crowd. "That's all, everyone. If you want to see more, I'll kill you all." "Wow, Daddy kissed Mommy." Noon clapped and cheered. Some of the single-parent families watching this loving scene felt a stir of emotions. The young dragons from these families immediately felt their parents squeeze their little hands tightly. So, when adults told kids not to interrupt, it was really to save the adults' pride. Seeing the excitement, Leon looked ahead, smiled, and whispered, "Yeah, that felt good. I'm relieved." "Thank you, Roswei's." The vice principal came forward to conclude. "Thank you very much to this year's model families for bringing us laughter and happiness. Everyone, please go down and rest now." Leon nodded. He led the still-dazed Roswei's off the stage, with Noah following closely behind. The entrance ceremony continued as planned. About an hour later, the ceremony was over. The family of four said their goodbyes at the college gate. Noon said a lot to her sister, but the main point was always think about Noon. Noah was about to start her school life. The second goodbye was with Roswei's. She wasn't good at expressing her feelings. She just patted Noah's head. "Take care of yourself, Noah." "Yeah, I will, Mom." After saying that, Roswei's pinched Noah's cheek, a little unwilling to let go. Then she turned and walked away. Finally, it was Leon's turn. He walked up to Noah and crouched down to her eye level. "I probably have a lot to say. Do you want to hear it?" Noah nodded. Her face was expressionless, but she was serious. "I want to hear it. Remember to take your dirty clothes to the dormitory service aunties regularly. They will help you wash them. Eat breakfast on time. It's okay to wake up a little earlier. Otherwise, you'll be hungry during morning classes. Don't be picky with food. You're growing right now. All nutrients are important. If you meet classmates with a bad attitude, don't start fights with them. Try to stay away. And also, about studying in classes, if you get a teacher you don't like, or you don't like how a teacher teaches, try to be patient and listen. If you don't understand, you can ask me when you come home on break. The most important thing is, if you get sick, go to the school clinic. Never try to tough it out." He really did have a lot to say. But Noah listened carefully and remembered every word. She couldn't help but glance at Roswei's back. Compared to Leon's, Mom's advice seemed very short. Leon noticed Noah's look. He smiled and reached out to pat her head. "All of that is what your mom told me a few days ago when she had a bit too much to drink. She felt too awkward to say it herself, so I'm saying it for her." "Noah, try to understand your mom. She really isn't good at showing her feelings." A rare bit of emotion showed on Noah's usually cool face. She bit her lip and made a firm hum sound. "Alright, what your old man wants to say to you is much simpler. Just be happy, don't put too much pressure on yourself." "Of course." Leon looked left and right, then mysteriously leaned close to Noah's ear and whispered, "If anyone dares to bully you, don't worry about getting parents called or losing points. Just hit them back. Your old man has your back." Noah tried hard not to smile. "Is that what you did when you were in school?" "Yeah. But every time after I fought at school, my master, your grandfather, would take me home and beat my butt." Leon smiled and said, "But don't worry. With you, there's only the first part. No second part." Noah nodded. "I remember. I will take care of myself." "Yeah, take care. We're going now. We'll pick you up next weekend. Goodbye, big sister. Don't forget Mune." "Yeah, I'll miss you. Be good at home. Don't cause trouble." "I know, sister. Dot."
As the talking finished, the silver dragon spread her wings.
Leon climbed onto her back, holding Mune.
Before taking off, Roswise turned to look at Noah one last time.
Noah waved her little arms hard. "Be careful on the way, Mom." The giant dragon nodded slightly.
Then she flapped her wings and soared into the sky. A few days after the entrance ceremony, one night, Roswise was bent over her desk, studying a book called The Complete Guide to Blood Magic.
Blood enchantment, a charm magic that can only be used once in a lifetime.
After use, the caster will fall into extreme weakness and exhaustion.
Roswise's thoughts were stirred.
She murmured, "So, Leon was in a coma for 2 years not just because of his injuries.
The blood enchantment also made his body too weak."
Just as Roswise was starting to remember the details of that night, she heard a faint sound from her room's balcony.
She put the magic book aside and went to check.
It was her trusted maid, Shirley. "Welcome back, Shirley," Roswise said.
"I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I failed. I haven't found any information about Tiger Lawrence, or rather, I couldn't find any proof that such a person even exists." Roswise frowned. "He's just a farmer who knows how to hunt. In the Empire, he'd be a normal person. How can he not exist?" Author's note: do you really think a person who trained Leon would be normal?
If the search found nothing about kings or nobles, that would make sense. But, as Leon said, his master is just a normal old man. That's why Roswise felt safe sending her own people to investigate and visit.
"But how come they found nothing?" "Keep investigating, but only if you can stay safe. Let me know immediately if you get any news." "Yes, Your Majesty." As soon as she finished speaking, Shirley's figure flickered and disappeared into the dark night. Bonds and banter. The next day, Roswise returned from the border of the Silver Dragon clan's territory with her team of maids. With more than 2 hours until dinner, she wanted to spend the time with Mune. But when she reached her little daughter's room, she found it empty. She checked Leon's room, but he wasn't there either. It seemed the father and daughter were playing somewhere else. Roswise went to the room's balcony and looked toward the training ground in the temple's backyard. There, she found Leon playing a night game with Mune. They were using sticks like holy swords, slashing at the air. After watching for a while, Roswise saw Mune waving her stick with wild, unskilled enthusiasm. But Leon seemed to be practicing in earnest. His movements were precise, his face completely focused. Seeing this, Roswise chuckled. "Your recovery seems good, Dragon Slayer." With that, she turned and left the room, heading for the training ground. "Mom!" The little dragon girl saw her mom, who had been out all day, and immediately dropped her stick to run to Roswise. Her tail and the fluffy hair on her head wagged happily. Roswise bent down and rubbed Mune's head. "Did you listen to Daddy today?" "Yeah, Mune is being good now. Daddy even taught Mune how to hold a sword. Mune is so great. How about we make your favorite pan-fried steak for dinner?" "Okay." "Good, go play. I need to talk to Daddy." Mune picked up her little stick, happily ran to the side, and began playing by herself. Roswise watched her for a moment, then turned to Leon. He didn't seem to have noticed her arrival, still fully absorbed in his practice. She took a step forward. When she was less than 2 meters away, there was a whoosh. A branch cut through the air, tracing an arc before stopping right in front of her nose. Roswise didn't flinch or move away. She didn't even look startled. She calmly looked past the branch and straight at Leon. "Do you know how rude it is to point a weapon at me in the Silver Dragon Queen's own temple?" Since when is a branch a weapon? Oh, weren't you once the strongest dragon slayer? Don't tell me even a leaf in your hand is a deadly weapon? Mother Dragon, if you want to praise me, do it properly. Why the sarcastic tone? Leon lowered the branch and walked to a nearby bench to sit down.
Rosswise walked over and sat beside him.
Noah wrote me a letter yesterday.
She said she's doing fine and told us not to worry.
What? Just that? No.
It was rare for her to write back on her own to tell me she's safe.
That's true. She's a lot like you in that way.
She always has a serious face, so it's hard to tell what she's thinking.
But if you find the right way to get along, it's actually very nice. Noah actually admires you.
She has a very typical dragon way of thinking. She respects strength and wants to be strong herself. That's why she felt a lot of pressure.
Hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow.
Why would she feel pressured? I told her that when Dad was in school, he was a top student.
You can tell from the way he teaches you.
He used to be excellent at studying, won many scholarships, and got first place in many competitions.
Leon scratched his cheek.
I thought she saw her old man as a weak nerd.
Rosswise chuckled and covered her mouth. No, not at all. She admires you. Snap.
Rosswise took off her high heels. She curled her slender legs, wrapped her arms around her knees, and put her feet lightly on the edge of the bench.
Do you remember the first few days after you woke up? Noah kept avoiding you and didn't want to see you. Leon nodded.
At that time, I didn't fully understand what she was thinking. But I do know that while you were in a coma, she would often sneak into the nursery to see you. Sometimes I caught her, and she would make excuses, saying she was looking for Mune.
Leon clicked his tongue.
Stubborn and sharp-tongued.
That's just like you. Sharp-tongued? Isn't that more like you?
Well, I've never been sharp-tongued.
Yeah, me neither.
Rosswise lowered her eyes and continued.
But you know, blood relation. It's sometimes really magical.
Oh?
What do you mean? It was during those 2 years you were in a coma.
I was taking care of both of them alone.
Sometimes I couldn't handle it. Giving them to Anna didn't help.
They would just cry and cry.
Nothing I did could calm them down. But you know what?
No matter how much they cried or fussed, if I put them next to you, they would calm down right away.
Leon's heart felt a flicker of hope. Really? Really? Back then, they didn't seem to understand anything.
But it was like they felt completely safe as long as they were near you.
Rosswise played with her fingers. She took a deep breath and asked, daughters are all very cute, aren't they?
For the first time, Leon agreed with Rosswise so completely.
He nodded firmly. Blood relation was like that.
Even before they were aware of it, a deep connection was already there.
That early time is crucial for children.
If a child doesn't feel their parents' strong love during that period, even if life improves later, they may always feel like something is missing. That was probably why Leon now tried so hard to love his daughters. They were, in a way, the price he paid for a desperate fight in the past. It was a cost he was willing to pay.
Rosswise smiled.
All right, when Noah comes home on break in a few days, let's make a big meal for her.
No problem. The last bit of sunlight vanished on the far horizon. Night arrived.
Rosswise stretched lazily.
All right, let's go back. Oh, wait a second. What is it? Rosswise pointed to the high heels she had taken off. Help me put my shoes on. Ha? What's the matter, not willing? I haven't even asked you about the kiss you gave me at the entrance ceremony. Now you won't even help me put on my shoes? All right, I'll help you. Leon squatted down.
He lifted Rosswise's fair, delicate foot with one hand and held the high heel with the other, carefully putting it on for her.
You're pretty good at this, Rosswise said.
Of course.
Putting shoes on you is much easier than nailing a horseshoe onto a donkey. Roswise kicked her foot up, aiming for Leon's face. Leon, dodge. Homecoming.
A few days later, in the evening, Leon, Roswise, and Mune stood in front of the temple. Just like when they had seen Noah off, they tilted their heads back at a 45-degree angle, watching the sky.
They were waiting. Does the academy really provide transportation back home? Leon asked, his eyes still fixed above.
Yes, their service has always been very considerate, Roswise confirmed.
So, how will they bring Noah back? Magical teleportation or...
Roswise raised a hand to shield her eyes, squinting at a small dot in the distance.
No, it's not that advanced.
They will bring her back the same way we sent her.
Look, it's almost here. Leon followed her gaze. A small dot was slowly growing larger.
A few minutes later, his eyes widened in shock.
What was that dot?
As it came closer, he saw it was a dragon of an exaggerated, massive size. He estimated this dragon was at least 5 times larger than Roswise in her dragon form. In his entire dragon-slaying career, he had never seen one so enormous.
The Leviathan dragon, the largest dragon type. Despite its size, it's not very combative.
It serves as transport for the dragon community.
It has great endurance and, very importantly, stable emotions, Roswise explained. Why mention stable emotions? Leon asked.
Imagine 180 lively, playful dragon hatchlings sitting on your back, chattering nonstop and running around.
Could you keep your composure?
Roswise replied.
Leon swallowed nervously. I would not. Exactly. But the Leviathans can. Their emotional control is excellent. It's said that a Leviathan, from birth to death over thousands of years, won't even throw one tantrum, Roswise said. Leon was impressed. Who would have thought there was such a relaxed type among the naturally fierce dragon species? It gave a feeling of pure acceptance.
The Leviathan dragon drew closer, finally stopping to hover above the silver dragon temple. Its size made landing impossible. A magical pillar of light shimmered around the Leviathan, connecting it to the ground. Once everyone saw Noah land safely, the Leviathan retracted the magical pillar. Its huge body began to ascend, and with a few flaps of its giant wings, it slowly flew away. The wing beats stirred a powerful gust of wind.
As the air settled, Mune eagerly ran to Noah. Sister!
The little dragon girl threw her arms open and leaped into her sister's embrace, rubbing her face against Noah affectionately. Noah pinched the silly tuft of hair on her sister's head and smiled.
Did you miss me? Missed you a lot. Did big sister miss Mune? Of course I did. Yeah.
The two little sisters walked hand in hand toward Leon and Roswise, their tails linked together.
Noah gave a small nod to Roswise. I'm back, Mom. Welcome home, Noah. Then she looked at Leon. I'm back.
Her mouth had already formed the beginning of the D sound for Dad. But she still hesitated on the word. Seeing her struggle, Leon quickly stepped in.
It's good to have you back. Come on, let's eat.
Your mom and I made a lot of your favorite food.
Okay.
The family of 4 went inside and sat around the table for the long-awaited meal. Noah instinctively began to cut the steak for her sister and serve her vegetables. But Mune grabbed her wrist. Before Noah knew what was happening, Mune, in a clumsy but earnest way, started cutting the steak for herself. Then, Mune pushed all the delicious dishes on the table closer to Noah.
Sister, eat quickly.
Mom and Dad said you've been working hard at school, so you should eat more, Mune said.
All right, thank you. It was true. The right amount of independence could help a person grow.
Well, even if her sister's growth was just for now, it was still a big step forward.
The family ate, talked, and laughed together. In that moment, it seemed no one cared if the warmth was completely real or partly acted.
They were, without a doubt, a happy and content family.
As dinner was finishing, Noah took several report cards from her bag. She placed them on the table one by one.
Alchemy and Mechanical Basics, first place, she announced.
Introduction to Magic, Dragon Edition, first place. Dragon History, Dragonling's Upper Level, first place.
All-Around Physical Fitness Test, third place.
Noah pushed the last report card to the middle of the table.
She looked very tense.
Sorry, Mom. I only got third place in the last subject. Rosswise didn't even look at the report cards. No need to apologize, Noah.
Third place is already very impressive.
Yeah, sis, Mama's right. In Moon's heart, you are the best. Moon added. Even with their comfort, Noah's mood didn't seem to lift. Leon looked at his eldest daughter, then at Rosswise and Moon.
One was not good at showing feelings, and the other showed almost too much.
What Noah needed wasn't coming from them. Sigh.
It looked like the old father had to step in. Leon took the report card, glanced at it, and said, "Oh, this is all about physical training, right?
Running, push-ups, pull-ups." Noah pressed her lips together and answered quietly, "Yeah. You started school very early, Noah.
The other dragonlings in your grade are at least 5 or 6 years old.
They're taller than you by a whole head." Leon spoke seriously with her. "You got a high score in practical combat training, right? You fought 10 opponents and won against 9. That's the highest win rate in the whole class. What does that tell us?"
"It tells us that my eldest daughter might not be as strong as those little brats, but she is far better in strategy and fighting skills."
Leon put the report card down.
"So, you don't need to worry too much about this third place. You've already done your very best with what you have, and that is more than enough.
Many grown adults can't give their all like you do." After Leon's careful explanation, Noah's face finally relaxed a little.
She hesitated and said, "But I heard Mom say that when you were in school, you were first in every subject." When Leon heard this, he felt a surge of pride. It sounded like Noah saw him as a role model. The old father was thrilled. But now was not the time for boasting.
"Actually, when I first started school, I wasn't first in every subject either.
It was through hard work later that I moved up, step by step."
So, Noah, falling behind is not forever. Don't let a small failure make you feel down, okay? "Okay, I understand," Noah replied very seriously.
Leon believed her. Her personality was not one for lying. If she said she understood, she truly did. Seeing her sister's mood improve, Moon came closer.
She grabbed Noah's wrist and asked curiously, Sister, what is practical combat training?" "It's one-on-one fighting between 2 people. They spar until one person gives up or gets pushed out of the ring." "Oh, I see.
Sister, winning against 9 people is really amazing." Moon was also impressed by Leon's story, her eyes wide with admiration.
"Wow, Daddy is amazing. Dad is so powerful. So if he fights with Mom, who will win?" Both Leon and Rosswise answered at the exact same time. "Me."
"Ha!" Leon said smugly, "In my actual combat training back then, for hand-to-hand combat or weapons and magic, no one could beat me.
Of course, I'm better.
Although I didn't win as many honors at the academy as you, I only win the most important games," Rosswise replied.
"Wasn't it because you never beat me that you married me?" Leon teased.
"It was because you failed to beat me that we have 2 lovely daughters, Moon and Noah," Rosswise countered, a sly look in her eye.
Rosswise squinted. "What's the matter, Leon? It's been 2 years since we married, and you still want to spar?" "I've been wanting to for a long time." The 2 of them were in a standoff. Sparks seemed to fly as they stared each other down. "Are they going to fight?" Let's go, big sis," Moon whispered, tugging Noah's sleeve excitedly. A sparring match of pride and play. After Leon agreed to the spar, the family went to the practice grounds of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary the next day. The two little ones ran over to get a good view. Sister, are you also curious about who is stronger between mom and dad? Neon asked.
Teacher says watching skilled people spar helps improve our own combat skills, Noah explained.
Oh, I see.
As she said this, Neon pulled snacks like jerky and chips from her bag, piling them up between herself and Noah.
Let's eat while we watch. Noah smiled helplessly. You really did come prepared.
The little dragon girl was ready for the show. On the field, the human and the dragon took their positions, preparing for a friendly exchange between husband and wife. Rosswise rubbed her wrist, a playful smile on her face.
Speaking of which, your body probably hasn't recovered enough to fight the Dragon King, right?
Leon took a stance and stretched his legs, warming up.
So what? Chances to fight the Silver Dragon Queen are rare. Of course, I have to make the most of it. He paused his warm-up. It was better not to think about that unreliable armor.
Just the thought of it made his back ache. He hadn't been defeated by a dragon, but his armor had.
Stupid war chariot armor. Black and gold war chariot armor, F*CKU Leon. No need for weapons. Empty-handed is fine.
After finishing his stretches, Leon hopped in place a few times. Rosswise glanced at her daughters, ensuring they were too far to hear, then looked back at him.
I'm afraid you won't be motivated to fight like this. How about we make a bet? What should we bet on? Hee, why so eager to hear what happens if you lose? Seems you're quite confident you won't win, Rosswise said playfully. Pressure creates motivation. Is that so? Well, I won't tell you.
Rosswise smiled confidently.
How about it, Dragon Slayer? Do you still dare to accept, not knowing your fate if you lose? Leon's mind raced.
After a moment, he nodded firmly.
All right, I accept this bet. Rosswise was visibly surprised by his courage. You really dare to accept? You should know it's challenging to beat me in your current state.
If I lose, I just have to endure your various tortures.
I'll close my eyes, grit my teeth, and it will be over. Leon said this as he set up his fighting stance.
But if I win, I can live carefree for a whole month. We call that a risk investment.
Rosswise chuckled. Well, you've got guts, Leon.
She really liked this guy's stubbornness. He always refused to admit defeat, always looking for a chance, his spirit never broken. Only someone like that was worthy of being her opponent. Seeing both ready, Myun, who was not far away, jumped off the bench.
She waved a small flag. Let the battle begin.
At his daughter's command, Leon pushed off the ground with his right foot. His body shot forward like a bullet, so fast he left a trail of afterimages. He was launching a surprise attack on Rosswise, his fist aimed straight for her chest. The queen crossed her arms, blocking Leon's full-force punch. The shockwave and dust from the impact spread out on either side of her. You're fast, Leon, Rosswise said with an easy smile, her words carrying a double meaning. Not fast enough, still a bit stiff, Leon replied. Using his waist and legs, Leon unleashed another burst of strength, forcefully sending Rosswise flying back several meters. After steadying herself, Rosswise shook her arms. That last hit did sting a bit. Next, it's my turn, she said. With that, Rosswise opened her hands, palms facing up. Two blazing balls of dragon flame instantly gathered in her hands. She threw them at Leon, who agilely dodged, constantly looking for a chance to get closer. The dragon flames came quickly, causing fiery explosions across the practice grounds. But not a single one hit Leon. He skillfully avoided them all. The final burst whizzed past his cheek, exploding in a bright flash behind him. Leon leaped high into the air and rushed toward Rosswise. Comparing speed with the Silver Dragon Tribe, Dragon Slayer, that's a bit overestimating yourself, Rosswise taunted. She bent her knees slightly, and her figure vanished. The next second, she appeared by Leon's side like a ghost. A quick swipe of her tail sent him flying.
Leon traced a perfect arc in the air before landing on the ground. "Dad, are you okay?"
Mune asked anxiously, crushing the chips in her hand.
"I'm fine."
"I was careless," Leon reassured her. Mune, holding a chip in her mouth, said with concern, "Dad won't be suspended and beaten up by Mom, right?" "Not to that extent," Leon chuckled.
Noah analyzed calmly.
"In close quarters combat, Mom isn't confident she can win against him." Mune blinked, looking at her sister with confusion.
"I don't understand, but it looks really impressive."
Noah's expression was serious, her eyes fixed on the two in the training ground.
"It is impressive. There are no unnecessary movements or wasted energy." Leon stood up slowly, dusting the dirt from his clothes. "Well, are you not giving up yet?" Rosswise asked. "A whole month of vacation is on the line. How can I give up so easily?" "Alright, you old stubborn mule, let me see what else you've got," Rosswise teased. Rosswise gathered magical energy again. Dragon flames swirled in her left hand, and a stream of water gathered in her right. She unleashed both forces onto the ground. A thick mist instantly rose, blocking Leon's vision. He immediately became more alert, watching his surroundings carefully. The next second, he felt energy coming from behind. Leon's body instinctively turned to block. But it was a fake move. Rosswise quickly changed her attack. She leaned down and swept Leon's legs, making him lose his balance and fall. Before Leon could hit the ground, Rosswise wrapped her tail around his legs and sent him flying again. While he was still in the air and couldn't dodge, she quickly shot 2 more bursts of dragon flame. But just before impact, she made them collide and explode early. In the end, Leon was sent flying solely by the force of the 2 explosions. He would have been much more hurt if the flames had actually hit him. After all, this was just friendly sparring. Rosswise wouldn't truly go all out. But to the spectators, it looked like Leon had taken a hard hit. "Noah, that was a brutal combination." "Mune, Dad looks so pitiful. Is Dad going to lose?" Leon coughed a few times and climbed back up. "Still not giving up?" Rosswise asked with a smile. Leon bent his knees, breathing heavily. He lowered his head and slowly raised his right hand. "No one can take away my month-long vacation. I want a break." "Don't underestimate my determination to take a break, you jerk." Crack! Electricity sparked in his palm, making a crisp sound in the air. Rosswise stopped smiling and warned him. "Leon, your body might still not be ready for magic, and you might. Watch closely, Mother Dragon. Magic needs to be used flexibly." As he finished speaking, Leon suddenly clenched his fist. The lightning magic he had gathered surged into his own body, stimulating his muscles, bones, and reflexes. Rosswise watched in astonishment. "You, of all people, are using lightning magic to enhance your body." It was true his body couldn't handle high-intensity magic spells. But by controlling the lightning element perfectly, he could strengthen his body. His goal was to overpower Rosswise with pure physical combat. "Rosswise, let's see if you can keep up with my speed now." Rosswise snapped out of her surprise. "Honestly, I don't like speedsters. I prefer you take it slow." As she finished speaking, both of their figures vanished. Only a blue and a silver shadow could be seen on the field, intertwining, colliding, and chasing each other. Flashes of lightning and sparks lit up the scene, making it very exciting. After several clashes, Leon finally found an opening. He grabbed Rosswise's arms and forcefully threw her toward the ground. "Noah, that was a brutal back throw. Mune, Mom looks so pitiful. Is Mom going to lose?" Rosswise got up from the ground, dusting off her skirt. Leon had also created some distance from her. It seemed he was preparing for his final attack. Rosswise knew his body was starting to suffer from the continuous lightning magic. She needed to end the fight quickly. She could easily win by dragging it out, but she decided to honor the stubborn dragon slayer's effort. Rosswise bent down, gathering dragon flames in her hand. Leon also took a charging stance, pushing his body to the limit to use the very last of his lightning magic. The blue and silver shadows shot toward each other. In the end, there was no loud impact or explosion. Leon's fist stopped less than a centimeter from Rosswise's nose. However, Rosswise had already slapped her hand lightly against his chest. At the very last moment, Rosswise had withdrawn the dragon flames from her hand. This slap did not hurt him at all. The last spark of lightning faded from Leon's body. He had reached his absolute limit. Leon closed his eyes, unwilling, breathing heavily and fast. "You've been amazing, Leon. Your body isn't at its best, and you have no enchanted armor or a good weapon. Just using your own skills, you held your own against me. Before you, no one has ever done that." Rosswise half-crouched beside Leon. She reached out and gently wiped the dust from his face. "Whether as your fake wife, your training partner, or your archenemy, I have to admit, you are indeed strong. Though you were defeated, you still have your pride, Dragon Slayer. Well, even though it's a defeat with some dignity." Rosswise's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "But don't forget our bet. The enchantment of blood." After waking up, the first thing Leon did was give instructions for the future. He looked at his two daughters and spoke in a very sincere tone. "Noah, after I am gone, take good care of Myun. She is still young and doesn't understand much. You are her sister, so please look after her. Myun, listen to your sister, and don't make her angry. Your sister will come back to spend weekends with you. Behave well at home. What worries me the most as I leave is you two sisters. Both of you are just over a year old. How could your mother bear to let me go?" Noah replied flatly, "You are just staying at Mom's place for one night. Why are you making it sound like you're going to the execution ground?" "Well, in a sense, going to the execution ground might be happier. At least getting beheaded is quick." Myun, listening to Dad's description, suddenly understood and said excitedly, "Oh, I get it. Mom wants to eat Dad, right?" "Huh? I read in a book that after praying mantises get married, the female eats the male. Myun, your mom does want to eat me, but it's not the same kind of eating. And why are you so happy about it? Dutiful daughter, without your filial piety, how can Dad sleep well?" "Alright, don't talk nonsense with the daughters, making it seem like I'm scary." Rosswise's lazy voice came from behind. Leon's back went cold, and he turned his head embarrassedly. The silver-haired beauty leaned against the door, her arms crossed. "I just felt like I wanted to discuss some interesting things with you tonight." Leon's eye twitched slightly. "Interesting things?" "Yes, like the birth of the universe." "Leon, the birth of life, right?" "Rosswise, the mysteries of the world." "Leon, the mysteries of the human body, perhaps?" "Anyway, you have 5 minutes to say goodbye to your daughters. Farewell." What a unique choice of words. Rosswise smiled, waved gently, and went into her room. Leon sighed, turned around, and patted Myun's little head. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Saying too much would only bring tears. So, under the puzzled eyes of the two little ones, Daddy walked into Mommy's room. His back looked determined, resolute, and even a little heroic, as if facing death. Myun blinked her beautiful big eyes. "What are Daddy and Mommy going to do?" Noah took Myun's hand. "I don't know either. Let's just go with the flow, childish adults." Leon walked into Rosswise's room. The lights were not on. The blood-red sunlight streamed through the curtains, filling the living room. Rosswise poked her head out from the kitchen doorway. The tap was running as if she was cleaning something. "Oh, so soon. Have a seat. I'll wash 2 cups and be right there." Leon did not respond. He quietly walked to the living room and sat on the sofa. Rosswise came over with 2 glasses of wine. She took a sip from her glass and continued, "Actually, I was hoping you would win. Leon was shocked, looking at her. Why? If you had one, I would have had to give you a month off. During that month, you could have taken good care of yourself. When you're in better shape, it will be even more fun. She sighed with disappointment. Oh well, it's a pity that the former dragon slayer, the strongest of his time, still lost to me. As she spoke, Roswise made a scissor gesture with her hand. Twice, nonetheless. Leon attempted to defend himself. The first time I was ambushed, and yesterday's match, I was not in good condition. No worries, come a few more times in the future. My favorite part is seeing you refuse to give up even after defeat. Leon did not want to continue the conversation. He placed the wine glass on the coffee table. All right, just do whatever you need to do. Wow, in such a hurry to be tormented by me? Roswise smiled lightly and glanced at the wineglass. Are you not going to drink? I will not. But I want you to drink, Leon. Leon glanced at Roswise. He knew that this statement was her final warning. If he continued to defy her, she would resort to more drastic measures. After some thought, and to make tonight more bearable, Leon slowly reached out to take the glass of wine. Wait, it's too late. I don't want you to drink this wine now. Then what do you? Splash. Roswise poured the wine in her hand all over her own chest. The crimson liquid flowed over the curves of her body, soaking the nightgown and darkening the dragon pattern. She laughed, turned around, and sat on Leon's lap. She extended her arms to embrace his neck. Drink it, all of it. The scent of Roswise and the rich smell of wine filled Leon's nostrils. It was exquisite and intoxicating. The faintly visible dragon tattoo began to shimmer with a soft light. Roswise eagerly leaned closer to Leon's mouth. Drink it all, Leon. Leon, once again, had nowhere to escape. He slowly leaned forward. Open your mouth. What are you doing? Open. Unable to resist her, Leon obediently opened his mouth slightly. Roswise suddenly bit her own lip. A drop of blood welled up and fell, landing perfectly in Leon's mouth. I remember it very clearly. Yes, that's right, the enchantment of blood. Recently, I have been studying this enchantment. Although it can only be used once in a lifetime, I cannot wait to repay it in kind. Leon swallowed hard and spoke thoughtfully. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Mother Dragon. Besides the limit of using the enchantment of blood once, there is another drawback. The caster will be in an extremely weakened state after using it. You should think it over carefully. Roswise smiled calmly. Of course, I know. However, the extent of weakness also depends on the caster's physical condition. With that, she used her index finger to gently wipe away the wine at the corner of Leon's mouth. Your broken body back then surely couldn't withstand the backlash. But I am different. I am the Dragon King, and the enchantment of blood has almost no effect on me. So, my dear Dragon Slayer. Roswise stood up straight, cradling Leon's face and making him look into her eyes. In those silver pupils, ripples of deep affection slowly spread. The game has begun, my delicious captive, Mr. Leon Cosmodius. The enchantment's grip. Under the control of the blood enchantment, Leon knew exactly how far it could take a person. After all, he had experienced it himself 2 years ago. He never imagined that 2 years later, Roswise would turn the tables so completely, swapping their roles of who was in charge. Trapped by the enchanting waves of affection, Leon's once tense body relaxed all at once. The dragon mark on his chest began to glow in response. Roswise's nightgown, made of a light, thin fabric, now gave off a soft purple light, outlining her perfect curves with a tempting silhouette. With a victorious smile, Roswise reached out and pinched Leon's nose. In the past, I forced you. I threatened you. But soon, you will be as proactive as a clingy little puppy. You will beg me. You will coax me to be with you. Her fingertips trailed down his nose, over his lips and chin, and finally came to rest on his chest. What will you do, my brave and fearless dragon slayer? Can you control yourself in a moment like this?
As the glow from the dragon mark on Roswei's chest grew brighter, Leon knew he was about to be completely enchanted.
He clenched his fists, his nails digging lightly into his palms.
He tried to use the pain to stay conscious, but it was a useless struggle.
In Leon's eyes, Rosweiss transformed from a cunning dragon queen into his adorable and delicate wife.
She was so beautiful, so captivating. All the good words used to describe her did not feel like enough. The desire to hug her, to kiss her, to become one with her, took over completely.
Russell! Leon unclenched his fist.
His hand slid smoothly up Roswei's leg, brushed over the warm hollow of her knee, glided over the silky nightgown, and gently wrapped around her
waist.
Staring at those tempting lips, Leon moved closer and closer. Roswei slowly leaned in to meet him. The next moment, he could feel her warm breath brushing against his face. But suddenly, a cool touch met his lips.
Rosweiss lightly pressed her index finger against them. With a charming smile, she asked, "Do you want to kiss me?" Leon's pupils shook. He answered weakly, "Want. How much do you want?" So much, so much. But I will not let you." Rosweiss seemed in no hurry to move to the next step.
She enjoyed teasing Leon like this, making the burning desire inside him grow even hotter. Suddenly, Rosweiss raised her right hand.
A glow formed into a mirror.
Leon glanced at it, his breathing heavy.
"What is this?"
"It is a magical item that can record a scene for a little while.
I bought it last time I went to Sky City."
She placed the mirror on the back of the sofa.
"Now, my dear dragon slayer, do you want to kiss me?"
This dragon queen seemed determined to record his embarrassing moments to tease him with later.
The last bit of reason in Leon wanted to speak up and refuse. But the power of the blood enchantment was too strong.
Even the original Rosweiss could not resist it, let alone him. The thought of getting closer to Rosweiss was like a poisonous thorn stuck deep in Leon's mind, constantly pushing him. So, even though his mind resisted 1,000 times, the words that came out were,
"I want to kiss you. I really want to kiss you, Rosweiss. Just saying it is not enough. You have to ask nicely. You have to coax me. You have to make me happy. Then I will allow you to kiss me. Please, Rosweiss, I beg you." Rosweiss hooked her arm around his neck and leaned in close.
Their silver and black eyes locked. They could see their own reflections in each other's pupils.
"So, this is how you beg a girl?"
Well, after living for 22 years and only knowing how to fight, I suppose it is hard for you to try and make me happy."
Rosweiss breathed softly on Leon's face.
The delicate fragrance from her breath swept over him, stirring his restless heart. Leon unconsciously tightened his hold on her waist and tried to kiss her again. But Rosweiss tilted her head slightly, offering her slender, fair, swan-like neck.
Since he could not reach her lips, Leon settled for her neck.
But at this point, just being able to touch her was enough to satisfy him.
Leon kissed Rosweiss's neck as if he had found a precious treasure.
His lips could even feel the pulse beating beneath her skin.
Rosweiss lifted the hair away from her chest, giving Leon more room to move. She laughed without holding back. "Look at you now, Leon. How disheveled you are. To kiss a dragon queen, you have thrown all your principles out the window. Can you still live up to the pride and dignity of being a dragon slayer?" Leon's movements paused.
This was his last bit of sanity, briefly taking back control of his body. But it was only for a moment. He grabbed Roswei's wrist, brought her index finger to his mouth, and then opened his lips to bite down. The bite was not hard. He just desperately wanted some physical contact with her. Rosweiss let out a soft hiss, and her brow furrowed slightly. She chuckled lightly, turned off the recording magic, and picked up the glass of red wine that was still unfinished. She threw her head back and drank it all in one go.
After drinking, Rosweiss let out a satisfied sigh.
She pulled her fingers from Leon's mouth and wrapped her arms around his shoulders again.
Come on, Leon, my little puppy. Let me see the true face of your corruption.
The purple ethereal light grew even more enchanting.
Leon was completely lost in the beautiful trap Rosswise had set for him. He fell deeper and deeper.
In a daze, his memories seemed to return to 2 years ago.
To that dark and damp dungeon where he met Rosswise for the first time.
It was like a fallen prisoner seeking forgiveness from a saint. Perhaps, from the very moment their eyes first met, the gears of fate had already begun to turn.
Everything was already meant to be. An eye for an eye. Leon slowly opened his eyes.
Before him lay a beauty, sleeping on her side, her breathing in sync with his, so close he could reach out and touch her. The morning sunlight spilled onto Rosswise's silver hair, making it look like pure, untouched snow. It felt almost wrong to disturb her. Her eyes were gently closed, her eyelashes long and delicate. The usual sharpness was gone from her face, replaced by a look of incredible relaxation and contentment. Looking at her, Leon reached out in a daze. His fingertips gently brushed her cheek, and a slight smile touched his lips without him realizing. But the next moment, his smile froze. He suddenly realized this cozy morning scene didn't belong to him. His fingers lingered near her chin. He lifted the strands of hair beside it, revealing her neck. On that fair, swan-like skin were red kiss marks everywhere. Seeing this, Leon swallowed hard. Lifting the covers a little more, he saw that Rosswise's shoulders, chest, and thighs were also covered in marks. It was even more intense than the night with the dragon power pill. Looking down at his own body, he saw many red marks and scratches. His limbs felt weak, and his muscles ached. These marks and sensations brought back fragments of memory from the night before. He couldn't recall everything clearly, only vague impressions of Rosswise calling him a little dog, and him responding eagerly. He had been very proactive last night, almost like an impatient new husband. Rosswise must have been thoroughly pleased. She had successfully made Leon willingly abandon his pride as a dragon slayer and lose himself in passion with her, a mother dragon. For Leon, this was another limit broken, another shameful experience. Thinking this, Leon bit his lower lip in frustration. He clenched his fist, threw off the covers, and got out of bed, making as much noise as possible, hoping to wake Rosswise. But the mother dragon seemed to be in a deep sleep. Even with all the commotion, she showed no sign of waking. Sleeping this deeply is rare for you. Aren't you usually very disciplined? Leon mumbled as he got dressed. He grumbled while putting on his clothes. Looking at the messy room, he hesitated for a moment. Then he picked up a broom and started to clean. He did this not because Rosswise liked things tidy, but because he was worried his daughters might come over later. If they saw the messy scene, they would surely ask questions. It would stain the purity of their innocent minds. They weren't allowed to understand these things. They were too young. The thought made him burn with embarrassment. So, Leon cleaned from top to bottom. The sofa and the bed were the worst. They were extremely messy, stained with unknown liquids. These definitely needed cleaning. It would be too annoying to look at otherwise. When it was time to change the sheets, Leon poked Rosswise's hip with the broom handle. Hey, stop pretending to sleep. Get up, I need to change the sheets. But Rosswise didn't respond at all. Not even a grunt of protest. She just lay there peacefully. Leon frowned, sensing something was wrong. He put down the broom, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently pushed her shoulder. Rosswise? Hey, wake up. Stop pretending. Still no response. Leon's eyes narrowed. He immediately reached out to check her breathing, then held her wrist to feel her pulse. Everything seemed normal. If Rosswise was unconscious and wouldn't wake up, could it be because of the blood enchantment? Leon thought it was very likely. Back in school, the academy had taught similar courses. You could often guess the outcome based on the spell's power and the condition of both the caster and the target.
Leon had used a similar principle before, using precise control of lightning magic to break down the dragon power pill's remnants.
He looked at Roswei's sleeping face and chuckled. "You said the blood enchantment wouldn't affect you, foolish dragon," Leon remarked. He bent down and gently patted her cheek.
"It looks like your plan backfired."
He had faced many setbacks himself. From trying to sneak away right after waking up, to fighting a fully powered Dragon King with a nearly broken body. Every attempt had ended in predictable disaster. Now, it was Roswei's turn. Even though he felt some satisfaction at her misfortune, Leon couldn't ignore the fact that she might be unconscious for a long time. Based on his own experience, he guessed a healthy Dragon King's body would probably be out for about a week.
A week? Leon thought as he got off the bed.
He walked to the balcony and looked out toward the distant mountains, in the direction of the Empire.
There was no denying it. Roswei's sudden coma was a perfect chance for Leon to escape.
But he wasn't as reckless as he had been months ago. His body was recovering, but he had new injuries from yesterday's spar and the night with the mother dragon. Reaching human territory in a week sounded good, but it wasn't certain he could make it.
Also, Leon knew nothing about the Empire's current state.
He had left 2 years ago. He still didn't fully understand who had betrayed him back then.
Returning could mean a grand welcome, or it could mean walking into a trap.
Considering his safety, staying at the Silver Dragon Temple to recover seemed the wisest choice. His daughters were the most important reason.
Myun would be heartbroken. Noah, who seemed distant, secretly longed for family warmth. Leon's love for his daughters was in his blood. It wouldn't change, no matter what.
So, for himself, for his daughters, and for the chance to get back at the mother dragon later, Leon chose to stay. He walked back to the bedroom and sat on the bed, looking at Roswei's. His gaze shifted. It was no longer the look of a false husband, but that of a dragon slayer watching over a dragon king awaiting her fate.
"In the minutes and seconds to come, I will be by your side, Roswei's," Leon declared. "You always liked an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Well, this time, I will give you what you want." For a dragon slayer, a dragon was the ultimate prize. He wasn't afraid. He was ready for the final battle. Who says staying in the Silver Dragon Temple doesn't make you a hero? Leon thought. The patient. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. Leon went to answer the door. Outside stood Myun and Noah. "Mom, huh? Dad? Did you sleep in Mom's room last night?" Myun's face was full of excitement and curiosity. Leon smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Yeah, we stayed up late with your mom studying poetry, songs, and the mysteries of the universe. So I ended up sleeping here. Can Myun join next time when Mom and Dad sleep together?" "Of course, yes." "Yay! Long live Dad." Myun was about to jump on Leon, but he made a quiet gesture with his finger. "Sho, Mom is sick and still sleeping. Don't wake her up." Myun's smile disappeared. "Sick? How did that happen?" Leon opened the door wider. "You'll see when you go inside." The two kids glanced at each other and quickly walked into the room. They saw immediately that Mom was lying still on the bed. Myun called out, "Mom," and ran over to her. She stood by the bed, gently poking Roswei's wrist, but there was no response. "How did Mom get sick?" Noah turned to look at Leon. Leon stood at the bedroom door, his hands in his pockets. He explained calmly, "We were talking on the balcony last night. We fell asleep without realizing it. The cold wind blew on us all night, and we caught a cold." He paused for a moment, then added, "Perhaps it's a bit more serious than just a cold." He knew Noah was smart and mature for her age. But no matter how bright she was still a little dragon girl barely over a year old. Sickness wasn't something she knew much about. Leon was relying on this to tell his lie smoothly. "But don't worry, Dad will take good care of Mom," Leon said.
Myun held Roswei's slightly cool hand. She sniffled, her voice full of worry.
Mom, why are you so careless? You have to get better soon.
When you do, Myun won't make you angry again.
The mood in the room became sad for a moment. Just then, the maid Anna knocked on the door. Since Leon hadn't closed the door, Anna stood at the entrance holding some nutritional supplements.
Your Highness, I brought the nutritional supplements you asked for, Anna said.
Oh, good, thank you.
Just put them by the bed, Leon replied.
Yes, Your Highness. Anna walked into the bedroom with the supplements.
When she saw Myun and Noah, she greeted them respectfully.
Good morning, Your Highnesses. Anna, my mom is sick, Noah said.
As Anna arranged the supplements, she said, when I came to see His Majesty this morning, His Highness had already told me.
I've done a full check.
Her Majesty is very weak right now, but all her vital signs are normal. She just needs to rest for a few days.
There shouldn't be any problem. Your Highnesses don't need to worry too much.
After putting the supplements in place, Anna turned around with a smile.
I'll handle the clan's internal affairs for these few days. If Your Highnesses and His Highness are interested, you can come and watch me work. Well, thank you for your hard work, Anna. Not at all. As long as I can help Her Majesty, it's no trouble. If there's nothing else, I'll go and get busy, Your Highness. All right. After nodding to Leon and the two little dragon girls, Anna hurried away. Leon stretched out his arms. See, even Anna said Mom is fine. You should feel better now.
Then, he crouched down and wiped the tears from Myun's eyes. There. In a few days, you'll see Mom full of energy again.
Myun, no more crying. Myun nodded hard. Yeah, Myun won't cry. Good girl. Stay here and keep Mom company, but don't get too close. Colds can spread, you know. Okay, Myun understands. With that, Myun walked to the bedside.
She kept a little distance and looked at her mom lying unconscious on the bed. She was really the kind of obedient, well-behaved, and innocent little girl. She couldn't hide her feelings, but that made her easier to comfort. Right now, the tuft of hair on Myun's head and her tail were drooping. They had none of their usual bounce. Even though Roswise was usually strict with them, she was still their mom.
How could children act normally when their mom was sick? Leon sighed quietly in relief.
Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Myun's drooping tail.
He blinked, feeling like something was wrong. What was it? Suddenly, he remembered.
When he was cleaning the bed earlier, he hadn't seen Roswise's tail.
Leon opened his mouth, wanting to ask about it.
But he stopped himself. Neither Anna earlier, nor Myun and Noah now, had acted surprised or curious about Roswise's tail being missing.
That meant this was normal for dragons.
There was no need to ask. If he did ask, it would definitely make his eldest daughter suspicious.
Thinking this, Leon looked at Noah. Sure enough, the cool-faced little dragon girl was watching him without any expression. Leon scratched his temple. What's wrong? Noah looked away. Nothing. Why did he just stare at Myun's tail? And then look a little surprised at Mom's waist? Noah's mind was working, thinking quietly.
The two sisters stayed with Roswise all morning. When it was time for lunch, the maid led them away. But after a few steps into the corridor, Noah stopped. She turned back to look at Leon without saying a word. Leaning against the doorframe, Leon asked, "Why are you looking at me like that again?" Noah squinted her eyes slightly. She whispered, "Mom is still unconscious."
Do you have any plans?
At first, this sounded a little strange.
But Leon knew he couldn't take it lightly. His eldest daughter was very clever.
She wouldn't ask such a question for no reason.
Maybe she had noticed something? No, I don't have any plans, Noah.
I just want to take good care of Mom, Leon replied calmly. There was no panic in his voice, and he didn't try too hard to sound sure.
He was as relaxed and natural as in a normal conversation. Noah held his gaze for a second. Then she said in a quiet voice, "Is that so?" "That's good." Then she left with Moon and the maid. She didn't look back again. Watching Noah walk away, Leon sighed. "She really is too clever, my dear daughter." Just like me." Even though he was praising himself, Leon and Noah were indeed very similar in how smart they were. This father and daughter pair were both very sharp. Leon let out a breath, closed the door, and went back to the bedroom. He pulled a chair to the bedside, thought for a moment, and then lifted the blanket. He turned crosswise onto her side. The bottom of her nightgown was empty. Her usually useful and flexible tail was gone. "Indeed, the tail is gone," he muttered to himself. He turned crosswise onto her back and tucked her in again. He thought, but if the tail were still there, lying flat like this would be very uncomfortable, wouldn't it? He tried to picture it. If he had a long thing sticking out from his tailbone, he would probably only be able to sleep on his side. Leon didn't think too much more about Roswise's missing tail. Instead, he looked at the nutritional supplements on the bedside table. When Anna came this morning, Leon had asked her to prepare supplements for Roswise, like she did when he was unconscious. Anna had said, "Actually, it's not needed. A dragon's body can go without food or water during hibernation. We store energy when we eat normally. But if your highness is worried about Her Majesty, I can prepare some supplements for her." "Not eating or drinking is fine, that's impressive," Leon said as he picked up a bottle of the supplements. If Roswise didn't need them, then he would take care of them himself. He decided he would take all these supplements. That way, when Roswise woke up, she would find a dragon slayer full of energy and ready for a fight. Leon smiled and raised the bottle towards Roswise as if making a toast. "Cheers, my beloved wife. A dragon slayer's nursing method." Leon wanted to surprise Roswise when she woke up. He told the maids he didn't need their help, insisting he would stay by her side every moment, for a full 24 hours. To the maids, this showed how deeply the prince loved the queen. The wife was sick, stuck in bed. The husband never left, always by her side. Oh my goodness. Was there any love purer than this? They would surely grow old together. If Leon knew what they were thinking, he would have two sarcastic replies. First, "You're thinking too much. I'd rather jump off a building than grow old with this mother dragon." Second, "Silver and white are a bit different, but they look similar. If we round it up, your queen is already old." Well, back to the story. Even though he was waiting for Roswise to wake up, Leon truly planned to take good care of her. It wasn't that he cared about this clumsy dragon's health. He just didn't want her to wake up feeling sick and make his precious daughters worry. So, he decided to wash her face and wipe her body. The Dragon Slayer Academy didn't have a nursing class, but it should be like washing a donkey, right? He was pretty good at that. Besides, washing Roswise would be much easier. A donkey might kick you, but a dragon in a coma definitely wouldn't. Leon didn't waste time. He dipped a towel in warm water, stood by the head of the bed, and bent over. He gently wiped Roswise's forehead, the bridge of her nose, her cheeks, and her chin. To be honest, she looked much prettier asleep than awake. Even with a stunning face, she usually looked tired or sad, rarely smiling. Only when she talked about their daughters with Leon would she show a small, content smile. "Ah, you should smile more. You look really beautiful when you smile," Leon murmured as he wiped her hand, from the back to the palm. Wiping a dragon's body was definitely easier than wiping a donkey. This little dragon was very well behaved. After finishing her hands, it was time for her body. Leon lifted the blanket. Seeing her delicate figure lying on the soft bed, he couldn't help but swallow hard. I've seen it several times already. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. After steeling himself, he bent over.
He supported Roswei's back with one hand and used his other to gently pull down the straps of her nightgown. It was light and thin, coming off easily.
Leon's face turned red.
He felt both like looking and feeling shy.
Damn it.
They were already an old married couple in terms of how often they'd been together.
Why did he feel shy about washing her? Come on, Cosmodius, be brave. You're not afraid of slaying dragons, so why be afraid of washing one?
He bent over again, feeling the warm air from his nose.
Leon swallowed hard again.
He gripped the towel and slowly reached toward Roswei's chest. Such a perfect shape. Round and full, not too big and not too small.
It was absolutely perfect.
As her soft breathing moved up and down, the sight was extremely tempting.
Suddenly, the dragon mark on Roswei's chest shimmered with light.
Scared, Leon quickly covered her with the blanket. He threw the towel away and ran out of the room, all the way to the temple's backyard, breathing heavily.
Oh my God, why did it? Why did it light up?
The glowing mark didn't mean Roswei's had woken up. He remembered clearly what she'd said when she placed it on him: if one person longs for the other person's dragon mark will react. So, the fact that it just shimmered meant, while completely sober, with no drugs or magic, Leon had thoughts about Roswei's in that way.
Shameful. He slapped his own cheeks twice, trying to calm down.
At the same time, he silently recited the 3 honors and 3 shames of dragon slayers. Honor is being loyal to the Empire, shame is working with dragons. Honor is shedding blood on the battlefield, shame is running from the fight.
Honor is slaying dragons and protecting home, shame is betraying and joining them.
After 3 repetitions, he finally let out a breath of relief.
He adjusted his mood and went back to the room.
A soft breeze came through the window, moving the curtains gently. The silver-haired beauty lay peacefully on the bed, so quiet and beautiful that it felt wrong to disturb her.
Leon walked closer with quiet steps.
Even though he knew she couldn't hear him, he felt he didn't want to wake her. He reached out and carefully put her nightgown back on. He paused, then pulled the neckline higher, covering the dragon mark on her chest.
He didn't want it to light up again.
That would really make him doubt if his dragon slayer heart was changing. He picked up the warm towel again.
Hands and feet were fine, but he wouldn't go any further than that. This time, he walked to the foot of the bed.
He lifted the blanket and gently held Roswei's left foot, carefully wiping it. Her feet were actually quite nice to look at.
Stop it, stop it. Don't let your mind wander anymore. Leon shook his head to clear these thoughts.
After everything was clean, he sat down to rest.
Rustle.
The noon breeze softly brushed the curtains. Warm sunlight poured in, covering everything.
Looking at the unconscious Roswei's, Leon clicked his tongue. He decided to do something to pass the time.
He put his hands on his knees and stood up slowly.
You can't move, right? He said as he went to Roswei's wardrobe. He opened it.
Inside were many beautiful dresses, so many that was dazzling.
Roswei's usually dressed conservatively, her clothes covering her completely, the shortest skirt only reaching her knees. Leon didn't know much about clothes.
But the thought that he could finally do whatever he wanted to the dragon lady made him decide to have some fun. He didn't want to waste this chance. He searched through the wardrobe and found a set that was still unopened.
Black stockings. Leon's cheeks turned red.
Black stockings, good, black stockings are justice. Since they were sealed, it meant Roswei's probably didn't like wearing this kind of thing. But now, she had no choice.
Leon went back to the bedside.
He opened the package and clumsily put the stockings on Roswei's legs. Her legs were quite long, so it was a little difficult. Once they were on, her slender legs were covered in the sheer black fabric, looking mysterious and alluring.
Leon blushed and swallowed.
It's such a waste that these legs aren't in black stockings usually. Leon looked at his creation with satisfaction but felt something was missing.
Now that we have the stockings, why not go all the way?
He went back to the wardrobe and found a somewhat tight black top. The design was normal, so Leon decided to change it himself. He took a pair of scissors and started cutting without hesitation. When the dragon mother woke up, he could blame it on Noon playing.
After cutting it, Leon took the nightgown off Roswai's body.
Trying not to look at her chest, he quickly put the modified black top on her. It had open shoulders, a low neckline, a bow tie, and the black stockings.
A bunny. Bunny girl.
But it still needed one more thing: bunny ear accessories. Leon knew he wouldn't find such things here, so he decided to make them himself. He sat by her pillow, gathered her hair, and tried to shape it into bunny ears. Luckily, Roswise had a lot of hair.
Soon, the bunny ears were done. With the handmade ears, the transformation was complete. No man could say no to a life-sized silver dragon doll dressed as a black-stocking bunny girl. How could he not take a picture of such a rare sight? This would be the dragon mother's embarrassing secret. Leon remembered seeing a camera in her room. He looked through the storage room and found it. Excited, he went back to the bedroom. He jumped onto the bed, hugged Roswise tightly, and held up the camera. He used a little magic to make it take many pictures in a row. "Come on, darling, smile for me." "Darling, you're so photogenic."
"I'll keep these photos very safe." Leon was looking at his work when suddenly, the dragon mark on Roswise's chest flashed again.
Startled, he quickly covered her with the blanket. This time, he didn't run out.
He just took a few deep breaths and talked to himself. This must be because I dressed her as a bunny girl. It has nothing to do with the dragon herself. Yes, I like bunny girls, not her. After making himself feel better, and to stop the mark from glowing again, Leon quickly took off the stockings and the bunny ears. He couldn't let anyone else see her like this. There was no way to explain it. However, he felt it was a pity to let this foolish dragon off so easily. He thought for a long time. Then, his eyes settled on Roswise's smooth, straight silver hair. It was very typical of her, with a little fringe, elegant and charming. But Leon felt that being good-looking shouldn't be the only thing about her hairstyle. Besides bunny ears, there should be other fun things. He sat by her pillow, took strands of her hair, and started to braid them. Soon, he had made a silver butterfly. Smiling, he undid it. He braided it a few more times, turning the hair into a 5-pointed star, a 6-pointed star, a heart, and a flower basket. Roswise carefully kept hair had become his playground. Maybe I'll try this on my daughters someday. In the end, Leon still had a little conscience left. At the side of her temple, he braided a very thin little braid. It added a playful cuteness to her look. Leon didn't undo it. He left it by her pillow. He stood up and stretched lazily. "I'll go out for a walk now. It's time to move on to the next step of the plan. The farewell ceremony." Noah sat on a bench in the training ground, sweat dripping from her nose and forehead. She had just finished a set of physical exercises. During her break, she remembered the short talk she had with Leon the day before. "Mother is still unconscious. Do you have any plans?" "No, I have no plans, Noah. I just want to take care of Mother properly." She had asked for a reason. For a long time, Noah had felt that something was strange about her family. It might not be as happy as it seemed. Leon and Mother seemed to be hiding something from everyone, including Noah and Moon. What could be so secret that even their own daughters couldn't know? Noah didn't understand. But she had a faint guess that Leon might not belong here. He had tried to run away before. Mother, Moon, and she had all seen it. But when Mother caught him and brought him back, and Noah asked where the man wanted to run to, Mother had avoided the question. Since then, Leon had stayed quietly in the temple, taking care of them and teaching, with no sign of trying to escape. But Noah knew very well that this mysterious man was very clever. No one knew if he stayed because he wanted to, or if he was secretly waiting for another chance. So, his answer yesterday, "I have no plans, I just want to take care of Mother," whether it was true or not, only he knew. When there were unknown reasons behind love, Noah would rather stay away from it than be used by someone. So, she always felt there was a distance between her and Leon. In her eyes, his love didn't seem completely pure. Noah shut her eyes tightly. She shook her head to clear her thoughts and jumped off the bench. She planned to do one more set of exercises before resting. But as soon as she took a step, she heard Myun's voice. "Sister! Sister!" Myun came running over in a hurry. Noah quickly went to meet her. "What's wrong? Don't panic. Tell me slowly. My Rubik's Cube is broken. I wanted to find Dad to fix it, but I can't find him anywhere." Noah frowned. Without thinking, she held Myun's hand tightly. Could her guess be? But she didn't jump to conclusions. "Let's go look for him again." "Okay." However, after looking everywhere, they still couldn't find Leon. The two sisters went to Roswai's room. Seeing their mother lying unconscious on the bed, Myun couldn't help but cry. "Mom! Dad is gone." There was no doubt about it. Noah's guess was correct. Leon had really left. Holding back her own disappointment and sadness, Noah comforted her crying sister. "Myun, don't cry. Some people are good, but if they don't belong here, they will leave sooner or later." But Mom is unconscious now. Dad is gone. What are we going to do in the future? It's okay. Sister will take care of you and protect you. Sister has grown up a lot and can do many things now. She always said she was like an adult. Now, she finally had to firmly take on an adult's responsibility, even though she didn't even have a kindergarten graduation certificate. "So what should we do now?" Myun asked. Noah's eyes moved. She saw a photo on the bedside table. It was a small family portrait they had taken before. "Since he is gone, it means we have to start a new life. Let's say goodbye to that guy properly." Noah took Myun back to their room. She found a spare photo from when they started school. Then she took a pair of scissors and cut out the part with Leon in it. "What are you doing, sister?" Myun asked. "In the adult world, when someone leaves, you put their photo on a stand. Then you put some flowers and light a fire next to it," Noah explained seriously. "Then you throw everything you think was meaningful to him into the fire as a farewell." Myun sniffled, her voice choked. Myun doesn't understand. Anyway, it's for Dad's own good. "Oh, okay. Then Myun will find something meaningful for Dad." "Yeah." "Oh, and remember to change into a black dress later." "Why?" Myun asked. "I don't know, but adults wear black clothes when they say goodbye." "Okay, Myun understands." After making the plans, Noah put away Leon's photo. Then she crawled under her bed and took out her small wooden box. Inside was a piece of black fragment, a paper with her name on it, and a handmade Rubik's Cube. After thinking for a moment, Noah walked out of the room with the wooden box. About an hour later, in the temple's backyard, the two dragon girls were wearing black dresses. Myun held a plate of fried steak, because Dad seemed to really like it, so she planned to throw it into the fire later. Noah held her small wooden box. They had also gathered some of the temple maids. The maids were confused by the princess's orders. What are we doing? I don't know. Maybe the two princesses are playing a pretend game? A game? It looks very grand and serious to me. They even took down the prince's photo. Ah, children's thoughts, how can we understand? Let's just follow along. True. Quiet. Noah had a serious expression. We are now holding a farewell ceremony for Leon Cosmodius. Everyone, please take this seriously. The maids stood up straight, trying their best to cooperate. Looking back on the life of Leon Cosmodius, it was a short but brilliant life. His leaving is without a doubt a heavy blow to us. The maid's eyes twitched. What kind of pretend game is this?
Why does it look like a funeral? The prince didn't say anything, so let's not ask too many questions. But in this pretend story, doesn't that mean the prince is dead? Shoo! Be quiet. Ah.
Copying how adults spoke, after her speech, Noah put Leon's photo on the table behind her. She couldn't find a real photo stand, so she used an empty
tin can instead. This was Moon's idea. Okay, you can start crying now, Noah said. See, cry? Yes, don't people cry when they say goodbye?
As soon as she finished, Moon started sobbing beside her.
Dad! Dad, why don't you want us anymore?
Moon misses you so much.
Moon even made fried steak for you. Please come back and look at Moon.
Moon cried with real feeling, completely into her role.
Noah turned her head and pointed at Moon. See, just like my little sister.
Even though they still didn't really understand why the princesses would play such an unlucky game.
But as they said, since the prince didn't object, the maids should just go along with it. Prince, please don't leave. Your two daughters are so lovely. How can you bear to leave us? Prince, we can't bear to see you go. The maids started to play along. Noah also turned to look at the bonfire. Moon, did you throw the fried steak into the fire? Moon nodded. But why do you still have a piece in your hand? After the farewell, Moon might get hungry, so? Dad probably wouldn't mind, right? Noah's face was serious. I guess not.
With that, she looked down at the wooden box in her hands. This was her last connection to that man. Burning it would cut all ties. Noah took a deep breath and let it out slowly, as if she had finally made a decision.
Goodbye, father.
But at that moment, they suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby.
Oh, who are we saying goodbye to? Let me join in.
The two little dragon girls turned their heads toward the voice at the same time. They saw the familiar man kneeling there. He bowed twice to the photo on the table. Then he stood up, smiling.
When I was little, your grandfather taught me how to play the swona. Do you know what a swona is? It's a mysterious instrument from the East, often played at ceremonies. Would you like Daddy to play it for you?
Before the two little ones could react, the maids behind them exclaimed, "The princess's love has moved the heavens.
The prince has come back to life. Sleeping dragon, what is all this noise? Stouting the terrain. Let's go back to this morning." Leon found Anna. Good morning, Anna, Leon said, holding two drinks. He handed one to her. Good morning, Your Highness. Anna took the drink but didn't seem to want to drink it. Instead, she smiled and replied, Thank you, Your Highness. Is there something you need from me? Oh, it's nothing important. I just wanted to ask if there are any interesting places around the temple. Or maybe places that Roswise likes to go. I want to take a walk and clear my head. Anna nodded. Yes, Your Highness. I can have someone show you around. No need for that. Just give me a list and maybe a map. I'll find my own way. Sure thing.
A little later, Anna marked some places on the map. These are places that Her Majesty the Queen likes to visit.
Great, thank you, Anna. You're welcome, Your Highness. With the map in hand, Leon went to the mountain behind the temple. He had only been awake for a little over a month.
Before, Roswise had kept him in the nursery, so he had no chance to look around. His world was just that room, the backyard, and the training ground. This time, with Roswise unconscious, he had a chance. Leon had to use this opportunity to carefully plan his revenge. He wanted her to know that in this world, it's not just dragons who remember things. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. And Leon is a clever rabbit who knows how to wait and set a trap. Following the marks on the map, Leon first came to a cherry blossom forest. The land here was quite high, with old, thick cherry blossom trees growing here and there.
Leon walked around, looking at the area. He stopped under a tree and turned to look down at the silver dragon temple below. From here, he could see the whole temple. The old, grand castle, the big yards, and the different defenses were all clear. He could even see the path he took 2 years ago during his attack. Now, the guard posts along that path were stronger than elsewhere. It seemed the mother dragon had learned her lesson. Back then, Leon had studied for a long time to find the weakest spot in the temple's defenses. If not for the attack from behind, he might have actually succeeded. Well, no use dwelling on past victories. Failure is failure. But you could say bad luck sometimes turns good. Leon is now helping the dragon-slaying cause in his own way. Seriously, being able to keep the Silver Dragon Queen in check without using a single soldier, that has never happened before in history. What Rosswise said about him recently was right, he was now a figure who had earned 2 side achievements along with the main one. Leon shook his head to clear his thoughts. He walked to the bottom of a tree, lifted his arms, leaned forward, and put his hands on the strong trunk. He turned his head slightly. From this angle, he could see the whole temple perfectly. This angle and pose are just right. Satisfied, Leon happily went to the next place. After many twists and turns, he came to a cave. There were no signs of animals inside, making it seem good for 2 people to focus on what they love to do. But Leon crouched down and pinched the dirt. It's a bit hard, might hurt her knees. Also, hey! Hey hey! The cave immediately echoed with clear sounds. The echo is too loud, it ruins the mood. This won't do. With that, Leon put an X on the map over the cave. The next stop was a small stream in the mountains, flowing straight down the slope. Leon lay down next to it. The cool water ran quickly under his head. With a clear view and no trees around, lying here at night would let you see the whole sky. Not bad, this spot will do. He put a check mark on the map for the stream, just like he did for the cherry blossom forest. For the whole day, Leon looked at different kinds of land and scenery near the temple. It reminded him of his days as the captain of the dragon-slaying squad 2 years ago. Every time they sneaked in, they had to carefully plan the route, weighing all the pros and cons. It was because of that strong foundation that Leon could find the right places today. Mother Dragon, this time you are finished. By the time he finished, it was already night when he came down the mountain. The temple at the bottom was full of lights, looking much softer than during the day. Leon looked at it for a moment, then quickly walked to the backyard. As he got closer, he saw it looked lively. The maids were all together, as if they were having a bonfire party. Leon walked over eagerly, but a closer look showed it wasn't a party. It looked more like they were remembering someone who had passed. And at the front were his 2 daughters. What abstract pretend game are they playing? Leon muttered as he jogged over. The maids were both crying and laughing, which confused him even more. Puzzled, Leon kept walking to the front. He found his 2 daughters saying things like, "I made steak for you, come back and see us," or something similar. Then, he quietly went up to Noah and saw that she was about to throw a wooden box into the bonfire. With daughters, you have to trust them first. If they don't understand, it's okay, the first job is to join in. So, who are you saying goodbye to? Let me join in too. When I was little, your grandfather taught me how to play the swona. Do you know what a swona is? It's a mysterious instrument from the East, often played at ceremonies. Would you like Dad to play a little for you? The princess's love has moved the heavens. His Royal Highness is back from the dead. Leon turned his head, his face full of black lines. Who is so rude? I never died, where did this back from the dead come from? He looked at Noah and Mune again. The 2 little ones looked shocked and stunned, as if they really saw Leon come back to life. Leon leaned back a little, feeling uncomfortable. He looked to the side at the table behind the bonfire. A photo was placed there in a hurry. And the person in the photo looked quite handsome. Ah, it's me. What? Excuse me, may I ask what you two are doing? My dear daughters, if you are holding a ceremony for me, is it not a little too much? Daddy!
Myun jumped into Leon's arms, holding a stake in her hand. Leon naturally opened his arms and caught his youngest daughter.
Daddy! Sob Myun thought Daddy didn't want Myun anymore. What nonsense are you talking? How could Daddy not want you? But Myun and I looked for you many times and couldn't find you. I thought you.
As Leon comforted Myun, he explained, I went for a walk in the hills today and lost track of time, so I came back late.
When she heard this, Noah's eyes got a little wet.
She felt a lump in her throat. Without thinking, she held the wooden box tighter, lowered her head, and said nothing.
So it was, she had blamed him for nothing, hadn't she?
Seeing how Noah was, Leon looked at her and then at the maids. There were too many people around, it wasn't a good time for a deep talk with his eldest daughter.
Maybe it would be better to talk about it later.
He patted Myun's head and noticed the stake in her hand.
Myun, why are you still holding the stake?
Myun sniffled, her shoulders shaking, tears and snot running down her face.
This is an offering for Daddy. An offering? Myun nodded hard.
Sister said that after someone leaves, the food they liked is called an offering.
Leon silently put his hand over his face. All right. So, Daddy. Yes? Now that you're back, can Myun eat your offering? A father's resolve and a queen's stirring. After comforting Myun, Leon turned to the maids. You can go now.
When he got to Noah's side, he stopped because she was staring straight at him. It was clear she had something to say. After a short moment of the father and daughter looking at each other, Noah spoke.
Next time you go out alone, remember to tell us.
She paused for a second, then added, Myun will worry about you a lot.
Leon smiled helplessly and nodded. All right, sorry for making Myun worry. Noah sniffled, feeling a little better. Also, I want to say sorry to you too. Why? Leon asked. When I couldn't find you today, I thought you had. You left us, Noah said. I'm sorry for not trusting you about this.
A child who acts older than her years always feels responsible for her own mistakes.
Even if she didn't say it out loud, no one would have known. Leon smiled with relief. He crouched down to look Noah in the eye.
He understood his eldest daughter's heart. She wanted love and affection but was afraid to take that important step.
Leon couldn't promise Noah anything with easy words like I swear or I guarantee. She wouldn't easily believe that. He could only slowly show her through his actions that he was a good father. He reached out and patted Noah's head. He didn't say more about this topic.
He just reminded her, you have to go back to the academy tomorrow morning.
Don't stay up too late. After everything was settled, Leon went back to Roswai's room. The mother dragon still showed no sign of waking up.
Leon sat on the chair next to the bed, crossed his legs, brushed the dust off his pants, and sighed.
You have no idea how good our daughter is to us.
I hope you get to enjoy that too in the future.
The only answer was Roswai's steady breathing.
Her breaths were a little deeper than yesterday. Leon noticed this and reached out to feel her pulse.
It was indeed stronger. You really are a dragon king. Your body heals very fast.
He was a little surprised. His look at Roswai's became sharper. It was like a lion slowly getting closer to its prey. Before the real hunt, he needed to clean the prey.
Leon decided to try once more to wipe Roswai's body.
He refused to believe his dragon slayer's heart could change. He filled a basin with warm water, wet a towel, and stood by the bed. He took a few deep breaths.
All right, let's start.
This time, I will not fail. His determined look wasn't like someone doing this for the first time.
It was more like a new cook trying to flip a pancake. He lifted the covers. Roswei's slim body was before his eyes. The mother dragon might be tricky, and they might be enemies. But this body was perfect, almost like a piece of art. And art has no sides. Leon didn't spend too much time looking because he didn't know much about art. Also, he was worried this art might shake his resolve again. He quickly took off Roswei's nightgown. Blushing, in the soft moonlight, he started wiping from her chin and neck down. She was usually very clean, bathing every day. It had been 2 days since she fell into a coma. Leon had only washed her face and hands. Cleaning her body felt more personal, and it made him shy. Being openly seen was one thing, but carefully wiping her body was different. If he could, Leon would want to wear his black and gold battle armor to do it. Because that smell would be right, wouldn't it? A dragon slayer should be fully armed to face a mother dragon. Actually, if he wore the helmet, he wouldn't have to worry about his red face being seen. Wait a minute. Leon had a sudden thought. If he didn't have a helmet, he could use something else to cover his eyes. And that was when the idea of a blindfold came to mind. He didn't waste time. He found a piece of cloth and covered his eyes. Besides, back at the academy, he had practiced fighting blindfolded. He used precise and sensitive touch to get top scores. So, a blindfolded massage should be no problem. But it turned out that being too precise and sensitive wasn't always a good thing. As the warm towel moved over Roswei's chest, the feeling changed completely from flat land to mountains. Leon's face turned bright red, and his hand shook a little. Because of the blindfold, his other senses became even sharper, almost making him imagine things. Master Leon, use a bit more strength, rub my waist harder. Not only that, but the blindfold seemed a little see-through. Faintly, Leon saw flashes of purple light. It definitely wasn't a dragon mark. Absolutely not. In the end, he held his breath and gathered a lot of courage to finish wiping her upper body. When he got to her stomach and thighs, Leon felt much more relaxed. When he was all done, he realized that blindfolded massage was much more tiring than doing it with eyes open. So, he silently crossed out blindfolded massage from his list of things to do after slaying a dragon. After cleaning up, Leon massaged her hands and feet again to help blood flow. Hey, this wasn't just to take care of the mother dragon, you know? It was to stop her from waking up with numb hands and feet and not being able to cooperate. That was why he was being so careful. Yes, it was all for a better time during his revenge. Feeling better after finishing, Leon thought for a moment. Then he put the big teddy bear from the Dragonling Park next to Roswei's pillow. This was a somewhat satisfying night for him. He felt very tired. Instead of getting into the bed, he just moved a chair to the bedside and fell into a deep sleep with his head on the edge. But because he was tired and sleeping in a bad position, Leon kept having weird dreams. In his half-sleep, his arm moved. His fingers accidentally touched the teddy bear. But the feeling wasn't like the cotton inside. It felt a little hard. Leon opened his eyes a little to look at the toy bear, but it looked normal. He didn't think much about it. He closed his eyes again and went back to sleep. The next morning, Noah came into Roswei's room. She saw Leon sleeping strangely, half on and half off the bed. She whispered softly, "Did taking care of Mom make you this tired?" Noah walked quietly on her toes. She passed the sofa and took a jacket. She walked over to Leon. Just as she was about to put it over him, he suddenly woke up with a start. Noah? Good morning. Leon rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. Going to school? Noah nodded. Let's go, Daddy will walk with you. No need, you should rest, Noah said. Leon smiled, stood up, and jumped up and down a few times. It's fine, let's go. Noah didn't say anything else. The father and daughter went to the front yard of the temple. They waited for the school bus Leviathan. How is Mom? Noah asked. She's getting better fast. When you come back this weekend, she'll probably be awake, Leon said honestly. Thank you for taking care of Mom, Noah replied. Leon smiled and patted her head. We're family. There's no such thing as hardship. As they talked, Leviathan's huge shape appeared in the distance. Will there be many tests this week? Leon asked. Yes. Just do your best, and you'll surely get better, Noah. Okay, I understand. The giant dragon Leviathan hovered slowly above the temple. Then it opened the teleportation light beam. I'm going now. Alright, be careful on the way and look after yourself. Noah nodded and hurried into the teleportation beam. She turned back, hesitated for a moment, and finally waved to Leon. Leon also waved his arms with a smile. Pay attention in class, stay away from troublemakers, and if anyone bullies you, fight back. Dad has your back. Okay. Even though Leon wanted to say, if anyone bullies my daughter, I'll destroy their whole dragon clan because that's what Dad is good at, he decided. Not too. It might be too scary for a child. Leviathan flapped its huge wings and slowly flew away. Leon stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly watching it disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, in the room, the silver-haired beauty lying on the soft bed moved a little. Her fingers twitched. The prisoner and the queen. Roswise slowly opened her eyes. A pure white ceiling stretched above her. She was lying on a soft bed, and the blanket covering her carried a familiar, comforting scent. She tried to sit up, but a deep weakness held her down. It felt as if all her strength had been drained. Giving up, she lay still and tried to remember what happened before she lost consciousness. She remembered using the blood enchantment on Leon. The sight of his willingly corrupted side had filled her with satisfaction. Then, drawn together by the power of their dragon marks, they had come together. After that, it was all a blur. She felt like she had slept for a very long time, haunted by strange dreams. Some dreams were of Leon taking care of her day and night. Others were more absurd, like Leon dressing her in a shameful bunny girl outfit while she slept peacefully. She even dreamed that Leon had died. That her daughters held a grand funeral for him. That must have been a dream, she thought. It's too absurd. Such a thing could never happen. But then, why had she been unconscious for so long? Was it the backlash from the blood enchantment? She had researched it thoroughly. With her Dragon King body, she should have been able to handle it. Why did it put her in a coma? Could it be because she had given her own? Ugh! A soft, childish sound came from beside the bed. Roswise looked down and saw a tuft of hair gently brushing against her hand. It was Mune, her young daughter, asleep by the bedside, her breathing even. Roswise smiled, a tired but genuine relief washing over her. She raised a heavy hand and gently stroked her daughter's head. The small movement was enough to wake the young dragon girl. Still drowsy, Mune swayed sleepily on her chair. Roswise's soft voice called her back. Mune. Mom? Mune's eyes flew open, all sleepiness gone. Mom! You're awake. She grabbed Roswise's hand, pressing her mother's palm to her own cheek. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. You're finally awake. Mune was so worried. Don't cry, Mune. Mama's fine, Roswise whispered, wiping the tears away and pinching her daughter's chubby cheek. I'm sorry for worrying you. Where is your sister? Sister went back to school this morning. This morning. Roswise did a quick calculation. Noah's break had just started when she fell into the coma. If she had already returned to school, that meant Roswise had been out for more than 2 days. More than 2 days. A sudden, cold realization hit her. She tried to sit up again, but her body refused to obey. Her mind was awake, but her body was still suffering the side effects, leaving her helpless. The thing she had just realized was Leon. He was nowhere in the room. This was the perfect chance for him to escape. Her clever,
proud captive would surely have taken it. She closed her eyes in frustration, biting her lip. She had miscalculated. If only she had been more careful, she could have sent someone after him before he got too far. Just as the thought solidified. Myun, how about we have fish for dinner tonight? I just caught a very, oh, my beloved wife, you're awake. That annoying nickname. That smug tone. It was all too familiar. Roswai's eyes snapped open. When she saw him standing there, she couldn't hide her surprise. You didn't leave. Her mind, still foggy, spoke the question that weighed most heavily on her. Only after the words were out did she remember Myun was still there. I did leave, Leon shrugged, playing it off casually. I went for a walk in the back hills. You know, just looking around, breathing the fresh air. Roswais felt a wave of relief. Well, and you caught such a big fish. Of course. All to help my wife get her strength back. Roswais was left speechless. A blush spread across her cheeks. Dad, that's so embarrassing. Myun cried, covering her ears. Leon grinned and handed the fish to Myun. Go find Anna and ask her to prepare this for dinner. Oh, and I need to talk to your mom alone for a while, so don't disturb us before dinner. Okay, I understand, Myun nodded. She hurried out of the room, carefully closing the door behind her. I thought you might just leave your daughter and run away, Roswais said once they were alone. Leon sat in the chair by the bed, leaned back, and put his feet up like he owned the place. I still have a lot of things to settle. Why would I run away? Things? What things? Roswais asked. He reached out, wiggling his fingers between the two of them. The things between you and me. Roswais' heart jumped. She sensed the danger and pulled her arm back under the covers. Even though she knew what was coming, she still asked, What do you mean? Do you remember what you did to me when I first woke up over a month ago? Leon said. He stood and sat on the edge of the bed, then reached out to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. Roswais stared at him intently. No. Leon, I'm very weak right now. Weak? Was I not weak back then? He countered, his voice low. I had only woken up 10 minutes earlier. I hadn't even had a sip of water, and then you walked in and did what you did to me. Have you forgotten everything? Roswais bit her lip. She tried to gather her magical power, but nothing answered her call. So she tried a threat. Leon, my body will not be like this forever. When I recover, you know what will happen to you. So, don't make any decisions you'll regret. Regret? No, my dear wife, this is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Leon. If anyone should regret it, it should be you, Leon said slowly. He pulled the covers back, letting her form show under his gaze. You should regret rushing to get revenge as soon as I woke up. You should regret using the blood enchantment. You should regret threatening me when you are completely helpless. His fingers traced a light path down her cheek, her chin, her neck, and her collarbone. Finally, he undid the straps of her nightgown, revealing the dragon tattoo on her chest, shimmering with a soft purple light. Leon, even if I'm weak now, do you think you are strong? Roswais challenged him, a last act of defiance. It's only been 2 days since you woke from your coma. How much could your body have recovered? Roswais, I am not afraid of you. Her words only steeled his resolve. He knew making the silver dragon queen beg was impossible, she would rather endure anything than kneel. Leon gently held her chin. The soft glow of the dragon tattoo and Roswais' own panic were reflected in his dark eyes. Shoo! My dear Miss Roswais Melkve, save your strength. Now, it is your turn to be the prisoner. A taste of her own medicine. At this moment, Leon finally understood the joy Roswais must have felt. So, watching someone who wants to devour you but cannot, while they endure physical torment, feels like this. One word. Bliss. Of course, the bliss did not stop there. The look in Roswai's eyes at this moment was so complex it could not be accurately described with words. Anger, frustration, resistance, unwillingness. And the regret of wanting to give in but fighting it, yearning for it but hating her own body's weakness. In that moment, Leon understood her. And she understood Leon. In this instant, the two reached an unprecedented level of mutual understanding. As the saying goes, when you are together, you should always try to see things from the other person's perspective, think more about them. Well, was Leon not deeply and thoroughly embodying this saying right now? Roswai had just woken up, her body extremely weak. Barely 20 minutes had passed before she was completely exhausted. Yet, this delicate appearance, combined with her unwilling gaze, seemed even more charming. Gradually getting into the state, Roswai's vision began to darken. She swallowed, then suddenly spoke, "Leon." "Yes? Are you begging for mercy, Your Majesty?" Leon responded. Roswai let out a cold, exhausted snort. She narrowed her eyes and said in a challenging tone, "You have not eaten? Is this all you have got?" Leon admired this dragon lady's courage and toughness. Even at a time like this, her mouth could still be so stubborn. But at the same time, she would pay the price for her stubbornness. Leon launched the final strike. With a bone-chilling sensation, Roswai's brain buzzed instantly. The chandelier on the ceiling flickered in her eyes. She felt the sensation rushing through her body, both wonderful and painful. She wanted to break free, but she could not help savoring the beauty of that moment. A blush spread across her pale cheeks, her lips trembled slightly, and her heartbeat slowly calmed after that moment. Then, Roswai lost all feeling, closed her eyes, and fainted. Leon was still breathing heavily. After the excitement calmed down a little, he leaned forward and gently shook Roswai's chin. No response. "Humph, serves you right for being stubborn." He got out of bed, cleaned Roswai's body, put her clothes back on, and covered her with the blanket. Then he went to the bathroom to take a shower before leaving the room. About 2 hours later, Leon came back with Mune. He was holding a bowl of hot fish soup. Roswai had woken up again by then. It was hard to imagine, but she had just been completely overwhelmed by this guy? She leaned against the headboard. When she heard footsteps, she turned her face away, not wanting to see that jerk. "Mama," little Mune called out softly. Roswai sighed inside and slowly turned her head. She forced a tired smile. "Are you full now, Mune?" "Yeah, full. Daddy brought fish soup for you, Mommy. Try it quickly." "I am not hungry." "TSK, how can you not eat when you are recovering from an illness?" Leon looked like a worried husband as he sat by the bed with the fish soup. Roswai glared at him. Her look was as if she wanted to stew him into soup too. Leon took a spoonful of soup, blew on it carefully, and brought it to Roswai's mouth. "Here, drink it. I made it specially for you." "I am not hungry," Roswai insisted. "Do not be stubborn. What if you set a bad example for the child?" Mune was always Leon's best weapon. Roswai gritted her teeth and glared at him. Finally, reluctantly, she opened her mouth a little. Leon carefully fed her the fish soup. "Is it good, darling?" "Good." Roswai squeezed out 2 words through her teeth. "Yeah, if it is good, have some more." Then another spoonful. Roswai obediently drank it. As he fed her, Leon kept talking. "Fish soup is nourishing. You have just gotten over a serious illness. You need to drink more to get better quickly." Roswai sneered. "Humph, I want to get better quickly too." "Right, this family cannot be without you, darling." After finishing the bowl of fish soup, Leon gently wiped the soup from the corners of her mouth. Where Mune could not see, Roswai lowered her eyes, looked at Leon's fingers, and then bit down on them hard. Leon clenched his other fist in pain but managed not to shout. Mune was standing behind him and could not see Roswai biting him. But biting seemed to be the only way this dragon lady could get back at him right now.
After all, what was the use of being stubborn all over if she did not bite?
After this small revenge, Rosswise let go of his fingers and said with satisfaction, tastes pretty good.
Leon awkwardly pulled back his fingers, secretly rubbing them on his shirt pocket. Damn, dragons have a strong bite.
As long as you like it, darling, Leon said. He put down the soup bowl and moved closer.
What are you doing? Rosswise panicked.
Sigh, after sleeping for 2 days, you have forgotten everything, darling.
Let me give you a massage to help you relax, Leon said.
I do not need you to massage me.
Mommy, let Daddy massage you.
Myun said excitedly. Daddy has been taking care of you while you were unconscious.
Rosswise's mouth twitched a little. How did he take care of me?
He washed your face, hands, and feet, gave you massages, changed your clothes.
My clothes were also.
Myun tilted her head, not understanding why Mommy suddenly seemed so worked up.
Rosswise forced herself to calm down. It is fine, everything is fine. Then come on, darling.
Where do you feel uncomfortable?
Let me massage you.
I feel uncomfortable all over. Then I will give you a full body massage, Leon said eagerly, cracking his knuckles.
Rosswise panicked instantly.
Stop.
I suddenly feel better. Just my feet are a little numb. Could you massage my feet?
Sure thing. Leon went to the foot of the bed, lifted a corner of the blanket, and gently pressed on Rosswise's soft foot. Meanwhile, Myun stood by the head of the bed, telling the story of how patiently Leon had taken care of her these past 2 days.
Rosswise pretended to be touched.
Oh, Daddy is so kind and gentle. But inside she thought, Cosmodius, just wait until I am better.
I will definitely make you suffer.
As she listened, Rosswise suddenly felt a tickle on the sole of her foot.
Ah. What is wrong, darling? Is the pressure not enough?
Rosswise glared at him.
It is enough, very much so. Thank you. Leon grinned. You are welcome, darling. Let me continue then.
He started to tickle her foot.
Rosswise endured the unbearable tickling feeling, gripping the sheets tightly under the blanket.
Mama, and also, Daddy has spent almost all his time with you these past few days, taking care of you.
Daddy really loves Mommy.
Myun said excitedly. Rosswise knew that spending all his time with her was not just about taking care of her. It was about giving her a surprise the moment she woke up, just like what she had done to Leon when he first woke up.
However, the back mountain? Rosswise asked, enduring the tickling on her foot. What were you doing there? Nothing much, just wandering around because I was bored. Rosswise naturally did not believe this excuse. This guy was definitely up to no good. Rosswise looked at Leon, calling their daughter's name, go to sleep.
I need to talk to Daddy about something. Myun nodded obediently and hopped off the bed.
Goodbye, Daddy. Take care of Mommy.
Sure, Daddy will take good care of Mommy, Leon said with exaggerated care.
Good night, sweetheart.
Go to sleep without any worries.
Okay. Myun ran out of the room. The moment the door was closed and locked, Rosswise kicked at Leon's face.
But because she was weak, her movement was slow, and Leon easily caught her foot. We had plenty of fish soup tonight. I do not want to eat dragon claws again, Leon said.
She pulled back her foot and asked coldly, what were you doing at the back mountain? Curious? Leon asked. Tell me.
Leon got up, walked to the side of the bed, and picked Rosswise up in a princess carry.
Rosswise felt flustered. What are you doing? You wanted to know what I was doing at the back mountain, right? I will show you now.
A night of cherry blossoms and streams. The night was deep, and a soft breeze blew, bringing a touch of coolness. Leon carried Roswise away from the backyard of the Silver Dragon Temple, heading straight for the mountain behind. Roswise recognized this path.
Are you taking me to the cherry blossom forest? Leon nodded silently. What are we going there for? Roswise asked.
Because from there, you can see the whole Silver Dragon Temple, Leon replied. Roswise frowned slightly, not quite understanding his meaning. Why would he take her to see the Silver Dragon Temple from that place?
Was there some special meaning?
With this doubt in her heart, they arrived at the cherry blossom forest.
Leon found a cherry blossom tree at the edge of the forest.
Compared to the other trees, this one was thicker and taller, with a strong trunk.
Leon stood under the tree, turned around, and looked toward the Silver Dragon Temple. There, can you see it? That is your temple.
From this height, the entire Silver Dragon Temple was clearly visible. The grand castle stood among the mountains, its lights bright, like a hidden paradise separated from the world.
What exactly are you planning? Roswise asked. Do you remember my first escape a month ago? Leon asked. Roswise's pupils shook a little. Of course she remembered Leon's first escape.
After she caught him, she took him to the mountain on the edge of the empire and tied him to a tree where they could see the whole empire.
Could it be? Leon, you would not. It seems you have figured it out, Your Majesty.
Yes, the idea of an eye for an eye is not only for your dragon race. As a human, I also have a strong sense of revenge and ceremony, Leon said. Roswise leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding his collar tightly.
Leon, in this way, we really are the same. Leon laughed softly.
That is what they say, my dear wife. A couple that gets revenge together, stays together.
Humph, then how do you plan to get me onto the tree? Roswise asked with a smile. The bone density of dragons is much higher than humans. Just carrying me here must have used a lot of your strength, has it not? Who said I have to put you on the tree? Leon replied.
Roswise, please understand, I am not trying to copy exactly what you did. I am doing my best to make your humiliation as extreme as possible. Roswise pressed her eyebrows down.
Leon.
Ignoring her, Leon helped her stand and turned her to face away from him, toward the trunk of the cherry blossom tree. Stand still, be good. Roswise put her hands on the trunk, trying to turn around to resist, but before she could say anything, Leon grabbed the back of her neck, making her look down at the Silver Dragon Temple below.
Roswise knew she could not escape this fate.
But the more she knew what was going to happen, the more she wanted to resist, the more she felt unwilling.
Leon enjoyed his revenge ceremony. The dragon tattoo shone softly in the night.
The lights of the temple were reflected in Roswise's silver eyes, sparkling brightly.
Do you see it, Roswise?
Your palace is right in front of your eyes, Leon said.
Do not blink, my dear. Look at it carefully. All your pride and dignity come from there. But can you tell me what we are doing right now? Leon asked.
Every word she had once said to him was now returned to her, one by one.
Is it not just you, the defeated dragon slayer, being humiliated again?
Leon's words felt like fire on her face. The feeling of shame ate at Roswise. She gripped the rough tree trunk tightly, trying to fight the inner conflict and struggled with a little pain.
Damn it. She should be feeling angry right now. So why, under Leon's humiliating words, was she wanting more?
But she could not tell Leon her desires. She could only follow his rhythm and slowly feel and enjoy it. As they became more joined, Roswise closed her eyes, letting Leon enjoy his desires. Maybe because of the strong movements, cherry blossom petals fell gently from the tree, scattering on Roswise's head and shoulders. Her body enjoyed this fallen revenge, her will wanted to resist, but the wonderful feeling was too addictive. So, since things had come to this, and she could not change it, why not meet Leon's revenge in her own way, as the Silver Dragon Queen? She suddenly opened her eyes. Before the peak came, she used her tail to gently wrap around Leon's wrist, which was pressing on her waist.
Hold on to your last chance, Leon, she said. Because I will seek even stronger revenge on you later.
While you still control the situation, do your best to make me feel ashamed and hateful.
Leon reached back and grabbed Roswei's tail, moving it aside.
Then he leaned in and lightly bit her shoulder.
I will satisfy you, your majesty, he whispered.
But do not go soft on me. Cherry blossoms fell as their shadows moved. The atmosphere kept getting hotter, and finally, they both reached a peak of pleasure.
Tired, Roswei sat leaning against the tree, catching her breath.
Silver strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, and sweat dripped from her nose and forehead. The blush on her face had not completely faded. With her head lightly against the cherry blossom tree, she looked tired and delicate. Her body, already not fully recovered, was now even weaker after the activity. But Leon clearly had no plan to let her go easily. He came closer, crouched down, gently lifted her chin, and brushed away the sweaty hair from her face.
You worked hard, my dear wife, he said softly. Roswei shook her head and pushed Leon's hand away. Is that all?
I thought you had more prepared, she said.
It is far from over. I told you, I will satisfy you, Leon replied. Then show me what you have got tonight.
There will not be another chance, Roswei challenged.
Do not talk to me about the future, Roswei. I have always lived in the present. Leon laughed playfully and went on leisurely, and you, Mother Dragon, you.
His original plan was to use some sharp and mocking words to make fun of Roswei. But as he looked at the weak silver-haired beauty in front of him, those very attacking words stayed on the tip of his tongue, and he swallowed them.
Back without meaning to.
Leon pressed his lips together and finally said, You look beautiful now, like a broken porcelain doll, even more attractive when seeking
revenge.
Roswei glared at him. After a short look into each other's eyes, she turned her face away.
I am cold. Leon did not hear clearly. What? I said I am cold.
They had rushed out earlier, and Roswei was only wearing that strap nightgown. She hugged her shoulders, curled up her long legs, and wrapped her tail around her waist, making the blushes on her porcelain white skin even more
obvious.
Even though the word did not quite suit this mother dragon, Leon still felt she looked a little pitiful at this moment.
This quiet scenery should be enjoyed alone.
Leon shook his head with a smile, then took off his coat and put it over Roswei's before picking her up.
Suddenly, he felt that this version of Roswei's was obedient. Nestled in Leon's arms, Roswei's had no strength to move.
She leaned her cheek against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her own cheeks warmed for some reason. They arrived by a small stream.
Cicadas chirped, the night breeze blew, the stream flowed, and stars twinkled. It was quite nice lying here. But Roswei's knew Leon did not bring her here just to look at the scenery. So, is there meaning here too? I cannot see my temple from here. This stream, it is a place you really like, is it not?
Leon knelt between her legs and moved her tail aside, which was covering her stomach.
What if it is?
Roswei replied.
Well, then I will make you like it even more. Whenever you come here, you will only think of me.
After some time, the two started the second round of battle. Their bodies burned with desire, unbearably hot. Behind them, the stream rushed, cool and refreshing.
What a contrast, ice and fire mixed together. The forced battle speeded up Roswei's body's ability to recover.
She had fainted when she first woke up, but now she had the strength to fight 2 battles in a row, even if she felt a little dizzy.
This was the stamina of a Dragon King's body, truly amazing. After the second battle, Leon lay down next to her to rest.
He took a map and a pen from his pocket and drew a circle on a spot. There was already one circle on the map, which Roswei recognized as the cherry blossom forest where they had just fought. And now, the new circle was at the place of this stream. Roswei looked at the other places on the map and suddenly felt dizzy. There were still 7 or 8 spots marked with circles on the map. That meant, they still had to. My queen, tonight, I will not let you off easily. After playing with me so many times, be ready for a crash course. Leon picked up Rosswise and waded across the stream. His revenge frenzy was far from over.
The aftermath and the gathering storm.
Before the sky had fully lightened, Leon carried Rosswise back to their room. While preparing for this grand revenge, besides scouting the terrain, he had also made sure to note the waking times of the maids in the temple. Around 5 in the morning, the Silver Dragon Temple would begin a new day of work and life. To avoid being discovered by the group of tail-wearing lizards that their queen had been taken by Leon for a night of fun in the mountains, they needed to avoid this rush hour. Additionally, Leon had also estimated whether his own physical strength would be enough to handle the aftermath of another night of intense activity. As it turned out, his calculations were quite accurate. After returning to the room, he gave Rosswise, who had fainted for the second time from exhaustion, a quick clean-up.
After taking a shower himself, Leon's stamina bar was completely empty. He lay down with Rosswise on the bed and could not move anymore.
They held each other at the head of the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The wind outside blew in through the balcony window, moving the curtains and gently brushing their tired faces. The beautiful woman's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, perhaps because of the slight chill of the morning breeze. Without thinking, she buried her head in the arms of the person beside her.
Russell. Their skin lightly brushed against the blanket.
Leon also turned his head, resting his face on Rosswise's head, smelling the fragrance of her hair and feeling the pleasant tickle of her hair
against his face. During deep sleep, all creatures instinctively move toward warmth.
It was hard to imagine that the two people sleeping together at this moment had been engaged in fierce battles in the wilderness last night. Well, after all, the night always had a magical power to unleash the desires and cravings hidden deep within people. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the door lock of the room clicked, followed by the sound of hurried little footsteps. Myun trotted into the bedroom, about to call out Mommy, Daddy, only to find that both of them were still asleep. The little dragon girl walked over, scratching her head in confusion.
Why have they not gotten up yet? Normally, Mommy and Daddy always woke up very early. Well, maybe not Daddy, but Mommy always did.
She went over and gently pulled her mom's tail.
Mommy, wake up, the sun is shining on your tail. Go play with Daddy. Rosswise mumbled sleepily, snuggling closer to Leon.
Myun then ran to Leon's side and poked his arm.
Daddy, wake up, the sun is shining on your butt.
Leon turned over, holding Rosswise even tighter, and muttered in his sleep, Go play with your mom. But you two are hugging so tight, who can Myun play with? Myun stamped her foot in frustration. But after thinking about it, Mommy had just woken up from a coma, and Daddy also often became weak from time to time. Maybe they were just unlucky this time, and both ended up lying stiff together. Myun nodded, feeling her analysis was unmatched. Then let Myun take care of you both. With that, the little dragon girl jumped onto the bed, pinched a corner of the blanket, and gently covered the unlucky couple. However, Myun accidentally noticed some red marks on Daddy's neck and arms. She knelt beside him and stared for a while. There were many of these marks. They did not look like bite marks, nor like scratches. And not only Daddy, Mommy also had many of these marks on her body. The little dragon girl scratched her head. What is this? The next moment, a light bulb went off in her head. Oh, this must be bug bites. Myun knows how to treat them. She had been bitten by many bugs when she played in the mountains before. When she came back, it was so itchy she could not stand it. Noah had used a magical ointment on her, and after putting it on, she felt better quickly. Even though she did not know if Daddy and Mommy had gone to the mountains yesterday, these marks looked similar to the ones she had from bug bites before, so using the same ointment as last time should work, right? Myun was a girl of action, just like Leon. Once she had an idea, she acted on it immediately. She went to her sister's room, found the ointment from last time, and then hurried back to Rosswise's bedroom. She carefully applied the ointment to the marks on Leon and Rosswise's bodies, doing each step carefully and seriously. But being just a child, she did not have that kind of awareness. Otherwise, if she had lifted Daddy and Mommy's clothes to look, Yoon would have been shocked silly.
Why are Daddy and Mommy covered in bug bites?
Those nasty bugs.
That would probably be her reaction.
After applying the ointment, Yoon let out a sigh of relief and smiled proudly, feeling relieved.
I am really capable.
She knelt between the two sleeping figures of the couple, watching them hold each other in their sleep, feeling deeply moved. Since Daddy woke up, it seemed she rarely saw them being so close. Yoon was never a greedy child, so just watching Daddy and Mommy like this made her very happy. She wagged her tail, wishing time could stop at this moment. Well, on second thought, maybe not, because then Daddy and Mommy would not be able to continue loving her. She tucked Daddy and Mommy in with the blanket and then quietly left the bedroom, closing the door behind her.
In the afternoon, Leon slowly woke up.
Looking at the blanket on him, before he could figure out who had covered him, he felt a warm breath next to his ear. Looking sideways, he found himself snuggling with this mother dragon.
Leon quickly got out of bed, shook his head, and then looked at the clock on the wall. It is already 3 in the afternoon.
He had slept for over 10 hours. Although he was still a little tired, he was in better shape than Roswise.
She was fast asleep.
Leon did not wake her up.
It was not that he did not want to disturb her rest, but after working hard all night last night, Leon himself needed a break too, waiting for the cool down to end. After making sure Roswise was settled, Leon washed his face in the bathroom, waking up fully. He began to think about the current situation.
Leon knew very well that he had made Roswise angry, and there was no escaping death. As Roswise recovered, Leon would once again become the target of her anger.
However, Leon was not completely helpless now. He could delay the arrival of that day. Of course, the method was simple: train that mother dragon fiercely. Make her unable to eat well, sleep well, or live well. But to achieve the most efficient revenge in the limited time, Leon could only use this method. After all, once Roswise recovered, his body would be useless. So why not make the most of it while it could still move? Torment. Relentless torment.
After confirming his plan, Leon eagerly left the room, intending to tell the maids they did not need to prepare meals for the evening. In the hallway, he had not taken many steps when he ran into Anna, quite easily. Anna was carrying a tray with a bowl of brownish soup on it.
"What medicine is this, Anna?" Leon asked.
"Oh, it is a tonic for Her Majesty. I heard that Her Majesty woke up, so I asked the tribe's pharmacist to prepare this medicine for Her Majesty. It helps her recover faster after drinking it."
"Is Her Majesty in her room?" Leon's mind moved slightly, and he said, "Ah, she is sleeping. Give me the medicine, I will take it to her later." "All right, then, Your Highness, I will leave it to you." "Good, you can go back to your work."
"As you wish, Your Highness."
Anna nodded and saluted, then turned and left.
Leon took the medicine but did not go back to Roswise's room. Instead, he went to his own nursery room. He locked the door behind him and looked at the medicine in his hand. This medicine was meant to help the mother dragon recover, so he reluctantly decided to be the substitute. Who knows, maybe it also had some strengthening or cooldown reduction effects.
Thinking this, Leon drank the improvised offering in one gulp. After finishing, Leon wiped his mouth and tasted it. Not as good as dragon strength.
Putting down the bowl, he left and returned to Roswise's room.
Silver Dragon Queen Roswise Melfe, rise.
Roswise opened her eyes wearily, covering her face with the teddy bear beside the pillow.
Go away. I want to sleep. Get up and take a bath. Are you not usually obsessed with cleanliness? With that, Leon walked over and pulled Roswise's arm, trying to get her out of bed. Roswise weakly resisted, stumbling out of bed without even putting on her slippers. Leon led her to the bathroom. Get in.
Roswise stood under the shower, her arms and tail drooping, as if her body had woken up but her soul was still in bed. It was not until a warm stream of water flowed down that she suddenly jolted awake.
Are you crazy, Leon? Did you not stay up all night last night too? Are you not tired? Are you not sleepy?
Instead of answering her, darkness suddenly filled the bathroom. Before Roswise could react, Leon stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. Roswise struggled symbolically, but even symbolically, she could clearly feel the power difference between herself and Leon at this moment.
Blushing, she nestled into Leon's embrace.
The two dragon tattoos pressed tightly together, resonating with even greater intensity.
Can I not just take a peaceful bath? Roswise said.
No, I am stressed, Leon replied.
You? The absurd and strongly vengeful reasoning was enough for Roswise to conclude that Leon was deliberately messing with her. Little dragoness, Leon's voice was low. Little dragoness, is that what you are calling me? Alright, Leon, I call you little dog. Now you are calling me little dragoness, huh? Fine, just you wait. Wrap your tail around me, Leon commanded.
Roswise was a bit confused.
Wrap, around where? My waist.
You seem to like doing that, Leon said.
I refuse. Hurry up, or I will do it myself.
Roswise bit her lip, realizing she had no other choice but to obey. Carefully, she wrapped her tail around Leon's waist. However, as soon as she wrapped her tail around him, Leon used the force of the binding to press her firmly against the wall, letting him take control. She wanted to loosen her tail, but it was too late. With her eyes closed, Roswise raised her hand and lightly hit Leon's back.
You jerk! Slow down. Slow down? Come on, I am the strongest dragon slayer. Fast is the way to go.
After the intense battle, Roswise changed into a new nightgown and stumbled out of the bathroom, heading to the dining table.
She thought, after the bath, should she not be allowed to have a peaceful dinner?
She sat down on the chair. On the table was a plate of exquisite fried rice.
You are just giving me this kind of rumble. Her stomach signaled a retreat before she could even start complaining.
Reluctantly, Roswise reached for a spoon, preparing to fill her stomach before anything else.
But Leon was faster. What are you doing? Roswise asked. Leon scooped up a spoonful of rice and brought it to Roswise's lips. Ah. I do not need you to feed me, Roswise said. Open your mouth, or else you will not get to eat at all. Who do you think you are scaring? I will not eat if. Rumble. Leon chuckled. Eat, my queen. You have not eaten anything in a day and a night.
While dragons can go without food or drink during hibernation, you are fully aware of your hunger now.
With no other choice, Roswise glared at Leon while eating the rice he offered. Surprisingly delicious. Leon smiled and scooped up another spoonful. Roswise instinctively opened her mouth, expecting to be fed.
But to her surprise, Leon ate the second spoonful himself. As he went for the third spoonful, he offered it to her again.
Are you asking me to eat from the same bowl as you? Roswise exclaimed. Yeah, is that a problem? It is so cheesy and disgusting.
You eat it yourself, I am not eating.
Rumble. See, your stomach has betrayed you. Hurry up and eat. This is love fried rice, Leon teased. Roswise could not help but laugh in exasperation. Leon, you are really something.
No, she had to endure.
The humiliation now would be repaid twice over once she recovered. Roswise opened her mouth and reluctantly ate the fried rice.
And just like that, they finished the bowl of fried rice together.
Roswise was not satisfied. And Leon knew she was not satisfied. He wanted her to be unsatisfied. Because if she was full, she would have the strength to resist, right?
After they finished eating, Leon carried Roswise back to bed.
Roswise, Leon said.
Roswise rolled her eyes.
Spit it out if you have something to say.
You see, I helped you bathe, cooked for you, and even fed you. I am so good to you, Leon said, smirking as he leaned closer.
Should you not do something for me now? Rosswise grabbed Leon's ear.
Listen, Cosmodius, every time you act like a jerk, it is a disgrace I will nail to your body.
Remember that. Leon grasped Rosswise's delicate, boneless wrist.
My dear wife, you really know how to scare people.
Not being obedient, huh?
I will have to punish you properly. Rosswise, weary, closed her eyes.
You better behave, do not make me lose respect for you. I will definitely behave.
Rosswise regretted her stubbornness as soon as she spoke.
From taking a bath just now to finishing dinner and getting into bed, was there even half an hour in between? Are you completely without cooldown?
Before Rosswise could finish regretting, Leon's assault had already arrived. She used her last bit of strength to feel this wonderful agitation.
Exhausted but engulfed in desire, unable to break free. Another round of combat, and Leon completely emptied his reservoir.
After it was all done, he lay down next to Rosswise and fell into a deep sleep.
Rosswise really could not fall asleep, so she just leaned against the head of the bed, quietly resting.
After about an hour or so, Rosswise finally felt a little sleepy and decided to sleep.
Suddenly, Leon opened his eyes and leaped out of bed like a carp.
Rosswise was startled.
What are you doing?
Oh, I am going back to my room to sleep, just letting you know.
Rosswise covered her face. Then just go, why do you need to inform me? You are my beloved wife, of course, I have to inform you. Ha, you are really funny, Dragon Slayer. See you in the morning, my dear wife.
Leon jumped off the bed and left Rosswise's room. Rosswise was almost asleep, but she was startled by this and lost all her sleepiness. She leaned against the head of the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. That darn Dragon Slayer, dealing with dragons, torturing dragons, he really has quite the skill. Cannot take a proper bath, cannot have a decent meal, and cannot even sleep properly.
Darn, darn, darn. The more Rosswise thought about it, the angrier she became.
She clenched her fist and slammed it against the wall behind her.
Crack! The hard wall instantly developed cracks. Rosswise was stunned, turning back to look in surprise.
After a moment of shock, a smile appeared on her lips. Recovering so quickly, humph, Leon, your good days are numbered. The hunter becomes the hunted. The next day, Rosswise slowly opened her eyes. Leon was not around, probably off keeping Myun company. She could continue to rest quietly on her own. Sitting up and leaning against the headboard, she raised her hand and tried to gather magical energy. Feeling the surge of magic, a faint smile appeared on Rosswise's lips. It seems I underestimated myself after all. I did not expect to recover so quickly. Perhaps it was related to the wild antics Leon had put her through last night. As the saying goes, it is always darkest before the dawn, and this was especially true for the body of a dragon king. Rosswise slowly closed her eyes, regulating the magical energy within her body to speed up her recovery. About half an hour later, Anna entered the room. Apologies for disturbing you, Your Majesty. Anna approached respectfully. I have come to check on Your Majesty's condition and see how you are recovering. Very well. Anna sat by the bedside, holding Rosswise's left hand in her palm. In an instant, a shimmering green magical energy appeared. After a moment, Anna released Rosswise's hand, unable to hide her joy. Your Majesty has basically recovered. With a bit more of the soup medicine, you will be fully healed by tonight. For the body of a dragon king, such minor issues are just a formality with medicine. There is no need to make it so troublesome. Anna smiled. As Your Majesty says. I will inform His Highness and the Princess of this good news. Wait a moment. Rosswise's eyes flickered, and the unease in her stomach began to churn. Do not tell Leon for now. She avoided eye contact, her face turning red. I want him to take care of me for a few more days. If you run into him, just tell him I need to lie down for another week. Anna was taken aback, then chuckled softly, covering her mouth.
Say no more, Your Majesty, I understand. Roswise lowered her eyelids and nodded gently. You can attend to other matters. Very well, Your Majesty. Take care and drink plenty of water. After a respectful nod, Anna turned and left. Roswise continued to regulate her body.
Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Leon was teaching Myun the basics of magic control. This morning, Myun suddenly came to him, saying she wanted to learn some simple magic. Leon told her she was too young and it was not time for her to learn magic yet. But Myun said her sister had already gone to school, and she did not want to be left behind, so she wanted to practice. Oh, the benefits of having two children, you do not need to urge them, they compete with each other and progress together. Hearing Myun's words, Leon did not refuse anymore and began to teach her some simple magic operations. Although Myun's aptitude was not as good as Noah's, she made progress quickly. In just a few hours, she could already channel her magical power. They sat on a bench, sipping on the sports drinks prepared by the maids. Oh, by the way, Dad. Myun slurped from her cup. What? Are the wounds on you and Mom still itchy? Leon was startled. Wounds? Slurp, slurp, slurp. Myun finished her sports drink and then looked up at Leon. Yeah, yesterday I saw you guys lying on the bed with the window open. I was worried you would catch a cold, so I thought about covering you with a blanket. But when I covered you up, I found lots of little red dots on your bodies, just like the bites I used to get from bugs, very itchy. Little red dots. Hiss. Could this kid be talking about strawberry marks? Leon silently turned his head away. It is okay, not so itchy anymore. Myun's reasoning was right after all. I immediately guessed they were bug bites. Her little tuft of hair shook, and her tail wagged proudly. And it was Myun who applied ointment for you. Leon felt a bit speechless, but also somewhat comforted. He patted his daughter's head. You did well, Myun. You did well. Myun smiled proudly, then hopped off the bench. Dad, let us continue practicing magic. All right. It was not until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon that Leon returned to the room. At dusk, golden sunlight poured in through the window, and a cool evening breeze rustled the curtains. The silver-haired beauty on the bed leaned against the headboard, eyes half closed, breathing evenly. Her complexion was still pale, and fatigue was evident in her features. Upon hearing footsteps, she slightly opened her eyes. Seeing it was Leon, she closed them again. It seemed she had resigned herself to what was going to happen next. Leon pursed his lips, feeling somewhat hesitant. These past few days, he had tormented Roswise enough. He had already retaliated in full for what had happened. Not to mention, his own body could not withstand such repeated bombardment. As a mere human, his endurance was naturally no match for that of a dragon. Moreover, today during the day, he had encountered Anna, who told him that Her Majesty's body would need at least another week to recover. So, with 6 more days to go, Leon could afford to let this one night pass. Well, let her rest for now, let himself rest as well. With this in mind, Leon turned to leave. What, leaving? Leon halted his steps and turned to look at Roswise. Humph, cannot handle it anymore, Dragon Slayer? Just 2 days and you are already backing off. I thought you were much more capable than this. Turns out, you are just like a child playing house, boring. For a moment, Leon even felt like he was experiencing some kind of illusion. Who was the one unable to get out of bed right now? Was it not her? Seeing Leon's lack of reaction, Roswise began to push further. I still want to witness the prowess of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer. In the end, it is just like playing pretend for children, dull. Leon frowned, his tone low. You stubborn dragon, you seem so tired, yet you still want to be spared tonight. Looks like I was too considerate. Your mouth is so tough, your body must be tough as well, right? Roswise threw off the blanket, exposing her graceful figure to Leon. Come on,
let me see what you are capable of. You will regret this, Rosswise. I have never regretted anything.
Leon raised his hand, closed the bedroom door, and then locked it. Then he walked towards the large bed, beginning to remove his clothes one by one. Indeed, it was not necessary to indulge this mother dragon. He climbed onto the bed, looking at the beauty beneath him, and said coldly, "Captives should obediently keep their mouths shut, Your Majesty."
Rosswise looked at Leon with a smile, not responding. Leon reached out and pinched her chin, the dragon tattoo starting to flicker.
But just as Leon was about to proceed to the next step, something slippery and cold seemed to wrap around his waist. Lowering his head, he saw that it was Rosswise's tail. In the next moment, Leon suddenly realized what was happening. But it was too late. With a slight force from Rosswise's tail, Leon was thrown onto the bed, and she gracefully flipped over, instantly taking control. "You, Rosswise." "Shoo." The silver dragon queen tilted her head back, calmly brushing her long hair back behind her head, then slowly lowered her head, her gaze hazy and alluring, as she softly said, "Prisoners should obediently keep quiet, my dear, valiant dragon slayer."
The tables have turned.
Leon felt he was just one step away from the final championship, but unfortunately, he fell in the quarterfinals because he was careless and
underestimated his opponent.
When he closed the door, he was smiling, but just 1 minute later, that smile was on Rosswise's face. What was worse, he had even taken the initiative to take off his clothes and climb onto Rosswise's bed. He had even skipped the step where she had to undress him. He could not have delivered himself to the tiger's den more willingly. Back in his first class at the Dragon Slayer Academy, the teacher taught them to never let their guard down around dragons. That advice had saved Leon countless times on the battlefield, but he never expected to fail at this crucial moment. In fact, no matter what tricks Rosswise pulled later for his reckless behavior these past few days, Leon would not have been surprised.
But was tying him to a chair a bit too much? And leaving him half naked? The dragon tattoo on his chest was shamelessly exposed to the air.
Rosswise sat on the table, crossing her beautiful legs.
Her toes were tucked into dragon wing slippers, swinging leisurely.
In her hand, she held a little teaching whip from who knows where, looking at Leon playfully.
Leon's gaze moved from the whip to her face. Finally, he could not help but ask, "You are not going to torture me for a confession, are you?"
"Mother Dragon, I will tell you straight, I have had professional interrogation training.
I will not tell you anything about the Empire.
If you try to force me, my answer to you will be just 4 words, go to hell."
Rosswise jumped off the table and walked over.
She poked Leon's face with the little teaching whip.
Do not make a fuss." With that, Rosswise glanced up at the clock on the wall. 8 o'clock in the evening.
After checking the time, she began to pace back and forth in front of Leon. It seemed like she was waiting for something, or for a specific moment.
Leon did not bother to talk to her anymore.
He did not plan to beg Rosswise for mercy with any sweet words. He knew the temper of this mother dragon too well, there was no escaping death tonight, or any other night. Rosswise's vengeance was like an arrow released, it could not be stopped halfway.
Around 9 o'clock, someone knocked on the door. Leon prayed it was Mune. Maybe then he could temporarily avoid tonight's fate. Rosswise went to the entrance to answer the door. "Your Majesty." Damn it. Just those 2 words shattered Leon's fantasy.
It was not an angel knocking, it was the death god.
"This is the medicine you asked me to prepare."
Anna handed a brown pill to Rosswise.
Rosswise nodded. "Good, thank you."
"You are welcome, Your Majesty."
Anna bowed and then turned to leave.
Rosswise returned to the bedroom. She walked up to Leon and gently held the chocolate-like pill between her index finger and thumb, slowly bringing it to Leon's eyes.
"Do you remember what this is, Leon?"
She leaned in close, her nose almost touching Leon's, with the pill placed between them.
Leon was too familiar with this thing. Dragon. Dragon strength.
Rosswise narrowed her eyes and smiled.
Yes, this is dragon strength. But it is different from the one you made before. As she spoke, Rosswise used her other hand's index finger to gently press against Leon's lips. She applied a little force, trying to open his mouth.
The purity of this dragon strength is higher, and its effects are stronger. Even the Dragon King would find it hard to handle its power. I see you have been working tirelessly day and night these past few days. You bathed me, took care of my meals, and even slept with me. I am truly touched. I am sure you are exhausted too, right? So, I spent a lot of money to buy this dragon strength, hoping to give you a boost.
Come on, my dear husband, open your mouth. Let me feed you.
Leon's head was tilting back so far it was almost in the temple courtyard, and his whole body was leaning back, dragging the chair legs forward.
But Rosswise lifted her leg and pressed her knee against the seat between Leon's legs, pushing him back. What? Do not like it? Rosswise asked, tilting her head. It is not good for the human body. That is heartbreaking to hear. I am your wife, specially preparing this for you. How could it be bad for you? Come on, be good, eat it. Nothing will happen. Rosswise leaned close to Leon's ear, lowering her voice.
You either cooperate, or I will use other means to open your mouth.
Mother Dragon, how ruthless you are. Seeing Leon's expression, Rosswise smiled with satisfaction. Good boy, open up. Leon reluctantly opened his mouth. Rosswise pressed his lower lip and slowly fed him the dragon strength pill.
Then she lifted his chin, forcing him to swallow. The strong medicine smell rushed into his nose, making Leon cough hard.
Oh, sorry for making you choke, Rosswise pretended to panic.
She fetched a glass of water and brought it to Leon's lips for him to drink.
But as the liquid went down his throat, Leon frowned. This is not water. What is this? Leon, you are so clever. This is a helper drink to speed up the medicine's absorption. Leon felt completely defeated.
He always had a clear understanding of his position.
And at this moment, his identity could be summed up in two simple words, a toy.
It was a role more shameful than being a captive.
Rosswise put the water aside.
Then she moved her long legs and straddled Leon's lap. Her delicate scent wrapped around him, and the softness of her chest lightly pressed against his collarbone.
This pleasant feeling should be a better accelerator than any damn helper drink.
She stretched out her arm, casually resting it on Leon's shoulder.
She lowered her head and looked into his eyes. Rosswise gently lifted Leon's chin, watching his trembling lips with a smile. Can you feel it, Leon? The dragon strength slowly digesting and working in your stomach?
In 1 minute, you will feel very restless, eager to find something to release your frustration.
2 minutes later, this restlessness will reach its peak, followed by an unstoppable desire. By the 3rd minute, the medicine will be fully absorbed by you. You will start to talk nonsense, completely becoming my slave. She lightly teased Leon's chin, watching his lips tremble slightly.
She asked with a smile, but I can help you, Leon. I can let you release your pain. Only the body of a dragon king can handle the flood like desire.
As long as you beg me. Leon bit his lower lip, answering slowly, you are dreaming. Why so unfriendly? I am just helping you. It is just a simple request. You will not have to suffer the coming torture. Is that not better?
I will never beg you, Mother Dragon.
This is the dignity of a dragon slayer.
Well, then, enjoy our old friend Dragon Strength.
With that, Rosswise stood up and brought over a clock. She made sure Leon stared at the time on it. Now, the 1st minute is almost up. Get restless, my dear husband. Leon clenched his fists tightly.
His breathing unconsciously sped up from nervousness and worry.
Sweat beads formed on his forehead and nose. His eyes were fixed on the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
With every move of the second hand, it felt like the claws of desire were getting closer to him.
1 minute passed. Leon's heart rate reached its peak, and his stomach burned with heat. 2 minutes passed.
His nerves were stretched to the limit, desperately holding back all kinds of uncomfortable physical reactions.
3 minutes.
Leon, facing death bravely, shut his eyes tight and shouted, "Rosswise, I am not afraid of you.
I am the champion of self-control. Ha ha ha, you big dummy." Rosswise hugged the clock, squatting on the floor and laughing hard.
She buried her head in her arms, shaking with laughter.
Leon was stunned by her laughter. Wait a minute. Was he not supposed to become a slave to desire? Why? Why was he only sweating and had no other symptoms? Mother Dragon, you tricked me. Rosswise laughed even more wildly, almost rolling on the ground.
She truly lived up to her name, controlling everything between her fingers. Rosswise managed to control her expression and tried to stop smiling. She squatted on the ground, propping her chin with one hand, looking like an innocent little girl.
Leon, are you really not going to beg me? TSK, I have said it. Even if I, Leon Cosmodius, were to die, I would not beg you, not even once. Rosswise raised an eyebrow. Really? Of course it is true. How can we dragon slayers bow our heads to dragon kings? It is impossible, forever. What if you really cannot control yourself and end up begging and coaxing me? What then? If that happens, you can make me do anything, and I will not complain.
But I am telling you, that is absolutely, positively, definitely not going to happen. Rosswise nodded with satisfaction.
That is what I have been waiting for. Now, let me show you this. With that, Rosswise stood up.
She took slow steps toward Leon, then bent down slightly and rested her chin on his shoulder. She stretched out her hand in front of Leon, palm up, and gathered magical energy. The energy formed a ball. When the light faded, a crystal ball was in her hand.
What is this?
A memory stone, a kind of magical item.
Leon swallowed nervously, feeling the warm breath on the back of his neck. What does it do?
Well, before I show you what it does, I need to make some preparations. You wait here obediently, do not run around.
Leon looked at the ropes tying him to the chair. Run? Where could he run? Rosswise, you are really stretching it to call the great mother dragon a little baby, finding words when there are none. He watched as Rosswise searched around the room. She finally went to the wardrobe and looked through the clothes one by one.
Under a pile of rarely worn clothes, she found a pair of
black stockings. Ha! Why do I remember I have never worn these stockings before? How did they get opened?
Rosswise muttered to herself, but did not pay much attention. After all, a queen's wardrobe was too big to remember every piece of clothing she had or had not worn. She pulled the stockings in her hand, testing their stretch and see-through quality.
Perfect for blindfold? Why do you need to blindfold me? And, what is that in your hand? My stockings, well, more precisely, black stockings, Rosswise said.
Do not worry, they are unworn, very clean.
Leon, no, do you think I do not know whether you have worn them or not? Are not these the ones you wore when you dressed as a bunny girl the other night? Do not.
Rosswise, using this thing to blindfold me is no different from killing me, Leon swallowed nervously. In Rosswise's eyes, these stockings were unworn, but in his eyes, they had already been on her body.
I do not have any weird hobbies. Get rid of this thing already.
Tisk, why so shy, it is just stockings.
Here we go. Stop it.
But no matter how Leon shook his head, Rosswise used her tail to hold him down, so he could not move. She then wrapped one of the stockings around his eyes, one loop at a time. For a well-trained dragon slayer, blocking one sense made the other senses extremely sharp.
Sometimes Leon regretted how well he had learned back then. Why?
Rosswise's fingertips brushed his face, her breath spraying behind his ear, causing a tickle that made him restless.
All right, all set. Then. Memory stone, activate. Leon could not see how the so-called memory stone was activated.
But the next moment, a voice full of pleading and sincerity echoed softly.
Please. I really want to kiss you. Leon's heart tightened. The first line blew him away, leaving him numb. His body was almost paralyzed halfway. And the words that followed only made Leon feel like ants were crawling all over him. Rosswise, I want to kiss you, please, give it to me. Oh, you might not have heard it clearly, so let us listen again. As she spoke, Rosswise replayed the sentence. Please, give it to me. So wonderful, let us hear it again. Please. Rosswise. After several repeats, Rosswise could clearly feel someone trembling.
Whether from fear or anger, she was not sure. Seeing the effect was almost there, Rosswise took the stockings off his eyes.
How was it? Does that voice sound familiar? Rosswise asked with a smile. Leon pressed his lips together.
Even though both of them knew the truth, he was still trying to act tough. It is just that the voice sounds like mine. It does not prove that the person saying those words is me.
Oh. All right, let us continue. With that, Rosswise activated the memory stone.
The stone projected a beam of light onto a flat surface, forming a flat image. In the image, the scene from the night of blood seduction started playing immediately.
Leon was leaning back on the sofa, his face full of enjoyment and pleading. Rosswise, please, I want to kiss you, give it to me. Rosswise sighed. Well, it might just be a coincidence. Maybe this person just happens to sound and look like you. It definitely is not you, right? Leon was completely stunned.
Leon now realized that simple physical revenge was no longer enough for Rosswise. This dragon lady was now moving into the area of heart revenge. He could not keep up with Rosswise's new methods. But he was not completely powerless either. If he could just get a chance to take the camera he used to secretly take pictures of her in the bunny outfit, Leon might be able to turn the tables. Seeing Leon silent, Rosswise put away the memory stone and pretended to be confused. What were you saying just now? She leaned close to Leon's face, sticking out her tongue to lightly tease his burning earlobe. To be a slave, to have no complaints, and then, to be at your mercy, Leon replied. Rosswise chuckled softly.
Well then, do not mind if I do.
Standing in front of Leon, Rosswise lifted her jade-like legs and put one foot in the gap between his thighs. She raised the small whip in her hand and narrowed her eyes with a smile. First, let us review the lesson we just had. If you do not remember, your teacher can explain it to you again. A different kind of parent-teacher meeting. Given the vengeful nature of these two, this cycle of retaliation will never cease. You hit me, I hit you, when will this cycle of grievances end? As the saying goes, to stop one war, another must be waged. At this moment, Noah, the future inheritor of the Silver Dragon Temple, studying far away at the Heath Academy, perhaps due to a telepathic connection with her parents, or perhaps for other reasons. In any case, she managed to stop this human-dragon conflict in a rather unexpected manner. As Rosswise's clothes were halfway off, the balcony echoed with the cry of a messenger dragon. Helplessly, Rosswise had to put her clothes back on first, sparing Leon for the time being.
She went to the balcony, thinking it was a letter from
Heath Academy, but upon opening it, her brow furrowed.
Seeing Rosswise taking so long to return, Leon got out of bed and went to the balcony. What happened? Leon stood beside her.
Rosswise said nothing, but handed the letter in her hand to Leon.
Taking the letter, Leon was immediately surprised. Noah got into a fight with someone? The fact that the Academy sent a messenger dragon this late suggests that this matter may be serious. Rosswise's tone was full of concern. Noah, she will not be in any danger, will she? Noah was much younger than other dragons her age, and for such a small child to go out to study alone, hearing news of her getting into a fight with someone, how could Rosswise not worry? Leon looked at the notification letter in his hand, which contained very brief content. Mr. Leon, MS. Rosswise, Noah recently got into a physical altercation with other students at the academy. Please come to the academy tomorrow morning to discuss this matter. Leon was unaware of the situation in the dragon community's newssphere. However, in the Empire, the shorter the news, the bigger the issue. Moreover, the fact that the academy had sent a messenger dragon here in the dead of night, demanding their presence early the next morning, indicated that this matter might indeed be significant. Leon pursed his lips, his expression serious. He opened his mouth, wanting to voice his concerns. But when he saw Rosswise's anxious and worried expression, he swallowed his words. While Leon was certainly worried about Noah, if he expressed these concerns now, it would only add to Rosswise's anxiety. Leon could not afford to fan the flames. When it came to their daughter, he and Rosswise tacitly put aside their past grievances. Leon put away the notification letter and gently pulled Rosswise's arm. Let us go back and rest for now. Rosswise did not say anything, silently following Leon into the room. She sat on the edge of the bed, fiddling with her nails, not uttering a word. Leon tactfully refrained from starting a conversation with her, instead quietly tidying up the room that they had left in disarray. He put the chair back in place, returned the ropes to the storage room, and neatly folded the black stockings before placing them in the wardrobe. Then, he prepared a cup of hot water and placed it on Rosswise's bedside. Finally, he half knelt in front of Rosswise, lifting her chin to look at her. Rest early. We will leave for the academy early tomorrow morning. I will sleep in the living room, and if you cannot sleep, come wake me up. Leon glanced at the back of Rosswise's hand, hesitating for a moment. He remembered the last time they interviewed, Rosswise was very nervous, and he wanted to pat her hand to comfort her. But in the end, he only patted her shoulder. And this time, after hesitating for a moment, Leon reached out and gently covered Rosswise's slightly cool hand. Well, that is it then, he said, standing up and leaving the bedroom for the living room. Rosswise lifted her gaze to his retreating figure, feeling the warmth of his palm still lingering on the back of her hand. She opened her mouth, wanting to call him back. But the words stuck in her throat. Rosswise lowered her eyelids, catching sight of the family portrait on the bedside table. She reached out and picked it up, lightly brushing her fingertips over Noah's face. Please do not get hurt, Noah. Meanwhile, Leon lay on the living room sofa, silently staring at the ceiling, contemplating whether it would be better to tear apart the person who bullied Noah with his bare hands or to use a knife. The next morning, the couple rushed into the principal's office. Vice Principal Wilson was sitting behind his desk, discussing something with another teacher. Upon seeing Rosswise and Leon, he immediately turned to the teacher and said, "Go call Noah and the others." "Yes, Principal." The couple hurried to the desk, and Rosswise asked, "Principal, what is going on with Noah? Why did she get into a fight with someone?" "Please calm down, Miss Rosswise," the principal said, pushing up his glasses on his nose. "The cause of the incident is not very surprising, it is just the conflicts between viviparous and oviparous dragons." The principal was actually glossing over the term conflicts, perhaps discrimination would be more accurate. Oviparous dragons inherit their powers directly from the mother and require some time to grow. Although there is no difference in abilities between the two breeding methods when they reach adulthood, there are still some differences in abilities during their juvenile stage. Apart from having advantages in physical fitness and innate talents, oviparous dragons also have a distinct feature: they are born with dragon horns. Whereas viviparous dragons only develop them in adulthood. However, these differences in appearance are not enough to incite conflicts to the extent of discrimination. Another significant symbol of dragon identity and status is their tails. During a presentation where Leon, Rosswise, and Noah were representing a model family, Leon did not display his tail. While most adult dragons would not care much about this, it could be seen as a sign of superiority for children. Therefore, Noah's conflict with others might have been based on these factors. Wilson nodded. Yes, those three children are indeed rebellious. They often bully the viviparous dragons in the class. Unfortunately, Noah caught their attention. Roswise squinted slightly. 3? Principal, are you saying that 3 dragons ganged up to bully my daughter? Leon, displeased, stepped forward and said softly, Principal, this is indeed unacceptable. Find the parents of those 3 dragons, and I will talk to them.
You know, reasoning with dragons as a dragon slayer is quite straightforward.
Wilson, feeling helpless, rubbed his forehead. Judging by the couple's reaction, it seemed they had already assumed Noah was bullied. But in reality, the principal, Noah, and the others are here, the teacher who had just spoken said from the doorway.
Ah, good, let them in, the principal sighed in relief.
Leon and Roswise turned their heads towards the office door. Under the guidance of the teacher, Noah stepped into the room.
The couple hurriedly approached her, squatting on either side to check if she had any injuries.
Noah was puzzled. Mom, what are you doing? Did you get hurt? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Do you need to go home and rest? The series of questions momentarily overwhelmed the young dragon's brain. Roswise examined her more carefully, inspecting each finger. But Leon's quick check revealed that Noah seemed perfectly fine.
With a sense of confusion, he glanced towards the door again.
At that moment, 3 more young dragons entered the room. In stark contrast to Noah's composure, all 3 of them had bruised faces.
The one in the middle even had bandages wrapped around his arm.
Once inside, the 3 stuck close together.
When they saw Noah glance back at them, they scurried to the corner of the room. Observing this, Leon's thoughts stirred slightly, and he gently restrained Roswise's hand.
Ha!
What is up? She asked.
The information from the academy seems to be wrong.
This does not seem like a fight, it looks more like Noah was the one who attacked them, Leon whispered.
Attacked? Roswise echoed, following Leon's gaze.
Naturally, she also noticed the 3 sorry-looking young dragons. Truly, each one looking worse than the other. They had short little dragon horns on their heads, proving that they were indeed oviparous hatchlings. The 2 on the sides were short in stature, with large heads and thick necks, while the one in the middle looked more like a normal child, with a
faint flame symbol between his eyebrows. The Dwarf Dragon Clan and Crimson Flame Clan.
Roswise immediately identified their races.
Leon did not quite understand. Dwarf dragons? Is not that the toad dragons? Ha!
Leon paused, glanced around, then leaned in close to Roswise's ear and whispered, We used to call these ugly little dragons toad dragons when we
were fighting.
They are not only stupid as hell but also extremely cowardly, used to train beginners who have just graduated from the Dragon Slayer Academy. Leon wanted to add that these dragons not only were dumb as rocks but also incredibly timid, perfect targets for new graduates to practice on.
That is quite fitting. Roswise picked up Noah, stood up, and sat next to Leon on the nearby sofa.
Just wait a moment, their parents will be here soon. Lol, the Crimson Flame Dragon sitting in the middle, was probably the leader of the trio.
Classic lineup of 1 leader and 2 followers.
About 15 minutes later, the office door was pushed open again.
This time, 3 male dragons entered.
Lol, heard you beat up some other kids?
What is the big deal? Cannot you handle it yourself?
Whatever, just tell your dad how you messed up other people's kids, and he will compensate them accordingly. The speaker was Lol's father. He seemed quite pleased with himself, as if his son beating up others was something to be proud of.
However, when he saw his precious son beaten black and blue, he was completely stunned and hurried over to check on him. Son! How did you end up like this?
The other 2 dragons also approached to comfort their own sons. Roswise leaned slightly to the side and whispered, That guy is from the Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine's clan. The Crimson Flame Dragons are all arrogant and difficult to deal with.
Leon whispered back, I have killed enough Crimson Flame Dragons to circle the academy twice. Noah, puzzled, turned her head and looked at Leon.
Leon blinked and chuckled as he explained, you see, your old man was quite the warrior in his younger days, fought all over, and contributed a lot to our Silver Dragon clan.
Author note: seriously, Leon? You are only 22. Is not it your kid who beat up my son like this? Come on, if you do not apologize to my son today, do not even think about leaving this room. Lol's father pointed at Leon. Quiet. Vice Principal Wilson banged the table. Let me summarize the situation. Lol and his companions knocked over Noah's tray last night in the cafeteria.
Whether it was intentional or accidental, both sides have conflicting claims, and we will set that aside for now.
Later, on the way back to the dorms, Lol and his friends cornered Noah in the dormitory backyard, and a physical confrontation ensued. And now, we are here. Do you have anything to add? Noah raised her hand. I have something to add. Go ahead, Noah.
They cornered me in the backyard, and the stubby-footed dragon on the left rushed at me first. I kicked him in the stomach, and he could not get up. Then it was the stubby-footed dragon on the right. When he rushed at me, I grabbed his arm, performed a shoulder throw, and slammed him to the ground, then stomped on his shoulder. Finally, it was the crimson flame dragon in the middle. I grabbed his tail, stomped on it, and when he tried to punch me, I accidentally broke his arm.
Principal, I am done with my addition.
Principal Wilson rubbed his temples in silence.
Well, Lol, regarding what Noah said about accidentally breaking your arm, do you have anything to say? Noah glared at him. Right, mister. Lol? Absolutely not. Everything Noah said is true. Lol quickly replied. You little scoundrel, how dare you turn against us? She is the one who beat you up, why are you siding with her? Lol's father was evidently a tough customer. He looked at Noah.
It is clear what happened here. This little girl beat up my son, and she did it brutally.
She is in the wrong.
I demand an apology from her. Not only an apology, but both of these individuals should also bow and apologize to my son together. And they must compensate him according to the damages.
Not a penny less. Principal, my demands are reasonable, right?
Principal Wilson intervened hastily.
All right, calm down, both of you. Suddenly, Leon spoke up. I think, Noah, you indeed made a mistake. All eyes immediately turned to the male dragon who was reluctant to reveal his tail. Leon, what are you talking about? Leon gently placed his hand on Noah's head.
As he looked into her puzzled eyes, he explained slowly, firstly, after you knocked down the first toad dragon, the stubby-footed dragon. You should have delivered another kick to ensure he could not sneak up on you. Secondly, after the shoulder throw, you should not have stomped on his stomach.
It is too cruel. Let me teach you, stomp on the thigh instead, it quickly immobilizes the opponent. Lastly, breaking the crimson flame dragon's arm would not necessarily instill fear in him. Their biggest weakness actually lies in their knees because they lack strong jumping abilities. Once their knees are damaged, they are practically sitting ducks on the battlefield. Got it? Noah blinked her beautiful eyes, looking somewhat surprised at this man.
His analysis was logical, and his advice was reliable. He did not seem like just a stay-at-home dad.
Author note: my dear Noah.
Your dad used to eat Dragon King for breakfast until he accidentally met your mom.
The inherent desire for strength among dragons made Noah's admiration for Leon skyrocket. Noah smiled rarely and nodded earnestly. Got it, I will keep that in mind next time.
Unexpectedly, in such a situation, Leon not only fully supported her but also provided on-the-spot coaching.
Listening to his advice, the two short-footed dragons opposite them trembled with fear. Noah even felt eager to try out Leon's techniques.
Perhaps this was another way to stop wars.
The art of reasoning.
I believe everyone encounters such individuals in their daily lives inevitably. When they cannot comprehend reason, they rely on their loud voices, throwing tantrums, crying, making a scene, even resorting to extremes like hanging themselves, pulling every which way, completely lacking in manners. Coincidentally, Lal's father, at this moment, is earnestly performing this type of person according to stereotypes, bringing about a strong sense of
discomfort to everyone present. Leon even suspects whether he is a dragon or a rabid dog. Although his recent analysis deeply pleased Noah and Roswise, how could Lal's father on the opposite side sit still after hearing it? Hey, principal, did you hear that? This guy actually publicly taught his daughter how to bully my child? Is not this a slap in the face?
I think, for such a violent student, an apology is no longer sufficient to solve the problem.
She should be expelled. Never allowed to enroll again.
Principal Wilson raised his hand to stop Lal's father's incessant chatter.
Quiet down, whether to expel or not is for the school to decide. Moreover, many students have reported that Lal often bullies some embryonic dragons. Last night in the cafeteria, many students also said that Lal was deliberately provoking Noah.
Upon hearing this, Lal's father became even more indignant, pounding the table and pointing at Wilson's nose, angrily saying,
"Hey, you old stubborn fool, are you confused? Clearly, it was their child who hit my son. You still have not imposed any punishment, and you are saying my son deliberately provoked them? My son never provokes others. He is just always like that, used to it. Who would have thought those useless little dragons would think my son is bullying them? Bunch of wimps. And even if my son did bully someone, there must be a reason. Principal, is your school so corrupt and biased?"
Wilson frowned, replying sternly, "Watch your words, Lal's father.
If you continue to slander the school will take even more serious actions against Lal." In response to Principal Wilson's warning, Lal's father chose to temporarily back down, but he did not quiet down.
Instead, he directed his anger towards several teachers nearby.
"And you teachers, why did not you intervene in the students' conflicts in a timely manner?" he demanded. "My son's arm is now broken, how are you going to compensate for that? He is usually such a well-behaved child, and now he is being bullied like this. Can you teachers just stand by and watch?" he continued, his voice growing louder. The teachers remained expressionless. These veteran teachers could discern a student's behavior just from one day of classes. They knew Lal's usual behavior very well. It could only be said that Noah had been too lenient. But the teacher's silence seemed like guilt to Lal's father, leaving him unsure how to refute them. So he intensified his accusations, seeming determined to turn the principal's office into a chaotic mess. After blaming the teachers, he then turned his gaze towards the culprits of the brawl. Lal's father approached Leon's family, muttering angrily. "And you, I remember you were once a model family, right? Nonsense. Now your daughter has beaten up my son, do you know how serious the consequences are? My son has never been bullied since he was young, why was he beaten up just half a month after starting school? He is the one who will inherit my title in the future, do you know I am the Duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan? Our leader is Constantine. And you are just a coward who does not even dare to show your tail. Just now, you shamelessly taught others how to attack us? Come on, I am standing right here, dare you hit me? And you." He looked towards Roswise, raising his arm as if to continue berating her. Smack. Before this idiot, who was ranting like a fishwife, could continue scolding Roswise, Leon stood up and grabbed his wrist. Before his index finger could even point, a tremendous pressure on his wrist pressed down on his bones and nerves, forcing his fingers to bend, unable to straighten. He even tried to resist Leon secretly. But he found out this guy's strength was astonishing. Roswise hugged Noah tightly as she sat on the sofa. Actually, if Leon had not stood up and said something just now, she could not help but retort to that guy. Unexpectedly, Leon seized the opportunity first. Moreover, Roswise noticed a small detail, whether it was intentional or unintentional on Leon's part, that is. He seemed to be a bit protective. Author note: Leon be like, only I can bully and torment the mother dragon, and no one else. If anyone dares, I would turn them into ashes. And if someone dares hurt my daughters, you are already dead, man. What are you barking about? It is one thing to point and scold at me, but dare you point at my wife and child? Leon said coldly, I almost thought there was a dog sneaking into a safe. Heath Academy. Lol's father glared fiercely at Leon, but his momentum had weakened considerably. Leon's height of over 6 feet exuded a strong sense of oppression as he stood. Moreover, due to the fact that he is a dragon slayer, there is an inherent bloodline suppression when he sees a dragon. Lol's father felt a bit intimidated, but he still maintained a tough facade. What is the matter? You want to start a fight? This is the principal's office, try hitting me here? Why do you always talk about fighting and killing?
It is like you and your son are really good at it, Leon sneered.
Nonsense, your daughter beat up my son, that is a fact. Are you trying to stop me from saying it? Lol's father retorted. Leon chuckled coldly.
My daughter is 1 year and 2 months old this year.
How old is your son with a broken arm?
Lol's father was taken aback, stuttering, You do not need to worry about how old my son is, anyway.
I am 7 years and 11 months old.
Lol, who was sitting beside him, murmured softly.
Louder. Cannot hear you. Noah looked towards Lol, who was shrinking on the opposite sofa.
Lol immediately straightened up and raised his voice, confidently declaring, 7 years and 11 months.
The little guy almost stood up from the sofa to salute Noah.
He says he is 7 years and 11 months old, Noah said.
Leon shrugged. Oh, rounding it off, he is 8.
So, an 8-year-old dragon, teamed up with 2 roughly the same age toad dragons, could not even beat my daughter who is just over a year old.
TSK, this is such a shameful thing.
If it were me, I would find a place to hide and keep this matter to myself, never would I flaunt my son got beaten by a 1-year-old like you do.
Dragons inherently possess a mentality of admiring strength.
Might makes right is the creed instilled in them since childhood. And now, after Lol's father's boastful self-praise, he found his titles, his demands for apologies, all crumbling in the face of Leon's simple words. Leaving aside Lol's habitual mischief and the fact that he provoked Noah last night and got handled by her, even the mere fact of 3 cocoon-born 8-year-old dragons being easily beaten by a 1-year-old live-born dragon is enough to make people feel like it is nonsense when said out loud. After Leon's friendly reminder, Lol's father also realized this. His gaze was panicked, he licked his dry lips, and continued to insist stubbornly. Maybe my son was not feeling well at the time, or maybe he had not eaten enough. Your daughter just happened to win. Leon raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then let them be in the same group for the next practical combat training class. Noah, do you have any objections? Noah shook her head. I do not have any objections. I have objections. Lol raised his other hand tremblingly, the one that had not been broken. Seeing his son undermine himself like this, Lol's father was truly at a loss for words, but his anger was not suppressed. He just stood there, glaring at Leon, unable to say a word. But Leon was not going to let him off the hook. You just said I taught my daughter how to defeat your son in public? Sorry, I was not teaching her how to defeat, because she already broke your precious son's arm. I was teaching her how to defeat more effectively and easily, okay? TSK, your son bullying others is a habit, just like my daughter playing around with me is a habit. Who knew your son was so weak that he broke his arm just by playing around? It was like hitting him in the face. Silence broke through his defenses once again. Leon used to only know how to kill dragons, not how to deal with people's hearts. But after spending a long time with Rosswise, he gradually learned the art of not only killing dragons but also understanding people's intentions. You do not need to accuse the Academy or Principal Wilson of favoritism. Regardless of the outcome of the Academy's decision, I believe it will be fair. Am I right, Principal? Leon looked towards Wilson. Wilson nodded, taking the opportunity to both praise and tease. Indeed, a husband from a model family has a different perspective. Leon modestly smiled, shook off Lol's father's wrist, and did not bother saying more to him. Rubbing his sore wrist, Lol's father glared at Leon but did not dare say anything else.
His previously arrogant demeanor had completely vanished. Well, since the two of you do not have anything else to discuss, let us get back on track. Mr. Leon, you fully respect the Academy's handling process and results, right? Wilson glanced at Leon. Leon nodded. Yes, of course. Good. Wilson reluctantly turned to Lol's group. Anne? Lol's father, what about you? Although Lol's father did not gain much advantage in the previous friendly negotiation, he did not dare to cause any more trouble. Because that guy named Leon, besides being eloquent, emanated a faint aura that made Lol's father feel a bit uneasy. Anyway, it is better to temporarily avoid confrontation and discuss later. I also respect the Academy's decision, Lol's father said. Principal Wilson glanced at Lol's father, snorted disdainfully, and continued, well, according to the Academy's regulations, and considering Lol himself has repeatedly emphasized that Noah did not intentionally break his arm, and they were the ones who provoked first, so the final decision is that Noah's actions were considered self-defense, but excessive. Afterward, the class teacher will give them a verbal warning, and Lol's group, besides writing a reflection, will also be responsible for classroom cleaning for a week. Does anyone have anything to add to the decision? Lol's father remained silent, only muttering to himself about his son's behavior. He truly was a man of his own interests. Unable to gain any advantage outside, he turned against his own son. Such a despicable parenting style truly set the Leon family apart. Leon quietly approached Rosswise and whispered, just a verbal warning for breaking someone's arm? Rosswise also lowered her voice, the dragon race's concept and acceptance of children fighting are, well, different from yours. Besides, the child admitted they provoked first, and the principal also said Noah's actions were just excessive defense. Oh, I see. Alright then, since both families have no objections to the decision, and understand the situation of their own children, the Academy's handling of this incident ends here. Thank you all for coming. If you do not mind, you can have lunch at the Academy cafeteria before leaving. Lol's father grabbed Lol's collar and hastily left the principal's office. The two-toed dragon families also slinked away, not daring to say another word, especially after hearing Leon teach his daughter how to beat them up. Rosswise stood up, holding Noah, preparing to leave with Leon. But Principal Wilson stopped them. Noah, you go back to class first. I have some questions for your parents. Oh, okay, Noah nodded. Rosswise bent down to let Noah down, then patted her little head. Be good and go to class. Noah replied, running off. The couple approached the desk. What is the matter, Principal Wilson? Wilson scratched his graying hair, looking hesitant. It is not a very important question, really. It is quite obvious, Noah, a 1-year and 3-month-old live-born dragon defeated 3 cocoon-born dragons, each over 8 years old, with her bare hands. That is quite big news. Miss Rosswise, I know you are from the silver dragon race, so I wanted to ask, which noble dragon race does your husband come from? The two of you producing such a powerful dragon is truly a miracle. Meanwhile, in the principal's mind, if only they could have a few more, it would be even better. More the merrier. Upon hearing this, the couple felt a bit flustered. Rosswise quickly grabbed Leon's arm, frowning and smiling, Principal, you are exaggerating. My husband is just an ordinary dragon, not from any noble dragon race, right? Leon grinned inwardly, thinking I have killed quite a few noble dragons. Yes, indeed. I am just a commoner, Principal, Leon echoed his wife's statement. Principal Wilson continued to praise them. It has been a long time since S.A. Heath Academy has nurtured such a talented young dragon like Noah. I believe, by the time she graduates, she will be able to lead the dragon race to defeat even more. Even more? Leon raised an eyebrow. Dragon Slayers. Leon? Leon be like, so am I just your graduation project, Noah? A father's fist and a mother's touch. The principal wanted to help his obedient daughter fulfill her filial duties. This greatness needed no further words. Before Leon could start berating Wilson, Rosswise pulled him out of the principal's office. The couple made their way to the entrance of the academy, intending to return to the Silver Dragon Temple. But just then, a familiar figure emerged from the side. It was Lol's father. This troublemaker seemed to have been lurking at the school gate for quite some time. He blocked Leon and Rosswise's path. From the looks of it, he wanted to have another chat with the couple about the second half. Is there something else? Rosswise's tone rarely betrayed impatience. She genuinely felt it was beneath her to talk to such a person. Despite her dissatisfaction, Rosswise maintained her elegant demeanor, her innate aura of dignity fully on display. This aspect was entirely inherited by Noah from Rosswise. Of course, I still want to talk to you about the children, he said. The Academy has already given its decision on this matter. You just said in the office that you respected the Academy, did not you? So, I believe there is no need to discuss this further. Please step aside, we are going home, Rosswise replied calmly. Lol's father shook his neck, bones cracking, adopting a thuggish air. That was just polite talk in the office. I said that out of respect for the Academy. But now that we are outside the Academy, we will settle it the way we dragons do. With that, the two toad-like dragon parents also emerged from the side. However, their demeanor was clearly not as arrogant as Lol's father's. They did not even dare to meet Leon's gaze and walked hesitantly. They were probably brought here by Lol's father to show support. I warn you, do not mess with the Silver Dragon clan. Move aside, Rosswise repeated. What if we provoke you? My Crimson Flame Dragon clan has never feared such things. Besides, your man does not even dare to show his tail. I wonder which insignificant clan he is from. If it comes to a fight, he would not last 3 rounds. Even then, I would consider it my loss. When a son loses a fight, the father definitely needs to salvage his son's reputation. This dragon named Leon is probably from some obscure dragon clan, not even daring to show his tail. How could he compare to their noble Crimson Flame Dragon clan? So, even if he plastered the words provoking trouble on his face, what is the harm? Leon thought to himself, Lol might not inherit your title, but he has inherited that spirit of not backing down. And, this was him asking me for a fight. Everyone heard it, did not they? Leon glanced at Rosswise, as if seeking approval. Rosswise sighed helplessly and whispered, do not kill him. Leon made an okay gesture and then stepped forward. Both sides were tense, locking eyes, sparks flying. Meanwhile, inside the academy, Noah hurried to the door with a box of cookies she made in cooking class. Originally, she planned to bring them home the day after tomorrow when they had a day off. But since she was already here, she might as well bring them along. However, when Noah reached the door, she happened to see Leon preparing to fight Lol's father. It seemed like they were about to throw down. The academic radar went off in Noah's mind. This was study time. Lol's father threw punches from left and right, each powerful, but Leon dodged them effortlessly. Noah remembered the duel between her dad and mom in the training ground a few days ago. Leon was cautious then, giving his all against her mom. But when it came to the crucial moment, you could still feel that mom and dad were holding back. After all, when a couple sparred, they could not really treat each other like enemies. Although Leon ended up losing in the end, it was evident that mom did not win very easily either. However, when facing Lol's father, Leon seemed to be playing with a child, not taking it seriously at all. How much more does this man still have hidden? Noah could not help but wonder. Lol's father swung a few punches, all of them missing, getting frustrated and attacking even more impatiently and without any technique. Just by these few moves, Leon had already gauged the opponent's approximate level. While the Crimson Flame Dragon clan had strong members, this mad dog in front of him was only slightly stronger than the toad-like dragon. In the past, on the battlefield, Leon would not even bother to look at dragons of this level. So boring, idiot, Leon mocked as he effortlessly dodged. I do not even need to use magic to deal with you. What?
Before the words were even out, Leon delivered a vicious roundhouse kick to Lol's father's knee. The knee was a weak point for the Crimson Flame Dragon clan, and this was Leon's half-decade of experience in dragon slaying, something he would not tell just anyone. Lol's father instantly knelt in pain, his knee throbbing unbearably. Leon then took a couple of steps, stepping onto the nearby stone steps, using the momentum to spin and deliver a clean and decisive spinning kick that sent Lol's father crashing to the ground. But that was not the end of it. Leon put his hands in his pockets, whistling casually, and walked over, expressionless. He stepped on Lol's father's tail, causing the man to scream in agony. Leon reached into his pocket, clenched his right fist, synchronized his body in horse stance, gathering all his strength into his fist as he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Lol's father's face. And no. Boom. Lol's father was so frightened by this move that he trembled, and at the last moment, he awkwardly hugged his head and curled up. He felt like he had made a mistake. The guy in front of him did not seem particularly special on the surface, but once he started throwing punches, the aura of killing intent emanating from him was undeniably real. It was like the aura only those who crawled out of a pile of dead dragons could possess. Who the hell is this bastard? However, Leon's punch did not land on his face. He cautiously withdrew his hand, seeing Leon's fist smashing into the concrete floor right in front of him. The hard ground was actually dented by the force of the blow. Even dragon bones could not withstand such a punch. In harsher words, if Leon had not held back, Lol might have been an orphan by now. See, besides my mouth, my fists are pretty tough too, Leon remarked as he stood up, kicking Lol's father's shins. Get lost, and tell your son to stay away from my daughter in the future. With that, he looked at the two toad-like dragons beside him. In the past, Leon would not even spare a glance at such small fry. You two, want to give it a try too? The two toad-like dragons shook their heads like drums. Then take him and get lost. Lol's father stood up shakily, clutching his sore knee. With the support of the two toad-like dragons, he left in embarrassment. But his eyes towards Leon could not conceal the venom and resentment within. Leon breathed a sigh of relief and turned around. All right, let us go, Rosswise. When did you get here? As he turned around, he happened to see Noah hiding behind the school gate. From her expression and the wagging of her tail, it seemed she had witnessed the whole process, and she appeared quite excited. Rosswise had not noticed her daughter behind her until Leon mentioned it and turned to look. Noah? Why are not you back in class? Noah approached, holding the box of cookies. I wanted to give these to you. With that, she handed over the cookie box. Rosswise took it with both hands, delighted. Did you make these yourself? Yeah, we learned how to make them in cooking class. Pausing for a moment, Noah added, they might not taste very good, so do not mind. Rosswise did not say anything like, they are delicious, daughter's cooking is the best, but instead, she took out a cookie from the box, broke it in half, handed one half to Leon, and tasted the other half herself. These are quite tasty, Rosswise said. Leon also ate his half and genuinely praised, yeah, really delicious. Noah's nervous expression finally relaxed. I got second place in cooking class. Rosswise reached out and ruffled Noah's hair. Cooking is just child's play for you. Next time, we will definitely get first place. Yeah, okay. Noah nodded, then turned her gaze to Leon. She bit her lip, as if hesitant to speak. After some thought, she finally mustered the courage to say, you were very awesome just now. At that moment, Leon seemed to grasp the significance of being a father. In the pure act of loving his daughter without expecting anything in return, a simple compliment from her outweighed 1,000 words. Especially coming from someone like Noah, who usually did not express her preferences so bluntly, being able to praise Leon so directly was more joyful than receiving any gift for him. He did not think it had anything to do with personality manipulation nonsense. It was just a normal psychological reaction when a father received praise from his daughter. If Leon had a tail, he would be wagging it vigorously right now. Compared to my daughter has finally grown up and learned to compliment people, Leon's thoughts lean more towards there is finally a clear sign of
breaking the ice between my daughter and me.
He did not care if Noah had become more mature, he had never been so demanding of her. He just wanted to enter Noah's heart and truly live up to the father-daughter relationship between them.
Seeing Leon stunned by his daughter's brief, very awesome compliment, Rosswise quickly nudged his arm. Leon snapped out of it, scratched his head, and chuckled.
Aha, well, of course. Your old man here is quite impressive.
And I did not lie to you, right?
The knee really is a weak point for the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. Next time if Lol bullies you again, just kick his knee hard. Noah chuckled but quickly suppressed her smile, just like her mother, as if laughing once required an extra fee.
Okay, I got it. Then wait, your hand, is it injured?
When Leon raised his hand to scratch his head earlier, he inadvertently revealed the knuckles on the back of his hand. It was the wound he got from punching the ground just now.
Upon hearing her question, Leon quickly put his hand behind his back.
It is nothing, just a scratch from the fight.
Bumps and bruises are normal in a brawl. But still. Is not the next class about to start? Go back to class.
We will make something delicious for you when we go home the day after tomorrow, Leon said. Noah's pupils trembled slightly, and she pursed her lips.
Okay. Goodbye. See you the day after tomorrow. Noah waved and hurried back to the academy. Rosswise handed the cookie box to Leon and then transformed into her dragon form. Let us go back too. Yeah.
Later that evening, Leon sat in the nursery, reading educational dragon books, preparing to teach Nyan tomorrow.
After a moment, the door clicked.
He set down the book and glanced towards the door. Before he could see who it was, he heard the familiar sound of high heels. Leon did not greet her, quietly picked up the book again, and continued reading. Rosswise sat down beside him, waiting silently without saying a word.
After a few minutes, Leon put down the book. What is it? Your hand.
Huh? Leon was confused, but Rosswise did not explain.
Instead, she lifted Leon's right hand and placed it on her own lap.
Then she took out the wound medicine she had brought, dipped a cotton swab into it, and carefully applied it to Leon's wound, bit by bit. As the medicine entered the wound, it stung a bit, and Leon instinctively flinched his hand.
Does it hurt a lot? Rosswise asked. Leon stubbornly replied, and no, it does not hurt. Rosswise chuckled and continued applying the medicine, but her movements became much gentler. Well, it does not hurt me anyway.
The evening breeze flowed in through the window, refreshing and pleasant. Rosswise applied the medicine very carefully and slowly. The medicine was cool, but the palm of the beauty's hand was warm and soft. As a seasoned dragon slayer, Leon had countless wounds on his hands from battles. In the past, he would just deal with them casually. But no one had ever applied medicine to his wounds with such meticulous care, especially not like Rosswise. People always remember their first experiences vividly, and every detail is felt profoundly.
Rosswise's palm was soft and warm, but her fingertips were slightly cool.
As they brushed against Leon's hand, the sensation was delicate and ticklish.
Leon awkwardly cleared his throat and then turned his head, trying to divert his attention from this simple physical contact.
Although it was a bit painful, he did not dare to move around recklessly, especially with his hand on someone else's lap. It could easily be
misunderstood as inappropriate behavior. It is actually not necessary to apply the medicine.
It will be fine in a couple of days, Leon said. It is Mune who wanted to apply the medicine for you, Rosswise said quietly, lowering her head.
Oh.
I was afraid she would not do it properly, so I came by myself.
Oh. Why are you saying oh? I am telling the truth. Leon shrugged. Yeah, I know it is true.
I did not say it was not.
Why are you so nervous? I am not nervous. Well, if you are not nervous, then I am. Okay? Oh, damn, ouch. Leon winced in pain. Roswise gave him a disapproving look. Be honest. TCH.
She continued applying the medicine.
After a while, she spoke again. Thank you. Thank me for what? When we were in the office, Lul's father was being aggressive, and you stood up to defend me and Noah. Roswise finished applying the medicine, then tossed the cotton swab into the trash. I thought you would be happy to see me being put in my place. Leon shook his hand, still feeling the warmth from Roswise's leg.
Well, of course, I would be happy to see you at a loss for words.
I would be ecstatic. But still, if my wife were being insulted to her face, could I just sit there and do nothing? That would make me a coward, would it not? And, well, it is not all about defending you. I did it mainly for Noah. Yeah, for Noah. Sure, keep pretending to be tough in front of each other.
Roswise let out a soft snort and reached up to adjust the strands of hair near her ear. Leon just noticed that she had kept the small braid he had woven for her near her temple while she was unconscious. Seeing this, Leon felt secretly pleased.
See? His sense of aesthetics was definitely ahead of the game. My sister just sent a letter, Roswise said. Is she coming to visit again? Leon asked. Roswise shook her head.
She is inviting us to bring the 2 daughters to her place as guests.
Are you going? I am not going, Leon shook his head. Alright then, if you are not going, let us settle some past issues, Roswise replied. I will go, someone quickly changed their mind. Very well, then we will set off when Noah is on break the day after tomorrow. The Red Dragon Queen's photo album.
A sonic boom exploded in the clouds as a silver dragon soared through the sky. Leon sat cross-legged on Roswise's back, cradling Mune, who had started to doze off due to waking up too early.
What kind of person is your sister? Leon asked.
Warm, lively, talkative, cheerful, Roswise replied.
Leon pondered for a moment. So basically, the complete opposite of you?
Roswise wanted to refute but realized that she had indeed left Leon with an impression completely opposite to that of her sister, Isha. After some thought, Roswise added, but she is more cunning than me.
Leon was surprised. There is actually a dragoness in this world more cunning than you?
I spent the first 50 years of my life with her, so I know her the best, Roswise said. So, you need to be highly vigilant around her. She will use all sorts of methods to mess with you. Leon chuckled, nonchalantly replying, besides you, I do not want to have any contact with any adult dragoness again.
As soon as the words fell, Roswise's dragon wings trembled slightly, causing her body to jolt.
Then she heard Leon muttering, I have had enough for this lifetime. Roswise was not sure if he did it on purpose, but it is always safe to be a little stubborn first.
Do not talk nonsense. Leon, innocently, but I am speaking from the heart.
Damn cunning dragonesses, now they do not even allow speaking from the heart.
Leon glanced at his eldest daughter. Noah, have you seen Aunt Isha before? Noah shook her head.
I have only seen Aunt Isha in photos in Mom's room.
The last time Aunt Isha visited, I was doing physical training. So, you are the only one in the family who has seen your sister? Leon asked. It seems so.
That is why my sister is looking forward to this meeting, Roswise said.
Alright, hold on tight, we are about to accelerate. Another sonic boom rang out, and the silver figure disappeared into the sky.
About 3 hours later, Leon's family arrived at the territory of the Red Dragon clan. Looking down from high above, the Red Dragon Temple and the scale of the community were similar to Roswise's Silver Dragon clan, and the architectural style was very similar. However, many of the silver decorations representing the Silver Dragon clan were replaced with red here. In the nearly identical design style, a few more features of the native clan were added, which was quite interesting. Roswise slowly landed in the front courtyard of the Red Dragon Temple. Her sister Isha and several dragon maids had been waiting for a long time.
After landing, Leon, holding Mune, slid down from Roswise's dragon wing, followed closely by Noah.
Before they could turn around, they heard Isha's voice.
Little Rose. Your dragon form is still so awesome.
Turning around, they saw the Red Dragon Queen, who had just been elegant and dignified, hugging Roswise's dragon head tightly. Roswise drooped her wings and her tail hung down helplessly.
Sister, let me change back first.
Oh, alright, you can change, Isha said. Roswise folded her dragon wings, and with a flash of light, she transformed back into her human form.
Little Rose. After transforming back, Roswise still could not escape Isha's enthusiastic hug, which was as warm as a husky's.
From Roswise's reaction and expression, it seemed that she was already accustomed to her sister's way of greeting. However, what slightly surprised Leon was that Roswise was already a tall woman, standing at around 5.7 feet tall, and wearing high heels could reach up to 5.75 feet. But in her sister Isha's embrace, she seemed to be a bit shorter. Leon glanced down at Noah, who was about the same height as his calf, hoping that the tall gene from the Milkvey family could be perfectly passed down
to their daughter. Sis, let me introduce you to my husband and daughter. You have not formally met them yet, Roswise said.
Sure. Isha put aside her playful demeanor, tidied her hair, and followed Roswise to Leon and the others.
This is my husband, Leon Cosmodius, Roswise said.
Leon was about to greet Isha politely, but she took the initiative to shake his hand.
Hello, brother-in-law, nice to finally meet you awake. Isha glanced him up and down.
Indeed, looking at you now, you are more compatible with little Rose.
Leon awkwardly smiled and shook hands with Isha. Ah, sister-in-law, you are really funny. What is with this sister-in-law? That is too formal. Just call me sister like little Rose does. Okay, sister-in-law. Little Rose, is your husband still not awake? Roswise lightly nudged Leon's arm with her elbow. Leon immediately changed his words. I was just joking with you, sis.
Interesting, little Rose, I really appreciate your husband's personality, just as unpredictable as me, Isha remarked.
Roswise silently covered her face. Sis, do you even know that you are unpredictable?
After introducing Leon, Roswise proceeded to introduce their two little dragon daughters.
This is our daughter, Noah, and Mune.
Sister.
Wait. Let me guess.
Isha interrupted Roswise's introduction, excitedly starting a guessing game about the sisters' identities. Her gaze shifted between the two little ones, and she pointed at Mune. This one with the cute little tufts is the older sister. I am the younger sister, Auntie. Mune shook the tufts on her head.
Oh, I guessed wrong. Come here, Mune, let Auntie hug you.
Mune was a natural social phobe, immediately letting go of Leon's hand and embracing Auntie's warm and fragrant embrace.
Auntie, how did you know Mune's name? Mune asked.
When you were little, I came to visit you, and your mom told me. The younger sister is called Mune, and the older sister is called Noah, Isha explained.
Then, she turned her gaze towards Noah. Compared to her sister, Noah was a true social phobe.
She nervously held onto Roswise's skirt, hesitantly stepping back.
Roswise did not force Noah to greet Isha directly.
She never pressured her daughter to address various relatives, she fully respected Noah's wishes. After some hesitation, Noah tried to peek out from behind Roswise and approached, saying, Hello, Auntie, I am Noah.
Oh, little Noah, would you like Auntie to hug you too?
Previously, Roswise mentioned in her letter that Noah was a shy girl who was not very talkative and did not like physical contact with others. So when Isha did not directly pick her up earlier, she was just asking for her opinion.
Noah nodded, yes.
Great. Isha held Mune with both hands and gently wrapped her flexible tail around Noah's waist, then handed her over to her embrace.
Leon internally jokes, convenient, huh?
With one dragon daughter on each side, Isha was overwhelmed with happiness as she held them close.
Wow, it is so blissful. Little Rose, do you get to enjoy these cute little dragon daughters every day?
Oh, I am usually busy, so it is mostly Leon who takes care of them.
Oh, okay, thanks, brother-in-law. No problem, it is not hard, I enjoy taking care of the kids.
Taking advantage of the situation, Leon added, "The kids are more attached to me, actually."
Roswise raised an eyebrow at Leon. "Clearly, they are more attached to me, right?" "Darling, you are such a joker." "Do I look like I am joking with you?" Okay, you are right, they are more attached to you." "Do I need your permission?" Isha interjected, "Wow, you two have such a great relationship."
To Isha's praise, the couple immediately stopped their banter and replied in unison, "It is just okay." Seeing this, Isha chuckled and said nothing. Alright, you must be tired after traveling such a long way. Come in and take a rest." "Dinner is ready soon," Isha said, carrying 2 baby dragoness and leading Leon and Roswise into the temple. The whole family arrived at the reception hall of the temple. Leon and Roswise sat side by side. Mune and Noah were still being cuddled by their aunt for the time being, and they probably would not be let go until dinner was served. "What does Mune usually like to eat?" Isha asked. "Fried steak." "Mune likes fried steak." "Alright, luckily Auntie has prepared fried steak for dinner." "And what about little Noah?" "I am fine with anything, Auntie. Noah is so well behaved." "By the way, Auntie heard that you started attending Essay Heath Academy half a month ago?" Noah nodded. "Wow, that is amazing. Just over a year old, and already going to school. How are your grades?" Noah modestly replied, "They are okay." Mune stopped her from being modest. "Sister is first in many subjects." Isha's eyes lit up. "That is fantastic, my little Noah. Just like your mother when she was young." The keyword "your mother when she was young" was triggered. As everyone knows, whenever childhood is mentioned, it is time for a history lesson of embarrassment. Even though Noah usually had a cool demeanor, at this moment, she perked up her ears, afraid of missing a single word her aunt would say next. So the main question now is, who will continue the topic of how your mother looked when she was young? The 2 little ones, as if by agreement, turned to look at their father. Leon raised an eyebrow. Alright. What else can Dad do?" "Of course, I am here to spoil you guys, not because I am curious myself. Digging deep into the dark history of this mother dragon, I am more than willing to oblige." "So, sis, how good was she?" Leon asked. "How good?" "Little Rose used to get first place so often it became routine. I remember when she moved up to the adult department, she even went on stage as a representative of outstanding students to give a speech." "Oh, I still have the photos taken of her back then, let me go get them for you guys." Sis, you do not." Roswise tried to stop her, but Isha had already put down the 2 baby dragonettes and trotted out of the reception hall. Suddenly, Roswise had a bad feeling about this. "Your sister is indeed quite enthusiastic," Leon chuckled mischievously. Roswise glanced at him. "Do not get too smug. Once she is done with me, you are next." Leon shrugged. "I do not have any embarrassing history in her hands." "What is there to be afraid of? Do not overestimate yourself, and do not underestimate my sister." As they bantered, Isha returned. In her arms, she still held a thick photo album, and her face was beaming with a smile. It was evident that this was not a spontaneous decision. She clearly came prepared. "Dear sister." A crack appeared on Roswise's frosty face. "Sis, did not you say you were only going to bring the photo of me as the student representative? Why did you bring them all?" Isha hurriedly sat back in her seat and eagerly opened the photo album. "I thought it would be too troublesome to take them out one by one, so I just bought them all." "Let me see. Let me find it, Little Rose's student speech photo. Ah, here it is." With that, Isha handed the album to Leon. The 2 baby dragonettes also leaned over to join in the excitement. On the open page of the album, indeed, was a younger-looking Roswise. Back then, her face did not look as sour as it does now. Of course, that was Leon's first impression. But for the 2 little dragoness, their mom during her teenage years was so pretty. She was wearing the uniform of Estee. Heath Academy, her silver hair tied neatly into a ponytail, radiating a sunny and cheerful aura that was completely different from the current ice.
Queen. Wife, you were so lively when you were studying.
Roswise turned her head away, not wanting to engage with this guy.
A dog's mouth cannot utter ivory. However, apart from being younger and more youthful, Leon also noticed an interesting detail. That was the dragon horn above Roswise's ears. She had previously mentioned not seeing her own parents, which meant she was also a viviparous dragon, only revealing her horns when she reached adulthood. Roswise's dragon horn was cute and petite, making people want to touch it involuntarily.
Leon swallowed nervously, glancing sideways at the mother dragon beside him, staring at her ears, his intentions a bit too obvious.
Roswise gave him a disdainful look. Do not bring up any weird requests, thanks.
Leon clicked his tongue and withdrew his gaze.
But he did not continue flipping through the other photos. This is basic courtesy. Without the permission of the owner of the album, you can only look at the photo they handed you.
However, Isha noticed that the father and daughter's trio had not seen enough, so she said, "You can flip through a few more pages." Little Rose was really cute when she was little.
Alright, permission granted, let us flip.
There is nothing more satisfying than seeing photos of your archenemy when they were little. If there is, it is that you have not seen enough. Leon and the two little ones eagerly flipped through the album to the very beginning, officially starting to browse, completely ignoring a certain
silver dragon. Sure enough, on the first page of the album, a silver-haired young dragon was showing off her lollipop to the camera. Mommy was so tiny. Mune exclaimed excitedly. Just like Mune.
To be fair, young Roswise did look like a silver-haired version of Noah and Mune. Although there was some adorable baby fat on her cheeks, it did not detract from the delicate features she exuded.
Leon flipped to the next page.
On this page, Roswise had grown a lot, probably around 10 years old, already showing signs of a teenage girl. In the photo, she was practicing dragon fire. Another photo on the same page showed her with a burnt hand after failing to control the dragon fire, and Isha was bandaging her wound. "Wife, you and your sisters have such a good relationship," Leon praised superficially but teasingly.
Roswise sneakily reached behind and quietly pinched Leon's waist. Leon, with a thick skin, patted Roswise's leg, indicating her to calm down. Come on, let us keep looking. Flipping further back, there were various life photos and records taken over time.
There was the first attempt at flying, with closed eyes due to fear of heights. There was also the triumphant moment of killing a dangerous species for the first time, proudly standing on its head. However, the next photo was a hilarious snapshot titled "This Mother Dragon Who Killed an S-Class Dangerous Species but Got Scared by a Spider and Used Advanced Magic for Its Brutal Eradication." There were many more photos of Roswise crying, and Leon could not help but chuckle as he looked at them, even though he did not realize he was
laughing. How strange. He came with the mindset of digging into the mother dragon's embarrassing history, but why did he suddenly feel a sense of "my wife is so cute"? Ah, whatever, as long as he enjoyed it. The last photo in the album was taken on the day Roswise inherited the title of Silver Dragon Queen. Sitting on the throne, wearing a silver crown, the queen accepted the worship of her silver dragon subjects, exuding dignity and majesty. Leon closed the album, feeling a bit reluctant to stop, just like the two little ones. But Roswise, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it is over. However, it was clear that after not seeing each other for a long time, she underestimated her sister's level of cunningness. How could she miss the chance to express some sisterly love fiercely, now that they were reunited as a family for the first time in a long time? These were just appetizers. After the album session, Isha pulled out a crystal ball from behind the sofa. Auntie, what is this?" Mune asked excitedly. Leon raised his hand. "I know, this is called a memory stone." Wow, he really knew it. "Yes, it is called a memory stone. Finally, we have the chance to watch it together as a family. Little Rose, you must miss it too, right?"
The 3 dragons and 1 human all looked at Rosswise. This was the day since she became the Silver Dragon Queen that she wanted to find a hole to hide in the most. Her icy demeanor was finally breaking. Rosswise even said with a hint of pleading, "Sis, please, for the sake of me being your real little sister, do not show what is inside. Sis, I also beg you, for the sake of me being your real brother-in-law, you must show us what is inside." Leon could not contain his curiosity about the images inside the memory stone. Isha admired her sister and brother-in-law's reactions. She was satisfied. Very satisfied. Alright, since Leon is visiting our house for the first time, let us go with his suggestion this time, and we will follow Little Rose's idea next time. Rosswise's inner thoughts, there will not be a next time. With that, Isha activated the memory stone, and a clear image appeared in the center of the reception hall. Everyone looked up, and the first scene was a silver-haired young dragon sitting on the ground, crying. A grown-up Isha was squatting beside her, comforting her and saying, "Do not cry, little Rose, do not cry.